Chapter 261. As Han Xing and the others entered the gate, the darkness inside the temple swallowed them. As soon as they entered, they smelled a musty smell in the air. Then, the 5 people each held a torch and began to search in the temple. With the light of the torch, Han Xing saw that there were murals carved on these stone pillars. The first one was a picture of thousands of creatures worshipping a man. The man looked very majestic. He raised his arms and closed his eyes, as if listening to the prayers of the believers. The second mural was a picture of the man confronting a terrifying beast. The beast had a hideous face, and its 4 hooves were shining with different elements. With every step, the volcano erupted and heavy rain began to fall, bringing extremely terrifying disasters to the world. Countless creatures crawled under the beast. The third mural was a scene of the man suppressing the terrifying beast. Under his boundless power, even the terrifying beasts had to surrender. The murals behind are all in this style, mostly recording the amazing deeds of this existence. As for the authenticity, it is difficult to distinguish. After looking at it for a while, Han Xing also became a little uninterested. The space of the temple is very large. 4 or 5 square kilometers, about the size of 2 or 3 small towns. At this time, the people who explored separately made some different discoveries in this temple. Su Xiaoyang suddenly sent an item information in the team channel. Then he said, "Brother Han Xing, I picked up a few strange stones here, see if this is useful." After hearing this, Han Xing also checked the item information. Light God Stone. A stone containing a trace of light power, which can replenish power for some special devices, or be used as a substitute for the Philosopher's Stone. Han Xing was also stunned when he saw this. Although he didn't know what device was used to replenish power for some devices. But the fact that it can be used as a substitute for the Philosopher's Stone alone is enough to highlight its value. At this time, Han Xing asked, "Xiaoyang, how many pieces of Light God Stone did you find?" Su Xiaoyang said, "Only about 7 or 8 pieces. I found it near a box. There are many more pieces of this stone next to this box. But most of the stones have lost their power, as if they were sucked out by something." Hearing the last sentence, everyone's heart also skipped a beat. Originally, this dark temple was a bit scary. After Su Xiaoyang said this, the atmosphere felt even more gloomy. It was as if there was a pair of eyes staring at everyone in the dark. At this time, Cheng Jianyong suddenly said, "Brother Xing, Brother Yun, come here quickly, I think I found an altar here." "Altar?" Han Xing was puzzled. Then, they came to Cheng Jianyong together. In front of everyone, a square stone platform appeared, and on it, there was a groove for holding sacrifices. Next, the properties of this altar appeared in front of Han Xing Altar of Light. You can put sacrifices into the altar, communicate with the will of the God of Light, and seek the recognition of this ancient existence. Seeing the notes on the altar, everyone felt a little strange. Offer sacrifices? Communicate with the God of Light? Why do I feel like this is not a good thing? Cheng Jianyong said strangely. Others also had this idea in their minds. In their understanding, the God of Light is not a God of good order. If possible, they don't want to have any contact with this God. However, at this time, a system prompt appeared. If the survivors want to merge the Sky Island, they need to hand in sacrifices, communicate with the will of the God of Light, and only after being recognized can they have control over the temple. If the survivors refuse to communicate with the will of the God of Light, they can choose to destroy the altar and forcibly gain control of the temple. However, this action may trigger some serious chain reactions. Please choose carefully. After listening to the system prompt, everyone was stunned. After many days, the system appeared again. To merge this Sky Island, you have to offer sacrifices or destroy the altar. Listening to the above introduction, it is obvious that offering sacrifices is the best choice. However, they don't want to have any contact with the God of Light at all. However, if you choose to destroy the altar, it may trigger some serious chain reactions. For a moment, everyone was in a dilemma. At this time, Han Xing asked, "Cheng Jianyong, take a look at the altar, and see what sacrifices need to be put in." "Okay," Brother Xing. Cheng Jianyong agreed. He came to the altar and said with a strange look, "Brother Xing, it says that 1,000 Light God Stones need to be sacrificed. If there are none, 1,000 Philosopher's Stones can be used instead." After hearing this, Han Xing was immediately angry. "Damn, why doesn't he go and rob? You want so many Philosopher's Stones from me? Isn't that asking for my life?" Looking at Han Xing's excitement, he couldn't help laughing for a moment. In Han Xing's eyes, except for his friends, anyone who wants to take something from him must pay a corresponding price. Even if Han Xing can take out 1,000 Philosopher's Stones, It's not certain whether this broken temple is worth the price. So, Han Xing immediately decided to destroy the altar directly. Blow it up. Chung Jianyong received the order and did not hesitate. He raised the golden spear directly, and a murderous intent burst out. Buzz! The golden spear hit the altar. Spiderweb-like cracks suddenly appeared on the surface. With a crisp cracking sound, the whole altar collapsed at this moment. At the same time, everyone noticed. The originally dark temple suddenly burst into a strong white light in the corner. From the white light, a tall human-shaped phantom appeared. Destroy the altar of the God of Light. Unforgivable. Boom! 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 It was as if a long-dormant existence had awakened at this moment. However, before everyone could see clearly the figure of that existence. At this moment, a dazzling white light suddenly burst out from the destroyed altar fragments. This white light contained an extremely vast and terrifying aura, completely illuminating the entire temple. Everyone's face changed, and they were shocked. Chung Jianyong asked in confusion, "Fuck, what's going on now? Is this what the system said, a chain reaction?" Han Xing's face also changed wildly. However, the chain reaction caused by the destruction of the altar came too suddenly. The white light on the altar surged and rushed to the sky at a very fast speed. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura suddenly descended. No one understood what happened. They only felt that an extremely ancient existence suddenly appeared in the empty temple. The horror of this aura was even more terrifying than the last time when facing hundreds of dragons on the Dragon Road. Even Wu Mior's heyday seemed extremely small compared to it. And Han Xing and others, under this aura, were just like ants. Even if they already had some strength of the fourth turn, they were just bigger ants. At this moment, everyone felt a sense of reverence for no reason in their hearts, and even couldn't help kneeling on the spot. The next moment, the entire dark temple was instantly filled with strong light. A strange sound appeared in everyone's ears. I didn't expect that someone could find the ancient temple and allow a trace of my will to descend. After so many years, the Holy Spirit realm has gradually regained some vitality. This voice sounded like a man, a woman, or a child. Then, he suddenly uttered a puzzled tone. "Hey, there is a glorious aura here?" Then, in front of everyone, a group of human figures gradually condensed. Han Xing and others only took a glance and felt a sharp pain in their eyes, and their brains were struck by lightning. The system prompt appeared. You look directly at the existence outside the rules, and your vision has been forcibly deprived. You have been enveloped by the aura of the existence outside the rules, and all attributes have been reduced by 90%. You are under the power of the gods outside the rules, and your ability to move has been reduced by 100%. Including Chung Jianyong and others, they all received the same system prompt. Everyone's face changed at the same time. What on earth is this existence? Just a glance at it made them lose their vision and ability to move. Even, suppressed by its breath, everyone's all attributes dropped by 90%, and they couldn't even struggle at this moment. At this moment, although everyone couldn't see, they could hear faintly. Interesting. This generation of human race actually walked out of the abandoned land of the gods so quickly. There are still people who inherited the power of Guangwei. Interesting, too interesting. I just don't know if Guangwei was swallowed by the beasts back then. Everyone didn't hear the last sentence clearly. They were suppressed by this powerful force at this moment, and couldn't help but kneel down. At this moment, the figure of light slowly walked towards everyone. Since entering the Sky Island paradise, it was the first time they encountered such a terrifying existence. However, the figure suddenly stopped in place. At this moment, an equally terrifying force suddenly descended, and it attacked the figure directly, with a burst of energy fluctuations transmitted. At this moment, everyone clearly felt that the aura of this terrifying existence was greatly weakened. At this moment, the light and shadow said angrily, "Damn it, I just entered the Holy Spirit realm with my spiritual consciousness and took a look. I didn't really come. Do you have to stare at me so closely? Those guys in the Supreme Hall are dead. I wonder how long you can stop us. Sooner or later, I will overthrow your throne." After saying that, the aura quickly retreated. Before leaving, everyone heard the murmur in his mouth. When this terrifying aura left, they all collapsed on the spot as if they had just fought a great battle. After a moment, Chung Jianyong's face turned pale, and he said with lingering fear, "Just now, that thing, couldn't it be the God of Light?" Han Xing replied with difficulty, "It's very likely that it was him." Chung Jianyong swallowed his saliva. "Why do I feel that this guy doesn't seem to get along with the God of Glory? See Xiao Yunzi, this guy almost attacked us." Shen Yun's face was pale. Just now, he really felt a sense of crisis like death. The God of Glory, and the God of Light are obviously enemies. Fortunately, this existence has many restrictions when it comes to this world, and it is even forced to retreat. Moreover, as the opponent leaves, the suppressed power in everyone's body returns to the body. Vision is gradually restored. At this moment, Han Xing breathed a sigh of relief again. The feeling of life being out of control is really too desperate. Originally, he thought that with legendary strength, he could at least protect himself in the outside world. So he has been working towards this direction. As a result, Han Xing finally came close to reaching this level of power. Now another God of Light has popped up. The water in this world is too deep. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly clenched his fists. He was not shocked by the terrifying power of the God of Light. Instead, he was aroused by the desire to survive in his heart. He must have a stronger strength. Even if these gods jump out, Han Xing must at least have the power to protect himself. However, before everyone could react, a familiar mechanical synthesized voice suddenly appeared in the temple. The will of the God of Light has arrived. You villains, why don't you just surrender? This voice appeared before the terrifying will descended. At this time, everyone finally saw the appearance of this figure clearly. It was a humanoid creature condensed by pure light. It was wearing silver armor and holding a silver spear in its hand, full of momentum. The attributes of this humanoid creature appeared in front of everyone. Light Servant, Lord-level creature. Level, LV 45 attributes, Strength 4253, Agility 3794, Spirit 4894, Constitution 4308. Skills, Light Domain, Rain of Light, Light Judgment, Light Spear Technique, another Lord-level creature. In terms of strength alone, it is no less than the Fear Wanderer. However, everyone at this moment is no longer the same as before. They did not feel a sense of crisis from this lord. In addition, they were just suppressed by the God of Light, and at this moment, everyone was holding their breath. Chung Jianyong cursed directly. It's fine if the God of Light intimidates us. You, a lackey, dare to be arrogant in front of us. It seemed that he understood Chung Jianyong's words. The Servant of Light turned his eyes, and made a mechanical synthesized sound again. Disrespect the God of Light, die. The next moment, the Servant of Light raised the silver spear, and a white light of death rushed over instantly. Chung Jianyong rolled and easily avoided it. Then he jumped up and said angrily, "Play with guns with me, I kill you." Chung Jianyong was wearing a golden suit, and the golden light on his body surged at this moment. At a terrifying speed, he rushed to the side of the Servant of Light in an instant. The Servant of Light also raised the glorious spear at this moment. Murderous intent burst out. Light spear technique. At this moment, the tips of the two spears stabbed each other. Ding! After a crisp collision sound, the whole temple was suddenly swept by an invisible shock wave. The huge rocks on the ground were all shattered into powder at this moment. Chapter 262. If it were some creatures below the second level, the aftermath of this collision would be enough to kill them. The next moment, the Light Servant and Chung Jianyong each took a step back. This collision was evenly matched. Chung Jianyong's face changed, and he said in surprise, "I have some skills, but I can't take you down." However, what he didn't know was that his current strength was already extremely terrifying. He was able to fight against lords of the same level, and not lose. At this stage, only the top few in the human race can do it. However, Chung Jianyong was a little unconvinced. "You want to fight me with bayonets, right? Come on, Xiao Yunzi, give me a bite of milk." After hearing this, Shen Yun also cooperated very well, and directly opened to group blessings. Chung Jianyong felt that his attributes suddenly soared a lot. The golden spear kept stabbing out, with a torrential attack, blasting the Light Servant back continuously. However, when it saw Shen Yun release the blessing skill, the hatred of this Light Servant instantly shifted. All its energy locked onto Shen Yun. The power of light, the enemy of the God of Light, must be eliminated. Then, the Servant of Light raised his spear. The entire temple was instantly illuminated. A ray of light appeared above everyone's head. These lights condensed into the shape of spears, and then suddenly shot out. Secret technique of the temple rain of light buzz. The densely packed light spears turned into a rain of death and fell. Each light spear carried the breath of death. Han Xing saw this and said directly, "Shen Yun, throw the sun directly. Let's kill it together." After hearing this, Shen Yun did not hesitate and threw out a ball of brilliant light. Moreover, the rain of light directly covered the servant of the temple. The attributes of all the people skyrocketed. Han Xing didn't want to get entangled with this lord at all. At this moment, Shen Yun activated a variety of special effects to protect everyone. Han Xing and the others were able to output safely, throw out various skills. Wind break, meteor spell, else I. Waves fell on the servant of light, making its figure more illusory. After a while, this servant of light stopped in place. Then it turned into a burst of light rain and dissipated in the air. This 4-star lord, whose strength is comparable to that of the Fear Wanderer, was easily killed by everyone. In place, but 2 pages of yellowed paper were left, and there were a few glowing stones next to them. Everyone had seen those stones before. It is called the God of Light stone, which can be used to replace the Philosopher's stone. A rough look showed that there were as many as 8, which was a good harvest. As for the 2 pages of paper next to it, Han Xing had never touched them before. Han Xing walked over with a puzzled look and picked up the 2 papers. The system prompt appeared. Obtain special props, Oracle Book *2. Han Xing's eyes condensed, and he immediately exclaimed, "Fuck!" Seeing the system prompt, Han Xing exclaimed directly. He looked at the yellowed paper in his hand in disbelief, and his breathing became a little rapid. This thing is actually the last material he needs most now to create the artifact. Oracle Throne, Oracle Book. Han Xing hurriedly looked at the light golden mask in his backpack. He knew that it was this mask that helped him find this material. Should I say that she is worthy of being the goddess of Wujin? The second special effect, the Eye of Wishes, indicates that you can find the item you need most at the moment. Han Xing didn't expect that this effect would be so accurate. Following the instructions, Han Xing harvested 2 oracle books at once. At this time, Han Xing couldn't help but sigh again that these billions of spiritual cores were really worth it. Then, Han Xing excitedly clicked on the item properties of the Oracle Book. Oracle Book. A book containing divine power, which can be used with the Light God Stone and the Holy Aurora to summon the Light Servant again to assist in the battle. This thing can also be used to summon the Light Servant? Han Xing was a little surprised. After all, the Temple Servant may have a low combat power for them, but it is at least a 4-star Lord-level creature. If you can get a few more and put them in the territory, it will also be a powerful combat force. But it is obvious that Han Xing can't do this. Not to mention, summoning the Temple Servant also requires 2 materials, the Light God Stone and the Holy Aurora. Moreover, the Oracle Book needs to be added. With this material, wouldn't it be good for him to build a few more Oracle Thrones? Han Xing also put away the 2 pieces of paper directly. Looking at the materials in the backpack, Han Xing couldn't help but excited. Good. I only need 3 Oracle Books to build the first Oracle Throne. By then, my strength will double, which can be called a real qualitative change. What can be confirmed at present is that materials such as Oracle Books can be found in the Wu clan's territory. Just use the Eye of Wishes and follow the instructions. However, the special effect of the Eye of Wishes has entered the cooling time. So, Han Xing can only do other things now, and wait for the special effect to cool down. So, Han Xing prepared to merge this Sky Island first. The system prompt appeared. Successfully merge the Sky Island. Lost Temple, your territory has expanded. Get the Temple of Light *1. Get the God of Light Stone *27. Get the Light Servant, damaged, *3. Get the Shining Terra Stone *64. Get. After reading the system prompt, Han Xing was also a little surprised. In addition to the God of Light Stone, unexpectedly, there are some unexpected gains. That is the Shining Terra Stone. Although the number is not large, it is also an unexpected fortune. Then, Han Xing led everyone out of the temple directly. Looking at the vicissitudes of the ancient building behind him, a subtle look flashed in Han Xing's eyes. The God of Light, as an ancient god, he seems to be an enemy of the God of Glory. This time, he almost attacked everyone. Han Xing didn't want anything about the God of Light in his territory. So, Han Xing opened the Lord interface and directly summoned a group of Minotaurs. Not long after, a group of Minotaurs, about 1,000 in number, slowly came over from Wanqing City. All of these Minotaurs were at the 4th level, and their height was over 5 or 6 meters. In addition to their terrifying size, they looked like muscle monsters. After seeing Han Xing, these Minotaurs said respectfully, "Meetings, Lord?" Han Xing nodded and said, "I give you a task. Next, destroy this temple for me." At this time, including Shen Yun and others, they were all stunned. They seemed to not understand the meaning of Han Xing's move. Han Xing did not explain. He was just simply unhappy. The God of Light almost attacked them before, which also made Han Xing feel a little angry. "Although I can't afford to offend you now, I can demolish your temple." After hearing this, the Minotaurs looked a little confused. However, they will obey Han Xing's orders 100%. What's more, what Han Xing asked them to do now is what these Minotaurs are best at. That is, to destroy. The next moment, these minotaurs carried the totems on their shoulders. Like a cannonball, they jumped high. Then, they suddenly smashed on the temple. Boom! There were waves of strong vibrations. The temple began to collapse, and the speed of these minotaurs was comparable to that of an excavator. After a while, the outer wall of the temple was completely demolished. For Han Xing's actions, everyone was not puzzled. On the contrary, they were all a little happy. Chung Jianyong said excitedly, "Good, well done. Let this god of light target us." Everyone smiled. It seemed that the shadow that had been shrouding their hearts was also dispelled at this moment. At this time, Shen Yun asked, "Brother Xing, what are we going to do now?" Han Xing said, of course, continue to explore the Sky Island. Although there was no guidance from the Eye of Treasure. But Han Xing still clearly remembered the location of the tens of thousands of light spots. And which light spots on the Sky Island in the nearby area were brighter. So, Han Xing controlled Wanqing City, and began to approach those areas with his memory. First, the first destination. It was one of the two huge light balls he had discovered before. It was about 100,000 kilometers away from his current location. It takes about 3 hours to travel. Wanqing City continued to move, and the surrounding scene began to rapidly retreat. 3 hours later, a relatively small island appeared in front of everyone. It was only about 4 or 5 square kilometers, about the same size as the temple. It was very different from what Han Xing expected. I remember seeing this light group on the Eye of Treasure. Wasn't it very big? Why does this island look smaller than the temple? With a puzzled look, Han Xing began to approach. At this time, the system prompt appeared. This is an island that floated from a very far place. It seems to contain a trace of the power of creation. Do you want to enter? Hearing the system prompt, everyone understood what the resources in this island were. Terra Stone. Its characteristic is that it contains the power of creation. It sounds mysterious, but it is actually a very stable space force. Han Xing clicked to enter directly. The clouds dissipated. A mountain appeared in front of everyone. However, the mountain seemed to be hit by a boulder. On the top of the mountain, there was a milky white boulder lying quietly. The surface of this boulder was smooth and round, like freshly refined glass, with a milky white color. This is the Terra Stone. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. Because this was the first time they found Terra Stone or in the wild Sky Island. Compared with the shining Terra Stone, the appearance is indeed very different. Although this Terra Stone is not at the same level as the black iron mine they found yesterday. But, seriously speaking, Terra Stone is a higher level or than rhythmic black iron, comparable to the Philosopher's Stone. Therefore, the size of the light spot marked on the system is reasonable. Chung Jianyong muttered at this time, "This piece of Terra Stone seems to weigh more than 10 tons. I just don't know how much shining Terra Stone can be extracted." Han Xing nodded. No matter how much, it is an unexpected gain. After that, he prepared to land directly on the Sky Island. However, before everyone stepped in. But they heard a roar of beasts suddenly coming from the mountain. Roar! This roar was full of energy and resounded through the sky. Everyone cast their eyes. I saw a creature covered with black mane and more than 10 meters tall suddenly jumped out of the forest. With the eyesight of everyone, they quickly saw the appearance of the creature. It was a long-armed giant ape with a ferocious expression and a fierce look. Seeing Han Xing and others at this time, the giant ape's eyes instantly turned blood red, and then suddenly pounced on them. A gust of strong wind came. However, when the giant ape pounced in the air, it suddenly sensed the breath of this group of humans. Something is wrong. The next moment, the blood color in the giant ape's eyes instantly dissipated, and the ferocious expression on his face also froze in the air instantly. After confirming that the monstrous breath on these people was real, the giant ape even had a trace of fear in his eyes. It can be sure that if it, a leader monster who has just turned 3, rushes over at this time, it is likely to be killed by these strong men in one move. However, at this time, it is already in a dilemma. In this short second, the giant ape thought a lot. At this time, the long-armed giant ape suddenly had an idea. In the slightly surprised eyes of the crowd, it roared and suddenly changed its direction in the air. It wanted to pounce on the figures of the crowd, but it pounced directly on a big tree next to it. Then, it began to prune the branches of the big tree in its arms, as if nothing had happened. It scratched its ears from time to time, and gave Han Xing a friendly smile. It was completely different from the fierce look when it first appeared. The long-armed giant ape is now as obedient as the tiger in the scenic area. This time, even Su Xiaoyang and Zhang Lianmeng were amused. Chung Jianyong couldn't help laughing and said, Damn, I still like your unruly look more. Xinyun smiled and said, this gorilla is quite perceptive. Han Xing also found such a spiritual creature interesting. Then, he walked forward directly. At this moment, the giant ape saw this human coming and almost subconsciously wanted to escape. Han Xing's voice came from behind, stop. After hearing this, the long-armed ape stretched out its arms and hung them in the air. Then, it slid down from the tree and came to the side of the crowd, revealing a charming smile. Han Xing asked, do you want to live or die? He knew that the gorilla could understand. The long-armed ape was stunned for a moment, and then nodded continuously. Obviously, no one wants to die if they can survive. So, Han Xing directly threw a lord contract to the gorilla and said, sign it. The gorilla was stunned, and seemed to know what it was. As long as the lord contract is signed, it means that you must serve the human in front of you. You must not rebel for life. However, the situation is not as good as that of humans now. In addition, these humans do not look like lords with patience. It knows that every second it hesitates, it will increase the risk of death. So, the long-armed ape quickly pressed its own handprint. The system prompt appears. The long-armed ape has signed a lord contract with you, and the number of lord members has increased by 1. Hearing the prompt, Han Xing also laughed. In front of him, the loyalty of this long-armed ape also appeared. Chapter 263. The loyalty panel of this giant ape appeared in front of Han Xing. Long-armed violent ape. Loyalty 46, submission. 46 points of loyalty, not even the passing level. Han Xing's mouth twitched. In theory, as long as the lord contract is signed, the loyalty will be forced to become more than 80 points. But this guy only has 46 points. This shows that this guy actually doesn't obey Han Xing at all, but he surrendered because of his strength. But Han Xing didn't care. For monsters like this that have just been tamed, don't expect their loyalty to reach too high a level. As long as you enter Wanqing City, you have plenty of ways to deal with it. So, Han Xing said directly, okay, there is nothing for you to do here, go to my territory and stay well, and find a tree to play with when you are bored. After hearing this, the long-armed violent ape nodded. It stood up from the ground quickly, then jumped more than 10 meters high and jumped straight into Wanqing City. When watching the violent ape leave, a cunning look flashed in his eyes. Han Xing also smiled. Little thing, you still want to fight me? Let me see how I deal with you. At this time, the system prompt appeared. You have cleared all the monsters on this sky island, and now you can merge. Han Xing directly clicked on the merger. The merger was successful, your territory has expanded, and you have obtained Terra Stone or *1, you for Forest *1, and the harvest of this sky island is not bad. Next, you only need to mine the Terra Stone on the top of the mountain to extract pieces of shining Terra Stone. As for the task of mining this Terra Stone, it was naturally handed over to the goblins. They are also good at this. Next, Han Xing found a vacant lot at the foot of the mountain. Then he opened the blueprint column and built a shining Terra Stone refining device. After doing all this, Han Xing looked at the sky. It was afternoon now, and he could still explore for a while. It was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the location of another large light group. If he hurried over, it would be too late. Han Xing decided to explore the nearby sky islands first, and then explore another large light group tomorrow. Wanqing City continued to move. Relying on the memory in his mind, he ran all the way to the location of those sky islands in his mind. At this moment, Han Xing sighed again that the mask of the goddess Wujin was really a good thing. Compared with before, everyone could only wander aimlessly in the territory of the Wu clan and try their luck to find those sky islands. Now, Han Xing clearly remembers the location of those nearby sky islands in his mind. In this way, the expansion speed of Wanqing City can be increased many times. Next, Han Xing still maintained the same rhythm. Explore the sky island, kill the monsters inside, and then annex it. A few hours later, everyone ended a day of fighting. Wanqing City expanded by more than 300 square kilometers again. At this moment, Han Xing stood at the commanding heights of Wanqing City and looked at his territory with satisfaction. There were not many houses and buildings in Wanqing City. There were only lightning towers, psychic impact towers, and 4 types of arrow towers scattered throughout the town. Added together, the number has exceeded 20,000. According to Han Xing's estimate, the firepower of these turrets alone can at least withstand the scale of tens of millions of monsters. Note that this 10 million is not the second or third level monsters in the Blood Tide period. It is 10 million powerful creatures that have broken through level 40 and completed the 4th level. If it is a monster tide of a lower level, the number can be multiplied several times, which is not a problem at all. Moreover, this is not the strongest firepower of Wanqing City. His trump card is the Hellfire Silo, and the ancient weapon Magic Elephant Chariot. Now, the number of Hellfire Silos has directly exceeded 500. After obtaining a large amount of resources in the Goblin's treasury, Han Xing pulled up a batch of Magic Elephant Chariots. The number has directly exceeded 50. Han Xing said excitedly, "Very good, with the current firepower in Wanqing City, it should be able to barely fight against ordinary legends." The legendary powerhouse he mentioned refers to the powerhouse of Vienna. Although it is just a barely fighting, it is also a huge improvement for Han Xing. Moreover, next, as long as he collects 5 Oracle books and creates the Oracle Throne, Han Xing even has the confidence that he can inflict heavy damage to or even kill a legendary master by himself. Wu Mior said that a 4th level master cannot be a match for a legendary master. But that is for the creatures of this world. And I am a survivor with the system. When the time comes, I will kill enemies of higher levels with my 4th level strength, giving a little shock to the legends of my world. To describe me in one word, this kid is so terrifying that he must not be allowed to stay. Ha ha ha. Han Xing laughed arrogantly. In addition to these defense towers and silos, there is also a very large force in Wanqing City. That is a melee army composed of more than 3 million wolf cavalry and 1.3 million minotaurs, specially used to defend against monsters rushing to Wanqing City. In addition to these, there are also 400,000 toucans living in the mountains next to it. Now, Wanqing City can really be called a strong army. Just then, Han Xing received a private message from Lan Lan. Clicking on the private chat window, he immediately saw the voice said by Lan Lan. "Lord, I have found some of the drawings you asked me to collect recently, and now I will trade them to you." In the past few days, Han Xing asked Lan Lan to help pay attention to some clues of drawings in the trading channel. Han Xing has no shortage of defense tower drawings. At the current stage, those survivors can't come up with more advanced defense tower drawings than he has. Therefore, Han Xing asked Lan Lan to focus on those powerful military camps and some statue drawings. Seeing Lan Lan's voice at this time, Han Xing was delighted. "What blueprints? Send them to me?" After listening, Lan Lan directly initiated a transaction application to him. Then, he put 3 blueprints in order. They are Blueprint of the Wolf Camp, Blueprint of the Chimera Camp, High-Level Troops, and Blueprint of the Wind Erosion Goddess Statue. Seeing these 3 blueprints, Han Xing's breath stagnated instantly, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. "Wolf, Chimera, Statue of the Wind Erosion Goddess. You actually bought it." As early as half a month ago, not long after Xingyu City was fully opened, Han Xing mentioned it. Let Lan Lan pay attention to the camp blueprints of those troops in the trading market. Now, there are only 3 types of soldiers in his territory. Although there are many of them, they are all melee units and have obvious shortcomings. Therefore, Han Xing wants to recruit some other types of soldiers to improve the system. Han Xing specifically asked Lan Lan to pay more attention to the wolf and the horned bull, which can be used as mounts. However, the survivors also know the preciousness of this camp map, so it is rare to see them take it out for trading. The ones circulating on the market are some low-level soldiers such as skeleton soldiers and earthworms. However, after Lan Lan's unremitting efforts, he not only found the wolf camp map for Han Xing, but also found an additional high-level soldier, Chimera. These 2 types of soldiers are what Han Xing urgently needs now. At this time, hearing Han Xing's shocked tone, Lan Lan was also a little proud. "Yes, Lord, I also feel a little unbelievable. Before, I offered a high price of tens of millions of spirit cores, and I posted it on the trading channel for more than 10 days, but I didn't find a single blueprint. These few days, our own people have found these blueprints one after another on some high-level sky islands. And when they heard that I was buying them, they gave them to me as soon as possible." After listening to Lan Lan's narration, Han Xing's expression suddenly moved, as if he thought of something. He took out the mask of the goddess Wu Jin from his backpack. Han Xing muttered in a low voice. Before, Lan Lan searched the trading channel for more than 10 days, but there was no blueprint of the army camp that I bought. And less than 2 days after I got this mask, 3 blueprints appeared in succession. Could it be that this is because of the additional effect of the 10 points of luck value added after I bound the artifact mask? The attribute of luck value seems a bit metaphysical, because it cannot be seen on the system panel. But now, it is hard not to suspect that it is related to this mask. However, Han Xing did not think much, but directly clicked the transaction. When the prompt of successful transaction appeared, 3 yellow drawings appeared in Han Xing's backpack. Han Xing smiled again, and he opened the private chat window and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Lan Lan." Because of the frequent communication with Han Xing recently, Lan Lan no longer felt shy when facing him at the beginning. At this time, Lan Lan smiled softly. "Lord, you are so polite to me again. As a member of your territory, it is my job to serve you, and I am also very happy to be able to help you." Lan Lan's tone revealed a sense of happiness from the heart. Han Xing nodded and stopped talking. When he hung up the private chat, he immediately couldn't wait to check the attributes of the 3 drawings. Wolf Camp Blueprint. Consume materials and build a camp in the territory where you can recruit wolves. The wolves are melee creatures and can be used as mounts. Upgrade the camp technology to increase the level of the wolves and unlock new skills for the wolves. The camp defense value is 200. Chimera Camp Blueprint. Advanced troops. Consume materials and build a camp in the territory where you can recruit advanced creatures. Chimera. Chimera is a dual attribute magical creature. The lowest is elite level, and there is a low probability of a leader level Chimera. You could upgrade the camp technology to increase the level of Chimera and unlock new skills. The camp defense value is 1000. Wind Erosion Goddess Statue Blueprint. You can build a Wind Erosion Goddess statue in the territory. Statue effect. Reduces the armor value of all hostile creatures entering the territory by 33%. The effects of multiple statues cannot be stacked. Awesome. After reading these 3 blueprints, Han Xing exclaimed awesome. Needless to say, the first wolf is the exclusive mount of the wolf cavalry. The 2 work together to rival elite monsters of the same level, and even defeat them. There is a saying that wolf cavalry without wolf can only be called cavalry. Now, they have a complete form. Han Xing said excitedly, "The wolf cavalry are blessed." As for the second camp blueprint, Chimera. As a legendary creature in ancient Greek mythology, it has a strange body shape with a lion's head, a sheep's body, and a snake's tail. When it attacks, it will spray corrosive venom from the snake's tail, and then spray destructive flames from the lion's head. It is a dual attribute long-range creature. And most importantly, this creature has wings. In other words, they have the ability to fly. The role they play is much more terrifying than ordinary elite monsters of the same level. Han Xing also clenched his fist and said, "Very good, in this way, I have the first soldier with long-range attack, and my strength has increased greatly." The third goddess statue has a very obvious effect, reducing defense, needless to say. Thinking of this, Han Xing directly clicked on all 3 drawings to learn. Then, he came to the outside of the Lord's mansion, chose a place, and directly clicked on construction. Do you want to consume materials? Wolf Totem *1, Fine Iron *1000000, Build Wolf Camp *1? Han Xing directly clicked yes to all of them. With his current resource reserves, he didn't need to check what materials were needed for these constructions. The Wolf Camp is being built, with 7 hours and 43 minutes remaining. The Chimera Camp is being built, with 17 hours and 23 minutes remaining. The Wind Erosion Goddess statue is being built, with 8 hours and 33 minutes remaining. After finishing all of this, Han Xing clapped his hands, and went back to rest with satisfaction. The next day, Han Xing just woke up from the bed, and heard the system prompt. Your territory building, the Wolf Camp, has been successfully built. Your territory building, the Wind Erosion Goddess statue, has been successfully built. Han Xing jumped up, and hurried to the outside of the Lord's mansion. At this moment, the 4th goddess statue also appeared in the citizen square of Wanqing City. The style of the Wind Erosion Goddess is different from the other 3 goddesses, and it looks mysterious and profound. Even the statue is covered with a veil, making it difficult to see its specific appearance. However, judging from the appearance of the statue, the goddess should have a good figure. Han Xing nodded with satisfaction. Very good, I am 1 step closer to completing the goal of goddess matching. Then, he came to the outside of Wanqing City, where he built the Wolf Camp. Han Xing clicked on the properties, and checked directly. Wolf Camp. You can summon Wolf to fight for you by consuming spirit cores, and you can increase the level of Wolf by improving technology. Wolf Bloodline LV1, currently can summon LV1 Wolf, every level increase, the Wolf level increases by 1, Han Xing didn't even look at it, and directly clicked the Wolf Bloodline technology to the limit of 45, which is the same as his level. Then, Han Xing directly consumed a large number of spirit cores, and summoned 500,000 wolves in one breath. The system prompt appeared. Summoning wolf, 3 seconds remaining. It takes 3 seconds to summon a wolf, which is nearly 29,000 a day. This speed is a little faster than summoning wolf cavalry. but it was still a bit slow for Han Xing. At this time, Han Xing thought, it seems that I need to find some props to shorten the summoning time and speed up my explosion speed. Chapter 264. While he was thinking, the first wolf had been summoned. A flash of white light appeared in front of him. In front of Han Xing, a beast covered with dark green hair, with a green face and fangs, and a ferocious expression appeared. It was nearly 5 meters long and more than 2 meters tall. Although it was only a 4th-level ordinary creature, it gave people a strong sense of oppression. In front of Han Xing, the attributes of this monster appeared. Wolf, 4-star ordinary creature. Level, 45 attributes, Strength 2454, Agility 2748, Spirit 2158, Constitution 2072 skills. Swift Assault, the wolf advances a long distance in an instant. Its claws turn into huge spikes, causing a lot of damage to the target and causing it to bleed. Horror Scream, it howls, shocks the surrounding enemies, causing them to fall into a state of fear for a short time, reducing their attack and defense power. Wolf Bloodline, activates the wolf bloodline in the body, greatly increases the movement speed, and reduces the skill CD. After reading the attributes of this wolf, Han Xing's eyes condensed. Oh my god, an ordinary creature actually has 3 skills, and the effect of each skill is so awesome. Brother, you are a bit of a waste of talent to be a mount for the wolf cavalry. Han Xing patted its shoulder, and said speechlessly, no wonder it is said that the wolf cavalry with the wolf can fight elite monsters alone. With the attributes of the wolf, any dog can fight elites alone. Speechless. But Han Xing still decided to give the summoned wolf to the wolf cavalry. After all, this group of creatures are loyal to him and dare to fight. Korean stars naturally won't be stingy with him. At this time, a group of wolf cavalrymen slowly came over. They did not see the wolves in the camp, but just sensed a familiar breath. After seeing Han Xing, these wolf cavalrymen holding silver swords respectfully said, Greetings, Lord. Han Xing nodded, Come and see your old friend. The wolf cavalrymen looked puzzled. Then, when they saw the tall figure slowly walking out from behind Han Xing, suddenly, the pupils of all the wolf cavalrymen shrank. They looked unbelievable, and even spoke intermittently. Lord, this. Han Xing nodded, well, this is a wolf. Next, I will summon more wolves to assist you in the battle. Perform well, wolf cavalryman. After that, Han Xing left here. At this time, the group of wolf cavalrymen looked at Han Xing's back with deep respect in their eyes. They clenched their fists and said excitedly, We will live up to the Lord's expectations. After walking away, Han Xing's serious face suddenly relaxed, and he smiled proudly. These wolf cavalrymen are so easy to please. Just summon a few wolves to them, and they are so excited. At this point, Han Xing suddenly shook his head and said, No, it's all thanks to my ability to control my subordinates. Lord Han Xing is wise and powerful, so he is naturally worthy of the loyalty of these wolf cavalrymen, ha ha ha. Han Xing couldn't help laughing, and then slowly walked back to the Lord's mansion. At this time, he suddenly saw 4 figures standing in front of him. It was Zhang Lianmen and Su Xiaoyang. At this time, the 4 people were looking at Han Xing, who was laughing, with a strange look on their faces. The expression on Han Xing's face instantly subsided. However, everyone maintained a tacit understanding and pretended that they saw nothing. Han Xing coughed awkwardly twice and said, You all got up. Everyone nodded. However, from their faces they couldn't help laughing. Han Xing knew that these guys were holding back their laughter. Han Xing pretended not to see it and said, Okay, today, let's continue to explore the Sky Island. Okay, Brother Xing Xinyun quickly agreed. After the awkward atmosphere passed, Han Xing also quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he immediately took out the treasure mask of the goddess Wu Jin, and turned on the special effects of the treasure hunting eye and the eye of wish. More than 1 billion resources were consumed. In front of Han Xing, the scene of yesterday appeared again. In the vicinity of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, light balls emerged one after another, some large and some small, as many as thousands. Han Xing also quickly remembered it in his mind. At this moment, Han Xing noticed that a light spot began to flicker about 50,000 kilometers away. And the size was almost the same as the Temple of Light they found yesterday. Han Xing was immediately excited. Maybe we can find a few more oracle books in this place. After putting away the mask, Han Xing directly controlled Wanqing City and rushed to the destination impatiently. After an hour of rushing, Wanqing City arrived at the target location again. As Han Xing expected. This time, they found a temple again. At this time, the system prompt appeared. This is an extremely ancient sky island with a lost temple on it. It once enshrined an ancient and powerful god, the goddess of night. Do you want to enter? Everyone was confused when they heard the hint. Chung Jianyong said at this time, Goddess of Night? Isn't there a statue of the goddess of night in Xingda's Wanqing city? Han Xing nodded. Chung Jianyong was right. Now, there are statues of 4 goddesses in Han Xing's territory. They are night, dawn, nature, and wind erosion. Unexpectedly, they encountered the temple of one of the goddesses here. After hearing this, Shen Yun quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay if it's the temple of the goddess of night. If it's the temple of the god of light, I really don't dare to go in. Chung Jianyong also laughed. Haha, who told you to inherit the power of the enemy of the god of light? Be careful that this guy will come to the Holy Spirit realm and specifically trouble you in the future. Shen Yun glanced at him and said, it's not that exaggerated. Although this guy is a little narrow-minded. But we saw yesterday that these gods can't easily come to the Holy Spirit realm, and they will be blocked by some kind of power. This time, there shouldn't be any accidents. Han Xing nodded. Yes, it was just an accident last time. We have no grudges with this goddess of night. She shouldn't be willing to pay the price to come to the Holy Spirit realm to deal with us just for a few ants. After hearing this, everyone agreed. Then, they followed Han Xing and entered the temple of the goddess of night. The temple of the goddess of night has a similar architectural style to the temple of the god of light. The bronze pillars and stone walls are majestic and magnificent. It seems that they were built by the same group of creatures. Inside the temple, they explored and found the guardian monster again. Night Servant, 4-star Lord level creature. The attributes of this Night Servant are similar to those of the Light Servant. At the beginning, the Night Servant was very fierce. Facing the siege of 5 people, there was only one ending waiting for this Night Servant. That was to be killed by them. When everyone's attacks fell on the Night Servant in turn, its light was directly dispersed. The kill information appeared. 2 yellowed papers and several black stones fell on the spot. You have successfully cleared all hostile creatures on the Sky Island, and now you can merge this Sky Island. Hearing the system prompt, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This time, there was indeed no unexpected situation like the descent of gods. Looking at the yellowed paper on the ground, Han Xing's eyes lit up instantly, and he hurried over to pick it up. Obtained Oracle Book *2, obtained Night God Stone *9. Very good. Han Xing clenched his fists. Now, we only need the last Oracle Book to build the Oracle Throne. If nothing goes wrong, we can get it all together tomorrow. After the excitement, Han Xing picked up the black stone on the ground and saw the item information. Night God Stone, a stone that contains a trace of the power of the Night Goddess. After collecting 100 pieces, it can be used to upgrade the Night Goddess statue, or it can be used as a Philosopher's Stone. Oh! The Night God Stone can also upgrade the statue? Han Xing was stunned for a moment. The Night Goddess statue in his own territory is still very effective. It can provide them with a 10% attack power bonus during the day and a 20% attack power bonus at night, which is a very good benefit. However, he did not expect that this statue could be upgraded. However, it takes 100 Night God Stones to upgrade the statue, which is far from this number. Han Xing could only put this idea aside for the time being. Next, Han Xing continued to lead everyone and continued the rhythm of yesterday. Time passed quickly. The next day, Han Xing once again turned on the special effects on the mask of the goddess Wujin. Follow the instructions of the highlighted area. Found the 3rd temple. Temple of the Goddess of Mist, as the name suggests. After dealing with the servants of the gods inside, Han Xing got 2 oracle books as he wished. So far, all the materials needed to build the throne of the oracle have been gathered by him. At this moment, Han Xing stood on the 10,000 stars, and was so excited that he almost cried. Damn, it's not easy. In order to build this artifact, he spent a lot of energy. First, he followed Wu Mior across the perilous Dragon Road and came to the Wu clan territory. Then he went to the Abyss Rift for more than half a month to improve everyone's strength. By chance, he obtained the mask of the goddess Wujin. Then, he also faced an existence outside the rules, and almost died there. After a series of twists and turns, he finally gathered the materials for the Oracle Throne. Now, he just wants to build this artifact immediately, and doesn't want to wait a moment. Han Xing clicked on the blueprint interface, and directly clicked on Build. Do you consume materials? Philosopher's Stone *1000, Shadow God Stone *500, Shining Terra Stone *500, Rhythm Black Iron *1000, Oracle Book *5. To build the Oracle Throne, red? Yes, Han Xing instantly clicked OK. In the warehouse, a large amount of materials disappeared. At the same time, a burst of red light appeared. The movement of this red light was even more terrifying than when Han Xing opened the first Sun Treasure box. The whole sky seemed to be dyed crimson. Everyone felt that a boundless divine power was gathering in it. Creating the Oracle Throne, read, 5 hours and 12 minutes remaining. This was the first time Han Xing created a special equipment of the artifact level, and he was shocked by the time it took. It actually took 5 hours, you know, even when creating orange equipment, it only took a few minutes. And now, it has increased by dozens of times. It seems that the attributes of this Oracle Throne are not ordinary terrifying. Han Xing could only suppress his excitement and began to look forward to the effect after the Oracle Throne was built. At the same time, the border of the Witch Tribe. Tens of millions of Witch Tribe troops are stationed here. The war equipment on the empty islands is always ready to start. Officer Corden sat at the table, listening to his subordinates' reports, and said with a strange look on his face, "You mean, since I scolded her that day, Vienna has been staying in the room and has not come out?" Beside him, the witch soldier nodded gently. "Yes, Commander Corden. Do you need me to call her out?" Corden thought for a moment, shook his head and said, "Forget it, as a priest, I still have to give her this face. As long as she doesn't cause trouble for me, I don't bother to care about her." After hearing this, the witch soldier said yes respectfully. However, what they didn't know was, at this time, Vienna was desperately hoping that someone would come to rescue her. She sat at the head of the bed with a pale face, holding her head tightly, and talking to herself. "No. I can't do this. If the high priest finds out, he will kill me." He won't find out. The high priest is in trouble now. Soon, several legends will come to deal with him, and they can't take care of you at all. After hearing this, Vienna shook her head and said, "No, it's still not possible. You can't force me to do this." The next moment, her face changed again. There was a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, and there seemed to be endless charm in her eyes. "Vienna, I didn't force you. This is the condition you agreed to. If you refuse..." Vienna's body stiffened, the charm on her face disappeared, and she fell into extreme fear. After a moment, Vienna suddenly raised her head and showed a firm look. "No, I can't betray the Wu clan. You won't succeed. The Lord Saint is a being of that level. He will definitely turn the tide and completely defeat the Shadow Legion." A chuckle sounded. "Vienna, the Lord Saint you placed your hopes on has been confronting the Shadow Monarch in the turbulent void for decades, and has no time to care about anything else. Don't you find that the Lord Saint of the Wu clan has rarely appeared in recent decades?" Vienna's face froze. At this time, the woman's voice sounded again. She chuckled. "Besides, what do you think the Shadow Legion is doing for so many days without taking any action? We have already launched a comprehensive infiltration of your Wu clan's territory. This time, not only you, but all the Wu clan priests who disobey will all die. The Wu clan will definitely lose this time." Listening to the woman's words, Vienna's eyes showed a panicked look. "No! Don't! Now, it's not up to you, Vienna." A terrifying breath burst out from her body. There was a slight tremor in the room. After a moment, Vienna opened the door with a pale face. It was the first time she walked out of her room in more than half a month. However, the soldiers who saw her felt that the 13th priest was a little different today. Compared to the previous Vienna, there was a hint of arrogance in her willfulness. Now, she had a bit more charm. Vienna walked slowly, her waist moved, like a flexible black snake. She began to stroll leisurely on the empty islands, just like taking a walk, walking casually. However, what the witch soldiers did not notice was, every time Vienna passed by an empty island, she would drop a black stone in a place where no one noticed. After these stones fell to the ground, they quickly disappeared, as if they had never appeared. After doing this, Vienna returned to her residence again. Chapter 265. At this time, Commander Corden listened to his subordinates report on Vienna's whereabouts. A thoughtful look flashed across his face. What is this woman doing again? He was a little confused. And at this moment, Corden suddenly smelled a strange smell. This smell was a little familiar, and his nose twitched a few times. Why is this smell similar to the Shadow Mist? But I haven't seen any news of the Shadow Legion's deployment recently. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. As an old opponent who had dealt with the Shadow Legion for decades, he was very familiar with this smell. The next moment, Corden's face changed instantly. "Damn, it's really the Shadow Legion!" Corden shouted at the soldiers below. "Quick! Sound all the alarms!" Tell them that the Shadow Legion is coming. At the same time, bursts of black smoke suddenly appeared in the Sky Islands outside, and within a few seconds, they began to spread rapidly. Commander-in-Chief Koden noticed something was wrong as soon as the black fog appeared. But despite this, he was completely unable to stop it, because the speed of the spread of the shadow mist was too fast. When the alarm sounded, the entire Wu Clan border defense line, thousands of Sky Islands have been covered by black fog. In the horrified eyes of the Wu Clan soldiers, they suddenly saw pairs of pale green eyes appearing in the black fog, and the number is increasing. Those eyes stared at the Wu Clan soldiers with scrutiny, teasing, and murderous intent. The Wu Clan soldiers felt a chill the moment they came into contact with these eyes. At this moment, the entire Wu Clan border was filled with shrill alarms. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The Shadow Legion is invading. All Wu Clan soldiers are now in a state of war. Koden rushed out of the command room in an instant. At this moment, the Sky Island war in the outside world had already begun. Countless Wu Clan soldiers reacted immediately and began to clear out the monsters in the fog. On the Sky Island, the war machines also released terrifying firepower. At this moment, at least thousands of attacks comparable to the lethality of the magic elephant chariot were launched at the same time. Boom! The terrifying flames rose. Millions of shadow minions were burned to ashes by this wave of bombing. Even the thick shadow fog was dispersed a lot. At this time, Koden frowned, holding a silver sword, looking at the scene in the fog with a serious look. As he expected, after the first wave of shadow minions was cleared, more shadow monsters were born in the fog again. Koden said seriously, the Shadow Legion was born in the mist. As long as there is shadow mist, more monsters will appear continuously. Only by eliminating all monsters and consuming all the energy in the mist can we defeat the Shadow Legion. As an experienced commander, he naturally has a deep understanding of the Shadow Legion. He knows what to do to win the biggest victory with the least loss. At this moment, Koden shouted, all Wu Clan soldiers, withdraw from the range of shadow mist. All chariots and warships, bomb with all your strength, and continue to clean up the ground. After receiving Koden's order, the entire Wu Clan border started to operate. However, Koden's order was only halfway through. He seemed to sense something, and turned his head suddenly. Even when facing a legendary strongman, his expression was calm and unperturbed. But at this moment, there was a trace of fear. Damn it! Everyone pay attention. All Sky Islands enter the first level of war. Inform the priests, the saints and others that the Shadow Army has invaded in full force, and the scale of this time is the largest in history. Koden looked at the black fog that gradually covered the sky behind him. With his concentration, he couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. However, what he didn't know. Now it's not just their defense line that has been hit. A large amount of black fog has risen in various regions throughout the Wu Clan's territory. Countless Sky Islands have been caught in the flames of war. Even Wumior, who was guarding the main city, sensed the information that the enemy had appeared nearby. The Shadow Army launched the largest scale attack in recent years. On this day, dozens of legendary auras rose into the sky, and a terrible war broke out in the entire Wu Clan territory. At this time, Han Xing, who was waiting for the Oracle Throne to be built, suddenly felt a slight vibration in his backpack. He took it out, and saw that it was the token that Wumior gave them last time. On it, there was a message from Wumior. Han Xing, the Shadow Army launched a full-scale war, and the entire Wu Clan territory has been plunged into war. Please try to stay away from the area where the war broke out. If you encounter an emergency, please contact me as soon as possible. I will rush there as soon as possible. Not only Han Xing, but everyone else also received the message from Wumior. At this moment, everyone once again felt the woman's concern for them. Chung Jianyong was surprised and said, damn, the Shadow Army launched a full-scale war? Wasn't it fine before? How come they started fighting all of a sudden? Everyone also had a bad feeling. This time, the Shadow Army's actions were too fast. It was as if they had been planning for a long time, and it broke out in an instant, leaving everyone unable to react. Shen Yun frowned and said, Wumior asked us to stay away from the war zone as much as possible, and said we could find her if we had any problems. But according to her, the entire Wu Clan territory is at war, and there should be no safe place. It should be safest to stay with the legendary strongman now. Brother Xing, can we go directly to her now? Shen Yun's words made sense. However, Han Xing shook his head and said, don't put your hopes on Wumior. From her words, we can hear that the situation is not optimistic. The Wu Clan has fought with the Shadow Legion for so many years. Not only did they not completely defeat the other side, but they suffered heavy losses. This shows that the overall strength of the Wu clan is actually not as good as that of the Shadow Legion. After hearing this, everyone's face sank. Han Xing frowned and continued to analyze. Although Wumir told us that we can find her when we encounter danger, but it is obvious that she is a little powerless now. In addition, Wumir has a main city with billions of Wu clan people who need her protection. So, it is better for us not to go over and cause trouble for her now. After hearing this, everyone nodded. This time, Wumir's actions once again won their favor. As soon as the war broke out, they sent them a message. They were not the kind of people who didn't know how to give back. Therefore, everyone agreed with Han Xing's suggestion. At this moment, Han Xing said, "Besides, we don't have to worry too much. Compared to more than a month ago, when we just arrived at the Wu clan's territory, our current strength is no longer the same as before. With the firepower of Wanqing City, it shouldn't be a problem to fight against ordinary legends." Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun's eyes moved. He knew that Han Xing was only talking about the firepower of Wanqing City, and had not yet taken into account the combat power of the 5 of them. Now, the 5 of them can hold on for a while in the hands of the legendary strongmen. If they explode, they can even bite off a few pieces of meat from the opponent. Moreover, what they don't know is, in a few hours, wait until the Oracle Throne is built. Han Xing's personal strength can still increase dramatically. By then, he will truly possess the strength to pose a huge threat to the legendary strongmen. Han Xing said, "Wu Mior doesn't know that we have completed the transformation of strength in this month. So, as long as we don't face the legend, the Shadow Army should not be as dangerous to us as imagined. We can even reversely support the Wu clan. My suggestion is that if we encounter the war zone between the Wu clan and the Shadow Army next time, try to help as much as possible. What do you think?" After hearing this, everyone immediately smiled from the bottom of their hearts. They knew Han Xing's character. Wu Mior treated them as true friends and treated them with sincerity. Even when his own tribe was in danger, he was willing to spare his energy to help everyone. For true friends, Han Xing always helped whenever he could, and he was willing to lend a hand. Cheng Jianyong was eager to try and said, "Brother Xing, let's go. Let's go and see how powerful the so-called Shadow Army is." Everyone nodded at the same time. They all held their weapons in their hands, and their fighting spirit was high. Wanqing City began to move. As Wu Mior said, the Shadow Army had completely invaded the Wu clan's territory. Not long after everyone moved forward, they saw a huge Wu clan sky island in front of them. It was covered with black smoke, and the sound of fighting continued. Boom! The artillery roared, and huge war machines loomed in the fog. Everyone frowned. This was the first time they saw the Shadow Army invade. It must be said that their methods were indeed weird. The entire sky island was shrouded in black smoke. With everyone's perception, they couldn't even see what was happening inside. Cheng Jianyong said on the side, "Is this the Shadow Army? It really lives up to its name. You can't see anything, but it's not a shadow." Han Xing nodded and said, "Let's go and take a closer look." Wanqing City continued to approach. However, before they could get close to the sky island, a huge Wu clan warship suddenly rushed out of the black fog. The warship was nearly 100 meters long and looked like a shuttle-shaped spaceship. At this moment, it rushed out with billowing smoke. However, it didn't rush out of the fog far before the warship. In the fog behind, several monsters with a body size of 7 or 8 meters, like black crystals, with prismatic spikes on their backs suddenly appeared. At this moment, this group of monsters stared with a pair of pale green eyes, and suddenly jumped onto the top of the battleship. Then they began to attack the hull of the battleship with all their might. Crack! Crack! Waves of metal tearing sounds came. This huge battleship made of high-grade metal, and with amazing defensive power, had its top forcibly torn open with gaps. The cabin was about to be breached. Thick smoke suddenly erupted from the muzzles on both sides of the battleship. Boom! Boom! Dozens of shells with destructive lethality suddenly blasted out, then turned in the air and blasted straight towards the group of crystal monsters. However, facing the bombardment, this group of monsters did not dodge or evade. They showed bursts of grim smiles on their faces. Even though the shells had already reached their heads, they were still attacking the ship with all their might. A second before the shells were about to explode, strong energy fluctuations appeared on these shadow monsters. Then, it exploded. Bang! The shells fell, and the flames rose to the sky. The warship trembled violently. When the flames subsided, the shadow monsters disappeared. However, the warship also exploded because it suffered unimaginable heavy damage. In the sky, The warship exploded into a ball of fire, and together, with the witch soldiers inside, it fell to the endless sky. Everyone opened their mouths. This was the first time they saw the appearance of the Shadow Army monsters, and they were also shocked by their fierce fighting style. Compared to the Shadow Army, the blood-tide monsters before were simply too docile. However, Han Xing and others did not feel much fear, because they had already seen it. Just now, although the group of shadow monsters were ferocious, their strength was equivalent to the 4th level elite monsters. With their current strength, it is just a matter of ordinary attack. Chung Jianyong said, "Brother Xing, this sky island seems to be quite large. Shall we use hellfire to clean up the ground first?" Han Xing looked at the sky island of the Wu clan in front of him, which was indeed very large. It was more than 100,000 square kilometers, equivalent to the area of a province on Blue Star. 500 hellfire silos, a wave of bombing, can only cover part of the area. After hearing this, Shen Yun patted his head and said, "What are you thinking about? I asked you to save people, not to kill people. Wash the ground. Aren't you afraid of washing the Wu clan people together?" Chung Jianyong slapped his thigh, as if he had thought of this. "You know, these Wu clan people don't have the function of teammates avoiding injuries. Although there is a probability of killing many shadow monsters with such blind bombing, but at the same time, many Wu clan people will die in the artillery fire. At that time, it will be fun." Chung Jianyong smiled embarrassedly. Han Xing shook his head and said, "I didn't sense any legendary aura on this sky island. With our strength, we can escape calmly even if we are besieged by a 4th level lord. Let's go in and see the situation first, and then decide which means to use to attack." After hearing this, Shen Yun nodded and said, "Brother Xing is still reliable, Xiao Yongzi, don't give random ideas." After hearing this, Chung Jianyong also spread his hands. Then, they directly controlled Xingyu City and rushed into the black fog. As soon as they stepped into the black fog, the system prompt appeared. "You have entered the shadow fog area. Vision reduced by 50%. Perception reduced by 50%. Everyone's expression moves slightly." Although these two negative states are a bit disgusting, they can be tolerated with everyone's strength. But if it were those ordinary Wu clan soldiers, this effect would be uncomfortable. You know, when the strong fight, they mainly rely on vision and perception to judge the opponent's moves. If these two senses are weakened, the combat effectiveness will also drop significantly. Chapter 266. Moreover, these Wu clan soldiers have not been able to escape from the battle in the area covered by the shadow, because this is their sky island and their home. There are more than 1 billion people, and a large number of houses and buildings on it. At this moment, Wanqing City, like a giant, broke directly into the fog. As soon as they came in, they heard bursts of shouting and killing from below. Flames rose and artillery roared. Han Xing and others looked closely. There was a huge city below, and a group of Wu clan soldiers relied on the firepower of this city to defend the plain below. On the city wall, a Wu clan officer stood on the commanding heights and shouted loudly, "Light more crow divine fires to illuminate the shadow fog." Below, the soldiers took out a bird beak-shaped cannon from their pockets and ignited it directly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, as bursts of red light rushed into the sky. The black fog was lit up in patches. It also provides a good view for the Wu clan soldiers. Han Xing saw this scene and was certain. It seems that the Wu clan and the Shadow Legion have been dealing with each other for so many years, and there is no progress. At least, they have found a way to deal with the negative state of the black fog. However, these crow divine fires can only light up more areas, and cannot really dispel them. More shadow beasts continue to condense in the black fog. They are like a tide, launching self-destructive attacks on the formation of the Wu clan soldiers one by one. In addition to these shadow self-destructing soldiers, Han Xing and others also saw. There are more shadow soldiers in the black fog. Shadow beasts, shadow flying dragons, shadow messengers, etc. At this moment, a humanoid monster with a body size of more than 20 meters and wearing a set of shadow armor jumped high. Its eyes, like other monsters, were filled with a pale green light. Its eyes swept across the Wu clan army below it, and suddenly snorted coldly. Then, it jumped directly in front of the Wu clan army with a rushing momentum, and fell down with a bang. Boom! The earth shook. In this wave of impact, at least hundreds of Wu clan soldiers were trampled into pieces on the spot. There were even more Wu clan soldiers, whose internal organs were shattered by this terrifying shock. The defensive formation built by the Wu clan soldiers was torn apart in an instant. In the back, the Wu clan officer looked at the tragic situation of the army, and his eyes were bloodshot. He suppressed his anger and said angrily, "Mobilize firepower and kill the shadow warrior first. Other soldiers, fill the gap and stop the other side from moving forward." After hearing this, the Wu Clan soldiers rushed forward fearlessly and blocked the shadow warrior's advance with their bodies. However, the shadow warrior seemed to be dismissive of the soldiers blocking. It just swung out the black crystal sword. Dozens of Wu Clan soldiers were cut in half on the spot. Puff, 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 the blood dyed the ground red. The Wu Clan soldiers suppressed their grief, stepped over the bodies of their companions, and continued to charge at the shadow warrior. However, the shadow warrior was too strong. The 48th level lord was about to reach that level. No matter how brave and fearless these Wu Clan soldiers were, they died in droves. At this moment, a dense stream of holy light bombs suddenly blasted out from the distant city wall. Defense towers like this usually have powerful killing power. However, the shadow warrior is not a fool, and will not stand there and let you attack. The shadow warrior snorted coldly. His figure disappeared instantly, and his agility attribute of 4,800 showed an unimaginable limit speed at this moment. The next moment, the shadow warrior appeared in the middle of a group of Wu Clan soldiers. The group of soldiers felt a strong breath coming suddenly, and they turned their heads blankly. Then, they met the pair of pale green eyes with a playful look. At this moment, a Wu Clan soldier reacted first and said tremblingly, "Attack!" Puff, the big sword slashed down. The group of Wu Clan soldiers were chopped into two before they could finish their words. The next moment, this shadow warrior turned into a human flesh harvester. He began to swing the big sword wildly and rush through the Wu Clan army. "Ah! Stop him quickly! Damn you! I'm going to kill you! Help! Help!" Puff! Puff, puff, puff. For a while, screams and fighting sounds played a melody unique to the battlefield. More and more Wu Clan soldiers died tragically under the big sword of the shadow warrior. And, what's more serious is that, as their defenses were torn apart, more shadow monsters came rushing in. The number was overwhelming. There were also some extremely terrifying beings hidden among them. There were no less than 2 monsters with light auras equivalent to that of the shadow warrior. At this time, the Wu Clan officer standing on the commanding heights suddenly felt a sense of despair. You know, that shadow warrior was already a creature at the level of a 4-star lord. With his strength, it was extremely difficult to deal with one. Not to mention that so many lords appeared at once, and there were also many leaders and elites of the 3rd and 4th turns among them. At this moment, other Wu Clan soldiers also saw this desperate scene. They exclaimed, "It's over, it's over, there are 2 more lord creatures. If we don't send a few magic elephant chariots here now, Anmo City will be captured today." Next to him, a soldier asked with horror, "Where are the magic elephant chariots and other ancient weapons? Hurry up. We can't hold on." However, no one answered him. A Wu Clan soldier patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't think about it. Now all the magic elephant chariots and warships are over there in War Eagle City. There are hundreds of millions of Wu Clan civilians there, which is the most important place on our Sky Island. Moreover, the pressure there is far more terrifying than here, and a large number of shadow monsters are besieging War Eagle City. They can only barely hold on now." After hearing this, the soldier's eyes were suddenly filled with despair. Before he could continue to speak, he saw the shadow army in the distance, which had already rushed to the front of the Wu Clan army under the artillery fire of Anmo City. The 2 sides began to face each other. The Wu Clan officer was talking to a green stone in his hand, as if communicating with someone. He said anxiously, "Report to the commander, the situation in Anmo City is very critical. 3 lord-level creatures have emerged from the mist, and are leading the shadow army to attack our formation. With my strength, I can only deal with 1 lord at most. I need more support here. Mobilize 2 magic elephant chariots, or 2 strong men at the level of commanders." The officer quickly finished the situation here, and waited for a reply. After a moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he said in shock, "What? No support? Why?" He seemed very confused, with a trace of panic in his eyes. After listening to the explanation from the other side, the officer said anxiously, "I know that the situation in War Eagle City is very dangerous. But I told you that Anmo City is even more dangerous now, and it is about to be captured. Are you just going to leave this side alone? There are also tens of millions of civilians in Anmo City." There was no answer on the other end of the call, as if it had been interrupted by some unexpected situation. Looking at the jade in his hand that had already dimmed, at this moment, the Wu Clan officer was completely desperate. He clenched his fist tightly, and his nails were almost stuck in the flesh. "Damn! No support. What should I do?" What should I do? What should I do? Now, can I only pray for a miracle to happen? Holy Lord. However, his prayers will definitely not be answered. Han Xing and others looked at each other. After they landed, they didn't act immediately because they wanted to observe the strength of the Shadow Legion. Then they thought of corresponding countermeasures. Now it seems that this wave of Shadow Legion is indeed very powerful. However, it does not pose any threat to everyone. Cheng Jianyong said at this time, Brother Xing, do you want to do it? Han Xing nodded, looking at the precarious situation of the Wu Clan soldiers' camp, and said directly, do it. After saying that, Han Xing jumped directly from Wanqing City. Whoosh! Whoosh! Others followed. Several figures passed through the thick shadow fog, passed over the Wu Clan army, and went straight to the four-star lords. Since the appearance of the human race is similar to that of the witch race. In addition, the fog blocked the view, so the witch soldiers could not see the identities of Han Xing and others clearly. They only felt a few mysterious auras rushing over their heads. The officer standing on the commanding heights also noticed Han Xing and others. A trace of surprise suddenly flashed in his desperate eyes. The next moment, he hurriedly shouted, Those guys, which special forces are they from? Come back to me quickly. There are many leaders and elites in there, and even lord-level creatures. Don't go head-on with them. However, Han Xing and others ignored it. Instead, they rushed straight to the area with the most terrifying 3 auras in the battlefield. At this moment, all the witch soldiers, including the officer, looked at them in confusion, as if they were seeking death. One of the Wu Clan soldiers said blankly, What do these people want to do? I'm not sure. Judging from the direction they are heading, it seems to be the area where the Shadow Lords are. Are these people going to cause trouble for those lords? After this person finished speaking, the Wu Clan army suddenly heard a sound of people sucking in cold air. Even though they are now on the battlefield, it does not prevent more Wu Clan soldiers from taking a moment to look at the 5 people. Just as they expected, these guys with some strange behaviors actually went straight to the 3 lord-level creatures, at this time. 3 battlefield areas. Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang cooperated to kill a group of shadow monsters along the way, and rushed straight to a shadow creature with a monstrous breath. Level 48 Lord Creature, Shadow Crystal Python. Shen Yun and Cheng Jianyong fired a gun and blasted directly at a huge monster that was 100 meters tall and looked like a war tank. Level 49 Lord Creature, Shadow Violent Bear, and Han Xing, together with Cole Ball, faced the Shadow Warrior. At this time, the Shadow Lord monsters also noticed Han Xing and others, and a trace of bloodthirsty killing intent appeared in their eyes. The next moment, as the Shadow Violent Bear let out a shocking roar, 3 Lord creatures suddenly pounced on them. Shen Yun raised the Holy Hammer, and the dazzling holy light dispelled the black fog. Angel Blessing, Honor Blessing, 2 states were instantly blessed. Everyone's attributes suddenly soared, at this moment. The group of Wu Clan soldiers, including the group of shadow monsters, all looked at the place where the holy light appeared. There was some confusion in their eyes. They seemed to be unaware of when such powerful beings appeared in the Wu Clan. Then, they saw the most shocking scene in their lives. On 3 battlefields, those beings picked up their weapons at the same time and launched their attacks. Meteorite technique. Boom! A huge meteorite burning with flames fell from the sky, smashing the dozens of meters long shadow crystal python to the ground. Spear attack. Cheng Jianyong burst out with a spear, and a terrifying impact force appeared, forming a 100-meter long gully in front of him. The huge body of the Shadow Violent Bear. At the moment it was hit by the spear, a hole that was transparent from front to back suddenly appeared in its chest. Like a kite with a broken string, the Shadow Violent Bear fell with a bang. Compared to the amazing battlefields on both sides of them, Han Xing's side was incomparably fast and accurate. When the bowstring was pulled, the nearby shadow monsters all felt a tearing sensation on their bodies. It was as if there were thousands of sharp blades in the air, cutting their bodies. For a moment, many second and third turn shadow monsters disintegrated at this moment. The Shadow Warrior also felt the horror of Han Xing's arrow, and the contempt in his eyes disappeared. The next moment, its figure disappeared from the spot. It seemed to want to use its extreme speed to rush to Han Xing's side to take the initiative. However, it was fast, and Han Xing was faster, when the arrow flew out of his hand. Everyone didn't even see the trajectory of the attack. Only saw the figure of the Shadow Warrior suddenly appear above his head. At this moment, there was also a hole in its heart that was transparent from front to back. The Shadow Warrior was severely injured, with disbelief and a trace of fear in his eyes, and then he fell straight down. Puff! The speed of the arrow was too fast, and the sound was not transmitted until the attack hit the enemy. One hit, the three lord creatures were defeated at the same time. This scene shocked the group of Wu Clan soldiers. You know, these lords are not ordinary 4th level creatures, but they have reached level 48, and are about to reach that level of powerful existence. But even so, they didn't have a single move in the hands of these people. They were shocked and murmured. When did our Wu Clan produce these strong men? Which legion are they from? Does anyone know? The soldiers shook their heads. They had never seen Han Xing and others. At this time, a bright ball of light suddenly passed over Han Xing's head and exploded in front of him. He turned around. It was the defense tower support from the main city. However, Han Xing's turn allowed many Wu soldiers to see his appearance clearly. One Wu soldier exclaimed, "Look, there are no secret lines on their faces. These people don't seem to be from our Wu tribe." Chapter 267. These people don't seem to be from our Wu clan. After hearing this, the other soldiers were also stunned. Not from the Wu clan. Then who are they? At this time, a Wu clan soldier seemed to remember something and suddenly said, "Wait a minute. Do you still remember the few human races that the saint brought back some time ago? Is it possible that they are these people?" Human race? A group of Wu clan soldiers were surprised. At this moment, the Wu clan officer also saw the identities of Han Xing and others, and murmured, "Human race, why would they help us?" Moreover, a 4-star lord was severely injured in one blow. This terrifying strength is even stronger than the leader of our Wu clan's vanguard group. Could it be that these people are legendary masters? However, he quickly shook his head and said, "No, it should not be possible to be legendary masters. If they are legendary, they can kill these monsters in one move." But no matter what, the officer knew that they were saved. Han Xing and his 5 men defeated the 3 lords with one move. The next moment, the lords got up from the ground again in anger, as if they wanted to pounce again. Han Xing glanced at the nearby battlefield. The defense towers poured out firepower, and artillery roared. More shadow monsters continued to emerge in the fog. A large number of Wu clan soldiers died under the impact of these shadow monsters. Han Xing said directly, "Quick battle and quick decision." After hearing this, everyone understood what he meant. Han Xing wanted to kill these lords quickly to reduce unnecessary casualties. Everyone no longer held back, but launched their most powerful attacks: chain fireballs, eagle strikes the sky, multiple bursts. Each of their attacks can easily tear apart the seemingly indestructible defense of the Shadow Lord. After being knocked down by Cheng Jianyong's gun, the Shadow Violent Bear could no longer struggle to get up. Under the rain of spear attacks, the Shadow Violent Bear roared. Roar! Roar! It kept waving its millstone-sized bear paws, trying to rush to Cheng Jianyong again and again. However, its resistance was completely useless. As Xinyan suppressed it, Cheng Jianyong's spear continued to cause heavy damage to it. On the other side, the Shadow Crystal Python also kept hissing in pain. Hiss! 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 Zhang Lianmeng's big fireballs vented out. Each fireball, like a missile blowing in its face, brought it unimaginable damage. It had never felt such terrible damage from a 4th-turn magician. The firepower that was like a humanoid weapon, constantly venting, made the Shadow Crystal Python almost desperate. However, the easiest side was Han Xing. After the cold ball weakened the Shadow Warrior's defense, each of Han Xing's arrows was an armor-piercing attack. Its body was like paper, pierced by arrows one by one. 15 seconds later, 3 Shadow Lords died, and the battle was declared over. This scene directly shocked the entire battlefield, hundreds of thousands of Wu clan soldiers. At this moment, they murmured, "My God! The 4th-level Lord monster was killed so easily by them. This kind of combat power is really terrifying. Yes, even those main city captains have never seen it before. Are these people really not legendary masters?" Several Wu soldiers said beside them. "Well, whether they are legendary masters or not, we can see from their behavior that they are here to help us. If it weren't for them, those lord creatures might have rushed into our formation and started killing people. Yes, thank you so much for helping us solve such a dangerous opponent." For a while, a large number of Wu soldiers felt grateful to them. Han Xing and others also received a system prompt. "Because of your righteous help, you have been recognized by the 37th Regiment and the 7th Special Forces of the Wu clan, and the Wu clan's friendliness has increased by 174. Han Xing glanced at the system prompt and no longer cared. Instead, he turned his attention to the battlefield in front of him. Although they had killed 3 lords, in the shadow mist, more monsters were constantly condensing to attack the Wu clan's formation. Fortunately, no new lord creatures appeared. Han Xing, who was observing the shadow mist, thought at this time, it seems that the number of lords that can appear in the shadow mist is also limited. Does this mean that other shadow monsters also have a certain limit on the number? Han Xing felt that his speculation should be correct. Otherwise, if the mist can really produce endless shadow monsters, it won't take long to directly occupy the entire Wu clan territory. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly sensed that a strong breath burst out from the city. It was emitted by the Wu clan officer. He actually has the strength of a 4-star lord. At this moment, the officer suddenly flashed and rushed to Han Xing and others. The next moment, he appeared directly beside Han Xing and said solemnly, "Several human warriors, thank you for your help. As the commander of the 37th Legion of the Wu clan, Ospa pays the highest respect to you." The officer bowed deeply to Han Xing and others. He did not show any airs of a superior. They were both 4th turn, but he knew there was a huge gap between him and the humans in front. Besides, these people were their saviors. Han Xing and others nodded. Now they were in the battlefield, so it was not convenient to communicate too much. Han Xing looked at the Wu clan soldiers fighting hard, frowned and asked, "Do you Wu clan not have enough manpower? It's been so long, and no reinforcements have appeared. If this continues, you will definitely not be able to hold on, right?" The officer showed a look of shame on his face, and then nodded and said, "To be honest, the Wu clan's combat power on our Sky Island is indeed seriously insufficient. There are many shadow monsters, and they are also very cunning. They know how to concentrate their strength and attack the most important areas of our Wu clan. Now, the main battlefield of this Sky Island is in War Eagle City, where there are hundreds of millions of civilians, including a large number of Wu clan soldiers, as well as magic elephant chariots and Wu clan warships, all fighting there. So, we really don't have any manpower to support here." Han Xing nodded. "I know, since you don't have enough manpower. We will take over this battlefield. Take the Wu soldiers, and go to other places for support." The Wu officer was stunned for a moment after hearing this. He asked tentatively, "Human warrior, do you mean that we should take the troops away, and you can deal with so many shadow monsters by yourself?" Han Xing nodded, "Yes. Isn't the situation in War Eagle City very critical? If you go there now, it should be able to relieve their pressure a little, right?" The Wu officer's pupil shrank after hearing this. "Are you serious?" he said in disbelief. "According to our understanding of the Shadow Legion, with the degree of shadow fog in this area, at least more than 3 million shadow monsters will be born." The Wu officer cupped his hands and said, "It's not that we don't believe you, but this matter is really of great importance. We still have tens of millions of Wu civilians in Anmo City. There are too many monsters, and there are only 5 benefactors. Once there is a problem, a large number of civilians will die." Hearing the number of monsters reported by the Wu officer, Han Xing was slightly certain in his heart. Because this is similar to his own speculation, the number of shadow monsters in each area is limited. Just like their area, there can only be 3 or 4 million shadow monsters at most. For these Wu soldiers, it is indeed difficult to resist. But with the current combat power of Wanqing City, it does not pose any threat at all. Han Xing nodded and said, "I understand. It's just a few million shadow monsters. It doesn't pose any threat to us." The officer named Ospu was stunned. However, Han Xing's words made him even more confused. "Besides, who told you that there are only 5 of us?" In the confused eyes of the Wu clan officer, he saw a confident smile on the face of the human in front of him, and then waved his hand. This gesture seemed to summon some powerful existence. In the dark fog, there were suddenly bursts of air-breaking sounds. It was like thousands of troops galloping in the air. The next moment, he saw the most shocking scene in his life. In the sky, a group of giant birds with a length of more than 10 meters, dark blue feathers on their bodies, and beaks of 3 meters in length suddenly appeared. The figures of the flock of birds were overwhelming, and the number was at least more than 200,000. Moreover, on the back of each giant bird, there was a green-skinned, strong wolf cavalryman. They looked at the group of shadow monsters, and their eyes revealed a strong fighting spirit. At this time, the group of Wu clan soldiers also noticed the scene in the sky and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Look at the sky. What kind of bird is that? Oh my god, it's so big and there are so many of them." The next moment, the overwhelming army of toucans suddenly pounced on the shadow army. Their target was the shadow monsters with flying ability. All the toucans were level 45, and in terms of quality, they were even much higher than the shadow army. In addition, each toucan had a wolf cavalryman who was proficient in riding on its back to control it. For a moment, the monsters of the shadow army were like a burning wildfire, which suddenly encountered a heavy rain and was extinguished in an instant. The huge wings flapped, and the shadow monsters were blown away by the terrible airflow. More were torn to pieces on the spot. Some were pecked by the terrifying beak of the big mouth and bitten into 2 pieces on the spot, although there were long-range units, such as shadow dragons in the sky, launching long-range attacks on the toucans. But the wings of this group of toucans suddenly retracted and protected their bodies just before the attack was about to hit. The strong defense directly resisted all attacks, and was completely unscathed. It took less than a minute from the contact between the 2 waves of flying armies. At least 40,000 to 50,000 shadow monsters were killed on the spot. In terms of combat power and coordination ability, the shadow monsters were no match for the toucans. The group of witch soldiers had seen this powerful coordination ability except in the elite vanguard soldiers. It was the first time to see that some monsters could be so flexible. How could their battle be so smooth? At this time, Han Xing couldn't help but sigh. The wolf cavalry is indeed a race that is proficient in riding. Under their control, the toucans exerted a combat power far beyond their own strength. They were even adept at aerial combat. And this was just the beginning. Before the Wu clan soldiers could recover from the shock, they saw an even more shocking scene. In the sky, black spots appeared one by one, as if it was raining lightly. The Wu clan soldiers looked at them, and immediately took a breath of cold air. Oh my god! What are those? A group of monsters with bull heads. There are also many green-skinned monsters, with such a strong and terrifying aura. Yes, these black spots are the army composed of hundreds of thousands of wolf cavalry and minotaurs. At Han Xing's call, all of them suddenly jumped down from a height of nearly 100 meters. The wolf cavalry and the minotaur were like divine soldiers from heaven, smashing heavily to the ground. Boom! The whole Anmo city shook violently, as if the earth was about to collapse. On the plain below, cracks as long as a kilometer appeared. The next moment, 500,000 wolf cavalry and 200,000 minotaur had already formed a battle formation. There was a surging fighting spirit and bloodthirsty madness in their eyes. Since the end of the blood tide, this group of minotaur and wolf cavalry has no chance to fight. For so many days, they are almost crazy because of their warlike nature. At this moment, seeing that there is another battle to fight, the blood of this group of fanatical militants has been boiling. However, they suppress the impulse in their hearts. Because, without the order of that man, they will not do anything out of the ordinary. At this moment, Han Xing also announced directly, "Go, it's your turn to show off." Hundreds of thousands of wolf cavalrymen and minotaurs heard this, and immediately cheered like a tsunami. Kill! Roar! The army rushed forward and directly replaced the position of the group of witch soldiers. Those shadow monsters did not stop for even a second when they confronted the wolf cavalrymen and the minotaur army. The formation collapsed directly. At this moment, the one rushing to the front was a team of wolf cavalrymen with a number of thousands. Under their feet, there was a huge and burly wolf. As the mounts of the wolf cavalrymen, they had a natural tacit understanding with the wolf, and there was no need to slowly run in. After getting the assistance of the wolf, this group of wolf cavalrymen wanted to show their strong fighting power to Han Xing. Wolf cavalry. Charge! 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 Thousands of wolf cavalry, holding high their silver swords, stabbed fiercely into the formation of the shadow army like a peerless blade. Puff puff puff. One shadow monster after another was killed in large numbers. In the back, more ground wolf cavalry maintained their formation, marching steadily and advancing continuously. Every second, a large number of shadow monsters died under their silver swords. Chapter 268. As the silver sword was swung, black blood flew. This group of wolf cavalrymen were like a group of knights going to war. They drew their swords and put them away in unison. It looked quite pleasing to the eye. Compared to the elegance of the wolf cavalrymen in battle, the minotaurs next to them were completely wild and unrestrained. They had only one way to attack, which was to swing the huge totem like a tree stump and smash it hard. One shadow monster after another was slapped away by the totem, and even exploded on the spot. Puff! Puff! The crystal shattered, and the black liquid splashed, just like the blood of this group of shadow creatures. The shadow army began to collapse. Looking at the shocked look of the witch soldiers, Han Xing said, "The shadow army is no longer a threat to us. You can take the soldiers to support other battlefields." At this moment, the witch officer seemed to have just reacted. He quickly replied, "Okay, okay." At this moment, he looked at Han Xing with respect and a hint of fear. This human's methods are too powerful and magical. How did he make hundreds of thousands of ferocious wolf cavalry and minotaurs obey his orders? Although curious, he also knew what was more important now. He bowed to Han Xing and others again. Then he came to the group of Wu soldiers and shouted loudly, "All Wu soldiers, listen to the order. The battlefield here has been taken over by these human warriors. Everyone, follow me to support other battlefields now. Right now." These Wu soldiers received the order and quickly came back to their senses from the confusion, and then followed their officers to move forward. The mighty Wu clan soldiers evacuated. Only a small part was left to protect Anmo City. Tens of millions of civilians were placed in underground shelters, and they didn't know what was happening above. Han Xing and others were also observing the battlefield of the Wolf Cavalry. As the Wolf Cavalry and the Minotaur began to show their power, the shadow monsters on the entire plain began to decrease on a large scale. The nearby fog was also becoming thinner at a speed visible to the naked eye. Han Xing said thoughtfully at this time, "It seems that these shadow minions are really born from the fog. However, the number should be limited, and with the slaughter of the Wolf Cavalry army, the speed of the monster's appearance can no longer keep up." Some confidence also emerged in Han Xing's heart. Before, in their impression, the Shadow Legion was mysterious and powerful. It even forced the Wu clan, a behemoth, to tighten its forces just to resist the invasion of the Shadow Legion. However, the victory of this battle also brought some confidence to Han Xing. The Shadow Legion is not invincible. Although, Han Xing also knew, the strength of the Shadow Legion that they had witnessed now was just the tip of the iceberg and was not worth mentioning at all. However, the great victory in the first battle also gave him stronger confidence. At this time, on the battlefield ahead, a large number of monsters were cleared. At the same time, there were some casualties among the Wolf Cavalry and Minotaurs. The number was about 10,000 or 20,000. Han Xing did not feel distressed. After all, it was a large-scale war, and casualties were inevitable. Han Xing spent countless resources and recruited a large number of Wolf Cavalry and Minotaurs. Wasn't it just for this moment? Moreover, these troops would also regard death in battle as an honor. Therefore, they were not afraid of the death of their companions at all. On the contrary, they were even more excited. Wolf Cavalry, set up the formation and let these rude Minotaurs see what chivalry is. Roar! Minotaur clan, let those self-righteous werewolves know what a real strong man is. Both troops began to compete secretly and became more and more crazy. As their attacks became more and more fierce, more and more shadow minions were killed. The battlefield gradually became empty. Many black crystals appeared on the ground, which seemed to have fallen from the monsters. At first, Han Xing didn't notice it, and when he saw more and more black crystals on the ground, he was a little confused. What are these crystals? Han Xing walked over, picked up a crystal at random, and saw the prompt on it. Shadow Crystal. After the death of a third-turn shadow monster, there is a chance that this crystal will drop. It can be used to create a Shadow Series rune, or you can go to the marriage shop to redeem it as a reward after collecting a certain number of them. Shadow Crystal? Shadow Series rune? Han Xing was a little confused. This thing sounds like the same type of material as the rune crystal. However, it can only be used to make a specific series of drawings. And Han Xing doesn't have any Shadow Series rune drawings in his hands, so he can't use it for the time being. However, there is an additional note on the system. That is, you can go to the marriage shop to redeem rewards. Han Xing was stunned. Battle marriage shop? Wasn't it closed long ago? I remember, there was nothing there. Do you need shadow crystals to exchange? Han Xing was a little surprised. At this time, the system prompt appeared. The Shadow Legion and the Witch Clan, the two major forces, have been fighting for a long time, and you have participated in the war between the two camps. Triggering camp mission, choice. Please choose to join the Shadow Legion camp, or the Witch Clan camp. Han Xing was surprised. Choose a camp? However, before he could think more, the system prompt appeared. Based on the behavior of you and your team, the camp has been automatically selected for you, the Witch Clan. The friendliness of the entire Witch Clan is increased by 1,000, and the current favorability is 1,963 comrades. The friendliness of the Shadow Legion is -1,000, and the current favorability is -1,000, hostile. The exclusive advanced battle marriage shop of the Witch Clan camp is open, and you can collect shadow crystals to exchange for advanced rewards. At this moment, Han Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. It turns out that shadow crystals are used here. Advanced War Marriage Shop. Not only Han Xing, but also Cheng Jianyong and others heard the system prompt at this moment. Damn! Advanced War Marriage Shop, and it's exclusive to the Wu Clan? Cheng Jianyong said in surprise. What's inside? Han Xing spread his hands and said, "Open it, and you know." At this time, there was an additional Wu Clan Advanced Shop option on their system interface. After clicking it, a wide variety of goods suddenly appeared inside. First, there were 5 colors of treasure chests: bronze, silver, gold, bright moon, and sun. The first 3 treasure chests, like the previous War Marriage shop, were unlimited for redemption. The number of shadow crystals required is 100, 1,000, and 10,000 respectively. The exchange quantity of bright moon treasure box and sun treasure box is the same as before. They are limited to 5 and 1 respectively. The number of shadow crystals required has not changed, which is 1 million and 100 million respectively. Han Xing thought, although it seems unchanged, it is actually much more difficult to obtain shadow crystals in the marriage shop this time. You must kill monsters above the 3rd level to get shadow crystals, and it is not 100% certain to appear. However, unlike the last marriage shop, shadow crystals can be traded this time. In other words, I can collect shadow crystals from others and exchange them for rewards in the marriage shop. Han Xing sighed at this time. It's a pity if other human survivors were here at this time. With their abilities, they will definitely help me collect a large amount of shadow crystals. And by then, as long as I use a little trick, I can get all the shadow crystals in their hands into my hands. Han Xing thought happily. However, he could only think about it. At the current stage, except for himself, those survivors can't even go to the land of the gods abandoned. First of all, the Dragon Road alone is enough to stop 99% of the survivors. Han Xing suddenly thought of something. No, maybe it's possible. As long as I can build an advanced formation, I can allow other humans to teleport directly to the Wu Clan's territory and skip the Dragon Road. Of course, this premise is that Han Xing can find materials such as the Void Soul Stone. Therefore, Han Xing's idea can only be put aside for the time being. At this time, Han Xing opened the War Marriage shop and continued to check the past. In addition to the 5 treasure chests, there are several blueprints in the War Marriage shop. They are Shadow Wizard Rune Blueprint, Gold, increase Spirit by 40 to 50 points. Shadow Madness Rune Blueprint, Gold, increase Strength by 42 to 52 points. Shadow Speed Rune Blueprint, Gold, increase Agility by 40 to 50 points. Shadow Tower Rune Blueprint, Gold, increase Physique by 42 to 52 points. These 4 runes are all golden runes comparable to the Destroyer rune. However, compared to the double attribute bonus of the Destroyer rune, the attributes added by the Shadow series rune are purer and more powerful. For survivors who pursue extreme output or extreme defense, it is a good choice. However, the number of shadow crystals required for these 4 rune blueprints is also amazing. Each one requires 10 million shadow crystals, which is equivalent to 100 million war merits during the Blood Tide period. In addition to the 4 blueprints, there are also some dazzling crystals on it. Shadow Divine Stone. 10,000 shadow crystals are required for exchange. Han Xing's expression moved slightly. 10,000 shadow crystals can be exchanged for 1 Shadow Divine Stone. It is quite worthwhile. And the most important thing is that the Shadow Divine Stones in the store this time are unlimited. In other words, as long as the number of shadow minions killed is enough, Han Xing will not have to worry about this high-level material. The rewards that appear in the War Merit store are already very generous. However, Han Xing noticed that there is another reward at the bottom. That was a blueprint. As the finale item of the War Merit shop, Han Xing also looked at it with anticipation. However, when he saw the attributes of the blueprint, his pupil shrank. High-level Ancient Weapon Blueprint, Psychic God Killing Cannon. The total store inventory is 1. Redemption requires 10 billion shadow crystals. Note, this blueprint is the only item, and only 1 can be redeemed in the entire server. At this moment, the shock in Han Xing's eyes could no longer be concealed. Including Chung Jianyong and others next to him, they also saw the rewards in the War Merit shop. Fuck. What is a high-level ancient weapon, the Psychic God Killing Cannon? This name is too arrogant, right? Directly kill the gods. Could it be that this God-killing cannon can cause damage to the gods? Like Chung Jianyong, everyone was shocked by the name of this high-level ancient weapon and the terrifying price. Han Xing thought, I guess it's not that exaggerated. We have contacted the God of Light before, and that guy said that he was just a trace of divine consciousness. But it feels more terrifying to me than those dragons. The true strength of a true god should be completely beyond our imagination. But it should be possible to deal with demigod creatures. After hearing this, everyone's pupils shrank. So far, they have not encountered a true demigod creature. If this high-level ancient weapon can really cause damage to demigod creatures, Then dealing with legendary creatures is even easier. At that time, if this blueprint is replaced, if a few more god-killing cannons are built, wouldn't it be possible to kill a large number of legendary creatures with one shot? At this moment, Han Xing had a strong desire for this high-level ancient weapon blueprint. Of course, the exaggerated 10 billion shadow crystals still made everyone feel hopeless. Even Han Xing was not sure that he could collect so many crystals. Han Xing said, "Okay, since we have chosen the camp, we must try to gain more benefits in this war. You have also seen the rewards of this high-level war merit store. It is very exaggerated. Each person is limited to purchasing 5 Haoyue treasure chests, and 1 Sun treasure chest. Moreover, shadow crystals can be traded. This means that we can at least exchange all those limited treasure chests. In this way, it is at least 25 Haoyue treasure chests, and 5 Sun treasure chests." Hearing Han Xing say this, everyone suddenly understood the importance of this war merit store. With the current firepower of Wanqing City, it is enough to kill shadow monsters in large areas, and obtain a large number of shadow crystals from them. It is definitely more than enough to exchange all these limited treasure chests. 25 Haoyue treasure chests can at least have a dozen orange equipment. In addition, the Sun treasure chest can open more artifact level equipment. If you are lucky, you may be able to open 2 or 3 artifact equipment, although the red equipment in the Sun treasure chest is weaker than some special divine equipment, such as the Oracle Throne and the Mask of the Goddess of Waken. But it is also much stronger than ordinary orange equipment. Everyone was excited when they thought of this. At this moment, Cheng Jianyong said excitedly, "You know what? After hearing what Brother Xing said, the rewards in the war merit shop are indeed a bit exaggerated. Even if we can't exchange for that high-level ancient weapon blueprint, as long as we exchange other things, it can help us greatly improve our strength. I can't wait to kill more shadow monsters." Cheng Jianyong clenched his fists, grabbed the war merits, and defeat the Shadow Legion. "Brothers, let's go!" Han Xing quickly grabbed him, and said, "Pick up the shadow crystals on the ground before leaving." At this time, everyone also saw the crystals all over the ground, and their eyes lit up instantly. With so many shadow crystals, it is estimated that they can be exchanged for a lot of rewards in the war merit shop, right? Chapter 269. The way to obtain military merit this time. Unlike the blood-tied monsters killed before, military merit can be obtained directly. Now, it is a kind of material dropped, and everyone needs to collect it. It is really troublesome to clean up such a large-scale battlefield. However, Han Xing does not need to worry about this problem. He directly ordered the group of Wolf Cavalry and Minotaur to start cleaning the battlefield. Hundreds of thousands of troops took action, and the efficiency was still very fast. It took more than 2 minutes, and all the shadow crystals on the ground were collected. A total of 270,000 shadow crystals were harvested. Han Xing roughly calculated. Just now, the Wolf Cavalry and Minotaur killed at least more than 3 million shadow monsters. But there were so few crystals, and the explosion rate was indeed a bit low. It was about 1 in 10, or even lower. However, it was still within the acceptable range for Han Xing. What surprised Han Xing was that, in addition to 270,000 shadow crystals, there were some unexpected gains. That is 3 shadow god stones. This number just corresponds to the 3 lords they killed. Han Xing thought, interesting, the 4th level lord can drop shadow god stones. In the war merit store, 10,000 crystals can be exchanged for 1 god stone, which is also a considerable gain. Han Xing put the 3 stones into his backpack with satisfaction. At this time, he looked up at the sky again. As the shadow monsters here were killed, the fog above his head gradually dissipated. Shen Yun asked on the side, "Brother Xing, where is the next stop?" Han Xing also showed a thoughtful look. Because the area of the Wu Clan's Sky Island is very large. There are many populated cities, like Ammo City. They are all resisting the attacks of the Shadow Army, and it can be said that the war is everywhere. According to the current thinking, the safest way is to go to those small cities, to clear out the Shadow Army and accumulate shadow crystals. However, the Wu Clan officer said, the largest populated city on this Sky Island is in the most central location. It is called War Eagle City, which is about 100 kilometers away from them. There are overwhelming shadow monsters besieging War Eagle City, which is also the largest battlefield in the entire Sky Island. The larger the battlefield, the more shadow monsters there are, and the more shadow crystals can be harvested. Similarly, the risk will also increase. However, in the previous battle, Wanqing City did not exert its full strength. Not even 1/10 of its combat power was shown. According to Han Xing's prediction, It is not a problem for Wanqing City to fight against the shadow army of tens of millions. Therefore, Han Xing immediately decided, let's go to War Eagle City. After hearing this, everyone was surprised for a moment, and then joy appeared on their faces. Because they had experienced the baptism of blood tide, they did not feel afraid. They also knew that Han Xing would not fight a battle without confidence. Therefore, everyone also agreed with Han Xing's decision. However, there is still a problem in front of them. War Eagle City is more than 100 kilometers away from them. If they want to control and rush all the way there, it will take at least 5 or 6 minutes. Moreover, they will encounter obstacles from other shadow legions on the way, which will take more time. Therefore, Han Xing directly ordered, Wolf Cavalry Minotaurs, all return to Wanqing City. Next, there will be more dangerous and more powerful enemies waiting for you. I hope you can keep going. In front, a Wolf Cavalry and a Minotaur had just fought a hearty battle, and now they were all excited. When they heard Han Xing say that the battlefield was more dangerous, they were not afraid, but more excited. They raised their arms and shouted, "Follow the Lord's order." Wanqing City began to shuttle at high speed in the shadow fog. Along the way, they also encountered many flying monsters to intercept. However, when the group of monsters had not yet flown over, bursts of lightning suddenly burst out in the dark fog. Swish, swish. The terrifying firepower of the lightning tower began to vent. Buzz, the entire dark fog space was instantly illuminated. Countless flying monsters were electrocuted into charcoal. Although the 2,000 points of lightning attribute damage from the lightning tower could not cause much damage to the 4-star creatures. But you can't stand the large number. If one lightning tower is not enough, I will use 10, 100, or even 1,000. No matter if you are a 3-star or 4-star monster, I will kill them all in one wave. It took 1 minute. The huge Wanqing City bombarded hundreds of kilometers, and came directly to the center of the Wu Clan Sky Island. Looking at the thick fog below, and the faint shouts of killing, everyone knew that the battle below must be very fierce. This is indeed the case. When Wanqing City slowly approached, they saw a huge city surrounded by walls on all sides. On the top of the city, there was a layer of light blue defense shield, trying to block those flying monsters. At this time, the city was being besieged by an overwhelming number of shadow creatures. The battle situation was not optimistic. The formation of millions of Wu Clan soldiers had been forced under the city wall. If they retreated further, they could only retreat into the city. And considering the defensive value of this city wall, it would be destroyed by the shadow army almost instantly. When these shadow armies enter the city, it would be a one-sided massacre. In this giant city, hundreds of millions of civilians will die tragically under the claws of the shadow army. At this time, the Wu Clan army was also trying hard to rush out and try to break this deadlock. Follow me. We must tear open a hole in the formation of the shadow army to create opportunities for the brothers behind. Support. I need fire support here. The defense towers in the city began to vent firepower crazily. Boom. The area in front of this group of Wu Clan soldiers was instantly cleared. Before the shadow monsters came up, a team of Wu Clan soldiers rushed over with difficulty. But within 10 seconds of rushing out, they were beaten back. There were still many corpses of the Wu tribe left at the original place. At this moment, the Wu tribe soldiers said in grief and anger, "How could there be so many elites and leaders hiding in there? Our special forces are not strong enough to rush out at all? How are the brothers above? Does the magic elephant chariot have a chance?" After hearing this, everyone looked up at the sky at the same time. Several Wu tribe warriors were controlling 4 hideous-looking magic elephant chariots, charging back and forth in the shadow army. However, although these magic elephant chariots were powerful, each attack could cause extremely serious damage to the shadow army. However, the number of monsters was too large and too dense. Seeing the magic elephant chariot emitting a flaming bombardment, it just cleared an empty area before it started to charge, for lord-level creatures came straight at them. Rumble. These lords were huge, and their momentum was earth-shaking, although the killing power and defense of the magic elephant chariot were comparable to those of a 4-star lord. But in a real battle, it was definitely not as good as a real lord. At least 2 magic elephant chariots were needed to be on par with a lord. Facing the sudden attack of the lord-level monster, these magic elephant chariots felt a surge of pressure. At this time, inside one of the chariots, a rough-looking witch warrior gritted his teeth. "Send me a few more magic elephant chariots. I will lead the people to fight out. If we don't break the deadlock now, we will have no chance later." Next to him, the operator of a magic elephant chariot hurriedly said, "No, there are only 10 magic elephant chariots in the entire War Eagle City now. The other magic elephant chariots are in the air, intercepting those shadow monsters that are preparing to airdrop, and there is no way to support you here. After hearing this, the warrior was immediately furious. What about the witch-patterned battleships? Give me 3. I will risk my life to tear a gap in the formation of the Shadow Legion. However, after hearing this, the man still denied it. There is no way. All the witch-patterned battleships are supporting the West Gate battlefield. There are too many monsters. They have completely surrounded the entire War Eagle City, and even the sky is full of their invasion. The witch warrior was even more depressed. What is the situation now? There are no reinforcements, no other backup. If this goes on, War Eagle City will be captured sooner or later. It's better for me to die with these lords now. The warrior advised again. Gould, don't be impulsive. Even if you rush out now, there are still so many lords outside. Our current task is to try our best to maintain the battlefield on the East Gate, and never let the shadow monsters pass. At this time, above War Eagle City, a huge witch warship, under the protection of the defense shield, poured fire on the monsters in the air. One shadow monster after another was blasted into pieces, and black crystals fell on the rain cover, like black raindrops. At this moment, a witch clan strongman wearing golden battle armor, and with 2 double-edged axes on his back was looking down solemnly. From this position, you can see the battlefield area of the 4 gates of War Eagle City. He can see that the situation on the battlefield is not optimistic now. Next to him, a petite witch clan female assassin, holding 2 black short knives with a serious expression, asked on the side. Commander Gus, has the main city replied to your message? We are in the jurisdiction of the Saint. Can she send troops to support us now? The strong man named Commander Gus shook his head. No. The scale of the Shadow Legion's invasion, this time, is far greater than before. Nearly 70% of the Wu Clan's Sky Islands are shrouded in the war fog of the Shadow Legion. Those Wu Clan's main cities are their key areas of concern. The situation on the Saint's side may be more dangerous than ours. When I sent a distress message to the Saint just now, she hasn't replied yet. Having said this, Gus stopped talking. However, the female assassin next to her was shocked after hearing this. As the subordinates of the Saint, they all knew that with her character, she would never ignore her subordinates' call for help. So now, there is only one situation. The Saint may have encountered an unimaginable crisis. Combined with her strength, it is even possible that a legendary war has broken out. At this moment, in the cabin, the other Wu soldiers who heard the conversation between the two suddenly changed their faces. At this moment, Gus sighed and said, "This time the Shadow Legion is coming fiercely, and wants to capture our Wu territory in one fell swoop. Now, we can only do our best to protect ourselves. Only by resisting the most dangerous early stage, and waiting for the soldiers in other cities to resolve the battle can we support War Eagle City." However, everyone also knew that this was Gus' words to comfort them. Even the War Eagle City with the strongest firepower and the most powerful people is in danger, let alone other cities. In just half an hour, Gus received thousands of distress messages. All of them were sent from other cities. So, let alone waiting for their rescue, it would be good if he could avoid being attacked by the Shadow Legion. And at this moment, Gus suddenly received a message. Thinking it was another distress message from another main city, Gus was not even prepared to check it. However, as the highest authority on this Sky Island and the commander of the 7th Legion, Gus still has basic job qualities. He took out the communication jade and checked the information on it with a serious expression. Then, Gus's stern face suddenly burst into a strong light. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. On the side, the petite female assassin of the Wu clan asked, "Commander Gus, what happened?" Gus widened his eyes and glanced at the female assassin. "Reinforcements are coming." Hearing this, the female assassin's body froze. At this moment, she also understood why Gus was so excited. At this juncture, the news of reinforcements appeared, no matter how strong the troops were. But this was tantamount to a shot of adrenaline for the desperate soldiers. Gus also wanted to tell other Wu clan warriors the news as soon as possible. So, he turned on the city radio directly. Gus's voice sounded over the War Eagle City. "All Wu clan warriors, I have received good news here. Warriors from other cities have already solved the Shadow Legion, and now the army is on the way to War Eagle City." After hearing this, the Wu clan soldiers were more shocked than Gus. But they were not fools. They knew that the current situation was not optimistic. Reinforcements. Where are the reinforcements coming from at this time? Gus also knew the soldiers' question, so he answered, "It's from Ammo City. They have ended the battle. Captain Osbu is leading the army to War Eagle City for support. Please hold on. We are not fighting alone. As long as we hold on, we will definitely defeat this group of shadow minions. For the witch god, for the Lord. At this moment, hearing Gus's firm words, they knew that this news was probably true. The pupils of the witch warriors, who were already desperate, burst out with dazzling light again. However, those witch generals who knew Anmo City were puzzled. It turned out to be Osbu? I remember that his strength didn't seem to be very good, right? Yes, Anmo City is indeed weaker in defense than other populated cities, and it doesn't even have an ancient weapon. Only one Osbu is still strong, with the strength of a 4-star lord. He was able to end the battle early, which was really beyond my expectation. Chapter 270. Not only these officers, but also Han Xing and others were a little surprised. They were surprised because the action over there was too slow. Chung Jianyong said on the side, "Oh my god, is this Osbu so inefficient? We have finished a battle, and he just arrived. It has been less than 20 minutes since Osbu led the army away." Han Xing and his men not only solved the battle, but also arrived at War Eagle City ahead of them. It was indeed much faster than them. Han Xing's watching city was hidden in the fog, observing the battlefield below. Here, it was similar to what Osbu described. The shadow army besieging War Eagle City was at least 10 times the size of Anmo City. Tens of millions of shadow minions launched attacks from the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and north, plus the top of the head. It was a battlefield in 5 directions. The more shadow monsters there were, the more powerful creatures there were. They took a rough look. They saw no less than 10 lord-level monsters. Chung Jianyong said, "Brother Xing, should we kill these lord monsters first?" The last fighting method was really good. First, they will kill the lords inside with their high-end combat power, and then the wolf cavalry and minotaurs will take over the battlefield. This will not only reduce casualties, but also improve the efficiency of the battle. However, looking at the shadow army coming like a tide below, Han Xing shook his head and said, "Let's not take action first. Now those witch soldiers are suppressed, and there are shadow monsters outside. This provides me with a good output space. So, we can bomb with the Hellfire Silo and the Magic Elephant Chariot first." Everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, the strongest in Wanqing City are not the wolf cavalry and minotaurs. The strongest means are the tens of thousands of advanced defense towers and hundreds of Hellfire Silos that Han Xing has spent countless resources to build. After many days, they can finally see the scene of Hellfire showing its power again. When they thought of this, everyone's heart surged. Han Xing also aimed at the battlefield in the East Gate area and was about to click to launch. Suddenly, a large army of witches appeared on the edge of the battlefield. They held up their swords, with blood on their faces and bodies. Looking at this, it seems that they have just experienced a battle. Han Xing looked closely, and saw that it was the witch army led by Osbu. At the same time, it was not only Han Xing and his team who noticed Osbu's figure. In War Eagle City, Commander Gus also saw the army emerging from a distance. A strong look of surprise appeared on his face, and he shouted loudly, "Warriors of the Wu clan! Officer Osbu has led the army to arrive. We are saved." The other soldiers were cheered up, and fought even harder. Osbu was communicating with Gus. He looked at the millions of shadow troops on the battlefield at the East Gate, and felt a sense of pressure in his heart. Osbu asked, "Commander Gus, all the Wu clan warriors in Anmo City are ready to attack the front line of the Shadow Legion. Please seize the opportunity and break the enemy's encirclement." Gus replied immediately, "Commander Gus has received it. Captain Osbu, all the soldiers in War Eagle City, and the Wu clan soldiers, thank you for your rescue and support." The next moment, Gus' tone suddenly changed. He gave orders to the Wu clan officers in War Eagle City. "Stop the fire support of the Northwest, South, and 3 gate battlefields, and start bombing the East Gate battlefield. Send 2 more Magic Elephant Chariots over, and make sure to support General Osbu. Before that, the leaders of each battlefield must hold on." The next moment, the officers all looked stern. At the same time, the East Gate battlefield ushered in a large-scale fire bombardment. For Magic Elephant Chariots, plus the newly recruited 2, a total of 6 Magic Elephant Chariots. They were full of fighting spirit, and all rushed towards the East Gate battlefield, watching the Wu clan army concentrate its forces to attack the East Gate battlefield. At this time, Han Xing frowned in the air, because this somewhat disrupted his plan. So, Han Xing directly took out the communication token in his backpack and sent a message to Osbu. "General Osbu, tell the soldiers in War Eagle City not to come out for the time being." After receiving the text message, Osbu looked a little confused. "Several human benefactors? What do you mean?" Han Xing said, "I have arrived at War Eagle City, and will launch a fire attack on the East Gate battlefield next. To avoid accidental injuries, please lead your team to retreat immediately. Ospu was surprised after hearing this. Has arrived at War Eagle City? Has the battle in Ammo City ended? Isn't this too fast? He asked in confusion. Benefactors, where are you now? Look up. Han Xing said directly. When Ospu raised his head, he looked at the sky covered by black fog. A giant sky island of the size of a giant gradually emerged. Ospu's expression suddenly changed, and a strong look of horror appeared on his face. Oh my god! He couldn't help but sigh. The next moment, Ospu seemed to recall what Han Xing said, looking at the Wu Clan army rushing towards him in War Eagle City. At this moment, Ospu hurriedly said, Go back, go back. Commander Gus, please give orders to the soldiers immediately, and tell them not to come. Gus received an emergency call from Ospu, but he also knew that Ospu would not joke about such things. At this moment, the Wu Clan officer who was about to rush out to meet Ospu felt at a loss. The next moment, they saw that Ospu had led his men to retreat frantically. Damn, why did Ospu run away? Damn, was this guy scared by the number of Shadow Legion? It shouldn't be possible. Running away during the war is a capital crime. Ospu will be nailed to the Wu Clan's pillar of shame for life. Ospu ignored these guys. He now only remembered Han Xing's words. That is to run as far as you can. Gus immediately issued orders to these Wu Clan officers, asking them to return to War Eagle City as soon as possible. The ancient chariots and Wu Clan soldiers who were about to charge over began to retreat into War Eagle City. The next moment, Han Xing directly pressed the button of the Hellfire silo. And 500 silos were launched at the same time. Boom! 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 As the pale green flames rushed into the sky. The sky of War Eagle City, which was originally covered by dark fog, was instantly illuminated at this moment. The eyes of millions of Wu Clan warriors suddenly became blank. The next moment, the hellfire with a pale green flame fell from the sky, and then landed directly in the monster tide. Rumble, mushroom clouds rose. The violent impact caused the huge War Eagle City to tremble violently. It was like a gust of wind at the original place. Countless Wu Clan soldiers were dispersed, including those Shadow Legion monsters. When the flames dissipated, those bombed areas were almost cleared at this moment. Among them, I don't know how many 3- and 4-star Shadow monsters were killed. Even those elite monsters and leader monsters were severely damaged. The blankness in the eyes of these Wu Clan soldiers dissipated and turned directly into shock. My god! What just happened? What are those green flames? Why are they so powerful? Oh my god, it's terrible. They have never seen a Hellfire silo. Its terrifying killing range can even rival the bombardment of the magic elephant chariot. Moreover, it was a salvo of 500 chariots. Almost half of the entire East Gate battlefield was directly covered. Millions of shadow monsters were directly taken away. However, this was only the first wave of damage from the Hellfire silo. At this moment, in those bombed places, giants with a height of 50 meters appeared on the spot, burning with pale green flames. Due to the limited killing power of the Hellfire transmitter, it can directly take away ordinary monsters of the 3rd and 4th turns. But it cannot kill elites and leaders in seconds. At this time, those elite and leader-level shadow monsters were suddenly hit hard and had not yet reacted. Then, they saw the dozens of Hellfires in the center of the battlefield. They seemed to know that it was these Hellfires that caused the current situation. A strong killing intent suddenly appeared in their eyes. They rushed towards the Hellfire giant one by one. However, as a 4-star elite, the Hellfire is also a special creature, so its combat power is naturally not vegetarian. Facing the attacks of monsters that are several times more numerous than them, the Hellfire is not afraid. Bang! Bang! Every punch hits, sparks fly. The body of up to 50 meters gives people a full sense of deterrence. Moreover, this group of Hellfires fights crazily, and they don't care whether they will be injured or die. Even the Shadow Legion, which is known for its ferocity, is still weaker in momentum than the Hellfire. In addition, those elite monsters and leader monsters have been seriously injured. As one grows stronger, the other loses. Each of these 500 Hellfires has exerted the strength comparable to that of a 4th-turn leader. Boom! Boom! A large number of elite monsters and leader monsters were killed by the Hellfire. In the distance, those Lord-level creatures saw the powerful fighting power of the Hellfires, and knew that they could not let these Hellfires continue to slaughter. For a time, at least 5 terrifying beings descended. There is a huge gap between the leader and the Lord. With these 5 lords, It is enough to kill 500 Hellfires. However, how could Han Xing let them do as they wish? The next moment, 50 golden figures flew out from Wanqing City. The dazzling golden light even illuminated the sky. At this moment, the group of Wu Clan soldiers looked up. They also saw the familiar figure. One of the high-level weapons of the Wu Clan, the magic elephant chariot. Moreover, the number is very terrifying, even more than the War Eagle City. At this moment, the Wu Clan warrior sitting in the magic elephant chariot excitedly said, "Fuck! 50 magic elephant chariots! Who is this?" Other Wu Clan warriors who controlled the chariots also exclaimed, "It's outrageous. The resources required to build a magic elephant chariot are very terrifying, and there are still 50 of them. Give me 50 magic elephant chariots. I dare to rush up and fight those shadow lords head-on." The horror of the magic elephant chariot is naturally needless to say. Its powerful attack power is 4 or 5 times that of the Hellfire Silo, and even the Fortuna elites and leaders will be directly killed. In fact, Han Xing did the same. Under the control of 50 long-trained wolf cavalrymen, the magic elephant chariot flew directly into the air. Then, all the magic elephant chariots raised their golden trunks at the same time, and terrifying energy was brewing in them. All the Wu Clan warriors looked frosty. They were very familiar with the action of the magic elephant chariot. It was preparing to launch an explosive skill, the fiery bombardment, and there were 50 of them. Even the shadow monsters below realized how terrible the concentrated fire of the magic elephant chariot would be. For a moment, at least 10 shadow lords were dispatched in the entire East Gate battlefield. They rushed into the air one after another, as if they wanted to interrupt the attack of the magic elephant chariot. But it was obvious that this was in vain. The attack of the magic elephant chariot had been charged. Buzz, the high golden trunk began to vent its firepower at this moment. No matter how fast this group of lord creatures are, it is impossible to stop the launch. 50 shells containing terrifying flames fell. Some hit the group of lords, and some fell to the battlefield area on the surface. Then, a terrifying mushroom cloud rose. The sky of the entire War Eagle City was completely illuminated. At least 2 million shadow monsters were covered by the firepower of the magic elephant chariot. Even these witch soldiers had never seen so many magic elephant chariots at the same time in their lives. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the hot light balls dissipated. Large pits with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters appeared on the spot. There was still a raging flame in the pit. And those shadow monsters, including lord-level creatures, all disappeared. A wave of bombing killed at least 2 million shadow monsters in seconds. This is the horror of ancient weapons. The flame bombardment caused 20,000 points of fire damage. At this time, quantitative change led to qualitative change. After 2 waves of bombing, the battlefield at the East Gate was emptied in an instant. Millions of shadow monsters, along with those leaders and lords, were all killed. This shocking scene made the Wu Clan soldiers gasp at the same time. At this moment, Commander Gus trembled and picked up the communication jade in his hand. "Captain Osbu, these magic elephant chariots are the reinforcements you mentioned?" At this moment, Osbu smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Commander Gus, I don't know either." Yes, Osbu really didn't know. Before this, he had only seen the powerful combat power of Han Xing and the other 5 people, as well as the wolf cavalry and the Minotaur army showing off their power. He had never expected it. In addition to these means, those humans also had more terrifying and shocking backup plans. 50 magic elephant chariots. It would scare people to death if they were told about it. In addition, those groups of pale green flames. At this moment, Osbu couldn't help but wonder, how many tricks did these humans have yet to show, ignoring the shocked looks of the witch soldiers. Under Han Xing's order, 50 magic elephant chariots began to rush to the other 3 battlefields. In this wave just now, he killed at least 5 million shadow monsters. The battlefield now was full of black crystals. A rough scan showed that there were hundreds of thousands of them. It was a huge harvest. Chapter 271. The crystals on the ground are shadow crystals. According to the 1 in 10 probability, there are at least 500,000 crystals. It can be said to be a huge harvest. At this moment on the battlefield, the magic elephant chariot is slaughtering Buzz. Everywhere it passes, countless shadow minions are directly killed. In Wanqing City, the Hellfire Silo is not idle either. Boom boom boom, the Hellfire keeps bombing. The number of shadow legions is decreasing at a terrifying rate. This is Han Xing's confidence now. As long as it does not encounter a legendary strongman, Wanqing City is invincible. At this moment, there is no need for the group of witches to take action. The giant island in the sky alone is enough to sweep the entire battlefield. The Battle Eagle City, which originally seemed to be in danger, was directly relieved of the crisis because of the addition of this powerful force. 10 minutes later, nearly 16 million shadow monsters have died in the terrifying artillery fire of the magic elephant chariot. The group of shadow lords were extremely anxious. However, they did not dare to intercept again. After all, the scene of the 10 lords being killed was still vivid in their minds. These lords could only watch the magic elephant chariot's rampage and continue to slaughter the shadow army. And at this moment, Han Xing's Wanqing city appeared above Jianying city. Its huge territory directly covered Jianying city. At this time, the group of lords seemed to remember something. They vaguely remembered that the batch of magic elephant chariots flew out from this sky island. In other words, the owner of the sky island was the owner of the magic elephant chariot. As long as the people on this sky island are killed, all problems will be solved. The next moment, a shadow creature that looked like a werewolf and was more than 30 meters in size suddenly howled. A woo! Then, at least 15 shadow creatures that were no smaller than the werewolf joined together and rushed straight towards Wanqing city. This looked like the last wave of attack organized by the Shadow Legion. At the same time, a large number of flying troops in the sky began to attack Wanqing city desperately. They even ignored the Battle Eagle city below. 15 fourth-level lords, plus the attack of the flying monster group. Faced with this scene, even the commander of the Wu clan, Gus, did not surround himself and could completely resist. He also saw the purpose of this group of shadow lords. At this moment, Gus's expression changed drastically. Quick! Go back to defense. Go back to defense. This group of shadow lords want to carry out a decapitation operation. On the battlefield, those Wu clan officers also realized the seriousness of the situation. They immediately mobilized firepower and attacked the flying monsters that were rushing towards Wanqing city. However, Han Xing did not feel a bit panicked, because so far, Wanqing city has not yet shown its full strength. When the group of monsters entered the attack range, Han Xing sneered. At this moment, all the defense towers in Wanqing city burst out with terrifying energy fluctuations. Psychic impact towers, lightning towers, including tens of thousands of corrosion towers, ice arrow towers, etc. all showed their power at this moment. Dazzling blue arcs, and tens of thousands of arrow towers attack, led by 15 lord-level creatures, plus a shadow army composed of millions of flying monsters, instantly covered by the powerful firepower of Wanqing city. Chi-chi. Chi-chi. Puff puff puff. The sound of the lightning tower eroding the flesh, and the sound of arrows piercing the flesh continued to be heard. One by one, powerful shadow monsters were hit in the air and fell down. However, more were electrocuted into black powder by the terrifying firepower of the lightning tower. A dozen seconds later, the millions of flying troops, plus the 15 lords, all disappeared in midair. They finally gathered their strength and carried out the decapitation operation. But they were declared annihilated before they even touched the sky island. At this time, the group of Wu soldiers were almost stunned. What kind of existence is this? Various powerful means came one after another, almost endlessly. How strong are they? Where is the limit of this sky island? No one among these Wu soldiers knows. At this moment, Shen Yun, Cheng Jianyong and others also had joy on their faces. Because so far, Han Xing has only shown part of the strength of Wanqing city. As the strongest five, they have never taken action. Including the other major force of Wanqing city, millions of wolf cavalry and minotaurs, they also remain motionless. So, even facing the shadow army of 20 to 30 million, Wanqing city still seemed to be at ease. When the decapitation operation planned by the group of shadow lords failed, they knew that they could not take down the Wu clan island today. But despite this, they still would not retreat. This is the difference between shadow monsters and blood-tide monsters. They will not feel fear, nor will they run away. Even if faced with a one-sided massacre, they will fight to the last moment. Of course, Han Xing didn't tolerate them. He started bombing continuously. 5 minutes later, there was only one shadow monster left. Facing the encirclement of dozens of magic elephant chariots in the air, no matter how crazy he was, he felt a little trembling at this time. A smile appeared on Han Xing's mouth. Bomb it! After receiving Han Xing's order, one of the magic elephant chariots raised its trunk. Then, a terrifying shell fell instantly. At this moment, facing the bombing of the magic elephant chariot, the shadow monster felt very speechless. I am just an ordinary monster of the 3rd level. You use ancient weapons to bomb me? Are you human? Han Xing ignored the resentment of the monster. When the terrifying smoke and dust dissipated, the battle was declared over. Han Xing controlled Wanqing city to land slowly. Regardless of the millions of which soldiers in War Eagle City, they were shocked and had a little fear in their eyes. Han Xing directly ordered the Wolf Riders and Minotaurs to go down and clean up the battlefield. In the half-hour massacre just now, they killed at least more than 30 million shadow monsters. Below, scattered shadow crystals were everywhere on the battlefields in the east, west, south, and north. Han Xing's eyes showed a strong joy. According to the proportion, he could harvest at least 3 million shadow crystals in this wave, which was enough to exchange for 3 Haiyue treasure chests, just when Han Xing was about to go down and clean up the battlefield together. In the distance, a man with an excited smile on his face, wearing the uniform of a witch officer, walked quickly towards Han Xing. This person was Ospu. After seeing Han Xing's side resolve the battle, Ospu rushed over as soon as possible. He looked at Han Xing and said excitedly, "Several human warriors, I didn't expect to meet again so soon. You just rescued our Anmo city, and now you have rescued hundreds of millions of civilians in War Eagle City. With such combat power and such a broad mind, you are worthy of being recognized by OSP." He became more and more excited as he spoke. At this time, Han Xing received a system prompt. "Due to your outstanding performance, you have been recognized by OSP, the leader of the 37th Legion of the Wu Clan, and the task favorability interface has been unlocked." Hearing this system prompt, Han Xing felt a little surprised. Since the last time Wumir's favorability was unlocked, he has not had any contact with the NPCs of this world. At present, it seems that he can unlock the favorability interface by doing something that moves the other party. Han Xing checked the favorability interface. Wumir favorability, 80, trust, OSB favorability, 63, friendly. There are only 2 names on it. Compared to Wumir's favorability of 80 points, he has already regarded him as a trustworthy partner. At present, Ospu only regards Han Xing and others as a group of good friends. This favorability interface can only reflect the benefits of the natives to him, and there is no substantial reward. So Han Xing didn't care much. However, just when he thought of this, he saw Ospu took out a yellowed paper from his waist bag. He looked at Han Xing and said excitedly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I don't need to thank you for your kindness. I have a secret medicine formula here. I hope you can accept it." At this time, Han Xing was stunned. What the hell? Is this a reward after unlocking the character's favorability? When he heard Ospu say that this was still his secret medicine formula, Han Xing's breathing suddenly became a little rapid. They had heard about it before. The Wu clan is good at refining secret medicines, and some of them can even have an effect on legends. However, Han Xing has never known how to master the formulas of these secret medicines. Now, a way is provided for him. That is, unlock the character's favorability, and the Wu clan natives will give him a formula reward. Of course, this way is just Han Xing's guess. Whether it is true or not needs to be verified later. At this moment, looking at the yellowed paper in Ospu's hand, Han Xing didn't say anything polite to him and directly reached out to take it. The system prompt appeared. Get the Wu clan secret medicine formula. Fire element affinity secret medicine, advanced. Seeing the name of this secret medicine, Han Xing narrowed his eyes. Then, he checked the introduction on the drawing. Fire element affinity secret medicine, advanced. After taking it, it can increase the survivor's own affinity for the fire element, increase all fire damage by 25%, and the effect lasts for 180 seconds. Note, advanced secret medicine can only work on creatures below level 50, and is ineffective for creatures above level 50. Note 2. Due to the confusion of drug elements, survivors can only take one secret medicine at the same time. Han Xing thought for a moment. The effect of this secret medicine is a bit special, only increasing the damage of a single element. Among the 5 people, only he and Zhang Lianmeng can use it. Needless to say, the elemental mage has so many fire skills. The reason why Han Xing thinks he can use it is because he also has a fire damage skill, explosive arrow. For strong people of their level, a 25% increase is not a small amount, enough to increase their damage to a higher level. You know, the formulas for the secret medicine of life, and the secret medicine of the power of the wild bear that he had obtained before. As the levels of the people increased, they became ineffective. This formula can still help a lot. Han Xing was also satisfied, and clicked it directly to learn. Then, he looked at Ospu in front of him and said, "Officer Ospu, thank you very much. This secret medicine formula is of great help to me." Ospu heard Han Xing's thanks, and immediately said with trepidation, "My benefactor, you are serious. Compared with the help of several people, a formula is not worth mentioning at all. It is my honor to help you. Please don't be polite." Han Xing smiled and nodded after hearing this. Just as he was talking to Osbu, a magic elephant chariot approached them cautiously. The person on it was the commander of this war, Gus. At first, when he saw Han Xing and others, he still maintained a fearful mentality and did not dare to approach. Including other soldiers, there was a trace of fear and vigilance in their hearts, because they saw the identity of Han Xing and the others. But before they could react, they saw Osbu had walked over and had a good chat with these humans. Gus couldn't hold back his curiosity, so he plucked up the courage to approach them. Osbu, who are these people? Gus's voice came from behind, interrupting Osbu, who was talking. Hearing a familiar voice, Osbu quickly turned around and introduced the situation of Han Xing and others to Gus. During Osbu's narration, Gus kept nodding and looked at Han Xing with shock from time to time. And when he heard Osbu say that Anmo City was also rescued by these humans, his eyes were already filled with admiration. At this moment, Gus passed Osbu, strode over, and saluted Han Xing. Thank you for the help of the human warriors. Commander-in-Chief of the 7th Legion of the Wu Clan, Gus pays you the highest respect. Han Xing waved his hand, and was about to say it was nothing. But he saw Gus directly speaking to the soldiers behind him. War Eagle City, all soldiers of the 7th Legion listen to the order. These human beings have just rescued tens of millions of civilians in Anmo City, and now they have rescued hundreds of millions of civilians in our War Eagle City. Their noble character deserves our highest respect. Everyone salute. Gus stood straight and saluted Han Xing and others. The group of Wu soldiers were still a little confused at first. However, when they heard the commander say that these people had rescued a city and rushed to rescue War Eagle City without stopping, even the Wu clan warriors, who were somewhat resistant to their human identity, could not help but be moved at this moment. So, they followed Gus's actions and saluted together. Swish! Swish, swish, swish. Millions of Wu clan soldiers moved in unison, including the special forces led by Osbu. They all paid the highest respect to Han Xing. They looked at Han Xing and the other 5 with fiery eyes. Being stared at by so many eyes, that fiery gaze, even with Han Xing's mentality of having experienced many storms, was a little embarrassed at this moment. Han Xing coughed lightly twice, and was about to tell the commander not to be so polite. And at this moment, he suddenly heard a system prompt. Because of your outstanding performance and meritorious service in killing the enemy, you have been recognized by everyone in the 7th Legion of the Wu Clan, and the Wu Clan's overall favorability has increased by 732. The Wu Clan's favorability level has risen, currently, 2695, respect. At this time, the Wu Clan soldiers looked at Han Xing with strong admiration. Chapter 272. No matter what race or status Han Xing and his companions are, they all admire the strong. Not to mention, these humans have saved so many of them. They deserve the highest respect from these soldiers. Hearing the system prompt, Han Xing was also delighted. This war is really a good place to increase favorability. It added more than 700 points of favorability. It is even comparable to the task of escorting Wu Miao in her childhood. Although he was excited, Han Xing still maintained an attitude of indifference and said, Commander Gus is polite. We are close friends with the saint of your tribe. We can't bear to see her people in crisis. Dealing with these shadow legions is also our responsibility. Before this, OSB had introduced the identities of both parties, so Han Xing knew his name. After hearing this, Gus was immediately excited and said, Several human warriors, you are so noble and upright, you drew your swords to help us. It is a great honor for our Wu clan to meet you. The system prompt appeared. Your performance has impressed the Wu clan commander, Gus, and you have successfully gained his recognition. The character's favorability has been unlocked. Hearing this system prompt, Han Xing's face lit up. It seems that his speculation is correct. Through some conversations and things, the favorability of these aborigines can be unlocked. The third name appeared on the favorability interface. Gus favorability, 67, friends, 67 points of favorability, even higher than Osbu. However, Han Xing thought about it, and felt that it was reasonable. After all, the difficulty of rescuing War Eagle City is completely different from that of Anmo City. It is normal for Gus to add a few more points of favorability. At this moment, Han Xing looked at Gus with some expectation. Seeing Han Xing's eager eyes, Gus didn't seem to understand what happened. So he asked, Warrior Han Xing, were you injured in the battle just now? I see that your face seems a little uncomfortable. After hearing this, everyone looked at Han Xing. Including Osbu, who was standing next to him. There was a look of concern in his eyes. Han Xing was speechless after hearing this. These witches, don't they have any sense at all? Didn't you see that I almost wrote the 3 words "I want benefits" on my face? And you can't see this? However, for the reward, Han Xing still pretended to say, I was indeed injured a little. I was accidentally attacked by the Shadow Lord's mental attack just now. My head is still a little dizzy. After saying that, Han Xing also held his forehead. He spoke in a serious manner, as if he had really suffered some serious trauma, and he would occasionally glance at Gus. However, Zhang Lianming and others, who had been staying with Han Xing, had a strange look on their faces. They knew that from the beginning to the end of the battle, Han Xing did not even move a step, let alone get hurt. Seeing Han Xing like this, Gus's eyes suddenly showed a worried look. Gus said with emotion, Warrior Han Xing has really paid too much for our Wu clan. You have saved not only the millions of Wu clan warriors in our War Eagle City, but also the hundreds of millions of civilians and happy families. If it weren't for the warrior Han Xing unconsciously showed a hint of joy at the corner of his mouth. That's right, that's it. Keep talking, I love to hear it. Han Xing doesn't mind these officers praising themselves more. But don't just praise them. What about the reward? When will it be given to me? However, the more Gus talked, the more admiration he had in his eyes, and there was no sign of taking anything out. At this time, the system prompt appeared. Because of your behavior, you have impressed Commander Gus, and the character's favorability has been improved. Current favorability, 71, close friend. Hearing this prompt, Han Xing was stunned. What does it mean? Favorability improvement? Han Xing suddenly thought of something? Could it be that in order to get Gus's reward, his favorability must be improved to a certain level? The more Han Xing thought about it, the more he felt that his speculation made sense. After all, the reason why OSB gave him a reward when his favorability was more than 60 was because his status was much worse than Gus. And as the commander-in-chief of a legion, Gus's reward must be more precious. So, it is normal to ask for a higher favorability, right? Thinking of this, Han Xing felt that his speculation was true. So, he began to pretend. At this time, he was like an old lady who was trying to scam people, feeling uncomfortable here and there, trying to win Gus's sympathy. The eyes of the crowd became more and more strange. However, this Gus was really smart. Not only was he constantly concerned about Han Xing, but the system prompts kept appearing. Because of your behavior, you have impressed Commander Gus, and the character's favorability has increased. Because of your behavior, Gus's favorability was constantly rising. It broke through the 80 mark in a short while. It has officially reached the level of trust, the same as Wumior. Han Xing breathed a sigh of relief quietly. It has come to this point, you should give me a reward, right? Although, as the favorability increased, Gus's expression when he looked at him became more and more wrong. From the original admiration, it has become mixed with some other emotions. Every time Han Xing looked at him, the distressed look would give him goosebumps. But for the reward, for the secret medicine formula, Han Xing endured it. However, Gus still did not take out anything. This made Han Xing a little confused. Could it be that not all NPCs will have rewards for unlocking favorability? Feeling that the officer's eyes were getting more and more wrong, Han Xing was going to give up the reward on him, so he interrupted. Commander Gus, I don't think I'm going to be alright. I see that many cities on your island are still in danger. If everything is fine here, I go to support other cities first. He changed the subject, as if to divert Gus's attention. After hearing this, Gus immediately said loudly, Warrior Han Xing, when you were injured, you still cared about the safety of other witches. I can't even do this kind of integrity. Warrior Han Xing, please accept my greetings again. System prompt. Your performance has moved Commander Gus, and your favorability has increased. The current favorability is 82, relatives and friends. At this moment, Han Xing's mouth twitched again. Damn, you're almost done? I just said a few words, and you added so much favorability to me? Are all of you Wu people so easy to fool? 82 points of favorability, which has already surpassed Wumior. At this moment, Commander Gus suddenly took 2 steps forward and wanted to get close to Han Xing. Looking at the Wu commander's actions, Han Xing subconsciously took a half step back. Fuck, just talk if you want to, why do you stay so long? You don't really want to happen anything to me, do you? Looking at Han Xing's horrified eyes, Gus seemed to know that he was a little too enthusiastic. So, he sighed a little disappointed. Han Xing couldn't help complaining in his heart again. What are you sighing for? Next to him, Zhang Lianmeng, Su Xiaoyang and others have already seen Han Xing's purpose. However, this officer seems a little clumsy, and still doesn't understand what he means. They also saw Han Xing's constipated expression, and they couldn't help laughing. Gus said at this time, Warrior Han Xing, now is a war time. As you said, There are still many Wu people waiting for our rescue. I won't bother you here for now." At this time, Gus took out a yellowed page from his arms and handed it to Han Xing. "This time, warrior Han Xing rescued hundreds of millions of civilians in my War Eagle city. I am grateful for your kindness. Here is a high-level secret medicine formula unique to the Wu tribe. I hope you can accept it." At this time, Han Xing, who was ready to give up, suddenly lit up his eyes. "Damn, is it finally here?" Sure enough, hard work pays off. Han Xing coughed twice and said, "Commander Gus is too polite. But since you are so serious, I will accept it with all my heart. Just treat it as making friends." Hearing Han Xing say this, Gu's expression suddenly changed. After giving the secret medicine formula in his hand to Han Xing, the system prompt appeared. "The secret medicine formula of the Witch Clan has been obtained. The secret medicine of the Wings of the Wind, advanced. Secret medicine of the Wings of the Wind, advanced. After taking it, it can increase the agility of the survivor by 25% and gain the ability to float, and the effect lasts for 180 seconds. Note: advanced secret medicine can have an effect on creatures below level 50, and it is ineffective for creatures above level 50. Note 2. Due to the confusion of drug elements, survivors can only take one secret medicine at the same time." Seeing the properties of this secret medicine formula, Han Xing's pupil shrank. This is actually what he wants most, the secret medicine formula that can increase the agility attribute. For Han Xing, this secret medicine can have a much more than 25% improvement effect. With the superposition of multiple special effects, it can even increase his attack by more than 50%. If it is said that Han Xing's full burst before could only barely hurt the legendary strongman, now he has the strength to threaten the legend. Not to mention, in more than an hour, his other artifact equipment will be successfully built. By then, Han Xing's strength will truly usher in a transformation. Han Xing was so excited that he even wanted to find a legend to shoot him with an arrow. At this time, Gus's words interrupted Han Xing's thoughts. "Warrior Han Xing, you should have the communication jade stone used exclusively by my Witch Clan, right?" Han Xing nodded yes. "What's the matter?" Gus said, "If it's convenient, please give it to me, Warrior Han Xing." Han Xing didn't think much about it, and handed the communication jade stone to Gus directly. Gus also smiled. After a moment, he returned the jade to Han Xing and said, "Thank you, Warrior Han Xing. My contact number has been recorded on the jade. In the future, if you encounter any trouble or difficulty in the Wu Clan territory, you can contact me as soon as possible. Although, my strength may not be worth mentioning in front of you. But as long as you ask, I will do my best to help you." Han Xing touched the jade in his hand, and he felt that there was indeed an extra contact number on it. Although, as Gus said, his strength was not strong enough for Han Xing. But Gus's promise did not represent him alone. As the commander of the 7th Legion, Gus has the authority to mobilize the millions of Wu Clan soldiers in the entire Legion. In other words, Gus also has a considerable say in the Wu Clan. Next, Han Xing is also preparing to open a trading channel for the Wu Clan. If Gus's support is available, it will surely be much smoother. Thinking of this, Han Xing put away the jade and thanked him solemnly. Han would like to thank Commander Gus. Gus bowed and said, "It's just a small favor. Warrior Han Xing, you don't have to be polite. Besides, aren't we friends?" When he said the last few words, his tone revealed an inexplicable meaning. Han Xing couldn't help but shudder and cough twice. Gus smiled and shook his head and said, "Since the human warriors still have things to do, and I also have to go to the Battle Eagle City to make post-war adjustments, I won't bother you for now." After that, Gus took Osbu away tactfully. At this time, Han Xing quietly wiped the sweat from his forehead. For this favorability reward, he also fought hard. But fortunately, the final harvest was not bad. The Wu Clan is indeed a race with a secret medicine master. Their secret medicine is really effective. Han Xing clicked to learn all the formulas of these two secret medicines. After glancing at the required materials above, Han Xing was delighted. Very good, they are all some common materials, only the price of flame dragon grass and wind feather is relatively expensive. However, Xingyu City also has a lot of reserves of these two materials, and they can be mass-produced. In this way, I have 2 more ways to make money. Han Xing's face showed excitement. Although, most of the survivors are only around level 30 at present. But when they all complete the 4th transformation, they will know the power of these 2 secret medicines. By then, Han Xing can get a lot of benefits from these 2 formulas alone. At this time, Han Xing seemed to have thought of something again. No, when I get more secret medicine formulas of the Witch Clan in the future, I can also follow their model, and open a secret medicine shop directly in Xingyu City. And these secret medicines will not appear in the trading channel. If you want to buy them, you can only come to Xingyu City. In this way, not only can you make money from those survivors, but you can also bring more traffic to Xingyu City. It can be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Ha ha ha. Han Xing couldn't help but feel complacent about his idea. Just as he was thinking about this, the wolf cavalry and the minotaur had already cleaned up the battlefield. A total of 2.74 million shadow crystals and 18 shadow gods were brought back. Looking at the resources in his warehouse, Han Xing's mouth corners rose wildly. It was almost the same as he expected. More than 30 million shadow monsters exploded, and a total of more than 200 shadow crystals were exploded, which is equivalent to the income of 2 Haoyue treasure chests. Even if all of them were exchanged for shadow divine stones, there would be more than 200 pieces. This harvest is quite good. You know, the time he spent fighting and traveling added up to less than an hour. At this time, Han Xing looked at the area shrouded in fog in the distance. On this sky island, all the monsters in the largest battlefield had been cleared by him. However, there were still an astonishing number of shadow monsters in other areas. Han Xing also seized the time and rushed to the next battlefield to kill more shadow creatures. In the next hour, Wanqing City worked non-stop and finally put out the war in more than a dozen cities on the entire Wu Clan Sky Island. This time, they killed nearly 40 million shadow monsters in total and harvested 4.02 million shadow crystals. They could even exchange them for 4 Haoyue treasure chests at once. In addition to the harvest of shadow crystals, the overall favorability of the Wu Clan has increased by more than 2,000 again. Now, it has exceeded 5,000. Chapter 273. The overall favorability of the Wu Clan is about to break through 5,000. However, there is still no new favorability level unlocked. Han Xing also knows that it is not so easy to unlock the next stage. After all, the Wu Clan's favorability towards him has reached the respect level. If it goes up, wouldn't it be worship? By then, even if Han Xing does not hold any position in the Wu Clan, his status is probably enough to rival the special forces leaders of Zephyr and Ospu. This time the harvest is quite good. And there is more than one good news. At this time, Han Xing suddenly received another system prompt. Your equipment, Oracle Throne, Red, has been built. Hearing this prompt, Han Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. Finally built. He came to the street outside the Lord's mansion. The next moment, a red pillar of light suddenly descended from Wanqing City. The pillar of light was the same as the movement of the divine weapon before, but it was more powerful. The red pillar of light extended to the end of the site, as if it was connected to another world. Everyone was also attracted by the movement near the Lord's mansion. They all came to the center of Wanqing City. At this moment, the 5 people stood at the edge of the pillar of light, raised their heads at the same time, and looked at the scene in the sky. They vaguely saw that something seemed to be coming in the pillar of light. Before that thing fell, people felt an unparalleled sense of sacredness and solemnity. The gem-like light was shining. When that thing fell completely, and was completely presented in front of everyone, the red beam of light dissipated directly. Everyone saw the appearance of this thing clearly. In the air about 2 meters above the ground, there was a huge throne about 3 meters high and 2 meters wide suspended. The throne was tall and solemn, with gems inlaid on the top and various dense patterns engraved in every corner. The whole body was emitting a gorgeous luster. Looking at this huge throne, with a somewhat exaggerated shape, everyone's eyes showed a strong shock. At this time, Cheng Jianyong couldn't help asking, Brother Xing, is this the artifact prop? Han Xing nodded yes. There were waves of divine power coming from the throne, and Han Xing also felt a sense of attraction in it. He couldn't wait to sit on it. When Han Xing sat on the throne, it was like a coronation ceremony. This huge throne suddenly emitted a dazzling light, illuminating the sky of the entire Wanqing City. Everyone's ears faintly remembered the singing of angels, and the worship of hundreds of millions of civilians. At this time, the system prompt appears. Do you want to bind special equipment, Oracle Throne Red? Yes. Binding is successful. Your attributes have been improved. In the flying state, the throne's movement speed increases by 1,000%, the survivor's defense increases by 100%, and the attack power increases by 100%. Han Xing's heart was instantly lifted. This is the effect he wants. 100% increase in defense and attack power. It can make his strength change again. At this moment, all the sacred light poured into Han Xing's body. Everyone only felt a strong and majestic breath bursting out from Han Xing's body. Han Xing raised his eyes. 2 rays of light burst out from his pupils. Facing Han Xing's sight, everyone seemed to be facing a king. The king of the human race. If ordinary survivors saw Han Xing at this moment, they would even kneel down. Han Xing seemed to have noticed that everyone's expressions were a little stiff. So he quickly restrained his breath. The pressure on everyone's heart was relieved. Chung Jianyong patted his chest at this time, breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Damn, I'm finally back to normal. I was scared to death just now. I thought Brother Xing was really going to become an emperor. I almost knelt down." Shen Yun exhaled and nodded in agreement. The binding of this artifact is too loud. "Brother Xing, how do you feel now?" Han Xing sat on the throne and chuckled. "It feels good. As long as you sit on it, you can feel a strong force constantly emerging from your body. Now that I burst out with all my strength, I should be able to fight with real legends." Everyone's eyes lit up. No wonder they felt that level of pressure from Han Xing. Now it seems that he has really come into contact with the power of legend. While they were shocked, they were also happy for Han Xing. Zhang Lianmeng and Su Shaoan on the side looked at Han Xing with strong admiration. They never mind Han Xing going higher, because they know that no matter how high he goes, he will not forget everyone. And what they have to do is to try to keep up with Han Xing's pace and not let him down. Next, Han Xing continued to familiarize himself with the control of the Oracle Throne. He found that since binding the Oracle Throne, he could basically do it without touching the ground. This thing is like a core territory that can be commanded at will. As long as he stands on it, Han Xing can go wherever he wants, as flexible as his legs. Moreover, the movement speed of the Oracle Throne has reached a very terrifying level. After all, the tenfold movement speed bonus is no joke. It is even more terrifying than when Han Xing activates the Wild Breath special effects and the Flash Shadow Flash skill. In addition, the defense and attack power have also increased by 100%, which can be said to be an all-round improvement. Now, even if Han Xing is said to be a legendary strongman, it is estimated that no one will deny it. However, this prop also has a limitation, that is, if it is put into the backpack or knocked off the throne by someone, the amplification effect will disappear. In order to avoid this situation, the assistance of teammates is needed. After experimenting with the properties of the Oracle Throne, Han Xing was very satisfied. Just when he was about to lead everyone to find a Sky Island monster to test their combat power, they suddenly saw the Wu Clan Sky Island where Gus and others were. Hundreds of Wu Clan warships, plus thousands of transport warships, flew out of the Sky Island and gathered together. These warships gathered almost 80% of the troops on the Sky Island. Even 9 magic elephant chariots were mobilized. Led by the magic elephant chariot, the fleet behind set off immediately. Looking at their mighty appearance, everyone had some curiosity in their eyes. Shen Yun asked at this time, "Brother Xing, what are they going to do?" Han Xing shook his head, not sure. "But just ask and you know." After saying that, Han Xing took out a piece of jade from his backpack and found Gus's communication number. As the commander of the 7th Legion, he is already the most powerful person on this Sky Island. The current actions of these armies may be related to him. So, Han Xing decided to ask him directly. At this time, Commander Gus, who was in a magic elephant chariot, responded immediately after receiving Han Xing's message. "Warrior Han Xing, I gave them the order. We are gathering our troops and are preparing to go to the main city of the Wu Clan for support." Han Xing frowned and asked, "Wu Clan main city? Is it the main city where Wumior is?" Gus replied, "Yes. The Saint just sent us a message that a large number of Shadow Legion troops appeared in the main city of the Wu Clan, and there are some terrifying beings among them. The Saint is fighting 2 legendary warriors of the Shadow Legion alone, and the situation can barely be maintained. She asked us to go to the main city for support with the troops that still have spare strength." Han Xing's face darkened after hearing this. Wumior is dealing with 2 legendary warriors at the same time? Can she handle it? Gus laughed after hearing this. Warrior Han Xing must have thought wrong. The Shadow Legion has a lot of legendary warriors, and it seems that they were born using a special method. But compared to other races, the legendary warriors of the Shadow Legion are much weaker. Moreover, you all must know that the Saint's fighting power is amazing. Even among the legends, she is the best. Han Xing and others nodded. He knew this. Wumior was really strong, as could be seen from the unilateral abuse of Fianna before. Gus sneered at this time. These idiots have picked the wrong opponent this time. With the Saint's fighting power, it is easy to deal with 2 Shadow Legends. As long as the Saint solves the enemy and frees up her hands, these Shadow minions are nothing to be afraid of. At this moment, Gus changed the subject. However, before the Saint ends the battle, we need to help the Wu soldiers in the main city to resist the invasion of the Shadow Legion. As long as we hold on, the victory of this war will definitely belong to us. Hearing Gus's confident tone, Han Xing frowned. Wumior is indeed very strong. However, the Shadow Legion has been fighting with the Wu clan for so many years, and they must have known about Wumior's strength. Is it possible to arrange two legends to die when they know they can't win? Han Xing felt that things might not be that simple. So he said directly, I go with you. When Gus heard Han Xing say that he wanted to go together, he suddenly showed an unbelievable look in his eyes. He asked tentatively, Warrior Han Xing, do you mean to go with us to the main city of the Wu clan and participate in the battle? Han Xing nodded. Yes, your saint is also our friend. It's right to help friends. At this moment, Gus's face showed a strong admiration again. Warrior Han Xing, I was right about you. You are the star of hope for our Wu clan. At this point, Gus seemed a little regretful. It's a pity that Han Xing warrior is not from our Wu clan. If you were from our Wu clan, I would lead the 7th Legion today, and all of us would be loyal to you. At this point, Gus' tone was full of regret. With Han Xing warrior's ability, he will definitely become an important figure in the Wu clan. Even becoming the 18th priest is very likely. What a pity. Gus sighed. Wanqing City set off with the Wu clan's fleet to the Sky Island where Wumior was. As everyone expected. Now the entire Wu clan territory is full of wars. This place is tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Wu clan's main city. No one can guarantee that they will not encounter other Shadow Legion enemies next. Along the way, they did encounter 2 or 3 waves of Shadow Legions with a considerable number of people. Before the Wu clan's fleet made any move, Han Xing had already solved all of them with a wave of hellfire bombing and a round of harvesting by the magic elephant chariot. Commander Gus opened his mouth. He knew that if Han Xing hadn't led the way in front, this time, their speed of advancement would have been greatly slowed down, and it was even possible that they would have been dragged down by these Shadow Legions. An hour later, they gradually saw the main city of the Wu clan, the Sky Island. More than a month ago, Han Xing and his team came here once. At that time, this huge Sky Island, which was comparable to the area of a country, also made everyone fall into deep shock. On the Sky Island, the prosperous cities also made Han Xing sigh at the advanced civilization. But now, this Sky Island has been shrouded in patches of shadow fog. Those cities, mountains, rivers and streams all disappeared. Seeing this scene, in the fleet behind, Commander Gus' pupils shrank. He exclaimed, the Shadow Legion's move this time is too big. Even the largest main city is covered by the shadow mist in all directions. With such a terrifying scale, the number of shadow monsters born every moment has reached a very terrifying number. Commander Gus couldn't imagine it. Before, he didn't hear how nervous Wumior was in her tone. But now that he got closer, he knew that the main city of the Wu clan was really under unimaginable pressure. However, Han Xing frowned. Where is Wumior? He could sense that the Wu clan leader was fighting everywhere. However, he didn't sense the breath of the legendary strongman fighting inside. Gus said that Wumior was fighting with 2 Shadow Legends. Could it be that their battlefield was not in this main city island? After thinking for a moment, Han Xing suddenly heard a message from Gus in the back. Warrior Han Xing, the scale of the invasion of the Shadow Legion is beyond our imagination. Without further delay, I will enter the Shadow Mist now to support other companions. I suggest that you continue to follow us. Next, if we encounter danger, we can also take care of you. Han Xing refused and said, no need, Commander Gus, we have our own way of action. Commander Gus was also stunned after hearing this. However, when he thought of the terrible combat power of Wanqing City, he understood it in his heart. With the strength of Han Xing's group, they are indeed much stronger than them. If they really encounter danger, it is not known who will protect whom. Moreover, Gus has heard from Osbu. Han Xing and his group, in addition to the powerful firepower in the territory, their own strength is even more terrifying. Hundreds of thousands of Wu clan soldiers have witnessed the scene of these 5 people easily killing the 4th level lord. For a moment, Gus felt admiration, and his understanding of Han Xing's strength was raised to a higher level. The 2 forces began to act separately. Gus went straight to the location of a small town in the Wu clan's Sky Island to provide support. And Han Xing rushed into the huge shadow fog without hesitation. Chapter 274. It was like breaking through the atmosphere of a planet. After passing through layers of fog, the scene on the Sky Island appeared in front of everyone. Below, there seemed to be a mountain range. However, the plants on this mountain range had disappeared. Now, it was covered by shadow monsters. Just as everyone expected. The shadow fog of this scale had produced a number of shadow monsters that exceeded their imagination. In the fog, there were flying monsters flying rapidly. Its scale was no less than 10 million. Adding the number of shadow monsters in the mountains below, there were at least more than 60 million. And this was just a small corner of the entire Wuclan Sky Island. There was no sign of Wuclan activities on it. If it was in those urban areas, the number of shadow monsters would be even greater. With a little speculation, we can know that the current number of shadow monsters on Wumir Sky Island has reached an astronomical figure. However, in Han Xing's eyes, these were not shadow monsters, but shadow crystals. Han Xing's eyes lit up, and he calculated in his mind. In this mountain alone, at least tens of millions of shadow monsters have been found. According to this scale, the number of shadow monsters on the entire Wuclan Sky Island is definitely more than billions. Even tens of billions. If we can kill them all, we can harvest at least tens of billions of shadow crystals. The more he calculated, the more excited Han Xing felt. Because, as long as he killed all the shadow monsters on this main island, it would be equivalent to completing the high-level ancient weapon blueprint, which is almost 1/5 of the progress. The astronomical figure of 10 billion shadow crystals now seems not so far-fetched. Of course, it was impossible for him to kill all the shadow monsters. After all, the defense towers on this main city, and those Wuclan soldiers were not vegetarians. In terms of defense towers alone, the Wuclan main city was much stronger than Wanqing City. Therefore, Han Xing was able to kill some monsters, and the harvest was also very good. Han Xing clenched his fists. He looked at the shadow monsters in the mountains below. The next moment, he directly clicked to launch. Boom! Rumble! The terrifying flames rose and rushed to a height of 10,000 meters, after a series of earth-shaking movements. Everyone also saw the scene below. Originally, the mountain covered with vegetation and a large area disappeared directly, and turned into a giant pit. Also disappeared were the nearly 10 million shadow monsters. A large number of shadow crystals were left on the spot. Han Xing controlled Xingyu City to land slowly, and then asked the Wolf Cavalry Army to quickly go down and clean up the battlefield. A total of 540,000 shadow crystals were brought back. The harvest was pretty good. Having tasted the sweetness, Han Xing controlled Wanqing City to leave, and then began to bomb all the way. Without the restrictions of the legendary strongman. The current Wanqing City is invincible. Even in such a huge battlefield, Han Xing is fearless. After seeing the monster, Han Xing directly activated the Hellfire Silo to aim at the location, and then bombed it at a fixed point. Boom! After a burst of terrifying fire, countless shadow monsters died. Also disappeared were various terrains on this sky island, such as mountains, rivers, forests, and plains. After each bombing, a large number of shadow crystals would appear on the ground, and a 1,000-meter-long pit. Looking at the scene below, Han Xing couldn't help but think. Using ancient weapons and hellfire silos to clear out shadow monsters is very efficient. But at the same time, the damage to this kind of sky island is also very serious. If Han Xing continues to bomb, although many shadow monsters will be killed, Wumir Sky Island will also be damaged on a large scale. However, Wumir shouldn't blame herself, right? Han Xing thought for a moment, and soon put this worry behind his mind. Wanqing City continued to move forward, killing from the wilderness all the way to the population city of the Wu clan. The next moment, Han Xing saw that a small town appeared in the plain ahead. The troops above did not seem to be very strong, with only 10,000 to 20,000 Wu clan soldiers defending. And what they faced were hundreds of thousands of shadow monsters. The terrifying pressure penetrated the bone marrow. The threat of death forced the Wu clan soldiers to squeeze out all their potential to fight against enemies that were dozens of times their number. In the city, a squad leader holding a broad-bladed axe chopped down a dozen shadow monsters with one axe, and shouted, "Soldiers, please hold on for a while. I have reported to Commander Cathy, and applied to mobilize the True Spirit Tower for long-range fire support. Believe in the firepower of the main city defense tower. These hundreds of thousands of shadow minions are nothing to be afraid of." After hearing this, the other soldiers gritted their teeth and said, "Got it." They began to resist more bravely, while the Wu clan soldiers were doing their best to resist. Han Xing had already chosen a position and started bombing directly. Boom! 200 hellfire silos fired at the same time. The pale green flames covered the entire battlefield. After the horrific explosion, hundreds of thousands of shadow monsters were killed, since Han Xing did not say hello in advance. This time, not only the group of shadow monsters were stunned by the explosion, but also the other Wu clan soldiers. They looked up together, and then they saw the huge sky island. Whose sky island is it? In the blank eyes of the Wu clan soldiers, Han Xing quickly sent wolf cavalry and minotaurs to clean up the battlefield. At the same time, the Wu Clan soldiers also saw the humans standing on the Sky Island and giving orders. They remained vigilant, but did not act rashly. Although, the Wu Clan soldiers did not know these humans. However, they could not help but feel a sense of respect for these humans. It was as if these humans were extremely important in their Wu Clan. This was naturally due to the influence of Han Xing's 4,900 points of friendliness. Even if these Wu soldiers had never seen him, they would involuntarily respect Han Xing. And this is why Han Xing dared to use the Hellfire bombing recklessly. Moreover, these Wu soldiers were not blind. Naturally, they could see that these humans were here to help them. For a moment, many Wu soldiers and civilians in the city looked at Han Xing and his team with gratitude. The system prompt appeared. Because of your outstanding performance, you have been recognized by the soldiers of the 32nd Legion of the Wu Clan, and the Wu Clan's favorability has increased by 53. Only 53 favorability was added, which was within Han Xing's expectations. This time, they just rescued a small town in the wilderness. The population inside is not large, and most tens of thousands of people. However, Han Xing did discover a mechanism. That is, the more Wu civilians you save through fighting, the higher the favorability you get. According to Wu Mior, there are billions of Wu people living on this empty island all year round. If Han Xing kills all the shadow monsters here, how much favorability will he gain? After a rough calculation, it can at least break through the 10,000 mark. Han Xing pondered. After reaching more than 10,000, it is estimated that the friendliness will reach a new level. According to this calculation, as long as the Shadow Legion is still fighting with the Wu Clan, I have the opportunity to continue to brush up the Wu Clan's friendliness. Up to 50,000, or even 100,000. The more he thought about it, the more Han Xing felt that this was feasible. He was surprised. Oh my! Then in this way, will the Wu Clan's favorability towards me exceed Wu Mior? What will they call me at that time, Saint? Han Xing was a little complacent and laughed secretly in his heart. Then, Wanqing City began to bomb without restraint. Kill the shadow monsters and harvest the shadow crystals. Then improve the overall favorability of the Wu Clan. This cycle continues. Only 1 hour has passed. Wanqing City has fought for tens of thousands of kilometers, and encountered no less than 100 battles of varying sizes during this period. More than 1 billion shadow monsters have been killed. At the same time, many Wu Clan soldiers have been rescued. Han Xing discovered. The Wu Clan's main island is indeed much more defensive than other sky islands. It can even be said that it is not at the same level at all. Just before, they saw those advanced defense towers in the central main city, such as the True Spirit Tower, the Wu Soul Tower, etc. All have a range of thousands of kilometers, or even tens of thousands of kilometers. In other words, these defense towers can take into account the entire Wu Clan Sky Island. As long as there is one person to conduct overall command, it is completely possible to provide long-range firepower support to some cities in critical situations. Therefore, there will be no shortage of troops and imminent collapse. At present, it seems that the entire main island is in flames. Although it is a bit difficult to fight, it can be barely supported. The premise is, the Shadow Legion has no other backup. During this period of time, many Wu Clan soldiers heard a piece of news. There is a mysterious and powerful sky island that is constantly moving on the entire Wu Clan main island. It has killed countless shadow monsters along the way, and rescued tens of millions of Wu Clan civilians. The big action of Wanqing City naturally attracted the attention of many people on this sky island. Among them is Wu Mior's personal guard. They are using all means to frantically investigate the information of this sky island. At this time, in Wu Mior's palace, a Wu Clan woman in black robes and cold breath had a serious face. Have you found out the background and identity of the Sky Island, as well as their purpose? Next to her, a Wu Clan woman holding a projection screen replied, Commander Kathy, I'm very sorry, we didn't find out the background of this Sky Island. But what is certain is that this Sky Island was not sent by the elves or giants. Recently, there has been no information about the entry of these big tribes at the Wu Clan border. It's as if the Sky Island with terrifying firepower was born out of thin air. So far, Han Xing has only used the firepower of Wanqing City to attack. He and Cheng Jianyong and others have not taken action yet. In other words, most of the Wu Clan soldiers have never even seen the appearance of Han Xing and others. The cold female commander frowned. Kathy thought in a low voice, it's not those big tribes with strong firepower. At present, this Sky Island is a friend, not an enemy. Although it has caused some damage to our main island, they have also killed many shadow minions, relieving a lot of pressure for us. It's best to let them continue to act. At this time, the Wu Clan woman next to him said, "General Commander Kathy, Commander Gus just sent a message saying that the people on the Sky Island are here to help our Wu Clan. And he also said that the people who are controlling the Sky Island are several human races." After hearing this, Kathy's eyes suddenly showed a look of surprise. Human race. Her tone was full of shock. The Wu Clan woman nodded yes. And Commander Gus also said that you also know these people. The Wu Clan woman continued to talk about the identities of Han Xing and others. After a moment, Commander Kathy took a deep breath, as if trying to digest this information. She nodded and said, "I know, make this public. Tell all Wu Clan soldiers not to attack this empty island when they see it. They are allies of our Wu Clan." The Wu Clan woman nodded on the other side, and then quickly passed on Commander Kathy's instructions. In just a few minutes, the names of Han Xing and others were being circulated among hundreds of millions of Wu warriors and billions of Wu civilians in the Wu Clan's main city. Even though it was a war, many Wu Clan soldiers were still discussing Han Xing's name. "Have you heard? Several humans are controlling a Sky Island with terrifying firepower, bombarding the Shadow Legion everywhere, and have killed hundreds of millions of monsters. I've heard that their Sky Island has terrifying firepower, and some people even saw dozens of ancient weapons on it." "Oh my god! Dozens of ancient weapons? If this is a wave of bombing, won't our city be destroyed?" "Yes, fortunately, these humans are here to help us." Other Wu Clan soldiers also nodded in agreement, and then said one after another, "Thanks to these human beings for their help." At this time, some Wu Clan soldiers were puzzled. "Humans? One of them is called Han Xing. Are they the ones the saint brought back more than a month ago?" Everyone also remembered this. After all, more than a month ago, Han Xing made quite a big noise in the main city of the Wu Clan. Many Wu Clan soldiers, and even civilians heard about it. A Wu Clan officer said, "It should be these human beings without a doubt. But I remember that they only had a few people entering the city at that time, and did not control other Sky Islands. How long has it been? Such a terrifying Sky Island has been developed?" After hearing this, the eyes of others were also filled with disbelief. It was hard for them to imagine. What means did these humans use to develop a Sky Island with such powerful firepower in just 1 or 2 months? Han Xing didn't know what they were discussing about him, and Wanqing City continued to advance. This time, his target was the central main city. That was where they had fought Malik before. There were the largest number of civilians there. Similarly, there were almost a large number of shadow monsters attacking the city. Han Xing couldn't wait to get more shadow crystals. The more densely populated the place is, the faster he can collect them. Wanqing City began to fly towards the main city of the Wu Clan. Chapter 275. Wanqing City is advancing towards the main city of the Wu Clan at a high speed. And above the main city, there is an area that is 1,000,000 meters high. 3 powerful auras are fighting, among them. An energy field constructed purely by blue secret patterns formed a secret pattern ocean that covered the sky. And on the other side of the field of vision, there are 2 dark fields formed by black crystals, occupying the other side of the sky. This is the battlefield between Wumior and the 2 shadow legends. At this moment, the blue secret pattern sea exudes a terrifying might, and is constantly expanding. It almost suppresses the 2 shadow crystal fields to less than the size of a basketball court. Wumior's strength is not to be underestimated. At this time, under the full force of the outbreak, the 2 shadow legends are not Wumior's opponents at all. Almost beaten back, in the boundless secret pattern sea, Wumior's chuckle suddenly came. 2 half-human, half-ghost creatures, even if they absorbed the power of the God of Shadow, they could only barely reach the legendary level. "Did the Shadow Monarch send you here to die?" The Shadow Legends on the opposite side heard Wumior mocking their monarch, and their auras suddenly surged. Humiliating the monarch is a capital crime. They suddenly rushed towards Wumior. Seeing this, Wumior not only did not feel a trace of danger, but also sneered. The next moment, in the sea of secret patterns, brilliant blue light burst out again. Buzz, after this wave of energy collision, the 2 shadow realms collapsed. 2 figures of different sizes appeared in the endless sky. Among these 2 figures, one was a strange monster with a body of 100 meters and 3 lion heads. Its body is covered with crystal scales, blocking most of the damage. Otherwise, the collision just now would be enough to seriously injure it. The other one is less than 2 meters tall and wears black crystal armor. It looks like a humanoid creature. Although they look different, they all have a common feature, that is, they have pale green pupils. They are staring at the figure in front of them. In the sky, Wumior is suspended in the air. Her nearly 2-meter-long black hair dances like a spirit snake, and combined with her cold pupils, it gives people a completely different sense of killing. At this time, the humanoid monster opposite Wumior suddenly said, "Wu Mio, the contemporary witch saint, gifted and powerful." The humanoid creature spoke intermittently, and his voice was extremely harsh, like rubbing glass with fingernails. The monarch said that you have the potential to break through to the level of a demigod. We must get rid of you as soon as possible. After hearing this, Wumio sneered, "Just you?" The humanoid creature did not speak, but looked at the three-headed lion monster next to it. Then, they absorbed all the black crystals on their bodies. At the same time, the two shadow legends burst out with waves of terrifying aura. Moreover, their figures disappeared from the original place in an instant, rushing towards Wumio at a high speed. Seeing this, Wumio said with interest, "Interesting, is this a new method developed by your Shadow Legion? It can actually go from the original initial legendary to the intermediate level in a short period of time. Your monarch usually likes to toss these little tricks." The next moment, Wumio changed her tone. "But it's still too weak." Buzz, the three figures collided again. The two shadow legends have good coordination ability. In the back, the humanoid creature raised the black sword in his hand and chopped it towards Wumio's head in front of him. The three lion heads opened their bloody mouths at the same time and bit Wumio from the top, middle and bottom. At this moment, all directions of Wumio were blocked by legendary masters. No matter where she ran, she would be hit hard, however, facing the close-range attack of two legendary masters. Wumio did not dodge. Her black hair suddenly gathered together at this moment, feeling the whistling wind coming from behind. In an instant, Wumio's black hair swelled. Then she climbed directly onto the black crystal sword and wrapped it tightly. Moreover, the hair began to grow rapidly in a short period of time. It completely restrained the actions of the shadow legend. At this moment, the bloody mouth of the three-headed lion monster had appeared less than 1 centimeter in front of Wumio. Wumio stretched out her delicate hand. She grabbed one of the lion's heads, and the three-headed monster's momentum was stagnant. Then, Wumio began to exert force. Suddenly, crack! Crack! A terrifying sound of breaking came. A lion's head as big as a water tank suddenly appeared in Wumio's hand. The monster with only 2 heads left suddenly flew backwards. The remaining 4 pupils of the monster still carried a strong fear. The terrifying brute force was enough to scare people. The next moment, the humanoid monster that was bound by Wumio's hair suddenly broke free. However, as soon as it regained its vision, it saw the shocking scene. At this moment, the humanoid monster murmured, "High-level legend. Your Majesty's guess is wrong. You already have the combat power of a high-level legend." Wumio chuckled. The next moment, she stretched out her right hand again. The humanoid monster saw a small palm quickly covering its entire vision. It knew that if it was caught by Wumio, it would be seriously injured if it didn't die. "Didn't you see that this terrifying woman was still holding a head in her hand?" Critical moment. The black aura on the body of this shadow legend surged. It was about to retreat in an instant. However, Wumio seemed to have predicted its movements long ago. At the moment, when the shadow legend retreated violently, she directly pressed its shoulder. A look of horror came from the eyes of this legendary strongman. A terrifying force came from his shoulder. Crack! Crack! He couldn't imagine how Wumio's small body could have such a terrifying force. However, Wumio would not give him time to think. Her black hair burst out instantly at this moment. At the critical moment, a trace of decisiveness flashed in the eyes of the shadow legend. He slashed directly at his shoulder with a sword. A burst of crystal-shattering sound came. Wumio looked at the black crystal arm in her hand and sneered, "You are willing to give it up." After saying that, Wumio threw the arm and the lion's head in her hand out. At this time, the shadow legend, who had finally broken free from Wumio's restraints, looked ugly. It covered its arm and said with difficulty, "The information is wrong. Wumio has the combat power of a high-level legend. Prepare to start the next plan in advance. Release all shadow sources, and destroy the main city of the Wu clan." Hearing this, Wumio, who had always been calm, changed her expression slightly. She knew what the so-called shadow source was. It was a more terrifying existence than the four-turn lord, the master. In theory, the lord is already the most powerful creature between each level. However, there will always be some gifted beings in this world. They have strength far beyond the same level, and can even break the limits of ordinary people's cognition. This kind of existence is called the master. Generally, the third-turn master can be on par with the fourth-turn lord. And the fourth-turn master is even as powerful as some strong men who have just entered the legendary realm. However, No matter how many four-turn master monsters there are, with Wu Miao's strength, there is no need to worry at all. However, these dominant monsters were not coming for her, but to deal with the Wu clan soldiers below, although there were also forces in the main city that could deal with legends. However, there were still an astonishing number of shadow monsters below, and there were many lords and leaders among them that needed to be dealt with. If a few more dominant monsters appeared at this time, the already precarious situation might collapse in an instant. At this moment, Wu Mia felt a little anxious. She took a deep breath, and the blue secret patterns on her body surged. It seemed that she wanted to make a quick decision, and then go to the Wu clan main city for support. The two shadow legends on the opposite sides seemed to have noticed Wu Mia's intentions. A black crystal field suddenly erupted again from the body of a man and a beast. Then, the humanoid legend shouted, "Welcome the arrival of the Shadow Demon Lord." The dark mist instantly covered the world, and these dark mists quickly condensed into the shape of a giant. Feeling the powerful aura, Wu Mia murmured, "High-level legend. So you Shadow Legion are well prepared." Wu Mia has only reached the level of a mid-level legend now, and with some means, she has the combat power comparable to that of a high-level legend. But now, a real high-level legend has appeared. Even Wu Mia felt a huge pressure. In addition to pressure, more is urgency. Wu Mia was very worried that without her, the Wu clan Sky Island below could not withstand this wave of raids by the Shadow Legion. The next moment, four beings with monstrous auras fought together in the main city of the Wu clan below. After being bombarded by Han Xing and killing more than 1 billion shadow monsters, the Wu clan soldiers suddenly felt less pressure. They thought victory was in sight. And just at this moment, in the shadow fog covering the sky, a group of huge shadows suddenly appeared. At this moment, some strong men in the Wu clan also noticed those shadows, and their pupils shrank suddenly. "Look, what's over there?" After the words fell, everyone looked into the distance. In the dark fog, a group of terrifying creatures appeared, with a body size of more than a kilometer, a flat body, and a long and thin tail. What a terrifying aura! Could it be that these are all Shadow Lords? The aura of those creatures even faintly exceeded the limit of the fourth turn. The terrifying sense of oppression made everyone's legs tremble. At this moment, a Wu clan officer said in horror, "No. They are not lords, they are overlords." What? At the same time, the dark fog was stirred again. In the sky, like raindrops, a terrifying aura fell one after another. After they landed, they quickly gathered together. Looking closely, these beings actually have an aura no less than that of a 4-star lord. At this moment, 15 overlords, plus more than 300 lords, and a large number of elites and leaders suddenly appeared, and their target is the largest main city on this sky island. Above, millions of soldiers felt waves of terrifying suffocation. Above the city, bursts of shrill alarms suddenly appeared. "Attention! Everyone pay attention! A large number of shadow overlords and shadow lords are attacking. All soldiers, get ready for battle." In the main city, the expressions of the Wu clan soldiers changed drastically. Oh my god, how could there be so many overlords at the same time? 15 of them. Even a legendary warrior would not be sure of facing so many overlord creatures. At this time, some soldiers with good eyesight hurriedly said, "Not only overlords, but also hundreds of lords. The Shadow Legion is really making a big move this time. Even in the battle 78 years ago, there were not so many overlords and lords at the same time." At this moment, other soldiers heard their discussion and realized that the situation was extremely serious. It's over. The Saint Lady hasn't returned yet. We can't hold on." While they were talking, the Shadow Army had already approached the main city. In the main city, the morale of millions of Wu clan soldiers was constantly fluctuating. At this time, an officer said, "Don't be nervous. I believe that the defense of the main city can definitely stop these monsters. Don't forget, there are advanced defense towers built by the Saint with countless resources, and a large number of ancient weapons. Even if the legendary strongman comes in person, he will suffer heavy losses." After hearing this, the fear in the eyes of the soldiers gradually dissipated. After experiencing the war 78 years ago, the two main cities of the Wu clan were captured, and tens of billions of Wu clan civilians died tragically under the claws of the Shadow. Since then, all the main cities have learned lessons and began to build various advanced defense towers, ancient weapons, etc. at all costs. In the past few decades, there has been no case of the Shadow Army capturing the main city. These soldiers were just frightened by so many overlords and lords. In fact, with the firepower of the Witch Clan's main city, this group of monsters can be stopped or even killed at the same time. In the entire main city, all the advanced defense towers are shining brightly. At this moment, the True Spirit Tower and the Witch Soul Tower all released their attacks. Thousands of energy beams burst out. Buzz, the soldier's eyes were filled with hope. They knew that these advanced defense towers had the lethality comparable to ancient weapons. So many of them bombed at the same time, they could even kill a true legend. The Witch Clan soldiers clenched their fists and shouted, "That's it, kill them! Let these shadow monsters taste the power of our Witch Clan." However, Kathy, who was sitting in the command center, frowned. Compared to the optimism of the Witch Clan soldiers, Kathy's face was very serious. Before, there were so many incidents of Shadow Legion invasion, but they were all beaten back by the defense towers and ancient weapons in the main city. This time, the Shadow Army came with great fanfare, and the battle was greater than ever before. She knew that these shadow monsters must have come prepared. But now, Kathy couldn't think of what the other party had in mind. The next moment, thousands of energy beams instantly crossed hundreds of kilometers and appeared directly above the heads of the group of masters. Chapter 276. Feeling the threat from above. If it were before, these overlord creatures would have used their own extreme speed or other means to dodge. But today was different. These black monsters that looked like rays not only did not dodge, but all gathered together. The next moment, a round hole appeared above their heads. A large amount of shadow powder suddenly erupted from those holes at the same time. These powders were crystal clear, and after falling into the air, they formed a black mist in an instant. This black mist enveloped the dozen overlords, as well as the lords and leader monsters below. The moment she saw the mist appear, Kathy suddenly sat up from her chair, with horror in her eyes. Then, she saw it with her own eyes. Those defense tower attacks that could kill overlords in seconds, and even severely damage legends, all fell into the mist. Then, they disappeared. One after another, beams of energy seemed to be projected into the boundless deep sea, swallowed up and offset. When the first wave of concentrated fire ended, the fog gradually dissipated. The expectations in the eyes of the group of Witch soldiers were dashed, and instantly turned into horror, because they saw. Not only were the group of dominant creatures unharmed, but even the shadow lords below were not damaged at all. The defense tower they were proud of seemed to be cracked by this group of shadow masters. Oh my god! What kind of method is this? Why are those shadow mists different from the previous ones? Why can they offset the attacks of the defense towers? The tone of the group of soldiers was full of deep despair and confusion. Even Han Xing, who was watching the battle in the air, frowned slightly. The strength of this group of dominant creatures was beyond their imagination. Shen Yun frowned and said, "It's a bit troublesome. This group of shadow monsters actually have a way to target the defense tower. In this way, not only the firepower of the main city of the Wu clan is restricted, but also Brother Xing's Wanqing city will not be able to cause effective damage to them." After hearing this, everyone frowned. Chung Jianyong asked at this time, "Is there any way? If this continues, the Shadow Legion will rush into the main city, and those Wu clan soldiers will have to fight in close combat. With their strength, they can't bear it at all, right?" Han Xing nodded. Indeed, they can't bear it. Most of the combat power of the Wu clan's main city is based on those defense towers. Once the defense towers lose their function. But there are other ways. After hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up and asked quickly, "Brother Xing, what is the way?" Han Xing thought for a moment, shook his head and said, "Let's see what the Wu clan soldiers do first." At this time, Kathy, sitting in the command center, issued a second order. All defense towers, magic elephant chariots, and Wu pattern warships continue to output maximum firepower. Target, Shadow Leader, Elite, and other ordinary monsters. This time, she changed the target of attack. The 15 overlords can block the firepower of thousands of Wu Soul towers together. Even if there is another round, the effect will be similar. So, Kathy decided to pick the weak ones. Kill these lords first, and then find a way to deal with the overlords. Although the number of Wu clan strongmen is far less than that of the Shadow Legion, they have many high-end defense towers to make up for the gap. This is their advantage. Han Xing saw 200 magic elephant chariots and 100 witch pattern warships suddenly flew out of the Wu clan's main city. The number of these ancient weapons far exceeds Han Xing's Wanqing city. And that's not all. Along the way, Han Xing saw that there were also a few magic elephant chariots and witch pattern warships in other cities. Calculated in this way, the number of ancient weapons on the entire Sky Island exceeded at least 1,000, which is dozens of times that of Han Xing. And this is the foundation of the Wu clan. In the air, those magic elephant chariots and which pattern warships erupted with surging firepower at the same time. Boom! A muffled sound came from the whole sky. One by one, the shells containing terrifying power exploded instantly at this moment. And at this moment, the group of Shadow Masters seemed to have been prepared. When they saw the attacks of those ancient weapons were about to fall on the monster group, they opened their triangular mouthparts, and then spit out a ball of crystal powder again, which appeared above the heads of the leaders and elite monsters. The shadow mist appeared again. The hearts of the witch soldiers were shocked, because they had just seen it with their own eyes. The group of Shadow Masters used this mist to block the attacks of thousands of high-level defense towers. The next moment, the shells fired by the magic elephant chariot and the witch pattern warship hit the mist and exploded instantly. Boom! The sky-high flames rose. The power created by the concentrated fire of so many ancient weapons even passed through the layers of shadow mist and soared into the sky 10,000 meters high. Even the outside world of Sky Island could see the flames that were 10,000 meters high. When the flames and fog dissipated at the same time, the group of Wu Clan soldiers saw that the group of shadow leaders who were bombed did suffer some casualties. However, compared to the might caused by a wave of bombing by hundreds of magic elephant chariots, the number of monsters that died in front of them was far different from what they expected. At this time, Commander Kathy's face was gloomy. The Shadow Army has been dealing with our Wu Clan for so many years. It seems that they have really found a way to target the defense towers and ancient weapons. This is trouble. Commander Kathy suppressed her impetuousness and turned on the city broadcast and said, "All soldiers, I am Commander Kathy. As you can see, the Shadow Army has already found a way to target our defense towers and ancient weapons. Next, the Shadow Army will attack our main city frantically. Please do your best to hold the front line and never let these monsters rush into the city." The Wu Clan soldiers, whose morale was already somewhat shaky, suddenly felt depressed after hearing Kathy's broadcast. They knew that when Kathy said this, it meant that the situation had reached a very dangerous point. For a time, the Wu Clan army fell into an atmosphere of despair. Morale was somewhat shaky. However, Kathy's words gave these Wu Clan soldiers a little confidence again. Don't be pessimistic. Although the Shadow Legion is coming in full force, don't forget that we have a more powerful saint. The saint is fighting a legendary battle with 2 shadow legends. With her strength, she can definitely easily defeat the opponent. When the saint returns, all dangers will be solved. Hearing what Kathy said, the group of Wu soldiers seemed to have thought of this. Yes. As a legendary strongman, Wu Mir's strength is obvious to all. As long as she resolves the battle, the crisis caused by this group of masters will be self-defeating. For a time, the Wu soldiers were inspired. The next moment, led by hundreds of shadow lords, plus thousands of leaders and elite monsters, and countless shadow minions, a fierce attack on the main city of the Wu Clan. The terrifying pressure made all the soldiers feel a wave of scalp trouble. But the only good news is that the 15 master-level creatures did not go out. They seemed to be used by the Shadow Legion to target those ancient weapons and defense towers. Once they see the defense towers ready to focus fire, these master-level creatures will release a large amount of shadow mist first to block the attacks released by the defense towers. Although the 15 overlords did not move, the threat they posed was far more terrifying than that of a shadow legend. They almost destroyed half of the thousands of defense towers and ancient weapons in the main city. However, after a few times, Kathy also saw the means of this group of overlords. She quickly thought of a way to deal with it. That is, to launch bombings without rules. A large number of shadow monsters that rushed to the vicinity of the main city were bombarded and killed. Even if those shadow overlords continued to spit out mist, they could not take care of so many places. In this way, the precarious situation of the main city was saved. However, the situation was still very unfavorable. Han Xing and others frowned as they watched the battle below. It was obvious. With the combat power of the main city of the Wu Clan, it would not last long before it would be declared collapsed. After all, even if those dominant creatures did not go out, there were still more than 300 lords below. This force could also pose a strong threat to the main city of the Wu Clan. Before, War Eagle City felt helpless when facing a dozen lords. And the number here is almost 10 times. Even Wanqing City dare not say that it can completely withstand the impact of so many lords. In addition, the defense towers are still restricted. Han Xing knew that in order to break this situation, the key is to liberate the combat power of those defense towers in the main city. In other words, those dozen dominants must be killed first. But now, a large number of shadow monsters have gathered next to those dominants. Among them, there are nearly 200 lords, as well as countless leaders and elites. To kill these overlords, it means that they must break through the defense of these lords. Obviously, this is a very difficult task. It is even as difficult as when they first destroyed the evil god altar. As the commander-in-chief of this war, Kathy also saw the key to breaking the deadlock. At the same time, she sent a message to all the captain-level strongmen in the city. Or rather, it was an order. The group of captains who received the order suddenly showed an unbelievable look in their eyes. Commander, is she kidding? These are hundreds of lords and more than a dozen overlords. Let us carry out a decapitation operation. Isn't this sending us to die? Next to him, another said, yes, there are less than 100 captains in the entire main city. How can we be the opponent of those masters? However, Kathy ignored their doubts and told them clearly. This is a military order and must be executed, because Kathy had a hunch that something might have happened to Wumeur. After all, with Wumeur's strength, it is impossible that she has not successfully resolved the battle after such a long time. So, they can't put all their hopes on Wumeur. At this moment, seeing some officers hesitating, an old voice sounded in my ears. What do you guys mean? You are so timid. Have you been sitting in the position of captain for so long, and now you are starting to cherish your life? The speaker was a Wu clan officer with gray hair. He looked a little old, but his expression was extremely firm. Faced with his questioning, the Wu clan officers did not dare to say a word. Seeing this, the old officer sneered. Heh. It seems that you have been in a high position for so long that you almost forgot what the battlefield is like. You dare not even obey the military order. The tone of the old officer became more serious. At this time, one of the officers said hesitantly, General Bree, we are not disobeying the military order, we just think that Commander Kathy's order is a little unreasonable. I think you can see that the number of the overlords is several times ours, and there is no chance to complete the mission at all. If we go there now, we will die. He said it very directly. The old officer was immediately angry and said, What's wrong with going to die? I tell you, the saint is not here now. Everyone must obey the orders of Commander Kathy. This is the order issued by the saint herself. Even if she asks us to die now, everyone must execute it. If you don't dare to go up, the old man will take the lead. Otherwise, people from other tribes will really think that our witch tribe is a group of cowards, who are greedy for life and afraid of death. After saying that, the old officer jumped directly onto the magic elephant chariot and took the lead to rush out. The group of middle-aged officers were scolded by the words of the old officer. Looking at General Bree's fearless charge, they felt more ashamed, and their blood was gradually ignited. The next moment, the group of officers gritted their teeth and said, Kill! Charge out! They are just a group of lords. I killed them when I was young. Follow me! At the same time, Wanching City, which was hidden in the shadow mist, suddenly saw, in the main city of the Wu clan below, dozens of magic elephant chariots suddenly flew out at this time and rushed directly to the place where the master was. They seemed to want to attack these dozen masters. The group of officers who controlled the magic elephant chariots soon came into contact with the group of shadow monsters. The magic elephant chariot once again showed its powerful combat power and rushed all the way. Puff! Puff puff! One by one, the shadow minions were caught in a sawtooth on both sides, and then directly cut into pieces. Dozens of golden lights broke into the shadow mist, and were about to touch the location of the group of lords. However, although the magic elephant chariot is powerful, their enemies are not vegetarians. They soon encountered the obstruction of those leaders and elites. Boom! With a dull sound of hitting the ground, two shadow lords as big as mountains, and as long as horned bulls suddenly appeared in front of a magic elephant chariot. A ball of hot air blew out of their noses. At this time, other magic elephant chariots that rushed into the shadow monster group also saw this scene. Several witch officers hurriedly shouted to warn Mircha, be careful. The witch officer, who was controlling the magic elephant chariot, also felt the dangerous breath coming. However, it was too late to avoid it now. The next moment, the two shadow lords suddenly leaned down. Two crystal-like bull horns suddenly stabbed out. Bang! A terrifying collision sound came. The sharp bull horns hit the magic elephant chariot. The momentum of the golden light stopped, and it was forcibly stopped. The defense of the magic elephant chariot is very strong, almost equivalent to the lore creature of the same level. However, now, this chariot is facing an enemy that is several times larger than it. At the moment when the magic elephant chariot was stopped, the shadow lords and leaders all seized the opportunity. All kinds of attacks came at the same time, in the desperate eyes of the group of witch officers. This magic elephant chariot suffered unimaginable damage in a short period of time. Then, with a bang, the entire magic elephant chariot was blown into pieces. Including the operator in the chariot, a witch officer with Lord Strength, was also blown up on the spot. Puff, blood foam mixed with metal fragments scattered in the air. This scene made the Wu Clan officers feel extremely angry. Mircha! You damn shadow monsters! I will tear you to pieces! They roared one after another. The death of their companions stimulated the Wu Clan officers. Before, they had been in high positions for a long time and forgot that they had also fought step by step from the bottom to climb to this position. The bloody scene in front of them reminded them of their youth, and the blood in their hearts was aroused. Then, one by one, like crazy, they controlled the magic elephant chariots and bravely rushed into the formation of the shadow monsters. However, their actions seemed to be exactly what the masters wanted. The next moment, the shadow monsters that had originally gathered together suddenly separated. Among them, 5 masters floating in the air suddenly turned their sights. A different black mist suddenly erupted from their triangular mouthparts. All these dozens of magic elephant chariots were covered. The next moment, the 5 masters disappeared from their original positions and entered the mist. A death-like oppression came. Kathy, who had been staring at the battlefield, suddenly realized that something was wrong. She sent out warning messages frantically. Come back quickly. This is the conspiracy of the Shadow Master. All chariot operators, return to the main city of the Witch Clan. Her voice was hurried and anxious. But it was too late. At this moment, all the Shadow Masters, including the hundreds of lords, were preparing their attacks. They bombarded the mist area that trapped dozens of magic elephant chariots. If this wave of concentrated fire hit, it would definitely blow up all of these dozens of magic elephant chariots, and at least half of the Witch Clan officers inside would be killed or injured. For the Witch Clan, it would be a heavy blow. Kathy's face was as pale as paper, and she clenched her fists tightly, with her nails digging into the flesh. Damn! I misjudged the situation. The wisdom of these masters is beyond imagination. At this moment, the entire Wu Clan main city, millions of Wu Clan soldiers, and even those generals, all felt a suffocating sense of despair. If these officers died, then the Wu Clan would never have a chance to win this battle. Millions of soldiers, including the cold-tempered commander Kathy, all showed despair in their eyes. And at this moment, a large golden figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Han Xing took action. Chapter 277. Looking at the golden shadow, all the Wu Clan soldiers raised their heads. Those were the magic elephant chariots. A total of 50 magic elephant chariots. Before the group of lords and masters launched their attacks, they had already raised their trunks and fired dozens of destructive shells. Flame bombardment. At the same time, after a burst of air-breaking sounds, 500 pale green flames quickly jumped into the sky. The target was the dozen or so master-level creatures. The terrifying killing range even covered the hundreds of lords below. When these ancient weapons and hellfire appeared, the entire Shadow Legion, including the millions of Wu Clan soldiers, was stunned. They seemed to have no idea where these magic elephant chariots came from. But there is no doubt that this is a very powerful force, forcing this group of master creatures to give up attacking the group of Wu Clan generals. Instead, they hurriedly spit out smoke again to block the bombardment of the magic elephant chariots and hellfire. At this moment, in the air, Chung Jianyong said excitedly, "Haha, it turns out that Brother Xing is waiting for this opportunity. When these masters launch an attack and can't release that weird smoke, give them a big wave." Everyone laughed. However, although the masters were caught off guard, they were also very fast. A burst of black crystal powder spread and quickly gathered into a cloud of smoke. All the attacks fell into the black fog, and like before, they had no effect. Seeing this scene, Chung Jianyong was surprised and said, "Damn, are the methods of these masters so perverted? If they can release this kind of smoke continuously, won't the Shadow Army be invincible?" At this time, Han Xing smiled and said, "Invincible? This group of Shadow Masters is still far from it." Chung Jianyong looked over in confusion. Han Xing said at this time, "As long as this group of masters is killed, the remaining lords will naturally not pose much threat." Everyone's expression changed. They understood what Han Xing meant. He was ready to attack the group of masters. After saying that, Han Xing's figure disappeared from the spot. The next moment, millions of soldiers raised their heads at the same time, because they saw a gorgeous light appearing above their heads. A huge throne with a gorgeous shape suddenly appeared in the air. On the throne stood a man with a majestic aura and an unclear face. He stood on the throne, slowly pulled open the orange bow in his hand, an invisible emperor's breath emanated from his body. At this moment, all the existences above the Lord level sensed that breath. They raised their heads involuntarily. Commander Kathy raised her eyebrows and said in surprise, "Is this breath the Holy Lord?" "No, that's not right. Compared with the Holy Lord, it is much weaker." "Who is the person who emits this breath?" Kathy didn't wait for her to think. At this time, Han Xing had already sent out an arrow. Swift wind break. The speed of this arrow has completely surpassed lightning. Even the vision of those dominant creatures could not catch the attack trajectory of the arrow. Moreover, Han Xing launched the attack at the moment when the fog dissipated. These dominants didn't react at all. The next moment, the arrow carrying the power of destruction instantly hit the head of a dominant. Then, it pierced through the back of its head. Puff! The Lord still had a bit of confusion in his eyes, and then he felt a sharp pain in his head. However, this was just the beginning. After the arrow pierced through its head, it continued to hit the eyeball of the second Lord again. Then, it continued to pierce through the brain. Puff! Puff puff puff. More than a dozen piercing sounds came in a row. One arrow pierced through all the Lord-level monsters on the field. More than a dozen lords floating in the air fell down like kites with broken strings. And at this moment, the strong wind brought by the arrow when it was shot began to burst out suddenly, after a sharp explosion. From where Han Xing shot the arrow, to the location of the Lord-level creature. In the middle of the area of more than 10 kilometers, a giant gully with a width of more than 10 meters and a depth of about 100 meters suddenly appeared. All the monsters along the way, whether they were leaders or elites, had disappeared. They were all torn into pieces by the terrible strong wind, as the dozen or so masters fell from the sky. The battlefield, which was originally in a state of chaos, suddenly became quiet at this moment. Whether it was the Wu clan soldiers or the group of shadow monsters, they all looked at the giant gully with a length of more than 10 kilometers in the battlefield with unbelievable eyes. At this moment, a Wu clan officer swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, "One blow severely damaged more than a dozen masters, and the aftermath even changed the terrain. I have only seen this kind of power when the Saint Lady took action. Who is the person who launched this attack? Is it another legendary strongman of my clan?" Hearing the word legend, the reactions of both sides were completely different. The eyes of the Wu clan soldiers burst into a strong light, because they knew that as long as the legendary strongman took action, then they would be saved. These shadow monsters, whether they were lords or so-called masters, were not worth mentioning in front of the real legends. The attack just now, more than a dozen masters fell, and now their lives and deaths are unknown, which is the best proof. At this moment, millions of Wu clan soldiers raised their heads and looked up at the sky with expectant eyes. Then, they saw a solemn and gorgeous throne floating in the air. On it, stood a man holding a huge bow and with a stern face. A human. Commander Kathy also saw the figure in the air. And when she saw Han Xing's face, she exclaimed, "Is it him?" Kathy had seen Han Xing. More than a month ago, Han Xing killed Malik and Zifo in the main city of the Wu clan, forcing the legendary strongman Fianna to take action. Kathy was there at the time. But at that time, the combat power displayed by Han Xing was only about the peak of the fourth turn, which was stronger than the average leader-level figure, but not much stronger. And now, he actually has the momentum and combat power of a legendary strongman. Legend. Kathy murmured, her eyes full of disbelief. How could it be so fast? It's only been more than a month since I last saw him. Even in the tens of thousands of years of history of the Holy Spirit realm, there has never been such a powerful person. How did he do it? However, what Kathy didn't know was that Han Xing had not yet entered the legendary level. His level is only 45, and he has a few gold equipment. At the fourth level, he can still improve. This also shows that Han Xing has unlimited potential. When he reaches level 50, he will officially enter the legendary realm. Perhaps it is true as Wumio said. He will become the most powerful legendary powerhouse in the history of the Holy Spirit realm. The next moment, Han Xing's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Then, he came directly above the group of dominant creatures. Now, Han Xing's movement speed and mobility have reached an unparalleled level. There is no need to worry that he will be surrounded by monsters and besieged. Han Xing also knows that the group of dominants are not dead. With their strong vitality, just a hole in the head is not a serious injury at all. Sure enough, after seeing Han Xing, the dozen terrifying figures on the ground suddenly burst out with shocking murderous intent. They were just stunned. At this moment, they reacted and released terrifying auras from their bodies. Pop! A cloud of black smoke came out of the mouths of these dominant creatures. At that time, they used this trick to trap the group of magic elephant chariots, almost causing the annihilation of those which clan strongmen. Now, they seemed to want to repeat the trick. However, Han Xing was dismissive. What greeted the group of dominants was a flaming arrow. From this arrow, the dominants felt a threat and lethality that was more terrifying than those defense towers. They were just about to interrupt this skill and release the black crystals before to block the arrow's attack. However, Han Xing's attack was much faster than the defense tower. In addition, it was at such a close distance. This group of dominant creatures had no chance to dodge. The next moment, the arrow fell, and a ball of fire with a diameter of more than a kilometer rose up. Boom! The sky-high flames illuminated everyone's vision at this moment. The heat waves swept across instantly. In the area of several kilometers nearby, all shadow monsters below the Lord level were overturned by this terrifying impact. Including the soldiers in the main city, they also felt unstable. And this is the power of the legendary level. Han Xing only slightly touched this level. In the 4-turn stage, the nearly invincible dominant monster was beaten by him one against many and unilaterally. At this moment, Kathy, who was watching the battlefield here, was more shocked. If she hadn't sensed that Han Xing's aura was only at the 4-turn level, she really thought that Han Xing had broken through the legend. Looking at the dazed look of the soldiers, Han Xing turned around and said, "Don't just stand there, leave these masters to me. You activate the defense towers and ancient weapons to deal with those leader monsters." After Han Xing's reminder, the group of Wu clan soldiers came back to their senses from their confusion. Including Kathy, they also hurriedly activated the defense towers and launched an attack on the Shadow Legion that was attacking like a tide. Boom! Boom! The attack range of the True Spirit Tower and the Wu Soul Tower is extremely far. Before, they were restrained by the master-level creatures, so they did not play the corresponding effect at all. But now, this group of master-level creatures were pressed to the ground by Han Xing. At this moment, in the main city of the Wu clan, those powerful defense towers were no longer disturbed and had released all their combat power. Large groups of shadow monsters were killed, and the situation in the Wu clan's main city, which was already in danger, suddenly improved. On Han Xing's side, the group of dominant creatures seemed to be struggling to get up. At this moment, Shen Yuan threw 2 blessings over, which made his attribute soar again. Han Xing was still not satisfied. He directly turned on the special effect on the metal, Breath of the Wilderness. After turning on the special effect, the dodge rate increased by 99%, the movement speed increased by 99%, and the attack power increased by 99%. The effect lasted for 10 seconds. Han Xing, who had already reached a terrifying level, now had a truly legendary aura. Even at a height of 1 million meters. The 4 figures who were fighting a life-and-death battle all felt a soaring aura rising from below. At this moment, Wu Mior had just slapped the lion-headed monster away with a slap, and suddenly frowned. Legend. Another legendary strongman has appeared? This aura seems to have never been sensed before. Wu Mior was confused and anxious. Damn it, what unexpected situation happened below? Wu Mior now just wanted to get rid of the opponent in front of her as soon as possible and check what happened in her main city. However, despite her overwhelming fighting power, but her opponent was even stronger. That was a Shadow Demon Lord, a real high-level legend. In addition, there were 2 Shadow Legends assisting him. If other Wu clan legends came over, they would have been killed by them by now. It was only because of Wu Mior's continuous outbursts that the situation was barely maintained. But even so, Wu Mior was suppressed in all aspects. And as time went by, Wu Mior felt more and more powerless. Below, after turning on the special effect of the wilderness, Han Xing's momentum soared nearly twice again. The entire Wu clan Sky Island was shrouded by his terrifying aura. A strange look suddenly appeared in Han Xing's eyes. So that's it, is this the power of the legendary level? Interesting, at this level, the way of looking at the world has become a little different. Yes, after turning on the special effect, Han Xing suddenly found that he had a special ability. That is, the consciousness is released. He closed his eyes, but he could clearly sense it. With himself as the center, all enemies and other creatures in a radius of nearly 10,000 meters. And he knew the strength of these creatures very well. Even what they were saying, Han Xing knew it clearly. This ability should be a special ability unique to legendary strongmen. At the same time, Han Xing raised his head, and he also sensed the 4 groups of auras fighting in the air. Among them, there was a group of auras with softness and fierceness, fighting alone against the other 3 powerful beings. At this time, Han Xing thought in a low voice. It turns out that Wu Miao's battlefield is in the air. But it seems that the situation on her side is a bit unrealistic. Everyone thought that Wu Miao was dealing with 2 shadow legends. Actually, there are 3. And one of them has a strong aura that makes me feel that I am no match for him now. Just as Han Xing was thinking about this, the shadow lords below struggled to stand up again. Han Xing glanced at them, and found that these shadow lords had been seriously injured. So, Han Xing pulled the bowstring again. A terrible tearing feeling appeared. Before the arrows were shot, the group of shadow lords fell from the air again, as if struck by lightning. A few seconds later, all 15 dominant creatures died. The system prompt appeared. Kill the shadow source, a 4-star dominant creature, and gain 124 million experience points. Kill the shadow source. Chapter 278. On the ground. The 15 huge corpses gradually dissipated. After the death of these shadow monsters, the energy on the corpses will quickly drain away, and then gradually turn into a ball of black powder, dissipating in the air. Even the dominant creatures are no exception. This scene was witnessed by Kathy, who was in the command room, using special means to check the battlefield here. Her face, which had always been very serious, suddenly showed a look of shock and a little fear. This is the power of the legendary level, no matter you are a 4th-turn lord, a dominant, or even breaking the limit. But as long as you are not a legend, you are all ants. At this time, Kathy breathed a sigh of relief, and then patted her full chest. I couldn't help but feel fortunate in my heart. Fortunately, this human warrior came to help them. If at this time, he followed the Shadow Legion to attack the Witch Clan, the consequences would be unimaginable, after dealing with these dozen dominant creatures. Han Xing suddenly noticed. The metal on his chest was slightly hot. It was the Wild King metal. Han Xing remembered that this metal could be upgraded. During the Blood Tide, Han Xing killed countless powerful monsters along the way and upgraded it to the orange grade. And it can continue to upgrade. However, the number of monsters that Han Xing needs to kill is more. After so long, I don't know how the upgrade progress is. So Han Xing clicked on the item properties to check. Wild King Metal Upgrade Progress Lord Level Creatures, 9472/10,000. Dominant Level Creatures, 100/100. Legendary Creatures, 0/1. Seeing this upgrade progress, Han Xing was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, he had killed so many lords and masters from the Blood Tide period to now. Now, there are only more than 500 lords and a legend left to upgrade this metal to red, which is the quality of artifacts. Han Xing couldn't help but get excited. The current orange metal has very terrifying attributes. Just the 15% increase in all attributes and the additional 15% damage to lord-level creatures, the bonus of this attribute has exceeded the bonus of a gold equipment. Moreover, there is a very powerful special effect. These 2 effects have greatly improved Han Xing's combat power. If it is upgraded to another level, how powerful will it be? At this time, Han Xing noticed that there were many black stones left where the masters died. These stones look very familiar, that is, the Shadow God Stone. However, these Overlord-level monsters exploded a lot of Shadow God Stones. Han Xing took a quick look and saw at least 100 or 200 of them. In addition to the Shadow God Stone, Han Xing also noticed that there was a ball of red flame floating above the bodies of these dominant monsters. Just as Han Xing was about to check what these red flames were, the breath of the wild special effect, which lasted for 10 seconds, ended. Han Xing fell from that magical state. At the same time, he suddenly noticed that the original red flames had disappeared at this time. It was as if it was just his illusion before. Han Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. At his level, unless he is under some kind of mental illusion, it is impossible to have hallucinations. This means that the red flames just now must be real. In order to verify this conjecture, Han Xing's figure flashed and returned directly to Wanqing City. He came to Cheng Jianyong and asked, "Did you see the red flames in the pile of shadow gods?" Cheng Jianyong looked at it carefully, and then shook his head blankly. "No, Brother Xing, isn't there a pile of shadow gods on the ground? But there are so many, we are rich this time." Han Xing nodded, and it was exactly as he had guessed. These red flames can only be seen by himself after turning on the special effects of the wild breath. In other words, only people who have come into contact with the legendary power level can see them. Han Xing's figure flashed again, and returned to the pile of shadow gods. He found that it was really convenient to have the Oracle Throne. Go wherever you want, and move fast. Although he couldn't see it, Han Xing still relied on the vague impression in his memory to come to the place where the flames were floating, and then reached out to touch them. System prompts appeared. Obtain special props. Divine Power Source Fire *1 Divine Power Source Fire. A flame containing divine power. After reaching the current level limit, the 4-turn creatures can ignite this source fire and impact the 5th turn legendary realm. Note, after igniting the source fire, if you successfully control the divine power, you will automatically be promoted to a legendary powerhouse. The more source fires you ignite, the greater the probability of controlling divine power. Note 2. If you fail to control the divine power, you can choose to be promoted to an ordinary 5th turn powerhouse. Or choose to reduce your level by 5 levels and impact the legendary realm again. After seeing the introduction of this divine power source fire, Han Xing's pupil shrank. It turned out that this thing was the key item for the survivors to break through the 5th level from the 4th level. It was even the key to entering the legendary level. At this time, Han Xing suddenly remembered what Wu Miao had said to him. There is an essential difference between legendary powerhouses and ordinary 5th level powerhouses, that is, the control of divine power. This divine power source fire is the key item to help them control divine power. However, this is also a bit of a pity, and there is a probability of failure in controlling divine power. If the control fails, either you will be promoted to an ordinary 5th level powerhouse, or choose to restrike the legendary realm. If you choose to restrike the legendary realm, you must bear the huge price of a 5-level drop in level. From level 45 to level 50, the experience required is huge. Even if Han Xing is now constantly brushing the Abyss Rift, it will take at least several months. For those ordinary survivors, it will take more than half a year, or even a year. It is equivalent to seriously slowing down the progress. Moreover, there is no guarantee that the next impact on the legendary realm will be successful. No wonder, Wu Miao also said that. There are many 5th turn masters in this world. However, there are very few who can enter the legendary realm. Han Xing pondered, it is indeed difficult to enter the legendary realm. However, compared with the natives of this world, we survivors still have a great advantage. At least we can directly see our own data, and the price we need to pay after failure. Moreover, this price is not unbearable. Even if we lose 5 levels, it will only delay us for about a year. But if it succeeds, the benefits will be huge. The gap between the 5th turn legend and the ordinary 5th turn is too big. Thinking of this, Han Xing excitedly put these divine power source fires into his backpack. Get special props. Divine power source fire *14. Get shadow divine stone *210. Han Xing nodded. According to this calculation, a 4-turn master can 100% explode a divine power source fire. Han Xing remembered that the item information above said, when impacting the legendary realm, the more divine fires ignited, the greater the probability of success. And with his strength, these 4-turn masters are no longer taken seriously by him. In other words, as long as there are enough 4-turn master level creatures, Han Xing can get a lot of divine power source fire. When it comes to the 5th turn, Han Xing will use divine fire piles to pile himself into a legendary strongman. Thinking of this, Han Xing's mood has become better. Since participating in the war between the Shadow Legion and the Witch Clan, Han Xing gained a lot along the way. Those ordinary shadow monsters can explode shadow crystals, which can be exchanged for combat merit shops. And those lords can explode precious materials such as shadow god stones. Now, these shadow masters even exploded key items such as divine power source fire. In Han Xing's eyes, this is not a shadow invasion, this is simply rushing to send treasures to him. After solving the threat of the master, it is considered to have solved the biggest crisis of the entire Wu Clan Sky Island. Cathy seized the opportunity to control the defense towers in the main city, and began to carry out continuous blasting attacks. Boom! 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 The firepower of the Wu Clan's main city is many times stronger than Wanqing City. Now with full firepower, Han Xing saw what a saturation bombing scene was like. Groups of shadow monsters were killed to pieces under Cathy's reckless bombing, including the entire huge Wu Clan Sky Island, the battlefields in other cities, and even those wasteland areas. Cathy didn't let go. Every time the Wu Soul Tower attacks, it will take away a large number of shadow monsters and cause serious damage to the terrain of the Sky Island. For a while, countless thousands of meters deep pits appeared, and even many cities were destroyed. Seeing this scene, Han Xing also spread his hands. Before, he thought that his bombing would cause damage to Wu Mir's Sky Island. Now it seems that their own people are more ruthless. They are about to turn the entire Sky Island upside down. At this time, Wu Miao, who was fighting in the air, was getting more and more anxious. She didn't know the situation below. Wumio naturally thought that the situation below must be very pessimistic. This time, the Shadow Legion had transferred all the high-level legends. As an opponent who had been dealing with each other for so many years, Wumio deeply understood the terrifying strength of the Shadow Legion. They must have found a way to deal with the defense towers in the main city with such a big fanfare this time. The Wu Clan Sky Island below must be under extremely terrifying pressure at this moment. Every second she delayed, more Wu Clan soldiers might be buried under the claws of the shadow monster. Wumio felt more and more impatient. The next moment, she only heard a light sound. The blue secret patterned ocean covering the sky was completely shrunk into the body at this moment. Wumio took a deep breath. Then, a terrifying force burst out from her body. Buzz! It was as if an 18th level hurricane had been set off on the spot. The three shadow legends were suddenly forced back. Wumio seized the opportunity and left the battlefield in an instant. Seeing Wumio leave, the humanoid creature, who was nearly 100 meters tall and holding a trident in his hand, shouted, "Stop her!" The next moment, three legendary strongmen chased after her at high speed in the sky. Suddenly, four beams of light appeared. A blue beam of light, like a dazzling lightning, came down at a terrifying speed. Behind it, there were three black beams of light, approaching rapidly. At this moment, Wumio bit her teeth lightly, clenched her fists and said, "This time, I made a mistake in judgment and underestimated the determination of the Shadow Legion to destroy my Wu clan. My fellow clansmen in the main city, you must hold on. 1,000,000 meters high, almost 1,000 kilometers away. At the speed of a legendary strongman, it only takes about 10 seconds. However, these 10 seconds seemed so long in Wumio's eyes. Behind him, three shadow legends were chasing him. The high-level legend suddenly raised the trident in his hand, and a huge black divine power was brewing in it. She, like a burst of black lightning. The next moment, its speed soared a lot. It was about to catch up with Wumio. This guy is worthy of the combat power of a high-level legend. Even in a one-on-one situation, Wumio did not dare to say that she was its opponent. After all, there are also strong and weak differences among legends. There was a level difference between her and Shadow Demon Lord. However, Wumio didn't want to continue to tangle with it at this time. She just wanted to return to Wu Clan Sky Island as soon as possible to rescue her people. Seeing that Shadow Demon Lord was less than 100 meters away from her, and the distance between the other two Shadow Legends was getting closer and closer, Wumio gritted her teeth, and the aura on her body suddenly condensed. She gritted her teeth and shouted in a low voice, "Wu Clan Forbidden Technique Forbidden Abyss." At this moment, Wumio actually used the Wu Clan's lethal Forbidden Technique again at all costs. A dark vortex enveloped all three Shadow Legends. Trapped in the Forbidden Abyss, even a legendary strongman would be dragged by the terrifying suction and then dragged into the endless abyss. However, there are exceptions to everything. If the object swallowed by the abyss is too powerful, they can also rely on their own strength to forcibly get rid of the attraction and then struggle out. Obviously, this Forbidden Abyss cannot absorb these three powerful legendary masters at once. Wumio didn't know how long her Forbidden Technique could trap them, but she knew that she had to hurry up and go to the main city to participate in the rescue. So, Wumio gritted her teeth again and whispered, "Which clan Forbidden Technique, which soul transfer?" The next moment, Wumio's figure disappeared from the spot. Shadow Demon Lord and the other two Shadow Legends were trapped in the dark vortex, constantly releasing their own divine power to fight against the terrible suction. While fighting against the vortex, Shadow Demon Lord still stared at the Wu Clan Sky Island below, and the pale green flame in his eyes was erratic. At this moment, Wumio's figure suddenly appeared in the royal city. Before she could check the current battle situation, she suddenly felt a surge of blood in her body. A mouthful of blood spurted out of her throat. Because of the continuous use of forbidden techniques, Wumio suffered a serious backlash. Even though she was the saint of the Wu clan, even though she was gifted, she was already a little overwhelmed at this time. But now was not the time to take care of these things. She had to find out the current situation of the main city as soon as possible. Although, she had made preparations for the worst. After trying to calm the surging blood in her heart, she instantly released her consciousness. The entire Wu Clan Sky Island, all areas were covered by her consciousness. And at this moment, Wumio's expression suddenly changed. Because, in her perception, the current battle situation of the Wu Clan Sky Island, it seems to be a little different from what she imagined. Chapter 279. Wumio originally thought that the Wu Clan's main city should be in a precarious state. It is even possible that it has been captured by the Shadow Legion. But now, Not only did she not see any dangerous situation. Instead, those shadow monsters were being killed in batches by the defense towers of the main city. At this moment, Wumyor couldn't help but wonder if she was hallucinating, but when she sensed it again, she found that it was still the same. Even with Wumyor's concentration, she couldn't help but feel her head buzzing at this time. What happened? Could it be that those two guys were lying to me? There was no Shadow Source body and Lord Army coming at all. However, Wumyor immediately shook her head, because she did sense the breath of the Overlord above, and there were many Overlords. Among them, there was still a terrible power left. It seemed that an amazing battle had taken place between the two sides. At this time, Wumyor wanted to find someone to ask what happened. She flashed and appeared directly at the command center of the main city, next to Kathy. Kathy suddenly felt a figure beside her, and was shocked. However, when she saw that the figure was Wumyor, the vigilance and seriousness on her face disappeared, and she was replaced by a look of surprise. Lady Saint. Kathy wanted to say something, but Wumyor said seriously, long story short. Tell me, what happened after I left with the two Shadow Legends? Also, who killed those masters? After hearing this, Kathy immediately put away the smile on her face, and began to quickly explain to Wumyor what happened next. The more Wumyor listened, the more shocked she became. And when she heard that the humans who attacked were Han Xing and others whom she brought from the land forsaken by the gods, Wumyor could no longer suppress the shock in her eyes. What did you say? Han Xing has entered the legendary realm. Wumyor's voice was trembling. She had lived for nearly 1,000 years, and had never lost her composure like today. After all, Han Xing was brought out of the land forsaken by the gods by her own hands. Wumyor knew his strength very well. At that time, they had obviously just broken through the 4th level. They didn't even know how to enter the legendary realm. It has only been less than 2 months now, right? You tell me that Han Xing has broken through to the legendary level? However, Kathy on the opposite side shook her head and said, Saint Lady, I am not sure. However, this human, that is, Lady Han Xing, did show legendary level combat power at that time. He easily killed those dozen dominant monsters by himself. Wumyor looked into Kathy's eyes, and knew that she could not deceive herself about such a thing. In her spiritual sense, she did find Han Xing's breath. At first, she was a little surprised why they appeared here. Now, she completely understood. Han Xing came to help her, as soon as he heard the news of the invasion of the Shadow Legion. For a moment, Wumyor could not help but feel a warm current in her heart. This wonderful feeling, Wumyor has never experienced since she was a child. The next moment, she took a deep breath and said, I know. Don't spread what's going on here. You must keep it secret even if you just saw Han Xing killing the group of masters. Wumyor had her own concerns. After all, in just 2 months, he broke through from the 4th level to the legendary level. Whether it was for the Wu clan or even the entire Holy Spirit realm, it was really shocking. If the other powerful people of the big clans knew about it, it might cause trouble for Han Xing. After hearing this, Kathy nodded solemnly, yes. Wumyor wanted to find Han Xing at this moment to see what happened to him. However, before she could take action. In the sky, 3 terrifying auras had already descended at this moment. The entire Sky Island, billions of lives were enveloped by the terrifying aura, and their bodies suddenly stiffened. Those Wu clan civilians fainted directly. Wumyor's expression changed. She knew that the Shadow Demon Lord and the other 2 Shadow Legends had already broken free. There was no time to think about it. Wumyor rushed up to the sky instantly, since there was no danger here. Then, she would take these 3 legendary creatures away from the Wu clan Sky Island. After all, legendary beings have too large a range when fighting. If you are not careful, you may even destroy the entire Sky Island. So Wumyor will never let these Shadow Legends get close to her Sky Island. However, those Shadow Legends knew her thoughts, and naturally would not let Wumyor get her wish. You know, the original goal of the Shadow Legion was to cause large-scale destruction to the Wu clan's forces, and kill more Wu clan members. Before, they were just coerced by Wumyor, and had to move the battlefield. But now, Wumyor ran back to the Wu clan's Sky Island by herself, and they would definitely not miss such a good opportunity. Looking at the Sky Island below, the fire in the pupils of the Shadow Demon Lord kept flickering. Then, he said in a hoarse voice, Wumyor. The next moment, the Shadow Demon Lord suddenly raised the trident in his hand. The black lightning gathered from the tip of the trident again. At the same time, black energy balls appeared in front of the other 2 Shadow Legends. The Shadow Demon Lord waved the trident, and pointed suddenly. A terrifying black lightning, plus 2 energy balls containing the breath of annihilation, all fell. Wu Mior's expression changed drastically. She could feel how terrifying the lethality of these 3 attacks was. Any aftermath would cause extremely serious damage to this sky island, or even destroy it. Wu Mior took a deep breath. Because of the backlash of the forbidden technique, the pretty face that looked a little pale regained some rosy color at this moment. The next moment, the blue secret pattern C suddenly appeared. She wanted to use her secret pattern field to intercept all 3 attacks. It happened in a flash. At the moment when the blue secret pattern C appeared, the attacks from the 3 shadow legends had crossed tens of thousands of meters, and were about to fall on the sky island. Then, they came into contact with Wu Mior's secret pattern field. Buzz, at this moment, the terrifying energy exploded. In an instant, everyone felt a white expanse in front of their eyes, and lost all vision. Waves of crisis of death came. The hair on the surface of the body stood up, as if there was an electric current constantly passing through them. And this is the effect caused by the battle between legendary powerhouses. It can be said that if Wu Mior hadn't blocked all the impacts, the aftermath of these attacks alone would have been enough to cause heavy casualties to the people on the Wu Clan Sky Island. However, the current situation is not optimistic. Wu Mior's blue secret pattern field was eroded by the energy of the 3 attacks. It was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a second, the blue secret pattern C had already seemed very illusory, and was on the verge of collapse. But fortunately, these 3 destructive attacks were blocked by her. The price was that Wu Mior's mouth was bleeding red, and her face turned as pale as paper. A cold snort suddenly came from the sky. The contemporary saint seems to have overestimated herself. Dare to take our attack head-on. You are really overestimating yourself. Die for me. Buzz, a black lightning bolt descended instantly, passing through Wu Mior's body, and then fell on the Wu Clan's sky island below. This attack was too fast and too fierce. Even Wu Mior didn't have time to block it. The next moment, the whole Wu Clan sky island was shaken strongly. Boom, the earth shook. When the earthquake-like feeling disappeared, where the black lightning fell, a huge pit with a diameter of more than 100,000 meters, and a depth of more than 1 million meters suddenly appeared, and from the sky above, you can directly see the scene below the sky island. With a casual blow, the entire sky island was directly pierced. At this moment, not only the group of Wu Clan soldiers were horrified, even Han Xing frowned. Facing this level of strongman, even if Han Xing used all his means, he was not sure that he could confront him head-on. No, not even one move. Only by relying on the teleportation effect of the Oracle Throne could they barely save their lives. However, before they could react, suddenly, they saw a beautiful figure falling straight down in the sky, like a bird with broken wings. Below, the group of which soldiers shouted in horror. Saintess! Saintess! Wu Mior took the blow from the Shadow Demon Lord, suffered heavy damage, and fell from the sky. Before she could adjust herself, in the sky, the 3 shadow legends were approaching. Wu Mior suddenly coughed up blood, and a trace of panic appeared in her eyes. This time, she miscalculated. It was not because of the backlash she suffered after using the forbidden techniques in succession. She knew that even if she did not use the 2 forbidden techniques, she was not the opponent of the 3 shadow legends. The next moment, Wu Mior's eyes flashed with determination. She shouted loudly, "People of the Wu Clan, the situation has now reached the most serious time. I will do my best to delay these 3 shadow legends, and buy you time to escape. Try to escape to the territory of other Wu Clan priests. No matter what happens, don't look back." All the Wu Clan soldiers, including the Wu Clan civilians, heard Wu Mior's words. For a moment, everyone's heart sank. They asked in disbelief, "Saint Lady, what are you talking about? You want us to go first? Do you want to stay by yourself?" "Saint Lady, we won't leave. Everyone believes in you, and will definitely defeat the enemy. Just like before." "That's right. Saint Lady, we support you." For a moment, countless voices shouted, wanting to stay and fight with Wu Mior to the end. Wu Mior's eyes showed a touch of emotion. But she also knew that it would be useless for these Wu soldiers and civilians to stay, and would only increase casualties. At this time, the Shadow Demon Lord was already killing with a trident in hand. In an instant, Wu Mior's consciousness quickly swept across the entire sky island and billions of creatures. Then, it locked onto Han Xing. At this time, Han Xing suddenly received a system prompt. "For unknown reasons, you have obtained the highest authority of the Wu Clan's 3rd sky island. Now, you can control all buildings, defense towers, and other resources on the sky island." Hearing this system prompt, Han Xing was stunned. "What's going on? How did I suddenly get the highest authority?" At this moment, Wu Mior's voice sounded in Han Xing's ears. Han Xing, I'm Wumior. The current situation is not optimistic. The enemies this time are very strong. I am not sure I can deal with them. You are my most trusted friend. Now I will open all the permissions of this Sky Island for you. Please control this Sky Island and leave as soon as possible. I will do my best to delay these 3 Shadow Legends and buy time for you to escape. Thank you, Han Xing. I hope you can help me one last time. Wumior's words revealed haste and begging. Han Xing knew that Wumior could not deal with these 3 enemies. However, he did not expect that Wumior would directly hand over the control authority of the Sky Island to him. This shows that Wumior has made up her mind to die. After a moment, Han Xing shook his head and said, "This woman really likes to act on her own. Let us run away, and you go to die by yourself. I, Han Xing, am the kind of person." Han Xing was stunned for a moment. He seemed to be such a person. But that was when dealing with outsiders. Wumior handed over the entire Sky Island to her. In her heart, Han Xing was her friend, and the person she trusted the most. Han Xing naturally didn't want to betray this trust. But if they didn't leave, it meant that they had to fight with the legendary strongman. At this time, Han Xing looked at Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun beside him and said, "Brothers, Wumior handed over the Sky Island to me, let me take you to run," and she was going to die. What do you think? Everyone was slightly stunned after hearing this. At this time, Cheng Jianyong was the first to say, "Damn, this woman is so fierce." Shen Yun said on the side, "Is the situation so serious?" Zhang Lianmeng and Su Shaoan also showed worry in their eyes. But no one said they wanted to run away. Han Xing nodded and said, "Yes." "So what do you mean?" After everyone heard it, Cheng Jianyong was the first to say, "Damn. Of course we have to fight them. Run? Run away. If Wumior dies, it will be our turn soon." After Shen Yun heard it, he also nodded and said, "Xiao Yongzi is right. With the speed of a legendary strongman, he can catch up with us soon if he escapes with Sky Island. Unless we can leave these Wu people behind and escape by ourselves." But it is obvious that no one will make this choice. Including the 2 women on the side, they all shook their heads. Han Xing laughed after hearing it. "You're right. We can't run away with Sky Island. We can't leave these Wu people behind. So, I decided that we should go find the real legends and have a try." After hearing this, everyone's faces were stern. Han Xing continued, "This time, our goal is to delay or even kill the 2 legends to buy some breathing time for Wumio. This is very dangerous. If you hesitate, you can quit now." Everyone did not answer, but showed their position with actions. Chapter 280. Angel Blessing, Honor Blessing. Shen Yun directly gave 2 blessings, and everyone entered the battle state instantly. Han Xing said that this time, they were going to fight 2 legends, which was completely beyond everyone's expectations. If other legends saw their actions, they would definitely think that these humans were crazy. That's a legend. Dealing with a 4th level, they could almost kill it with a flick of the wrist. And not only did they want to challenge the legends without knowing their own limits, they also challenged 2 at a time. This is not madness, this is simply courting death. However, there was no fear in the eyes of Cheng Jianyong, Shen Yun and others. Looking at their eyes, Han Xing understood. Han Xing smiled and said, "Let's go, give the legends of this world a little shock." Everyone also laughed. Then, Han Xing directly controlled Wanqing City and rushed into the sky. At this moment, Wumior, who was fighting with the 3 shadow legends, suddenly sensed the breath coming from below. A trace of panic suddenly appeared in her eyes. Even when fighting against the 3 shadow legends, Wumior did not show such an expression. She hurriedly sent a message. "Han Xing, what are you doing? Go quickly. Don't come over." Wumior's tone revealed great anxiety. However, the Sky Island below ignored it, and continued to approach directly. Wumior became even more anxious. She hurriedly said, "Han Xing, I know you are very strong now, even with legendary combat power. But this time the enemy is beyond your imagination, you are not a real legend yet. You want to help me, and I thank you, but I don't want you to die. Hurry up." However, Han Xing shook his head after hearing this and said, "Wumior, what are you yelling about? This is not your style." Wumior, who was fighting with 3 shadow legends, frowned. She wanted to say something else, but the man below said, "Since I dare to come, it means I am sure. Watch carefully. Next, you will witness the most shocking scene in your life. I will kill the legend with the strength of the 4th turn. Break the so-called myth of the legend's invincibility." In the air, the Shadow Demon Lord also heard Han Xing's arrogant words. It waved the trident and asked, "Wumior, is this the helper you invited?" The tone is quite arrogant, but the strength is a little too weak. Next, the two shadow legends who were besieging also had a look of contempt in their eyes. Wu Mior glared and directly scolded the shadow demon lord, "Shut up." Han Xing ignored the mocking eyes of these guys. The next moment, a gorgeous throne suddenly appeared under Han Xing. The moment he sat on the throne, a king's aura burst out from his body, and his whole body strength doubled. At this time, Han Xing actually reached the legendary level again. At this moment, the four legendary strongmen who were fighting above felt their expressions stiffen. Even the action of attacking was a little slower. Feeling Han Xing's aura, the Shadow Demon Lord showed an interested smile and said, "It's interesting. You actually got in touch with this level of power. But it's still too weak." Bang! Taking advantage of Wu Mior's distraction, Shadow Demon Lord slapped her away, hearing the other party's ridicule. Han Xing's mouth curled up a smile. Then, he pulled the bowstring. It was still the familiar starting move. A strong tearing feeling came. The interest in the pale green eyes of the Shadow Demon Lord became stronger. This move is a bit interesting. Han Xing laughed and said, "Next, there will be more interesting." The next moment, the arrow in his hand shot out. This arrow was extremely fast, and the Shadow Demon Lord also wanted to test the current strength of this human. So, it did not dodge, but slashed down suddenly at the moment when the arrow shot over. However, even with its speed, it did not stop it. Puff! The arrow instantly hit its heart, making a crisp sound. This attack actually caused a slight damage to it directly. This time, even the Shadow Demon Lord was a little surprised. You know, although the Shadow Legends are weaker than the average legendary level strongmen, but they also have an advantage, that is, the body is purely made of dark crystals. Therefore, their defense is stronger than the average legendary level strongman. Even for Wu Mior, it is not an easy task to hurt it. Looking at the other party's surprised expression, Han Xing said, "How about letting your two men play with us? Otherwise, I will keep shooting arrows beside you to disturb you." After hearing this, the Shadow Demon Lord's eyes burst with murderous intent. It did feel a little threatened by Han Xing. The Shadow Demon Lord wanted to teleport over and kill these ants directly. However, Wu Mior's long black hair was flying. She had locked onto it with a strong aura. The Shadow Demon Lord knew that Wu Mior would not let it pass. The flame in the Shadow Demon Lord's eyes flickered, and then he nodded and said, "Okay, let them play with you." Then, he pointed at the lion-headed monster and the Shadow Legend holding the crystal sword and said, "Go, let these ignorant humans see how powerful the real legendary powerhouse is." The two Shadow Legends seemed to have received its order after hearing it. Then, they rushed straight towards Han Xing. Han Xing controlled Xingyu City and distanced himself from Wu Mior. When they were about to separate, Han Xing picked up the communication jade and said a few words to Wu Mior. The battlefields of the two sides separated. The next moment, the blue sea of secret patterns bloomed again on Wu Mior's body. She remembered Han Xing's last words, which was to reserve enough space and time for Han Xing to come out, and he would kill these two legends. Although she didn't know where Han Xing got this confidence from. Killing legends in the fourth turn, this has never happened in the history of the Holy Spirit realm. However, Wu Mior couldn't help but believe him. So, Wu Mior directly took the Shadow Demon Lord and rushed into the sky at a high speed. The Shadow Demon Lord was also happy to do so. It was also worried that Wu Mior would rescue those humans when they couldn't stand it and were about to be killed. At this moment, in the air, only Han Xing's Wanqing City was left to face the two powerful beings. Feeling the strong killing intent on the other side, Han Xing licked the corner of his mouth. This was their first time dealing with a legendary level warrior. Moreover, dealing with two of them right away was a very difficult challenge. However, the good news was that the two Shadow Legends had been ravaged by Wu Mior, which reduced a lot of pressure on Han Xing and the others. At this moment, Han Xing looked at Wu Mior, who was gradually going away in the sky. He suddenly laughed heartily. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. The two Shadow Legends looked blank, as if they didn't understand why this human was suddenly laughing. They even thought that the other party was scared. However, Han Xing suddenly said, "I laugh at you fools, you actually agreed to separate the battlefield with me. Now let's see how the guy can save you." However, the two legends seemed to have heard some joke. This human wanted to separate the battlefield, but he was worried about the rescue of the Demon Lord. It was really ridiculous. However, Han Xing was telling the truth. At the beginning, he didn't take these two Shadow Legends seriously. With the current firepower of Wanqing City, it is enough to contain a legendary level strongman. And the combat power that the five of them can exert with cooperation is enough to crush the legend. At this moment, Han Xing is ready to do whatever it takes. With the shortest time and the most violent attack, kill these two legends. Han Xing shouted loudly. Shen Yun, throw the sun. Everyone, burst out with all your strength. We will kill it in seconds. At the moment of receiving Han Xing's order, Shen Yun threw a sun-emitting holy light directly into the air. At the same time, the special effects of the equipment on the 5 people were also activated one by one. Their auras surged rapidly in an instant. The 2 shadow legends were horrified. The 5 people in front of them actually rose from the 4th level to the legendary level in an instant. Shen Yun's amplification effect was too terrifying. 2 blessings, plus a Vatican secret technique, holy light, directly increased everyone's attributes by more than 2 times. In addition, they were all wearing gold equipment at the lowest, and there were many orange equipment, and even orange suits. The special effects above will increase their strength in all aspects. At this moment, the strength of the 5 people ushered in earth-shaking changes, including the Shadow Demon Lord, who was fighting with Wumir in the sky. He also noticed the 5 sudden bursts of legendary auras. It realized that something beyond its imagination might have happened below. There was something strange. It was about to rush over, but was stopped by Wumir in an instant. The Shadow Demon Lord had a bad premonition in his heart. Including the 2 shadow legends, they suddenly felt a sense of crisis. They felt that if the 5 people's aura continued to surge, they would be in danger of falling today. So, 2 legendary figures flashed. They were about to rush towards everyone, and at this moment, Su Xiaoyang suddenly raised the Valkyrie longbow and shot an arrow with a green aura. Elf secret art Withered Vine. Withered Vine. For all enemy creatures in the 1000*1000 m area ahead, the Withered Vine effect is attached, the movement speed is reduced by 95%, and the survivor's agility *1.25 times the health value is lost per second, and the effect lasts for 5 seconds. This Withered Vine is a skill that Su Xiaoyan learned after completing the 4th transformation. It combines collective burst, recovery, and control. The effect is very comprehensive, but Han Xing and others were all crushed before, so there was no chance to use it. This elf secret technique will greatly reduce the effect of losing life points against legendary powerhouses. And Han Xing only wants the effect of reducing the movement speed by 95%. It is equivalent to that within 5 seconds. These 2 shadow legends basically lost their ability to move in the air. Suddenly, 2 figures completely wrapped in green vines appeared. They struggled hard. One by one, the green vines were constantly broken, but more vines grew out of the void immediately. It seems that this control effect will not last for 5 seconds. But even if it is only 2 seconds, it is enough. Han Xing suddenly showed a bit of joy at the corner of his mouth and said loudly, "Brothers, kill them in seconds." The words fell. Arrows that could kill dominant creatures instantly, plus sword energy with terrifying lethality. And the devastating meteorites, all fell on the 2 shadow legends. Boom! Boom! Terrifying energy fluctuations. No less than Wumil's full-strength attack, however. This is not the end. The next moment, all the defense towers, hellfire silos, and magic elephant chariots in Wanqing City all launched attacks. And the target was still these 2 legends. Han Xing perfectly interpreted what it meant to stay still. Once he moved, it was a devastating attack. At the same time, everyone's attacks followed the attacks of these defense towers. At this moment, an energy wave that was even more terrifying than before suddenly burst out. The entire Wu Clan Sky Island shook violently. Its power was even no less than the attack launched by the Shadow Demon Lord at that time. It truly reached the level of a high-level legend. Even the Shadow Demon Lord, who was 1,000,000 meters away, felt a change in his expression. Damn it! Those humans dared to play tricks on me. Deliberately showing weakness in front of me is to create this situation. It woke up, and the murderous intent in its heart was completely boiling. It was a dignified Shadow Demon Lord, but today it was played by a weak human. However, at this time, Wumir's black hair came again. The Shadow Demon Lord waved the trident in his hand and said angrily, "Wumir, get out. Otherwise, I will kill you today." After hearing this, Wumir sneered, "Just you? If you have this ability, come and try it." Wumir was not afraid. She also sensed the movement below. Wumio was shocked and relieved by the sudden outburst of Han Xing and others. Before, Shadow Demon Lord tried his best to stop Wumio because he was afraid that she would go to rescue him. But now, the situation seems to have reversed. Damn it! Shadow Demon Lord was almost furious. In the battlefield below, those Wu Clan officers stared blankly at the scene in the sky. Even if they were separated by hundreds of thousands of meters, they could still see the 10,000-meter-high flame. The terrifying shock wave even swept to the main city of the Wu clan. Even this huge sky island trembled a few times. Until the movement disappeared. The flames disappeared. However, there was no shadow legend in the original place. But Han Xing was extremely sure that the two shadow legends were dead. Because the system prompt had sounded in his ears. Successfully killed the legendary creature. Shadow Sword Master. Gained 2.437 billion experience points. Automatically absorbed the opponent's divine power. And increased all attributes by 100. Successfully killed the legendary creature. Shadow Lion King. Gained 2.164 billion experience points. Automatically absorbed the opponent's divine power. And increased all attributes by 80. After these two system prompts sounded, a white light suddenly rose from Han Xing's body. With a huge amount of experience points, his level was finally directly stacked to level 46. At this moment, Han Xing's attributes directly soared a lot. Chapter 281. At this moment, Han Xing's attributes soared, not only the improvement brought by the upgrade. There is also the improvement of all attributes after killing these two legends. The divine power of the two shadow legends made his all attributes soar by 180. Han Xing's eyes showed a shocked look. He didn't expect that killing legends would have such an extra effect. Killing a legend brought more attribute improvement than his 2-level upgrade, and the most important thing is that this improvement is extra. In other words, even if you upgrade to level 50 and reach the current level limit. But as long as you kill enough legends, your basic attributes can continue to improve. It can even be comparable to the strong at the 5th level. At this moment, Han Xing couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart, "Fuck. If you calculate it this way, doesn't it mean that as long as I kill a few more legends when I am at the 4th level, I will be invincible when I reach the 5th level?" This speculation is very likely to be true. Because, from the 4th to the 5th level, there is another terrible transformation. This transformation is based on your basic attributes. In other words, the stronger you are at the 4th transformation, the higher the improvement you will get when you complete the 5th transformation. Then Han Xing may really become the first and the last. Throughout the history of the Holy Spirit realm, he is the most powerful legendary powerhouse. Han Xing was very excited when he thought of this. Of course, it is not so easy to achieve this goal. Even if Han Xing has the strength to kill legends now. There are not so many legends in this world for him to kill. However, there is more than one surprise. At this time, the second system prompt came. Because you are the first survivor in the server to kill a legendary creature, you will receive the first kill reward. Dragon Ancestor Rune Blueprint, Orange, *1, and get an additional attribute reward, luck value plus 10. Oh my god! At this moment, Han Xing finally couldn't help but exclaimed. He almost forgot that he had given rewards when he first killed the leader, Lord, and Overlord before. Now, there will naturally be corresponding rewards for killing the legend first. Moreover, the reward this time seems to be a bit extraordinary. It turned out to be an orange rune blueprint, and it also came with an additional 10 points of luck. You know, even when binding the mask of the goddess Wujin, Han Xing only increased his luck by 10 points. This first kill reward can be said to be very generous. Needless to say, the orange rune blueprint. The attributes improved by the golden rune are already very terrifying, and now there is an orange rune. It can be imagined that this blueprint is absolutely extraordinary. Before Han Xing can check the attributes of this blueprint, the third system prompt came. Moreover, this reminder appeared in the ears of billions of survivors around the world. System announcement. All survivors, please note that the first survivor in the server who killed a legendary creature has appeared. The system has detected that the modern human race has the strength to survive in this world. The level of all monsters in the abandoned land of the gods has been upgraded. Attention! The new map of the Holy Spirit realm, the territory of the Witch clan has been unlocked. The coordinates of the Dragon Road have been opened. All survivors can go to the Dragon Road and the territory of the Witch clan according to the coordinates. Unlocked achievement, Human Milestone. After this milestone is unlocked, all survivors will gain 20% more experience points and 10% more attack power, and the effect will be effective for a long time. This system prompt stunned everyone. The group of humans fighting in the abandoned land of the gods stood there blankly. It seemed that their brains could not accept so much information at once, and some of them were unable to make a turn. The chat channel was already in an uproar at this moment. What did I just hear? Killing a legend? Human milestone? And the Dragon Road? Who can tell me what these are? I don't know, I'm also completely confused. At this time, some of the more sober survivors said, "The person upstairs, didn't you hear the system prompt? The first strong man who killed a legendary creature has appeared. Now, we should leave the abandoned land of the gods and go to the outside world. After hearing this, everyone said in disbelief, "Fuck, I just completed the 3rd turn. I can't even beat the monsters in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, and you want me to go to the outside world?" Yes, this update also raised the level of the monsters in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, making it even harder for me to survive. Other survivors also said that it was a bit outrageous. Now most survivors are only the 3rd turn, and only a small number of top people have completed the 4th turn. In the Forsaken Land of the Gods, there are many 4th turn monsters, and there are even some ordinary 5th turn creatures. Although they have not reached the legendary level, they are much stronger than the 4th turn monsters. With the overall strength of the human race now, there is no ability to adapt to the outside world. However, because Han Xing has pulled them too far behind. As a result, most survivors have just passed the early stage, and he has begun to fight against the legendary strongmen in this world. Killing legends has brought too much impact. Even Han Xing didn't know that it would affect all mankind. At this time, another survivor said in the chat channel, "Okay, the system just said that a new map has been opened, and it doesn't require us to go there. If you want to develop in the abandoned land of the gods, no one will stop you. The above is right. Now, we don't even know where the Dragon Road is, and we don't know what dangers are in it, let alone the advanced map of the Wu clan territory." Yes, yes. Other survivors also responded. The turmoil in the chat channel gradually subsided. After all, going to the Wu clan territory is an extremely difficult thing for most survivors now. First of all, the Dragon Road alone will stop 99% of people. The key item, the Ancient Fire, is not so easy to obtain. Moreover, even if you have the above conditions, you still have to give up your territory to safely pass the Dragon Road. It is equivalent to redeveloping in the Wu clan territory. Not everyone can have the strength to make a comeback in a short period of time like Han Xing. Therefore, Han Xing's progress has been getting further and further away from these survivors. At this moment, Wu Jie, who had just passed the 40th floor of the Abyss Rift, was also in a state of confusion when he heard the system prompt. Before he could react, Zhou Huang had already sent a message. "Zhou Huang, brother Wu Jie, did you see the system prompt?" Wu Jie slowly replied, "Yes, someone has killed a legendary creature, which means that he has at least the 5th level combat power." Zhou Huang, yes, and the opening of the new map this time also reveals a piece of information. That is, this person has already walked out of the land of the gods abandoned before us. After all, we all know that there are no legendary creatures in the land of the gods abandoned. Wu Jie was shocked when he heard it. He didn't think so much. However, considering the system prompt, Zhou Huang's inference is likely to be correct. Wu Jie tried to calm down the shock in his heart, then sighed and said, "I didn't expect that this guy didn't show up for several months. I thought he was squatting in a corner to develop secretly. It turns out that he ran out to hang out." On the other side, Zhou Huang sighed. Neither of them said who that person was, but they both knew it. Because they knew it without guessing. Among the survivors in the world, only one person can do it. "Xinghe." After a moment, Zhou Huang said, "You should understand why I came to you this time. We should discuss the matter of alliance, and then develop in the new map together." After hearing this, Wu Jie looked a little hesitant. During this period, the development of Xingyu City in the abandoned land of the gods can be said to be in full swing. Every day, we can see that the scale of Xingyu City is growing, and more survivors are signing contracts with Xingyu City. In addition, as those newly built shops and other business places are gradually opened. Now the flow of people in Xingyu City has reached a very scary number. Every day, it brings huge profits to Han Xing. This profit makes Zhou Huang, Wu Jie, and other big group leaders jealous. But they have no choice. After all, it is a recognized fact that no force can compete with Xingyu City in the abandoned land of the gods. Before, Zhou Huang and other big teams also tried to open up their territories, thinking of attracting some survivors. Because it is a joint effort of several big teams, the publicity and promotion efforts are also very large. In those days, they did attract a lot of traffic. However, as Han Xing put the Destroyer rune on the store in Xingyu City, this powerful rune made many survivors jealous instantly. For a time, it attracted nearly half of the survivors in the world to go to Xingyu City for looting. And Zhou Huang and his team completely lost their competitive strength. So, Zhou Huang had already thought of the future development. Zhou Huang struck while the iron was hot and said, "Brother Wu Jie, you have also seen it. In the land forsaken by the gods, we cannot compete with Xingyu City. He started much earlier than us, and the resources he has are beyond our imagination. Now, we can only surpass them in the reverse direction by taking the lead in the new map and opening the city." After listening to this, Wu Jie slowly replied, I know, let me think about it, and reply to you as soon as possible. Both parties hung up the call. The site returned to the Wu clan territory. After Han Xing killed 2 shadow legends, he suddenly heard a furious roar from the sky. Damn it! Human, you dare to play tricks on me. Buzz, the sky was instantly covered with dark clouds. In those dark clouds, black lightning was bursting, as if the whole sky was angry. Swish, swish. Under this mighty power, hundreds of millions of Wu people felt panic. Including Han Xing and the other 5, they also felt a sense of being locked above their heads. And at this moment, in the dark sky, a series of blue secret patterns engraved with Wu characters suddenly appeared. Wu Mir's blue secret pattern C directly dispersed all the dark clouds in the sky. At this moment, everyone heard a burst of fury again. Wu Mir, you are looking for death. Well, today I will deal with you first, then kill those humans, and then kill all your people. There was a murderous intent in its tone, and the target of its hostility seemed to have a sense of impending disaster. This is a special ability of a high-level legend. Every word and thought they say can have a serious impact on those ordinary creatures. It's not that their words are followed by their actions. It's another kind of deep-level influence. In other words, it's fate. A thought of a high-level legend about these ordinary creatures can affect their fate in the dark. Now, the Shadow Demon Lord said that he would kill everyone here. So now, they are all in a panic of impending death. The Shadow Demon Lord is extremely furious at this moment, and every attack is all out. Buzz, the trident touches the secret pattern ocean. Wu Mir flew backwards instantly. At this moment, the Shadow Demon Lord's killing intention towards Han Xing is even stronger than Wu Mir. It actually abandoned Wu Mir and rushed towards Han Xing at high speed. At this moment, all the creatures in Wanqing City, including Han Xing, felt a sense of crisis of death. There seemed to be an illusion in their eyes. The Shadow Demon Lord held the black trident and smashed Wanqing City with one blow. All the buildings collapsed in an instant, and millions of wolf cavalry and minotaurs were all crushed into mincemeat, including Han Xing and the other 5. All were killed instantly by the Shadow Demon Lord, especially Han Xing. His body was held high in the air by the Shadow Demon Lord. His eyes still revealed that he would not close his eyes until he died. The next moment, Han Xing snorted coldly, and suddenly woke up from his fantasy. Playing tricks. Wake up! Hearing Han Xing's voice, millions of creatures in Wanqing City suddenly woke up. Then, they looked at the Shadow Demon Lord, who was attacking at high speed with fear. At this moment, the corner of Shadow Demon Lord's mouth showed a trace of interest. Interesting. You got rid of the influence of my will so quickly. However, this is not an illusion, but what will happen next? Han Xing pulled the longbow, not frightened by Shadow Demon Lord's words. Even if this guy is a high-level legend, Han Xing has also made preparations for a full-scale fight. At this moment, Wu Mir's figure appeared in front of Shadow Demon Lord at an incredible speed. In order to prevent Shadow Demon Lord from attacking Han Xing, Wu Mir even used the secret technique of the Wu clan again. Her face became even paler. Bang, after a fight, Wu Mir retreated thousands of meters. Shadow Demon Lord just took a few steps back. It looked at Wu Mir and said disdainfully, Wu Mir, if you continue to use this forbidden technique, you will die from the backlash without my help. Wu Mir wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and smiled casually. Really? Who will die first is still uncertain. The Shadow Demon Lord looked down on her. Don't be so stubborn, your condition has seriously declined. Even if you are gifted and can exert the combat power of a high-level legend at the level of a mid-level legend. But after all, you are not a high-level legend. Wu Mir, you have no chance of winning. Chapter 282. Wu Mir, you have no chance of winning. Shadow Demon Lord threatened. Wu Mir ignored him. The two sides fought again. Chi. Black lightning burst across the sky. Wu Mir's blue sea of secret patterns had been compressed to a 3-meter area around her body. When high-level legends fight, the impact is too great. While Wu Mir was fighting with the Demon Lord, she had to prevent Han Xing's Wanqing City from being affected. She was also restricted everywhere. The Demon Lord swung his trident several times, hitting Wu Mir's body, bringing out a little blood. Gradually, Wu Mir's injuries became more serious. At this time, Wu Mir took a break and used her eyes to frantically hint to Han Xing to leave quickly. However, Han Xing stared at the fight between the two as if he didn't see it. In particular, Han Xing's eyes were always on the Shadow Demon Lord. He seemed to be studying its strength and methods. Seeing Wu Mir being knocked away again and preparing to rush over fearlessly, Han Xing's eyes showed a look of sudden realization. He called Wu Mir. Wu Mir, come back. I have a way to kill it. What? Wumior's momentum stagnated, and her eyes revealed confusion. Han Xing continued to repeat, I said, I have a way to kill this guy, but we need to work together. The Shadow Demon Lord in the air seemed to have heard some big joke. Human, you are really crazy. Do you think that you are qualified to challenge this Demon Lord by killing those two seriously injured Waste Legends? Don't say that you and Wumior join forces. Even if the High Priest of the Wu Clan comes, he dare not say that he can kill me. If you don't believe me, ask Wumior. Wumior didn't answer, and didn't even look at Shadow Demon Lord. She just looked deeply at Han Xing, at that man. Shadow Demon Lord was ignored, and seemed to be a little embarrassed. Today, I let you know how overestimating you are. Han Xing didn't say anything, but answered it with action. He slowly pulled the bowstring. A bright moon suddenly appeared behind Shadow Demon Lord. The moment the moon appeared, Shadow Demon Lord's expression changed slightly. It was surprised and doubtful, imprisoned. The power of rules? Why does this move feel so familiar? Shadow Demon Lord instinctively felt that something was wrong. It admitted that it underestimated this human, who could actually control the power of rules to attack itself. Even if Shadow Demon Lord was a high-level legend, he didn't dare to say that he could fight against the power of rules. The next moment, the figure of Shadow Demon Lord disappeared from the spot. Han Xing was a little surprised. This was the first target that he had chosen since entering Sky Island Paradise, and could move after using the legendary skill Broken Moon. However, it should be said that Broken Moon is worthy of being the famous skill of the 5th generation Wild Ranger. Even if Shadow Demon Lord moved his position, the bright moon behind it was still condensing. Shadow Demon Lord also noticed the situation behind him, and his heart skipped a beat. It said impatiently, Trouble? The power of rules is really hard to deal with. If this goes on, maybe this power will really take shape completely. Shadow Demon Lord began to release energy to resist. However, what it worried about still happened. Because the bright moon behind him has completely taken shape. At the moment when his body was about to be fixed, the thoughts of Shadow Demon Lord flashed quickly. Is it the power of the rules of immobilization? That is to say, within a few seconds, I may not be able to move. Well, let me show you the strong defense of the Shadow Clan. The surface of Shadow Demon Lord's body was suddenly covered with a thick layer of shadow crystal. A pale green flame continued to rise in its eyes. It did not seem to panic because of the restriction of movement, because it believed that the layer of shadow crystal on its body could help it resist the attack. And at this moment, Han Xing said, Take action. At this moment, Han Xing did not need to say. The blue secret pattern in Wumir's hand instantly condensed into substance, turning into a ball of light containing a breath of destruction, and suddenly threw it toward Shadow Demon Lord. At the same time, Han Xing and the other 5 used their explosive skills like crazy. That's not all. At this moment, Han Xing's 50 magic elephant chariots, plus 500 hellfire launchers, and tens of thousands of defense towers, all aimed in one direction at this moment. Compared to the previous instant kill of the 2 shadow legends, this time, the concentrated firepower caused greater lethality, and was even more terrifying. The area where the Shadow Demon Lord was located, cracks appeared in the space. The terrifying energy was raging, as if even the space was about to be shattered. When the smoke dissipated, 2 seconds had passed since the control time of the broken moon. Han Xing looked intently. I suddenly saw the white moon with cracks all over its surface. And in the center of the full moon, the thick layer of black crystal on the surface of Shadow Demon Lord's body is shattered. It seems that it has also suffered extremely serious injuries. But in the end, Shadow Demon Lord still managed to survive. Shadow Demon Lord showed a victorious smile on his face. It can feel that it is about to escape. At that time, Han Xing's Shattered Moon skill will enter the cooldown, and there will be no means to restrict it. Wumir seemed to have seen this as well. The next moment, she knew that this was an opportunity that Han Xing had created with great difficulty. It is necessary to kill Shadow Demon Lord before the full moon shatters. Wumir suddenly made a light sound. Which clan forbidden technique Thunder Purgatory? As soon as the words fell, all the blue secret patterns on Wumir's body gathered in her small palm. There were countless compressed secret pattern powers that were enough to kill a 4-star lord in seconds. At this moment, all of them fell on Shadow Demon Lord. Buzz, that area was covered by violent energy again. With a few crisp cracking sounds. The space was completely shattered. Big gaps suddenly appeared in the sky. It was like a mirror with cracks. In those gaps, it was completely dark. The power of chaos and destruction was constantly released from them. The place where the Shadow Demon Lord was located was already mixed with too many kinds of energy, and it was impossible to observe with the naked eye. Only legendary strongmen could see the situation inside. Han Xing closed his eyes. In his spiritual sense, he saw that the Shadow Demon Lord had been severely injured by Wumir's big move. All over his body, the body that seemed to be made of black crystal had already appeared densely packed with cracks, and it was about to collapse. However, this guy is indeed a high-level legend. After being attacked by so many attacks that could kill a beginner, or even a mid-level legend in 1 second, he still managed to survive. At this moment, Wumir's face was extremely pale. Today, she has released countless forbidden techniques. The powerful backlash has completely made Wumir lose her fighting power. For other Wu clan masters, the reason why forbidden techniques are called forbidden techniques is because they have some taboos and side effects. For ordinary legendary masters, releasing a forbidden technique will cause them to fall into a long-term weak state. And Wumir has released at least 7 or 8 forbidden techniques today. Being able to persist to this point is already extremely remarkable. Han Xing also knew that Wumir in this state could not be relied on. Now, he could only rely on himself. Han Xing took out the golden mask from his backpack and put it on directly. His voice came through the mask. High-level legends are really hard to kill. But now that it has come to this, I will kill you no matter what. Shen Yuan and Cheng Jianyong on the side looked stern. They knew that Han Xing was going to go all out. After that, Han Xing directly activated the third special effect on the goddess mask. Eye of the Gods. After activating the Eye of the Gods effect, the survivor's critical hit rate increases by 100%, and the critical hit damage increases by 150%. Each attack reduces the target's armor by 10%, with an upper limit of 50%. 100 Philosopher's Stones disappeared from the backpack. In exchange, Han Xing had 10 seconds of terrifying damage increase. Now, there is only 1 second left before the duration of Shattered Moon ends. 1 second is enough for a strong person of their level to do a lot. This includes Han Xing. When he pulled the bowstring again, a different force condensed on it, although it also contained a strong force of rules. However, compared with the gentleness and confinement of Broken Moon, this force seemed so explosive and deadly at the same time. The Shadow Demon Lord, who was about to escape, suddenly felt a blazing sun behind him. From this sun, it felt a threat no less than Wumir's forbidden technique, even more terrifying than Wumir's forbidden technique. At this moment, it was already seriously injured. If it were to endure the same level of attack again, it would definitely die. Finally, a trace of disbelief appeared in its eyes. Shadow Demon Lord never thought that he would be in danger of his life in the Wu clan territory. Even if he was fighting against a real high-level legend, it would take a lot of effort to kill the opponent. But now, he felt the danger of his life from an ant that was less than 5 turns. At this moment, in addition to being unbelievable, Shadow Demon Lord finally panicked. However, just like other beings imprisoned by the Broken Moon skill, after being controlled by Broken Moon, all mobility will be lost. The Shadow Demon Lord couldn't speak at this time, and Han Xing had already shot the arrow in his hand. Unique skill Arrow of Falling Sun, a demigod-level skill, gathering the free solar power in the world, shooting a destructive arrow, causing terrible explosion damage to the enemy. For enemies below the demigod level, ignore all defenses to cause full damage, and permanently reduce the hit enemy's health by 20%. The damage coefficient is 5000%, and the damage range is Agility * 100 meters. Note, this skill is a demigod skill. If it is used by people below the demigod level, it will have extremely serious side effects. After each use, all attributes will be permanently reduced by 100 points, and the player will fall into a weak state for a day. Yes, this skill is one of the relics that lie left for Han Xing. A powerful and terrifying skill. Before, Han Xing had never used it because this skill had serious side effects. Not only will the attributes be permanently reduced, but the player will also fall into weakness for a whole day. At that time, he was almost equivalent to losing his combat effectiveness. But now, in order to kill this high-level legend, Han Xing also used his biggest trump card, Click, with a clear shattering sound. Everyone saw that the sun burning with terrifying flames. At this moment, cracks appeared. From those cracks, countless extremely strong and yang energies, with a destructive aura burst out and vented at the same time. The space, which was already riddled with holes, completely collapsed at this moment. A bottomless black hole appeared in that area. The violent energy hit the body of the Shadow Demon Lord. Its body, which was already covered with cracks, could not bear the heavy load. Moreover, Han Xing also discovered the collapse of the sun also triggered the chain effect of the Broken Moon skill. The control time of Broken Moon has not yet ended completely. But at this moment, the follower's sun exploded at the same time. Boom, a 5,000% damage coefficient, a 1,500% damage coefficient. In addition, Han Xing has countless special effects, including 2 god-level special effects. And the blessing of teammates. Han Xing believed this would be his most powerful attack ever. The area within 1,000,000 miles was instantly eclipsed by this blow. Those flying shadow monsters fell into the air, as if swept by an invisible force. Billions of lives felt like the end of the world, at the same time. At the moment when the sun and the moon shattered at the same time, the desperate roar of the Shadow Demon Lord came from inside. No! However, its end was doomed the moment it was imprisoned by the Broken Moon skill. The Shadow Demon Lord could have used his means to teleport away at that time. However, it was too arrogant. It was also afraid that after escaping, it would not be able to find Wumir and others when it came back. So, it chose to resist Han Xing's skills. However, the Shadow Demon Lord completely underestimated Han Xing's explosive power. And this also caused the death of a high-level legend. As the Shadow Demon Lord's life dissipated, in the sky, there seemed to be a strange phenomenon. Dark clouds gathered, lightning and thunder roared. A system prompt sounded in Han Xing's ears. Successfully killed Shadow Demon Lord, high-level legend, gained 2.467 billion experience points, automatically absorbed the opponent's divine power, and all attributes increased by 500. Because of your outstanding performance, you will get an extra reward this time, the fragment of the Godhead of the God of Shadow, contaminated. At this moment, Han Xing had 2 different feelings. One was that after killing Shadow Demon Lord, all attributes increased by 500, making him feel that his physical fitness had skyrocketed. The other was the weakness caused by the terrible sequelae after releasing the special skills. Han Xing saw his physical condition. Status, Divine Power Backlash, all attributes reduced by 90%, 24 hours remaining. In other words, Han Xing basically could not exert his combat power for the next whole day. And when Shadow Demon Lord died, on the Wu Clan Sky Island below, hundreds of millions of Wu Clan soldiers stared blankly at the sky. Although they didn't know what happened above, ever since the Shadow Demon Lord issued the death announcement, a shadow had been cast over the hearts of those soldiers. Now, that shadow was directly dispelled. It was obvious that the Shadow Demon Lord was dead. For a moment, billions of Wu Clan civilians and those Wu Clan soldiers shouted deafeningly. Chapter 283. Win! We win! Lady Saint wins. Lady Saint, invincible. Countless Wu Clan soldiers shouted loudly, and the morale of the entire battlefield soared. They didn't know that the person who killed the Shadow Demon Lord in the end was Han Xing. But these are not important. They only know that they won this war. The attacks of the Wu Clan warriors became more and more fierce. On the other hand, the Shadow Legion had been killed in large numbers by Han Xing before, and it was no longer a force to be reckoned with. Now, it was beaten back step by step. These Wu Clan soldiers thought that Wumir had solved the Shadow Demon Lord. But as Wumir witnessed everything, her eyes had never left Han Xing since the sun appeared. Han Xing, who was in a weak state, suddenly received a system prompt. Your actions have moved the Saint of the Wu Clan. Wumir's favorability has been improved. The current favorability is 91 admiration. Hearing this system prompt, Han Xing was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this time, he would increase Wumir's favorability so much at once. It reached a new level directly. However, the note always made Han Xing feel weird. Why does it feel like playing some kind of dating simulation game? Now it's 91 points, which has reached the level of admiration. If it reaches 100, what will it become? Could it be possible to push her down directly? Thinking of this, Han Xing couldn't help but glance at Wumir. That petite body, exquisite figure, and beautiful face with a sense of coldness. Although Wumir is hundreds of years old, she still looks like a teenager. She looked like a girl from a comic book. Thinking of this, Han Xing interrupted his thoughts. In the air, Wumio seemed to have caught Han Xing's sight. Then, she flashed and came to Wanqing City. Wumio looked at Han Xing, took a deep breath, and said, Han Xing. I don't know what to say. But this time, you really exceeded my expectations. You know, you have broken the common sense of this world. Even in the history of the Holy Spirit realm, there is no such existence as you. However, no matter what, this time you saved me, and saved billions of lives of the Wu Clan. I solemnly thank you for your rescue. Wumio bowed deeply. Han Xing coughed twice and interrupted. Okay, haven't we said that we are not friends? No need to be so polite. Hearing Han Xing's words, Wu Miao smiled happily and nodded solemnly. Yeah, we are friends. Han Xing nodded. So, no need to say more polite words. Let's go and deal with the shadow monsters below. Wu Miao smiled sweetly. Okay, I listen to you. Hearing this, not only Han Xing, but the other 4 people were also stunned instantly. In their impression, Wu Miao is an extremely strong woman with a kingly aura. But now, she actually showed such a little woman in front of Han Xing. Not only did she listen to Han Xing's opinions, but the admiration in her eyes was almost impossible to conceal. Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyan behind him looked at Wu Miao and then at Han Xing. The two looked a little strange, but didn't say much. Then, Han Xing controlled Wanqing City and began to bombard it recklessly. Although he couldn't exert his strength now, the defense tower on Wanqing City was not paralyzed. 10 minutes later, the shadow fog covering the Wu clan's Sky Island completely dissipated. And this also means that Wu Miao's side has completely resolved the crisis. Half an hour later, this huge Sky Island was full of a mess of battlefields. Every few minutes after the war ended, the Wu clan officers received the same order. At this moment, in the main city palace, a woman with a cold face and a look of invisibility sat on the main seat. Below, there were hundreds of Wu clan officers. These officers, the lowest strength is the 4-star leader level, and most of them have the strength of lords, including the commander-in-chief Cathy. They reported the casualties of this war one after another. However, the more Wu Miao listened, the more her eyebrows knitted together. So far, nearly 10 million ordinary soldiers under Wu Miao have been killed. Among them, the number of elite warriors such as squad leaders and captains has exceeded 100,000. Even the senior officers with the strength of lords, who were at the level of regiment commanders, have died. However, this is not the biggest loss. This time, the most deaths were the civilians who were affected. According to current statistics, the number of civilian deaths has exceeded 200 million. This is a heavy number. In such a large-scale war, those civilians have no ability to resist. However, Wu Miao also knew that the damage to her Sky Island was considered good. If Han Xing had not arrived in time, the casualty rate would have been even higher, and even the entire army might have been wiped out. Thinking of this, Wu Miao looked through the officers in the Parliament Hall and looked at Han Xing, who was sitting next to him. At the same time, the eyes of the Wu clan officers also followed Wu Miao and looked at Han Xing and others. Wu Miao stood up and said, "You know that my human friends have made great contributions to this war. If it weren't for them, there would probably be few people standing here alive." After hearing this, the Wu clan officers understood what Wu Miao meant. They stood up one after another, and then bowed to Han Xing and others. "Thank you, human warriors. The Wu clan pays you the highest respect." They bowed deeply to express their gratitude. Han Xing and others were not surprised. The Wu people are like this. They will express their gratitude directly to those who have done them a favor, without being shy. After all, this time, Han Xing and his team have made great contributions. At this time, the system prompt appeared. Due to your outstanding performance and brilliant achievements in this war, the Wu people's friendship will be increased by 3248. Current friendship is 9072, respect. Hearing the system prompt, Han Xing's face instantly showed a look of surprise. Oh my god, so much friendship at once? It has exceeded 9000. It is only the last 900 away from 10,000. Han Xing was shocked. However, thinking about it, it is reasonable. After all, this time, they almost saved the entire Wu clan main city, with nearly 10 billion Wu clan members. It's not surprising that they can add so much friendliness. Moreover, as the friendliness increases, Han Xing can feel that the eyes of these Wu clan officers looking at him have become more gentle. Among them, Han Xing also noticed the Wu clan woman sitting next to Wu Miao among the Wu clan officers. She was staring at him with a very hot look. The curiosity and admiration in her eyes were almost undisguised. At this time, the system prompt sounded again in Han Xing's ears. Because of your performance, you have impressed the commander-in-chief of the Wu clan's 3rd Legion, Cathy, and the character's favorability has been unlocked. Current favorability, 71, close friend. Han Xing, ? At this time, Han Xing's face was full of question marks. He had never come into contact with this woman. How could the character's favorability suddenly unlock? Moreover, it soared to more than 70 at once. At this moment, Han Xing couldn't help but doubt. If Wu Miao hadn't been here, this Wu clan woman with a curvy figure in an officer's uniform would have rushed over directly. However, what he didn't know was, this Wu clan woman was Cathy, the commander-in-chief of the war before. Because of her decision, a group of Wu clan officers were surrounded by lords and masters. At that time, her heart was full of self-blame and fear. And at this moment, Han Xing appeared. She witnessed with her own eyes that the man killed a group of masters by himself. The situation that was about to collapse was reversed in an instant. If it weren't for him, Kathy would have become the center of this war. So, although Han Xing didn't know Kathy had already regarded Han Xing as a lifesaver. On the side, Wu Miao also noticed Kathy's fiery eyes. However, she just glanced at Kathy indifferently. Kathy was struck by lightning and lowered her head quickly. Seeing the eye contact between the two women, including Han Xing, all the Wu clan officers had strange expressions. At this time, Wu Miao spoke again. Although the crisis of our third main city has been resolved, the entire Wu clan territory is still in the midst of war. Next, pass on my order. Wu Miao's tone suddenly became serious. In the hall, all the Wu clan officers looked serious and looked at Wu Miao intently. Our third main city will immediately send all ancient weapons and Wu pattern warships to other main cities for support. And send more than 70% of the troops to rescue the small sky islands in the nearby territory. Hearing Wu Miao's decision, all the officers were a little surprised. After all, they had just finished a difficult war, and they didn't know whether the Shadow Legion would come back and continue to attack their sky island. At this time, sending so many troops and ancient weapons, the defense of the main city was quite weak. Wu Miao seemed to see their concerns and said directly, "Next, I will be in charge here. You can go with peace of mind." The officers immediately looked serious after hearing this. With Wu Miao here, she alone is comparable to thousands of troops. Yes. The officers responded with a bow at the same time. Then, hundreds of Wu clan officers, including the Commander-in-Chief Kathy, filed out of the conference hall. They were going to start executing Wu Miao's orders. Soon. In the entire Parliament Hall, only Wu Miao and Han Xing were left, a total of 6 people. At this time, Wu Miao's serious expression had disappeared, and she was replaced by a gentle smile. "Next, I will stay here. Han Xing, you seem to be in a weak state. Can you stay by my side before you recover?" Listening to Wu Miao's questioning tone, Han Xing's face was also a little strange. However, he did need some time to recover. With a legendary strongman by his side, at least he was safe. So, Han Xing nodded and said, "Okay, thank you for your help." After hearing this, Wu Miao showed a sincere smile at the corner of her mouth. "No trouble. Look, if you need anything else, I have someone send it over." Han Xing was about to say that he didn't need it, but heard Wu Miao support herself with both hands and stood up from the throne. "By the way, I have some snow-topped red shadows from the Elf Kingdom, which is a very precious tea. I read in history books that you humans like to drink tea. I will go and make some for you." After saying that, without waiting for Han Xing to refuse, Wu Miao moved briskly and made tea for everyone. After a while, Wu Miao held up a table with 5 cups of steaming hot tea on it. Han Xing also knew that this was a way for Wu Miao to express her gratitude to everyone. So, he stopped refusing and picked up a teacup. Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun did the same. As soon as he held it in his hand, Han Xing felt a burst of fragrance, which made people intoxicated. Everyone drank it all, and then praised, "Good tea." Seeing that they like it, Wu Miao also showed a happy smile on her face. Shen Yun suddenly asked at this time, "By the way, you just said that these teas were shipped from the Elf Kingdom. Do you have trade with the Elf Kingdom?" Wu Miao smiled after hearing this. "Of course. In the Holy Spirit realm, as long as there is a certain scale of power, they will choose to open up trade to the outside world. Especially those big tribes. They all have some unique resources of their own. For example, the secret medicine of my Wu tribe, the magical plants of the Elf tribe, the forging technology and ancient weapons of the Dwarf tribe, the rich mineral resources of the Giant tribe, etc. In peacetime, our big tribes will trade with each other. But, with the chaos, this kind of transaction is rare now." After hearing this, everyone was thoughtful. Wu Miao continued to ask, "Is there anything else you need to know?" Everyone looked at each other. At this time, Han Xing seemed to remember something. "I don't know, but I do have a request." Wu Miao turned her beautiful eyes and stared at Han Xing. Her eyes were so enthusiastic that Han Xing was a little uncomfortable. However, Han Xing still took out a black crystal as thick as a little finger from his backpack and asked, "You should have seen this thing, right?" Looking at the item in Han Xing's hand, Wu Miao nodded slightly. "Yes, of course I have seen it. This thing is dropped from those shadow monsters. We call it Shadow Crystal." Han Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. It seems that everyone calls this thing the same, which saves a lot of trouble. Han Xing said directly, "What I want to say is, can you tell your people below to give me all the shadow crystals dropped by those monsters in this war?" This time, Han Xing used the firepower of Wanqing City to kill nearly 1 billion monsters and harvested hundreds of millions of shadow crystals. But he didn't forget that the number of monsters on this sky island was far more than this number. If he could collect all these crystals, Han Xing would have a great harvest. Chapter 284. At this time, Han Xing immediately added, "Of course, I will not let you suffer a loss, but will give you a certain reward." Seeing the appearance of the items in Han Xing's hand, Wu Mior asked, "Do you need this kind of crystal?" "Yes, I need a lot." Han Xing said frankly, "After all, there is no need to hide such things." Wu Mior nodded lightly. "This kind of shadow crystal, we usually only add a little when refining some special secret medicines. There are not many uses, so people are generally too lazy to collect it. I can talk to the people below and ask them to send all these crystals when they clean up the battlefield." Han Xing's face was immediately happy after hearing this. "Thank you so much." Wu Mior smiled lightly. "You're welcome, it's just a little help." She said it casually. Having said that, Han Xing still took out a purple backpack and threw it directly to Wu Mior. Wu Mior felt familiar with the backpack when she saw it. When they separated last time, Han Xing gave her two similar things, blue space backpacks. It has a larger capacity than her space ring. Now, Wu Mior has taken off the ring in her hand and used the space backpack to pack things. And this time, the animal skin backpack that Han Xing took out looked more refined. When Wu Mior took it tentatively, the confusion in her eyes suddenly turned into shock. "Is this a new space backpack? I feel that it contains extremely rich space power." Wu Mior said in a shocked tone, "It's even several times richer than the backpack you gave me last time." Han Xing nodded. "Yes, this is a more advanced space backpack. And I have a lot of them." Hearing this, Wu Mior's pupils shrank. She seemed to have heard something horrible, and her breath surged. From her body, several blue secret patterns were quickly released, covering the entire royal city, after confirming that no one nearby heard it. Wu Mior attacked again, and cast several secret patterns to completely block the Parliament Hall. Until she finished doing this, Wu Mior breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she came to Han Xing and said apologetically, "Sorry, this matter involves too much. If other people hear it, it will cause a great impact." Han Xing nodded to show his understanding. At this time, Wu Mior carefully confirmed again, "You mean, you still have a lot of this kind of backpacks with rich spatial power?" Han Xing nodded and replied, "Yes, I asked someone to bring out a batch from the abandoned land of the gods." He made up an excuse. Although he already knew the answer, Wu Mior couldn't help but be surprised at this time. "Han Xing, what do you mean now?" Wu Mior asked tentatively. Han Xing replied, "It's almost the same as you guessed. I mentioned this to you this time, just to discuss with you, using this backpack in my hand to trade with your tribe in large quantities. You should know that I need a lot of high-level ores. If possible, it would be best to establish a long-term trading channel." Han Xing said it very clearly, and Wu Mior also understood what he meant. After thinking for a moment, Wu Mior confirmed again, "Han Xing, you should know the preciousness of this backpack. This matter is of great importance. Although I can agree to it on behalf of the Wu clan. But, have you thought about the possible consequences?" Han Xing knew what the consequences Wu Mior was talking about were. That is, it might attract the covetousness of other legendary masters, or even hunt them down. But the reason why Han Xing hid for 2 months before coming to Wu Mior to talk about this matter was not because of his worry about this. Now, he has proved that he has the ability to fight with legendary masters, even head-on. Han Xing nodded. Seeing this, Wu Mior stopped talking and replied, "Okay, I promise you this. Are we going to start the deal now?" Han Xing shook his head. "No, don't rush. At least after the invasion of the Shadow Legion is over, I will come to you to discuss the relevant matters in detail." Wu Mior nodded and responded, "Okay, you can come to me anytime when you are free." After the exchange in the Parliament Hall, Wu Mior immediately issued an order to collect all the shadow crystals on the entire Sky Island and send them to the palace. Including those Wu clan officers who have already gone out to rescue everywhere, they have also received this order. After dealing with the shadow minions, collect all the shadow crystals and send them back. This made them feel a little surprised. After all, before this, basically no one wanted this kind of crystal. After each war, they just collected a part of it at random and discarded the rest. However, this is the order of the saint, and they will choose to obey it. Han Xing, who was standing behind Wu Mior, was secretly delighted. Because in this way, it is equivalent to tens of millions of Wu Clan warriors helping him collect shadow crystals, and the efficiency is much higher than before. Originally, the 10 billion shadow crystals needed to exchange for that high-level ancient weapon now seemed not so far-fetched. For the next whole day, Han Xing and others stayed with Wu Mior. At the same time, Wu Mior was constantly receiving war reports from all over the place. Looking at her frowning face, everyone knew that the current war situation in the Wu Clan territory must be very bleak. After all, even Wu Mior almost died this time. If it weren't for Han Xing, the capture of this Sky Island would have been a foregone conclusion. Therefore, the situation of other Sky Islands must be very bleak. This is indeed the case. So far, the entire Wu Clan, a total of 7 border defense lines, and 17 Wu Clan Sky Islands have all been caught in the flames of war. Except for Wu Mior, who ended the battle ahead of time. Other Sky Islands are still struggling to hold on. However, with the help from Wu Mior, the situation will improve. After all, as long as one Wu Clan island is freed, a chain reaction can be triggered. Rescue more Wu Clan warriors, and then rush to other areas to participate in the rescue. The war lasted for nearly a day and a night. The next day, the large-scale invasion war of the Shadow Legion was finally declared over. However, the Wu Clan also paid a painful price. Among them, the most serious losses were the 14th and 11th main islands of the Wu Clan. These 2 main islands have been completely captured and directly destroyed. All the Wu Clan soldiers on them, including those Wu Clan civilians, all died tragically under the claws of the Shadow Legion. In addition to other large and small Sky Islands that were captured. Yesterday, the Wu Clan lost at least 10 billion civilians, plus 100 million elite soldiers of the Wu Clan. Among them, even 3 legendary strongmen died. For the entire Wu Clan, this will be an extremely heavy day in history. Even if thousands or even tens of thousands of years have passed, they will never forget this day. From Wu Mior's reaction, it can be seen that this is a blood feud. She was barefoot and her whole body was shaking. Everyone could feel the anger that Wu Mior was trying to suppress. However, there was nothing to be done about it. After all, the war has continued until now, and the Shadow Legion and the Wu Clan are already in a state of life and death. Moreover, there is even worse news now. That is, the 7 defense lines on the Wu Clan border, the one led by Commander Corden, was completely captured. In other words, now those shadow monsters can invade the Wu Clan territory from that area at any time. The war could start again at any time. The Wu Clan was already mobilizing its troops to destroy the border defense line for support. Although these had nothing to do with Han Xing. However, when Han Xing heard that the Shadow Army could attack the Wu Clan territory again at any time, he felt a sense of urgency again. At this moment, Han Xing was frowning in the room arranged for him by Wu Mior. Originally, he thought that after he had the legendary level of combat power, he could walk sideways in the Wu Clan territory. But now, he realized that there were also differences between the strong and the weak among the legends. Moreover, the gap between high-level legends and low-level legends is ridiculously large. This time, if Wu Mior was not by his side, even if Han Xing burst out with all his strength, he might not be able to kill the Shadow Demon Lord. At this time, Han Xing couldn't help but sigh. The strength is still a little bit lacking. At this stage, a high-level legend can directly destroy Wanqing City. However, fortunately, I still have a lot of room for improvement. My current level is 46. If I can upgrade to level 50 and replace my equipment, my strength can at least double. And if I want to upgrade quickly, Han Xing now has a plan. That is, go to the Abyss Rift. Before, they stopped at the 49th floor, because they were not sure about challenging the 50th floor, so they put it on hold for the time being. But now, everyone's strength has ushered in a qualitative change. Han Xing even had a vague intuition. This time, he can rush directly to the 60th floor. Thinking of this, Han Xing called the team members over. After explaining the next plan, everyone agreed unanimously. Then, in the palace, they crushed the mark of the strong together. The system prompt appeared. The Abyss Rift transmission has been opened. Please select the floor you want to enter this time. You can choose any floor from 1 to 49. They have already collected all the equipment for the previous floors, and the benefits of challenging again are not great. So, Han Xing directly chose the 49th floor to challenge. Selection successful, transmission in progress. As usual, Han Xing continued to put the cold balls into the pet space first, and a black mist enveloped everyone. Then, the 5 people disappeared together. At this moment, Wu Mior, who was sitting in the palace, suddenly sensed the disappearance of their aura and frowned slightly. What is certain is that no other legendary strongman appeared nearby, and Han Xing and the others actually disappeared under her perception. This method was beyond Wu Miao's understanding. At this time, she took out the communication jade and saw the message Han Xing left her. Wu Miao's mouth gradually showed a relaxed smile. At the same time, Han Xing and others regained their sight. Then, they appeared in a familiar place. The 49th floor of the Abyss Rift. The battle started soon. As before, the monsters here were between level 44 and 45, and posed no threat to the current crowd. 2 or 3 minutes later, the monsters were almost cleared by everyone, and a familiar figure appeared. Fear Wanderer. A level 45 lord. A month ago, everyone had to be on high alert to deal with this lord, and even spent a lot of effort. But in this short month, they killed at least 84-star lords, if not 100. They posed no threat to them at all. After a concentrated fire, the Horror Wanderer was blown to pieces before he could even use his skills. The system prompt appeared. Successfully cleared the 49th level of the Abyss Rift, and this battle took 17 minutes and 32 seconds. The 50th level of the Abyss Rift has been opened. Please decide whether to continue the challenge or quit. The Misty Passage on the 50th level appeared. This time, everyone chose to step into the passage without hesitation. The challenge of the 50th level of the Abyss Rift is about to start. Since everyone stepped into the 50th floor fog area, a huge battle space appeared in front of them. It was about the size of 10 school playgrounds. However, compared to the previous 49 floors, the battle space was flat. In the middle of the battle area on the 50th floor, there appeared several small hills with a height of about 10 meters. In addition to those small hills, the whispers coming from the fog also made the whole space seem very depressing. The battle rhythm in the Abyss Rift was very fast. Before everyone could observe this area, the battle had already begun. With the sound of breaking the ground, more and more monsters emerged from the ground. There were also more monsters emerging in the fog. Most of them were still monsters, like the Abyss Demon Eye, Skeleton Warrior, and Wraith. The difference was that the level of each Abyss monster here had reached above level 46. Compared with the monsters at level 45, level 46 was another watershed. The attributes of the ordinary monsters here were much stronger than those of the monsters at the lower levels. However, for Han Xing and his team now, it doesn't matter whether it is level 45 or level 46. Even if it is a common monster of the 5th turn, Han Xing and his team can easily crush it. With the buff blessing of Shen Yun, Zhang Lianming's big fireball began to clear the field. 3 minutes later, the monsters on this floor were killed by everyone. It seems that they killed too quickly. The new monsters have not yet been born, causing the 50th floor to suddenly fall into silence. At this time, Cheng Jianyong asked in confusion, "What's the situation? There are no monsters so soon? I haven't had enough of it yet." He raised the golden spear, eager to try. Shen Yun glanced at him and said, "Why are you in a hurry? The boss at the end of the 50th floor hasn't appeared yet. You will have to fight next." As soon as the voice fell, everyone suddenly felt a strong tremor under their feet. This tremor quickly swept the battle space of the 50th floor. Not only that, it was transmitted to the outside of the space in the mist. Boom! As time went by, the tremors became stronger, as if the entire fog was shaking. Everyone clenched their weapons and stood ready. At this moment, they suddenly saw the small earthen slopes in front of them suddenly rise up more than 10 meters. In the blink of an eye, the small earthen slopes directly reached a height of hundreds of meters. At this time, they saw that below the small earthen slopes, connected to a large area of white bones. When the white bones were completely exposed, a huge monster head without a trace of flesh and blood appeared in front of everyone. The next moment, 2 red eyes burned in the deep eye sockets on both sides of the monster's head. At the same time, a strong feeling of suffocation came over. Everyone finally saw the appearance of this guy clearly. It was a dragon. A dead bone dragon. Chapter 285. It was a huge bone dragon without a trace of flesh and hair on its body. In a place that no one could see. The wings of this monster flapped on both sides, and strong airflow swept continuously. One of its heads was almost 1,000 meters in size. You can imagine how huge this monster's complete body is. The panel of this monster appeared in front of me. Magic Dragon Grindel, 4-star Overlord level creature. Level, LV 46 attributes, Strength 5024, Agility 5235, Spirit 5944, Spirit 5442. Skills, Abyssal Breath, Bone Blade Hurricane, Immortal Bone, Soul Locking Purgatory, Legendary Skill. Note, Grindel was a legendary abyss dragon when he was alive, and he also has some legendary power after his death. He is more dangerous and powerful than ordinary overlords. Survivors, please deal with it with caution. There was a bit of surprise in everyone's eyes. This was the first time they encountered a monster that the system specifically noted as dangerous, and it actually possessed some legendary power. No wonder Han Xing felt that the monster on the 50th floor was not simple before. Now it seems that it is indeed quite extraordinary. At this time, the system prompt appeared. The final challenge of the 50th floor of the Abyss Rift has been opened. The final challenge is divided into 4 stages. Progress in defeating the Demon Dragon's skull, 0 out of 1. Progress in defeating the Demon Dragon's left wing, 0 to 1. Progress in defeating the Demon Dragon's right wing, 0 to 1. Progress in killing the Demon Dragon Grindel, 0/1. Everyone was surprised again. This was the first time they encountered a monster that was divided into 4 stages to fight a boss. However, considering the opponent's huge size, it can be explained. However, this monster is very impressive, but its strength is not enough for the current crowd. The battle started instantly. Han Xing shot an arrow first. With a crisp sound of ding, the arrow instantly penetrated the huge head of the bone dragon. Roar! The bone dragon felt pain and let out a long roar to the sky. The terrifying dragon roar resounded throughout the foggy space. Han Xing said speechlessly, "What the hell are you screaming about?" This was just an arrow he shot casually, without even using any skills, including the Oracle Throne. As a result, this bone dragon screamed as loudly as a pig being slaughtered. At this time, the bone dragon seemed to realize that he had reacted too much. He quickly closed his mouth. However, it was because Han Xing's attack power was too strong. One arrow almost ripped off its crown. Who could withstand this? Some shame and anger appeared in the eyes of the bone dragon Grindel, and it looked at Han Xing with anger. However, Han Xing still ignored its angry look. When the dragon opened its huge mouth and prepared to attack, Han Xing made a gesture. Everyone understood, and then all kinds of attacks were thrown at the head of the bone dragon. The big fireball exploded on its huge head, and the bone residue was blown away. Chung Jianyong shot a golden spear directly into the deep eye socket of the dragon. With a puff, it pierced its head again, and even the red light in its eyes dimmed. Roar! Roar! The attack that the bone dragon was brewing was interrupted in an instant, and then it was beaten by the terrifying attack of everyone, and howled miserably. After just one round, the bone dragon's head was severely damaged. At this time, the system prompt appeared. The progress of repelling the demon dragon's skull has been completed, and the next stage is about to start. At this moment, the bone dragon was about to fly up from the ground, and Han Xing saw the opportunity quickly and shot a gust of wind. "Don't let this guy fly," Han Xing shouted. After hearing this, everyone threw all kinds of burst skills at it. The bone dragon suddenly fell from the air like a kite with a broken string. The skull dragon was stunned when it landed. "Damn! Isn't it like this according to the process? Shouldn't you repel my head first, and then I will fight you with other parts?" Finally, the decisive battle will start. However, what it doesn't know is that Han Xing and his team completely skipped this step because of their high attack power. With just one wave of burst, the bone dragon was almost beaten to a pulp, and there was no need to divide it into 1, 2, and 3 stages. Anyway, the ultimate goal is to kill this skull dragon. As long as the goal is achieved, there is no need to follow the rules and follow the system process. Although the bone dragon was confused, it reacted immediately. Because at this time, the attack of the group of humans has come again, and the sense of crisis is shrouding the whole body. Knowing the horror of these humans, the bone dragon is ready to burst out the ultimate move at the first time. It actually spoke a sentence of dragon language. After the system translation, it was, "The great Grindel will imprison you in purgatory forever." As soon as the voice fell, in the dark fog, there was a sound of dragging iron chains. Crack. The next moment, everyone felt that there seemed to be thousands of wind sounds coming from above their heads. Before they could react, they suddenly saw chains as thick as elephant legs and covered with rust appearing above their heads. These chains carried a mighty momentum, covering the entire 50th floor area. This was the legendary skill of this bone dragon, soul-locking purgatory. Puff! Puff puff puff. If it was Han Xing and others a month ago, they would probably be exhausted from dealing with a full-screen range attack. If they were not careful, there would even be casualties. At this time, Han Xing was somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, he survived for a while. Otherwise, if it was a month ago, although everyone had a chance to pass the level, the risk was too great. Compared to a comeback against the wind, Han Xing prefers to play a crushing game. Just like now. At the moment when the Bone Dragon's full-screen attack fell, Shen Yun had already raised his shield. Then, as a burst of khaki light lit up, everyone was protected by Shen Yun behind him. Bang! 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 A series of loud noises, like waves hitting rocks, appeared. Shen Yun was like a reef that stood firm, easily withstanding the violent storm. When the noise disappeared, in front of everyone, at least hundreds of thousands of rusty iron chains appeared. They were densely packed, filling the entire 50th floor. At this moment, the Bone Dragon also saw the 5 people who were unharmed. The legendary explosion that it was proud of did not cause any effect. At this moment, Grendel almost collapsed. It made a hoarse voice and asked, "Human race, why? You are only the 4th level aura, but the strength you exert is more terrifying than the average legend?" Everyone smiled at each other, but no one answered. As Zhang Lianming's meteorite spell fell down, the huge body of the Bone Dragon collapsed. Boom, the system prompt appeared. Successfully cleared the 50th level of the Abyss Rift. This battle took 4 minutes and 51 seconds. Because you are the first team to clear the Abyss Rift, you will receive the first pass reward of Abyss Magic Stones *100, 000, Hero's Soul *100, and Cemetery Blueprint *1. After hearing the prompt, Han Xing's face showed joy. Sure enough, after clearing the 50th level, the first pass reward given was very good. Those 100,000 Abyss Magic Stones may not be a big deal for me. But those 100 Heroes' Souls are equivalent to 10 Magic Elephant Chariots. However, these are secondary. The most important reward is naturally the blueprint rewarded by the system. Han Xing couldn't wait to check the properties. Abyss Technology, Cemetery Blueprint. You can build a cemetery in the territory. The cemetery can hatch Abyss-exclusive monsters. You can expand the cemetery area by upgrading technology and increase the probability of hatching high-level Abyss monsters. Note, there is a very low probability of summoning some special Abyss monsters in the cemetery. After reading the properties of the blueprint, Han Xing looked thoughtful. Is it another blueprint similar to summoning soldiers? However, this time, it summons Abyss monsters. And this summoning method is a bit strange. It actually jumped out of the cemetery. Han Xing couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Of course, this is also in line with the style of Abyss technology. Also, what does the note at the back mean? A very low probability of summoning some special Abyss monsters. After thinking for a moment, Han Xing didn't know what it meant, so he just put it aside. Forget it, when we get out, we know after we build a cemetery. Han Xing put the blueprint away. Then, Han Xing walked to the place where the Skull Dragon died. There was a ball of red ghost fire floating above. And under the ghost fire, there was a prop similar to a skeleton structure. It looked like a breastplate. Han Xing's eyes lit up. First, he reached out and put away the ball of red flame. The system prompt appeared. Get the dim Dragon Soul *1. Dragon Soul? Han Xing was shocked again. This is a prop from the same series as the Dragon Soul? Damn! He didn't forget that one of the key materials needed to create the human race's exclusive holy object, the Corona Obelisk, was the Dragon Soul. However, the one needed above was the legendary Dragon Soul. This one in front of him was obviously several levels lower. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that since there was a dim Dragon Soul here, this means that there is definitely a legendary Dragon Soul in the Abyss Rift. Now, it's just because Han Xing's challenge level has not been reached. Before, Han Xing had no idea about the last material of the Corona Obelisk. I even couldn't help but think that the Dragon Soul might need to go to the Dragon Road to find it. But obviously, this is unrealistic. In the Dragon Road, there are a group of dragons whose aura is at least legendary. Letting Han Xing go there to ask for the Dragon Soul is better than declaring war on these dragons directly. So far, Han Xing has not found other ways to find the Dragon Soul. And now, there is finally a clue. For a moment, Han Xing felt that the next journey to the Abyss Rift was full of hope. Because, of the 5 materials for building the Corona Obelisk, the first 4 have already had clues and ideas. Next, as long as he finds a legendary Dragon Soul, he can start preparing to build this terrifyingly powerful holy object. Once it is built, the firepower of Wanqing City will instantly usher in a qualitative change. Then, replace the high-level ancient weapon blueprint. By then, Shadow Legend, Shadow Demon Lord, all will be killed by him. TSK. Just thinking about it, Han Xing felt that the future was full of hope. At this time, Han Xing picked up the breastplate on the ground with anticipation. Get 1000 Ridge Breastplate, Orange, *1. The attributes of this breastplate appeared in front of Han Xing 1000 Spine Breastplate, Orange, LV46, Quality Legend, Armor, 412 to 434, Strength plus 350, Constitution plus 300, Dodge rate plus 15%. Additional special effects, Dragon Blessing, 15% reduction in physical damage, Bone Spikes, rebound 20% of the damage caused when receiving ranged damage, CD 5 seconds, 1000 Blades, Legendary Special Effect. Note: 1000 Spine said January 6th, can be combined with 1000 Spine Boots, 1000 Spine Wrist Guards, 1000 Spine Pants, 1000 Spine Necklace, 1000 Spine Helmet to form a set effect. The attributes of the 3-piece set are: all attributes increase by 25%, the attributes of the 6-piece set are: attack power increases by 20%, and physical damage increases by an additional 20%. After collecting all 6 pieces, you can activate the set function of the Bone Dragon Grendel, Soul Locking Purgatory. Soul Locking Purgatory. After activating the special effect of the set, there is a 30% chance to summon a Soul Locking Chain every time you attack, causing impact damage to the enemy, and causing the enemy to fall into a short coma. After reading the properties of this thing, Han Xing's eyes showed a trace of surprise. He shouted to Chung Jianyong in the distance, "Chung Jianyong, come here, your equipment is out." At this time, Chung Jianyong, who was cleaning the battlefield, suddenly lit up after hearing this. He directly turned on the acceleration state, and his figure flashed and appeared beside Han Xing. Then he looked at him eagerly and said, "Brother Xing, what equipment is it? Let me see it." Han Xing chuckled, and then threw the 1000 Ridge breastplate in his hand to him. Chung Jianyong looked at the properties with expectation, and then exclaimed, "Oh my god! Orange suit! It's still a level 46 light armor. Such a strong property, such a terrifying increase. Ha ha!" Hearing Chung Jianyong's exaggerated laughter, everyone also came over together. Without waiting for Shen Yun to speak, Chung Jianyong put his arm around his shoulders and said, "See, Xiao Yunzi, I, Lao Chung, also have an orange suit. Are you envious?" He seemed very excited, and then pasted the attributes of this equipment on it. Shen Yun rolled his eyes at him and said, "Why should I envy you? This is only the 50th floor. Next, we will definitely encounter suits with stronger attributes and higher levels. Moreover, according to the rules, the suits on the 49th floor are mage equipment, and the suits on the 50th floor are warrior equipment. In the following floors, the equipment that appears is either heavy armor or Brother Xing's leather armor. When that happens, you can wait to envy us." After listening to Shen Yun's analysis, everyone felt that it made sense. But this time, Chung Jianyong was not hit by him. Because, compared to the level 40 gold suit he was wearing, the improvement brought by this new level 46 orange suit is undoubtedly huge. If you can complete the set, at least Chung Jianyong's overall strength will be increased by more than 80%. By then, after Shen Yun's enhancement, Chung Jianyong may be able to slightly touch the legendary level. At this time, a new fog passage appeared in front of everyone. Shen Yun asked, "Brother Xing, continue?" Han Xing nodded, "Of course continue." Everyone also laughed. Then, they stepped into the fog passage together. System prompt: Abyss Rift. The 51st floor scene has been loaded. The challenge will be open later. Please prepare the brave team. Chapter 286. Everyone was on high alert. 10 seconds later, a surging group of monsters appeared. The difficulty was similar to that of the 50th floor. Most of the monsters here were level 45 or 46. There were many elite monsters, and a small number of leader monsters. The final boss here was just a level 46 lord, which was weaker than the 50th floor. However, that was for Han Xing and the others. At the current stage, if a level 46 lord ran to the abandoned land of the gods, it would cause a terrible disaster. A few minutes later, the battle was over. Everyone worked together to kill the lord. A level 46 orange helmet and several heroic souls exploded on the ground. However, this orange helmet did not have a set attribute. It could only be regarded as a piece with good attributes. After collecting the materials on the ground, everyone went straight to the next floor. The monsters on the 52nd floor were still as strong as before. In addition to the slightly higher level of the monsters, the frequency of elite monsters and boss monsters also became higher. However, the boss at the end of the level still dropped an orange equipment. Until the 54th floor, everyone defeated a lord-level soul-eating monster. Chung Jianyong squatted on the ground and picked up the holy hammer dropped by the boss. He was surprised and said, The explosion rate of the Abyss Rift after the 50th floor is really high. 4 orange equipments have been dropped in a row. This holy hammer has very good properties. Xiao Yunzi can use it. After saying that, he threw the hammer to Shen Yun. Shen Yun took it and smiled and said, "It's just the status bonus for the first clearance. The next time you come in, it will be a normal probability." Everyone nodded. Because it has been verified before, the equipment drop rate will become very low when the Abyss Rift is repeatedly cleared. Basically, if equipment is dropped once and 10 times, it is considered good. Next, everyone came to the 55th floor. According to everyone's experience in clearing the Abyss Rift, every 5 floors is a small level, and the difficulty will increase to a certain extent. Every 10 floors is a large level, and the difficulty will soar sharply. Therefore, the difficulty of the monsters on the 55th floor should not be underestimated. A group of Abyss Knights wearing black armor and holding big swords appeared. They rode a warhorse that was also wearing black armor and had strange red light in its eyes. Then they maintained a neat formation, raised their weapons, and rushed towards everyone. Rumble. Thousands of horses galloped, and the ground began to shake constantly. Everyone really experienced what it felt like to face thousands of troops. And at this moment, Han Xing suddenly shot an arrow into the sky. Skill. Falling star arrow rain. Then, the sky full of destructive meteors began to fall. Han Xing's basic agility has now reached 5,243 points, and after Shen Yun's status bonus, it has reached 7,400 points. In other words, he can now summon more than 7,000 meteors in one breath. The damage of each meteor is enough to kill the leader monster of the same level in seconds, even if this group of Abyss Knights is amazing. But facing the truly crushing power, they still have no resistance. No matter how many Abyss Knights rushed out of the fog, they will be attacked by the falling star arrow rain and blown to pieces in an instant. After more than 10 seconds, this meteor shower feast was declared over. At this time, heavy trampling sounds were heard again in the dark fog. At the same time, a hoarse warning sound came. "I am the Abyss Guardian Edilius. All creatures who attempt to invade the Abyss will be punished by me." After the words fell, a tall figure suddenly appeared in the black fog. That figure did not have a mount. His height was only 2 meters, compared to the monsters in the Abyss Rift, which were getting bigger and bigger. He was wearing a black armor with spikes standing on the joints, and his shape was very cool. I don't know what material this armor is made of, but as long as you take a look, you can feel that its defense must be very strong. The attributes of this monster appeared in front of everyone. Abyss Guardian, Edilius, dominant level creature. Level, LV 48 attributes, Strength 6243, Agility 6643, Spirit 5823, Constitution 6774 skills, Dark Shattering, Curse of Pain, Dark Assault, Abyssal Domain, Judgment of Fate, Legendary skills. This guy, as a dominant creature, actually has 5 skills. This includes a domain skill and a legendary skill. In terms of strength alone, this Abyss Knight is not inferior to the dominant bone dragon below, and is even stronger in some aspects. Everyone remained vigilant. The opponent had strong hostility, and the battle started soon. The next moment, the Abyss Knight raised the black sword in his hand, and the dark aura in the area of 10,000 meters gathered towards his sword. Disrespectful people, accept the punishment of the power of the Abyss. Dark Shattering. This guy came up with a very high-end move. However, it just finished reading the lines. Suddenly, it felt a gust of wind in front of its face, which was Han Xing's arrow attack. Huh? The Abyss Knight was slightly startled, because it felt a strong sense of crisis in this attack. The Abyss Knight instantly locked onto the human archer at the back of the team. To be on the safe side, it decided to temporarily avoid the edge. The tall armored monster flashed and disappeared on the spot. Compared with the huge and somewhat clumsy body of the bone dragon, this Abyss Knight seemed very flexible. It could even dodge Han Xing's arrows. It can be seen from its more than 6,000 points of agility. This guy, except for his weak spirit, his other attributes are so strong that they are a bit scary. Seeing this scene, everyone was a little surprised. Chung Jianyong said in surprise, "This guy is good, he can even dodge Brother Xing's attack." Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoan behind him also agreed. After all, they had seen how fast Han Xing's arrows were before, and they basically never missed their targets. The Abyss Knight's decisiveness and speed were beyond everyone's expectations. And just at this moment, the darkness above was suddenly stirred. A black figure raised a big sword and slashed at him. So fast, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. However, after so many battles, their combat experience was not to be underestimated. In an instant, Xin Yun's 2 blessings were bestowed on everyone. Chung Jianyong burst out with a gun, causing a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and then Han Xing and Su Shaoang shot their arrows at the same time. And this time, everyone was not attacking normally, but with skills that brought explosive damage. Gale Break, Eye of the Elf. The Abyss Knight instinctively realized that this time, the attacks launched by those humans were even more terrible than before, and could cause extremely serious damage to him, instantly. The Abyss Knight made the most correct response. It held the great sword in its hand horizontally in front of it. With 2 ding-ding sounds, the attacks of the crowd hit the great sword of the Abyss Knight, but did not cause much damage. However, it was also forced back again by this wave of explosion. The figure of the Abyss Knight disappeared again. This time, it appeared on the left side of the crowd. This weird fighting method was the first time everyone had seen it. It was almost like teleportation. When the greatsword chopped down, Han Xing had an interested smile on his lips. Interesting, these abyss monsters are really good. This speed has exceeded the limit of the 4th turn, so everyone couldn't catch its figure. But that's it. When Han Xing took out the Oracle Throne from his backpack, a terrifying aura burst out from his body again, and in an instant, he directly surpassed the Abyss Knight. That was a completely different level of power. Even a dominant creature was not at the same level as this power. The figure of the Abyss Knight began to flicker again, and the space of the entire battle area was stirred. At this moment, Han Xing wanted to fight quickly. So, he directly turned on the special effect on the metal, Breath of the Wilderness, and the attributes of his whole body suddenly soared. His aura directly climbed to the true legendary realm. As Han Xing closed his eyes, that strange state appeared again. In his perception, nothing can escape, including the Abyss Knight that is flashing quickly. At this moment, its movement seemed so slow. Han Xing casually shot an arrow into the air. There is clearly nothing in that place. But the next moment, the tall body of the Abyss Knight suddenly fell to the ground. At this moment, the red ghost fire in the eyes of the Abyss Knight kept flashing legend. How can you have the strength of a legend? Its hoarse voice was full of disbelief. Han Xing did not answer. At the moment when the Abyss Knight landed, everyone did not need Han Xing's command and threw out their most powerful attacks. Boom! Boom! The dark armor of the Abyss monster blocked most of the damage for it. Even Zhang Lianmeng's fireball did not cause any serious damage to it, which shows how terrible the defense of that set of armor is. However, as Han Xing's arrow shot out, the sound of arrows entering the body came one after another. Puff! Puff! Even though its defense is amazing. But in front of the absolute attack power, it is like paper, and it will break with a poke. In a short time, the Abyss Knight suffered heavy damage. The opponent waved his sword, and seemed to want to struggle to get up from the ground. However, it was greeted by an arrow on the head. The Abyss Knight rolled to the ground again. It has been suppressed by Han Xing in all aspects. 10 seconds later, when the duration of the special effect of the wilderness ended, the Abyss Knight let out a hoarse scream, and then died on the spot. The system prompt appeared. Successfully cleared the 55th level of the Abyss Rift. The time taken for this battle, 5 minutes and 44 seconds. The 56th floor of the Abyss Rift has been opened. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Above the 50th floor, the difficulty of the monsters has indeed soared. If Han Xing hadn't exploded this time, he could have defeated the opponent, but it would definitely not be as easy as it is now. However, the stronger the monster, the more precious the equipment they drop. There are several bright ghost lights, and a black helmet at the place where the Abyss Knight died. It looks like the same set that the Abyss Knight wears. Everyone's eyes lit up. Then they walked over. Han Xing directly put away the spoils on the ground, and the system prompt appeared. Obtained Hero Souls *11, obtained Abyss Knight Helmet, orange, *1, 11 Hero Souls, which surprised Han Xing a little. Because in this way, including the number of Hero Souls exploded by monsters in the first 5 floors, there are almost 30. This income alone is quite good. Then, everyone looked at the properties of the helmet with anticipation. Abyss Knight Helmet, orange, LV48, quality, legend, armor, 342 to 373, critical hit rate plus 10%. Additional special effects, Abyss Gaze, hit rate plus 25%, Black Mist Shelter, reduced magic damage received by 15%, Knight's Will, legendary special effect, note, Abyss Knight set 1/5, can be combined with Abyss Knight Breastplate, Abyss Knight Trousers, Abyss Knight Wrist Guard, Abyss Knight Combat Boots to form a set effect. The 3-piece set properties are All properties increase by 30%. The 6-piece set properties are: Constitution increases by 20%, and magic damage received is reduced by 20%. After collecting all 5 sets, the Abyss Knight set effect can be activated. Abyss Guardian. Abyss Guardian. All damage received is reduced by 20%, and every 5 attacks received, the next attack damage is exempted. Seeing the attributes of this equipment, everyone knew that it was exclusive to knights. The attributes of a single piece and the effect of the suit, added together, reduced magic damage by at least 55%. No wonder Zhang Lianmeng's attack didn't have much effect. Although I don't know if the attributes of other single pieces have the property of reducing damage. If so, it would be even more exaggerated. Han Xing directly threw the helmet to Shen Yun. After Shen Yun took it, he also saw the attributes of the helmet, and a look of surprise gradually appeared on his face. Then, he turned around and said proudly, "Did you see it, Xiao Yongzi? I said before, don't be too happy too soon. The attributes of the suits released later will be better." Cheng Jianyong looked at him speechlessly. What's the use of better attributes? You can't wear it now. A level 48 suit, it will take a long time for you to wear it. After listening, Shen Yun sneered. What do you know? Now that the human milestone has been unlocked, the speed at which we gain experience has increased by 20%. It means that when we quickly brush the Abyss Rift next time, we will gain more experience. When we brush out this complete set of Abyss Knights, my level will almost be exactly 48. So, the situation you said will never happen, haha. Cheng Jianyong looked at him speechlessly. Then, everyone continued to step into the foggy passage on the 56th floor. Next, they continued to maintain the rhythm and began to attack the Abyss Rift. 56. 57. 58th floor. It was not until the 59th floor that everyone stopped for a while. The monsters on the 59th floor had reached level 49, almost reaching the limit of the 4th level. However, since Han Xing had already taken out the Oracle Throne, these monsters still posed no threat to everyone. After a killing spree, the final boss was solved by everyone. Then, in the empty foggy area, a long and deep foggy passage appeared again. At this time, the system prompt appeared. Please note, brave team, the 60th floor of the Abyss Rift is extremely difficult, and there may be creatures hidden in it that are far beyond the current survivor level. Please choose carefully. Do you want to enter? Chapter 287. Just like when Han Xing and his team cleared the 49th floor, the system gave a very serious prompt again. All 4 of them looked at Han Xing, waiting for his choice. This time, Han Xing said directly, "Go in." Without saying anything, everyone followed Han Xing and stepped into the foggy passage on the 60th floor. In the foggy passage, everyone felt that the atmosphere around them had changed again. The foggy passage shrank and expanded from time to time, as if it was a little unstable. There were no whispers of those evil spirits in the fog. There was silence all around. The 2 girls in the team were still walking in the middle. Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun, 2 melee fighters, walked in the front. Han Xing followed at the back. At this time, Cheng Jianyong couldn't help shaking his body and said, "Why do I feel that the atmosphere here is weird and creepy?" Shen Yun said, "What are you worried about? The system prompt only says that the monster's level is higher than ours, but it doesn't say that their strength is higher than ours. Besides, don't we still have Brother Xing?" After hearing this, Cheng Jianyong also felt that it made some sense, then nodded and began to move forward. The deeper you go, the more different the surrounding scene becomes. From the original dark and cold environment, some brightness and temperature gradually appear. At the end of the passage, there is a red light, as if a ball of fire is burning. This scene is beyond everyone's expectations. Firelight? Could it be that we are almost at the end of the Abyss Rift, and have really stepped into the Abyss world? Cheng Jianyong asked. Because everyone occasionally heard those natives mention it. It is said that the Abyss world is actually a special world. It is not like the outside world, which is a world made up of empty islands. It is a complete continent. However, it is often shrouded in a terrifying high temperature, and life is extinct. The moment a creature enters, it will be burned to ashes. That is what we often call purgatory. Add to that various natural disasters that break out from time to time. The Abyss is a world that is completely unsuitable for the survival of living beings. At this time, Zhang Lianmeng whispered, "It should be." "Not yet. I remember that there are 100 layers of the Abyss Rift. We are just at the 60th floor now." After hearing this, everyone nodded. Although the scene in front was a bit weird. But everyone still stepped into the battle space on the 60th floor without hesitation. The scene here once again shocked everyone. Compared with the gray space on the previous 59 floors. In front of them, There is an area with thick smoke and fire everywhere. On the charred ground, rivers of magma flowed, and from time to time, a sound of explosion could be heard in the distance. Boom! Boom! The rivers of magma exploded, and the magma jumped up hundreds of meters high. The terrifying heat waves came one after another. Coupled with the choking smoke, everyone felt extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, Han Xing thought, I remember the system prompt said that the Abyss Rift is the main passage connecting the Holy Spirit Realm and the Abyss Realm. It seems that as we continue to go deeper, we are gradually approaching the Abyss Realm. As soon as the voice fell, the system prompt appeared. The challenge of the 60th floor of the Abyss Rift is about to start. Please survivors prepare for the battle. The battle rhythm of the 60th floor is extremely fast. As soon as the voice fell, a sound of breaking air sounded above everyone's head. A group of monsters with red skin, green faces and fangs, and two broken flesh wings on their backs rushed towards them. Demons! Seeing the appearance of this group of monsters, Shen blurted out, yes, they finally saw the most powerful creature in the abyss. Demons! Low-level demon warrior, common creature in the abyss. Level, LV 50 attributes, Strength 4308, Agility 4561, Spirit 4457, Constitution 4782. Skills, Demon Orb, Magma Eruption. Although these low-level demons are just ordinary monsters, but they also have 3 skills. Moreover, their attributes are very powerful, almost equivalent to elite creatures of level 49. Coupled with such a large number, it is really difficult to deal with. However, as mentioned before, as long as they are not legendary, they are not a threat to the current Korean stars. He was sitting on the throne, and suddenly activated the special effect of an equipment. The next moment, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. This aura was more evil and terrifying than this group of demons. In the sky, thousands of flying demons fell like kites with broken strings. It was the special effect of the artifact armor that Han Xing was currently wearing, the Monstrous Disaster. The Monstrous Disaster, epic special effect, spreading the power of the God of Disaster, reducing the physical fitness of all creatures within 5,000 meters around by 50%, reducing the healing effect by 100%, the effect lasts for 60 seconds, and the cooling time is 60 minutes. With Han Xing as the center, the coverage area of 5,000 meters almost completely covers this group of monsters. Suddenly, their physical strength was reduced by half. They seemed to have been continuously squeezed by the succubus in the abyss for nearly a month, and a sense of emptiness that permeated their bones appeared in their bodies. So, this group of demons suddenly fell. Looking at the effect in front of him, Han Xing felt very satisfied. Although the special effect of the Monstrous Disaster has no effect on legendary creatures. However, it is really effective against these ordinary creatures. As the group of demons fell, they were picked up by Chung Jianyong and Shen Yun in groups before they showed their prestige as natives of the abyss. The figure of the coal ball was also constantly flickering. The group of low-level demons let out a sharp howl, trying to use this method to disturb the minds of the people. However, under Shen Yun's angel protection skill, this mental attack has no effect on them. A few minutes later, the army of these low-level demons was killed by Han Xing and his team. However, what surprised Han Xing was that these low-level demons gave a lot of experience. One monster alone can give tens of millions of experience points. Killing them all will give nearly 10 billion experience points. The experience bar, which had been rising slowly before, has now increased significantly. At this moment, Zhang Lianmeng appeared beside Han Xing with some excitement, holding his arm and said, Xinger, so many experience points. With a few more attempts, I can also reach level 46. Han Xing nodded. Indeed, the monsters on the 60th floor give a lot of experience points. In this way, we can also upgrade faster. In addition to the experience point rewards, there are many high-level materials in the places where these demons died, such as Hengjin ingots, purple gold stones, etc. Han Xing quickly collected them all to avoid falling into the magma on the ground and being burned. System prompts appeared. Obtain Mithril *7891, Eternal Gold Ingot *127, Purple Gold Stone *64, Low-Level Demon Blood *87937. This time, a new item appeared from these demons. Low-Level Demon Blood, blood containing demonic power. After taking it, it can increase strength by 600 points within 60 seconds. After the effect ends, the strength will be reduced by 300 and last for 1 hour. This thing. Han Xing glanced at it, and put it directly into his backpack. 600 points of strength is indeed a big increase, but damn, Your side effects are too terrible. In 1 hour, it reduces my strength by 3,000 points. It is a loss-making business no matter how you calculate it. Unless they are forced into a desperate situation, no one will take this thing. Not long after Han Xing collected the materials on the ground, there was a sudden strong vibration in the sky. Everyone raised their heads at the same time. In the thick fog, a faint flame appeared. The flame became clearer and clearer, like a meteorite falling from the sky. But it was more powerful than Zhang Yimeng's meteorite technique. The next moment, it crashed down on the black and red land. Boom! Under the horrible impact, everyone felt a strong shock. The magma river on the ground suddenly erupted, and the surrounding temperature rose again. According to everyone's feeling and estimation, the current temperature has reached more than 90 degrees. This terrifying high-temperature environment is almost not suitable for any creature to survive. However, with their current physical fitness, they can still support it. At the same time, a figure walked out bathing in the magma. It was 7 or 8 meters tall, holding a flaming sword in its hand. The muscles were exposed, and only the lower body was wearing simple animal leather trousers, giving people a strong sense of oppression. The moment he appeared, everyone felt a rush of evil. Wandering Demon, Cancelia's dominant level creature. Level, LV 50 attributes, Strength 8243, Agility 8736, Spirit 8261, Constitution 8523. Skills, Blood Devouring, Evil Burst, Heart Flame, Void Slash, Endless Withering, Legendary Skill. Seeing this guy's attributes, Han Xing couldn't help but frown. The demon race is indeed a race born for fighting. Its physical fitness is almost omnipotent, and none of them is less than 8,000. This is almost the attribute of a general 5th turn Lord level creature. Combined with its 5 skills, its strength completely surpasses that of a 5th turn Lord, and is even comparable to the 2 Shadow Legends that Han Xing killed at that time. At this moment, Cancelia swung the flaming sword in his hand, and grinned with an exaggerated angle. For so many years, no creature has come to the Abyss Rift. This time, it was a few humans who came to die. I just don't know how strong the human soul is. Don't be like those self-righteous orcs in front of me. They collapsed before playing with me for a few days. Listening to this guy's lines, everyone knew that he was not a good person. It seems that he is still a master who likes to torture people. The next moment, the evil aura on Cancelia's erupted, and even caused the magma under their feet to start erupting continuously. Boom! Boom! This skill is one of the opponent's 5 major skills, Evil Explosion. Facing such an enemy, Han Xing did not dare to underestimate the enemy. He did not even release the cold ball, because this guy's attack power is really strong. The attributes of the cold ball are too extreme. The current agility attribute is as high as more than 6,000, which is higher than Han Xing. But the other attributes are only 4,000 or 5,000. Moreover, the cold ball cannot wear equipment like Han Xing and the others. If he is touched by this guy, he will probably be seriously injured or even die on the spot. Han Xing does not want to take this risk. So, he decided to solve the battle by himself. There is no need to hold back against this guy, because Han Xing's target this time is the 60th floor. Except for those skills with a cooldown time of more than 1 day, other skills can be used on the opponent. As the special effects of Han Xing's equipment were activated one by one. In a short time, his aura reached a level comparable to that of the demon. At the same time, Cancelia swung his great sword, and the magma gushing in the air all attacked everyone. At the same time, the figure of the demon also disappeared from the spot. A burst of evil aura attacked from the front. This guy's fighting style is somewhat similar to that of the Abyss Knight on the 55th floor. However, the wandering demon is faster, and the attack is more deadly. Shen Yun raised his shield, and took 2 steps forward to protect everyone behind him. However, the wandering demon seemed to see that Shen Yun was not easy to deal with. So, its figure flashed and disappeared directly in front of Shen Yun. At the moment when the other party disappeared, Shen Yun also realized it, and he hurriedly shouted, "Brother Xing, be careful. This guy is going to deal with you." However, Shen Yun's reminder was still a step late. The figure of the wandering demon holding a big sword high has appeared in front of Zhang Yimeng. It seems to know that this female mage is the biggest threat to itself, so it wants to solve it as soon as possible. Zhang Yimeng looked at the flaming big sword that was rapidly enlarged in front of him, and his pupils shrank suddenly. And at this critical moment, several arrows suddenly shot at the wandering demon at an unimaginable speed. Puff puff puff. The arrows penetrated the chest of the wandering demon firmly, bringing out several strings of deep red blood. The guy's figure stagnated. It was this moment of stagnation that Shen Yun appeared in front of it again and stopped it. Bang! The flaming sword and the shield came into contact, making a dull collision sound. The magma on the ground also erupted again more than 10 meters high. The wandering demon covered the wound on his chest, a little surprised. Legend. It murmured. The next moment, the wandering demon disappeared again. At the same time, Han Xing's words came from behind. Shen Yun, lose the sun, let's fight quickly. Most of the special effects of the equipment on everyone were turned on, and now is the best time. After hearing this, Shen Yun also turned on the secret art of the church, holy light illumination without hesitation. For a time, the attributes of the 5 people ushered in a surge, at the same time. Su Shiyang's secret art, the withered vine, was also turned on at this time. The wandering demon suddenly felt that his body was entangled by the green vines that suddenly grew out of the void. Its ability to move was greatly reduced. Han Xing's eyes lit up with joy, explode. Kill him in seconds. Chung Jianyong understood immediately and activated his ultimate move, Storm Dance. At the same time, Zhang Lianming's chain fireballs, Su Shiyang's multiple bursts, and Han Xing's various burst skills, thrown out one by one like they were free. 5 seconds later, the green vines in the void all collapsed at this moment. The wandering demon stared blankly at his body riddled with holes, and then fell to the ground. System prompt. Successfully killed a wandering demon, Cancelias, and gained 1.821 billion experience points. Chapter 288. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the system prompt. At this time, Chung Jianyong shook off the demon blood on the tip of his gun and said belatedly, "So, Brother Xing asked us to keep those secret skills for this moment?" Han Xing nodded yes. "With our current strength, if we sprint at full speed, we can still rush up a few more levels, but it doesn't make much sense. Because the cooldown time of our skills is too long. Some of them even need 1 or 2 days to be used once. What I need is a level that can be repeatedly refreshed without using those trump cards. At present, these 60 levels are just right." Everyone showed a look of realization on their faces. And at this time, the system prompt appeared again. Successfully cleared the 60th floor of the Abyss Rift. This battle took 8 minutes and 32 seconds. Because you are the team that cleared the Abyss Rift for the first time, you will receive the first pass reward. Abyss Magic Stone *200, 000, Hero Soul *200, Demon Blood Essence *10, Abyss Technology, Death Light Tower. Having solved this demon, Han Xing finally breathed a sigh of relief. He also heard the system's prompt, and a surprised smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Compared to the previous first pass rewards, this time, a large number of Abyss Magic Stones and Hero Souls were also rewarded. The difference is that there is also an additional Demon Blood Essence and a Death Light Tower. Han Xing couldn't wait to check the properties of these 2 items. Demon Blood Essence, the hard blood of a low-level demon. After taking it, there is a 30% probability of adding 10 to all attributes and a 70% probability of reducing 20 to all attributes. It seems that it can also be used as an additive to some secret medicines. Seeing the attributes of this demon blood, Han Xing was stunned for a moment. Unless you are extremely confident in your luck, you probably won't try this kind of luck, right? Even though Han Xing's luck value has increased by 20 points recently, he doesn't dare to touch this probability. After all, reducing all attributes by 20 is no joke. Han Xing killed the 2 legends and absorbed the divine power from them, but it only increased by less than 180. If it were other survivors, the attributes would have dropped by at least 4 or 5 levels. He directly put this drop of blood into his backpack and was too lazy to look at it again. Then, Han Xing started to check another item with excitement. Abyss Technology, Death Light Tower. It can launch a dark death light with powerful destructive power, causing devastating damage to all enemies along the way. Attack power, 30,000 to 35,000. Defense value, 20,000. Maximum attack distance, 5,000 kilometers. Seeing the attributes of this defense tower, Han Xing also understood it in his heart. The above introduction is very simple. It sends out energy attacks to cause damage to the enemy. But it has a full 30,000 attack power, which is enough to hurt a legendary strongman. Although, its attack range is only 5,000 kilometers. But don't forget that the Death Light Tower is a columnar attack, like the Thunder Tower. All monsters along the way will be hurt. In terms of lethality and destructive power, it is much stronger than the defense tower of the Witch Clan's main city. Han Xing put the blueprint into his backpack with satisfaction. In addition to the first pass reward, Han Xing also noticed that there were several things that the wandering demon died with. a soul-emitting red light, a pile of materials, and a pair of red pants. As a reward for the first kill, a precious piece of equipment is almost certain to appear. Then, Han Xing collected them all with a fiery look. Obtained Demon Blood Essence *1, Wandering Demon Soul *1, Wandering Demon Leather Pants, orange, *1. This time, 2 new things appeared, Wandering Demon Soul and Wandering Demon Leather Pants. Wandering Demon Soul. After a powerful demon dies, the condensed soul can be used to create some special props, or a wandering demon can be summoned to assist in the battle, and the summoning time lasts for 60 seconds. This wandering demon soul is similar to the previous hero's soul. However, the only difference is that the summoned wandering demon has a time limit. It can only help fight for 60 seconds. It is not very meaningful, so Han Xing put it directly into his backpack. Then, he checked the properties of another item again, the pants that the wandering demon exploded. Wandering Demon Leather Pants, orange, LV50, quality, legend, armor 453 to 478, agility plus 550, hit rate plus 15%. Additional special effects, Demon Gaze, reduces the critical strike rate of the unit that is looking at you by 30%, Abyssal Energy, restores a certain amount of health when damaged, Evil Aura, legendary special effect, note, Wandering Demon said January 5th, can be combined with Wandering Demon Cloak, Wandering Demon Leather Armor, Wandering Demon Boots, and Wandering Demon Wristband to form a set effect. The attributes of the 3-piece set are, all attributes increase by 25%, and the attributes of the 5-piece set are, attack power increases by 25%, and agility increases by 30%. After collecting all 5 pieces, the Wandering Demon set function can be activated, Mind Flame. Mind Flame. After activating the special effect of this set, each time you attack, you can add the Mind Flame effect to the enemy, causing continuous burning damage to it. The damage attribute is Agility *1.13. This effect cannot be dispelled and can be stacked up to 5 times. Seeing this set of equipment, Han Xing couldn't help but raise his mouth wildly. Damn, finally my own set is out. I have been watching others get it before, and it would be a lie for Han Xing to say that he is not envious. Now, it is finally his turn. Next, as long as they continue to quickly brush the Abyss Rift. When Han Xing reaches level 50, his strength will usher in a surge. Okay, the Wandering Demon set, right? Watch me brush you hard. So far, all the spoils of the 60th floor have been put into Han Xing's backpack. At this time, the system prompt appears. The transmission channel of the 61st floor of the Abyss Rift has appeared. Do you want to continue? Han Xing directly chose to refuse. Then, everyone left the Abyss Rift together. When the vision was restored, everyone looked at the unique room in front of them, and was suddenly stunned. At this time, they remembered. They were teleported in the room arranged by Wu Mior for them. Now that they are out again, they naturally appear in the original place. This trip to the Abyss Rift took almost 2 hours. The harvest can be said to be quite amazing. In addition to the 3 orange suits, many high-level pieces were dropped. In addition to these item rewards, everyone's experience bar increased by about 10%. Although the increase is not much. But for their current level, it is already amazing. As long as they come a few more times, it will take another day or 2 to reach level 46. At this time, Shen Yun asked, Brother Xing, are we going to continue to challenge the Abyss Rift now? Han Xing shook his head, wait a minute, I go and digest what I gained this time. Everyone nodded. They also knew that Han Xing had obtained 2 powerful blueprints for connecting to the 11th floor, but they had not had time to build them. Then, everyone left Han Xing's room. However, Shen Yun and the others had just left, and it had not been a few minutes. There was a knock at the door. Han Xing, can I come in? A woman's voice came from outside the door. Hearing this voice, Han Xing knew that it was Wu Mior. He nodded and said yes. Wu Mior pushed the door open and walked in. Then she sat casually on the edge of Han Xing's bed, crossed her legs, and treated this as her own room. That's not right. Speaking of which, this is indeed Wu Mior's room, and the entire palace belongs to her. Everyone is just staying with her temporarily. Han Xing didn't care about these details and asked, What's the matter? Wu Mior heard Han Xing's question and replied casually with her head tilted, Can't I find you if there's nothing? Hearing the woman's unusual speech, Han Xing couldn't help but look at her. But she was tilting her head, her black hair casually spread on the bed, looking at Han Xing with a smile. Of course you can find me when you have nothing to do, but the war just ended over there, you should be very busy, right? You have dealt with these things so quickly? Han Xing asked. Hearing this, The smile on Wumio's face disappeared, and she said a little frustrated, "How can I deal with it? This time the Wu clan suffered too much loss. In addition to the 2 main cities being captured, even the 7th line of defense has fallen. And the High Priest is summoning legendary strongmen to counterattack the shadow army of the 7th line of defense. Although I don't have to participate in the war, I have to be responsible for destroying the remaining shadow army monsters in the Wu tribe's territory." Han Xing heard the haggardness in Wumir's tone. At this time, Wumir changed the subject and said, "If only I could be like you. I don't have to worry about these trivial matters of the Wu tribe, and I don't have to bear the safety of tens of billions of Wu tribe members." Han Xing smiled and said, "What's good about this? You now have the support of the entire tribe and countless resources. You don't need to collect them everywhere like us." Wumir shook her head and said, "Of course it's good. Because in this way, I can follow brother Han Xing like them." Han Xing, What? Did you call me just now? Han Xing's tone was a little uncertain. Brother Han Xing? I see that the 2 beauties around you call you that, don't they? Wumir asked in confusion. Don't you like me calling you that? Wumir's tone suddenly became a little depressed. That's right. After all, I haven't met you twice, and I've been bothering you all the time. You don't dislike me, and you're willing to be friends with me. The more Wumir spoke, the lower her voice became. From her eyes, she even saw mist, as if she was about to cry. Han Xing supported his forehead and said speechlessly, No, you can call me whatever you want, and I don't dislike you. You think too much. Hearing Han Xing's words, Wumir smiled instantly. That's great. I call you Brother Han Xing from now on. After that, she took out 5 bottles of secret medicine with green liquid flowing from her backpack. What is this? Han Xing asked in confusion. Wumir smiled and replied, The secret medicine of the Holy Tree Spirit. It is a secret medicine unique to our Wu clan that can recover from injuries. Even if a legendary strongman takes the secret medicine after being injured, he can recover quickly. After saying that, Wumir stuffed the bottles of medicine into Han Xing's hands. The properties of these bottles of medicine also appeared in front of Han Xing's secret medicine of the Holy Tree Spirit, a spiritual medicine with powerful vitality, which can restore the light injury state of a demigod strongman and the serious injury state of a legendary strongman in a short period of time. Note: creatures below the legendary level can instantly restore all vitality by taking this secret medicine. If they are not currently in an injured state, taking this secret medicine can permanently increase their physical fitness by 100. Seeing the properties of the above medicine, Han Xing was also shocked. This is actually a recovery potion for legends and even demigod-level warriors. No wonder Wumio was still seriously injured yesterday, but she is full of energy today. Having this thing is equivalent to having an extra life. Looking at Han Xing's shocked eyes, Wumio said with a little pride, Do you feel it? The vitality contained in it? Han Xing nodded and couldn't help asking, This potion must be very precious. Wumio smiled and tilted her head slightly. It is very precious, but not so exaggerated. The main material of this secret medicine is the leaves of the World Tree. Before, our Wu clan would trade a batch of leaves from the elves every year. But as the World Tree has problems, the output of this leaf has decreased every year. In addition, with the outbreak of war, the trade between our big clans has also decreased. Han Xing listened and nodded. Then, he put away the bottles of medicine and said gratefully, Thank you, Wumir. Wumir shook her head. You're welcome, aren't we best friends? Since Wumir left, Han Xing suddenly remembered that he had obtained the blueprints of 2 secret medicines before, but he didn't have time to make them. Han Xing checked the materials needed for making them. Materials required to make the secret medicine of fire element affinity, E-state *10, 000, Yinchi grass *1, 4-star fire creature blood *1, spirit core *1000 materials required to make the secret medicine of swift wind wings, E-state *20, 000, foamling grass *1, 4-star wind creature blood *1, spirit core *1000. Han Xing nodded. The materials required for these 2 secret medicines are relatively common and can be made in batches. The next time you enter the dungeon, it can increase everyone's combat effectiveness. At this time, Han Xing thought that he had something right. So, he suddenly summoned the Oracle Throne, and then his figure flashed and appeared in the sky. Then he flashed again and returned to the Sky Island of Wanqing City. When Han Xing stayed in the main city of the Wu clan, Wanqing City was still developing in an orderly manner. The hundreds of thousands of goblins had almost dug up the rhythmic black iron mine. However, during this period of time, Han Xing also found some other mines to mine for them. In addition, the 5 military camps in the territory were also summoning creatures at all times. In the last war, Han Xing lost some wolf cavalry and minotaurs, and he was also rushing to replenish them recently. Needless to say, the military types such as toucans and wolf digs. Han Xing was more concerned about the last barracks he built. Chimera Camp. Chapter 289. Han Xing was going to check on his Chimera Camp. Then, he came to a wide plain area outside Wanqing City. There was also a clear lake in the center of the plain. A group of birds with purple-red feathers on their bodies, more than 10 meters long, gathered by the lake. They were called birds, but if you look closely, you will find that these creatures are different. They have a lion's head, a goat-like body, and a snake-like tail. They look quite strange. As a dual-attribute magical creature, Chimera will first spray venom from the head on its tail when attacking, and then spray flames from the lion's head, causing explosive damage. The attributes of these creatures also appeared in front of Han Xing Chimera, 4-star elite creature. Level, LV 46 attributes, Strength 5201, Agility 5431, Spirit 5607, Constitution 5191 skills, Venom Spray, Flame Burst, Triphase Divine Power, can activate the Triphase Divine Power in the body, increasing all attributes by 50% in a short period of time. This was mentioned before in the camp introduction. The summoned Chimera are at least elite creatures, and there is a chance of a leader-level creature appearing. This probability is similar to that of the Minotaur camp. In addition, after Han Xing maxed out the camp's technology, a branch option that can summon Lord-level monsters also appeared. However, the probability of summoning a Lord is lower. Han Xing nodded with satisfaction. Although it takes 30 seconds to summon a Chimera, it is completely worth it with its powerful attributes and skills. At this time, Han Xing took out 2 black drawings from his backpack again. It was the reward for clearing the 50th and 60th floors of the Abyss Rift this time. Han Xing directly clicked on the learning. Successfully learned Abyss Technology, Cemetery Blueprints. Successfully learned Abyss Technology, Death Light Tower Blueprints. He first checked the materials required for the cemetery blueprints. Materials required to build a cemetery: 100,000 rotten black soil, 200,000 strong blood, 500,000 rare earth, 300,000 beast bones, 100,000 refined iron, 50,000 mithril. This thing is worthy of being called Abyss Technology. The required materials are so different. Other materials are okay, but Han Xing has never come into contact with the rotten black soil before. However, this does not prevent him from looking for this material in the trading channel. A casual search really made him find a lot of it. However, the prices of these guys are all different. Han Xing directly used his money ability to buy them all. After solving the rotten black soil, there is no need to worry about other materials. Han Xing's warehouse has a large amount of reserves. So, Han Xing directly clicked on the construction. The system prompt appeared. Under construction, cemetery, remaining time 13 hours and 24 minutes. After processing this blueprint, Han Xing began to check another highlight, the Death Light Tower. Materials required to build the Death Light Tower: Philosopher's Stone * 100, Eternal Gold Ingot * 50, 000, Mithril * 200, 000, Refined Iron * 3 million, Rare Earth * 5 million, Abyss Magic Stone * 50, 000. Damn! Even though Han Xing is now rich, he couldn't help but exclaimed. Originally, I thought that the materials needed to build the Hellfire Silo were already terrifying enough. As a result, this Death Light Tower is now more than 10 times more terrifying. Han Xing looked at the material reserves of Wanqing City. With his background, he could only build 100 Death Light Towers at most. This is far from the number Han Xing expected. However, the threat posed by 100 Death Light Towers is more terrifying than the threat posed by 200 Magic Elephant Chariots. Calculated in this way, it is not a loss. Han Xing chose a place in Wanqing City and began to click on the construction. The system prompt appeared. Abyss Technology, Death Light Tower is being built, and the remaining time is 17:32. After hundreds of prompts in a row of foggy areas covering thousands of square meters. And the price is that the material reserves in Wanqing City have run out directly. Han Xing's face showed a painful look. Tens of thousands of Philosopher's Stones, more than 4 million Hengjin ingots. It would scare people to death if you tell them, plus various other materials. Converted into spirit cores, it is an astronomical figure. This wave of work emptied out all the materials in his warehouse. Fortunately, Xingyu City now provides him with various resources. It only takes 1 month to gather the materials to build 100 Death Light Towers again. However, the improvement gained from such a high price is worth it. According to estimates, the current salvo of 100 Death Light Towers is enough to instantly kill legends like Shadow Sword Master and Shadow Lion King. Han Xing also clenched his fists excitedly. As long as we wait until tomorrow, Wanqing City will truly have the ability to gain a foothold in this world. Next, even if I face the siege of legendary masters, I will have the ability to protect myself and even fight back. After dealing with these, Han Xing made several more bottles of Fire Element Affinity Secret Medicine and Wind Wing Secret Medicine. Then, he took Shen Yunqing, Jianyong, and others to start brushing the Abyss Rift quickly. In a flash, 7 days passed. 7 days later, the edge area of the abandoned land of the gods. 2 huge territories converged together. These 2 territories are the team territories of Hui Alliance and Kunlun. At this time, Zhou Huang and Wujia looked at each other, showing helpless expressions. Brother Wujia, this time, we all miscalculated. I didn't expect that the coordinates of this Dragon Road are so far away from us. Zhou Huang said speechlessly. Next to him, Wujia also nodded. This time, they hurried together. After traveling for almost 9 days, they just arrived at the location near the coordinates. After such a long delay, it is equivalent to the progress they finally pulled away from those ordinary survivors, which is almost caught up. However, before Han Xing's advanced teleportation array was built, if these survivors want to leave the abandoned land of the gods, the Dragon Road is their only way. So there is no other way. The 2 Sky Islands continue to move towards the Dragon Road. However, not long after, they encountered the same dilemma as Han Xing at the beginning. The environment in the Dragon Road is too harsh. Along the way, their territory has been hit by those irregular meteorites more than a dozen times, although it did not cause much loss of life. But the buildings in their territory were also smashed down. Moreover, there are more than a dozen unlucky people who were swept away by the whistling airflow if they were not careful. Then they disappeared. But they had come here, and they couldn't give up just because of this difficulty. So, in the 2 territories, millions of survivors were still moving forward. However, they underestimated the harsh environment in the Dragon Road. The deeper they went, the more violent the howling wind became. Many low-level buildings in the territory were shaking constantly, and many survivors held on to the surrounding support, trying their best not to be blown away by the wind. Even Wujia closed his eyes and said with difficulty, Zhou Huang, we can't move forward. If we move forward, we will be wiped out before we get out of the abandoned land of the gods. Zhou Huang's face was also very ugly. He wanted to say, hold on for a while. Then, the harsh environment in the Dragon Road will not joke with you. With 2 clicks. In their territory, several small houses were blown away directly. A group of survivors were swept away by the wind, with horror on their faces, disappearing into the depths of the fog. Whoosh, whoosh, the wind was getting stronger and stronger. In a short period of time, the survivors blown away from the 2 islands had lost more than 10,000 people. Zhou Huang also knew that he really couldn't move forward, but he was unwilling in his heart. Why? That guy can go through, why can't I do it? Zhou Huang, who was desperate in his heart, stroked the golden dragon ball on his neck again. He murmured in his heart, give me another revelation. After the words fell, a burst of golden light appeared on the dragon ball. This burst of golden light even dispelled some of the fog around thousands of meters. Everyone looked at the magical scene that happened to Zhou Huang, with puzzled expressions in their eyes. After a moment, Zhou Huang's eyes showed a look of sudden realization. So that's it. In order to pass the Dragon Road, we must ignite the ancient fire and abandon the current territory. No wonder Xingyu City will be opened in the land abandoned by the gods. It seems that Guy has made the same choice. Zhou Huang told Wujia the information he got. Wujia obviously hesitated when he heard this condition. After all, Kunlun territory is Wujia's main asset, with a huge amount of resources and powerful defense towers. Wujia said at this time, Zhou Huang, how can you be sure that we can quickly rebuild the territory after leaving the land abandoned by the gods? Zhou Huang said, of course, because of the galaxy. Wujia was stunned. Zhou Huang explained, we all know that Xinghe's strongest point is the terrifying number of defense towers in his territory. He himself is not very powerful. But judging from his recent performance, he has opened Xingyu City and passed through the Abyss Rift. Xinghe may have already established a foothold in the outside world. Think about it. Even he can rise so quickly. Will the 2 of us be weaker than him when we join forces? After hearing this, Wujia's eyes flashed with surprise. He really felt that in terms of single-player combat power, He was the strongest among the survivors in the world. Even Xinghe was not his opponent. However, what he didn't know was that Han Xing had completed a transformation through the development during this period. Now, in Han Xing's territory, apart from those defense towers, he was the strongest combat force. Seeing Wujia's excitement, Zhou Huang continued to persuade him, "Brother Wujia, now Xinghe is far ahead of us. If we don't seize this opportunity, there will be no chance to surpass him. Do you really want to sit back and watch Xingyu City continue to expand, and then monopolize billions of survivors around the world?" Wujia thought for a moment, and finally sighed. "Then let's go together. We will leave our territory in the abandoned land of the gods." After hearing this, Zhou Huang's face suddenly brightened. Before he could say anything, Wujia interrupted him. "Don't be too happy too soon. To pass the Dragon Road, we need key materials such as the ancient fire seeds. Let's count how many we have in hand first." After hearing this, Zhou Huang seemed to have thought of this, and hurriedly looked behind him. Then he smiled bitterly, and shook his head and said, "There are less than 5 fire seeds. How about you?" Wujia shook his head. "It's about the same as yours." Zhou Huang's face froze. At this time, he said, as if he realized it afterward, "I said that Xingyu City started to buy the ancient fire seeds at high prices a long time ago. This Xinghe, it turns out that it has long anticipated this. Even this kind of thing wants to be monopolized. It's really not a human being." Zhou Huang was angry and depressed. But there was no way. Before this, no one knew that the ancient fire seeds had such a use. They didn't even know what the Dragon Road was. Han Xing offered a high price to buy it again. So, many survivors who had this kind of fire seeds couldn't resist the temptation and chose to sell them. But this incident also reminded Zhou Huang. In the future, if they see Xingyu City buying something, they can also buy a batch. There is no harm. Zhou Huang said, "It seems that this time, including you and me, there are only 10 people who can get out of the abandoned land of the gods." Wujia nodded. Then, they returned to their respective territories. 10 minutes later, after the two of them selected their own personnel and explained the matters to their backbones, they left the 2 huge territory islands in place. Then, a group of 10 people. They each stepped on the initial territory and stepped into the depths of the Dragon Road. Zhou Huang and Wujia went forward for a while. They also saw the scene that Han Xing experienced at that time. In the fog, many phantoms of giant dragons appeared. However, the number of these giant dragons was obviously not as many as Han Xing encountered for the first time. At first, seeing those images, they instantly felt like they were facing a great enemy, and their scalps were numb. But after observing for a while, they found that those giant dragons did not come to attack them. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They continued to maintain their state of mind, trembling and moving forward into the depths of the Dragon Road. At this moment, the pendant on Zhou Huang's chest suddenly emitted a brilliant golden light. It illuminated the entire foggy space. At the same time, the dragons seemed to sense something. They all turned their sights and paid attention to Zhou Huang's chest at the same time. At the same time, a golden dragon quickly appeared in their sight. "Golden Dragon Hawthorn Glasser, my Dragon Ball. And the fate of the human emperor. Has the son of destiny of this generation of human race finally come out?" In the sky, the red dragon and the green dragon also appeared together. They all looked at Zhou Huang with scrutiny. After a moment, the red dragon slowly said, "Weak. Too weak. What's wrong with the human race of this generation? They are all so weak." Listening to the red dragon's straightforward ridicule, Zhou Huang's face also looked a little bad. He wanted to say that he was strong enough among the human race. If they really fought, Wujia might not be his opponent. However, Zhou Huang knew that the strength of this red dragon was far beyond his imagination. So, it was reasonable for the other party to say that he was weak. Zhou Huang could only shrink his neck and let the other party mock him. Chapter 290. On the side, the green dragon stopped him again and said, "Okay, shut up. Don't forget, the forsaken land of the gods does not allow the appearance of legendary power. This generation of the Son of Destiny can achieve this level, which is enough." Hearing this, Zhou Huang's somewhat wounded heart finally felt a little comforted. However, at this time, the green dragon added another sentence. "Although, it is indeed a little weak." Zhou Huang was speechless. You might as well not say it. At this moment, the golden dragon stood out from the crowd. "Okay, don't argue about this. No matter how strong this generation of the Son of Destiny is, we still have to do what we promised." The green dragon and the red dragon shut their mouths. The golden dragon slowly said at this time, "This generation of the Son of Destiny of the human race, I will give you an opportunity, but at the same time, you have to agree to one of our conditions." Zhou Huang heard this, and his face was immediately ecstatic. Every dragon here is so powerful that it is terribly beyond their imagination. As the leader of this group of giant dragons, this golden dragon is obviously more terrifying. This level of existence must have given a very extraordinary opportunity. Zhou Huang hurriedly asked, "What opportunity?" The golden dragon glanced at the humans nearby and sent a voice message to Zhou Huang alone. The sacred object of the human race. The human emperor's sword. Hearing this, Zhou Huang's pupils shrank. Holy. Sacred object? He asked the voice in his mind carefully. The golden dragon replied again, yes, and it is not a simple sacred object. With the existence of the human emperor's sword, you can find other sacred parts through the information above, and with the help of my dragon ball. At this moment, Zhou Huang's mouth opened wide. Before this, even though he had never touched something of the holy relic level, he knew how terrifying it was. Last time, the holy relic in the war marriage shop was exchanged by Han Xing, but he has not announced it yet. So Zhou Huang didn't know what the holy relic in Han Xing's hand was, and what its properties were. But now, Zhou Huang can be sure. This human emperor sword is definitely more terrifying than Xing's holy relic. Moreover, it is a holy relic set. It's really exciting to think about it. Zhou Huang hurriedly said, "Can you really give me the human emperor sword?" Jin Long replied, "Yes, but you have to agree to one condition of mine." Hearing the condition, Zhou Huang hesitated a little. But he still asked tentatively, "What is the condition?" After a moment, Zhou Huang looked at Jin Long deeply. "Your condition is a bit outrageous. At present, I have no hope of doing it." Jin Long replied, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, we have been waiting for tens of thousands of years. It doesn't matter if we wait for a while." Zhou Huang hesitated for a moment and nodded. "In this case, I agree." Jin Long's majestic and ferocious face suddenly showed a smile. The next moment, a bright golden light appeared from the depths of the fog, and in an instant, it entered Zhou Huang's body. At this time, Jin Long's voice sounded again. "Remember, the power of the human emperor's sword is too terrifying. It cannot be used unless it reaches the legendary level." However, Zhou Huang was not in the mood to listen to Jin Long's advice at this time. He looked at the golden sword lying quietly in his backpack, and a strong golden light appeared in his eyes. On the other hand, Wu Jie's expression changed. Although he couldn't hear what Jin Long and Zhou Huang said, he didn't know what Jin Long meant by opportunity. But from Zhou Huang's expression, it can be seen that this thing must be extremely extraordinary. At this moment, Wu Jie was also very angry. Unexpectedly, a trip to the Dragon Road would give this guy such a powerful opportunity. If this goes on, the gap between him and him will be widened. Wu Jie clenched his fist and thought to himself, "It seems that I have to find the inheritance of the blood god as soon as possible to improve my strength." Just as they had different thoughts, they continued to move forward into the depths of the Dragon Road. When the bright sunshine above their heads gradually appeared, they all received the same system prompt. "You have walked out of the abandoned land of the gods, and the map of the Witch Clan territory has been opened." Hearing the system prompt, the expressions of the 10 people who walked out of the Dragon Road were different. Zhou Huang had ecstasy on his face, and Wu Jie looked at him with a complicated expression. Wu Jie asked tentatively, "Brother Zhou Huang, you have a great opportunity this time? I just don't know, can you tell us what it is?" After hearing this, Zhou Huang shook his head and said, No, this thing of mine is useless now. I don't know how long it will take for it to work." Zhou Huang answered irrelevantly. Seeing that he didn't want to answer, Wu Jie stopped asking. Everyone looked at the surrounding environment of the Wu clan's territory. At this time, Zhou Huang said with a smile, "I didn't expect that the environment of this new map is similar to our god's abandoned land." After hearing this, the other survivors were also slightly relieved. Zhou Huang looked at Wu Jie and said again, "Brother Wu Jie, it seems that our development here will be very smooth. As long as it is still the previous development model, with the strength of you and me, we can rebuild the territory in a short time. We can even surpass Xinghe in one fell swoop." Wu Jie did not speak, but glanced at him without showing any emotion. This guy is indeed a hypocritical hypocrite. You only said that we will join forces to surpass Xinghe, but you did not say how to distribute the benefits and the ownership of the rebuilt territory. But now, Wu Jie still has to rely on Zhou Huang, so he did not show it. They quickly controlled the small blocks under their feet and began to wander in the territory of the Wu clan. At the same time, in the main city of the Wu clan, after a week of rapid brushing of the Abyss Rift, Han Xing and others have also improved their strength. Now, his level has reached 85% of level 47. The levels of the others are also above 80% of level 46. They are not far from upgrading again. Since the human milestone was unlocked, their upgrade speed has indeed increased. But Han Xing also found that the later the level, the more experience needed. Sometimes, the next trip to the Abyss Rift, from the 50th floor to the 60th floor, the experience gained is less than 1%. According to this progress, it will take at least 2 or 3 months to reach level 50. However, the good news is, the 3 orange suits have been brushed out by the crowd. 5 or 6 pieces, removing the duplicate parts, there are 2 or 3 pieces that can be used. In addition, most of the hero souls that exploded were used by Han Xing to build the magic elephant chariot. Now, the number of chariots in the territory has exceeded 200. Correspondingly, the Philosopher's Stone and Shadow God's Stone that he harvested from the Goblin's warehouse have also been consumed. The materials in Wanqing City are completely exhausted. After a week of high-intensity fighting, everyone is a little tired. Han Xing decided to stop exploring the Abyss Rift and do something else to change his mood. And what Han Xing is going to do next is also a big thing. If it is done, the strength of the next 5 people, including the strength of Wanqing City, will usher in a surge, deep in the palace, in a gorgeously decorated bedroom. Han Xing and Wu Miao are in the same room. Wu Miao looked at Han Xing nervously. Is it going to start? Brother Han Xing. Her tone was a little apprehensive and a little expectant. Han Xing nodded and said, let's get started. Wu Miao took a few deep breaths and then slowly walked to Han Xing. Han Xing even saw Wu Miao's shoulders shaking slightly because of nervousness. Her light brown skin revealed the tenderness of a girl. Her blurred eyes stared at Han Xing. With each breath, she could even feel the hot air exhaled by this legendary strongman. After a while, Wu Miao put her hand into her sleeve. She took out a yellowed paper from it. There was some information recorded on the paper. It was the first batch of resources that the Wu clan was going to trade. Yes, Han Xing and Wu Miao were in this secret room for this transaction. Han Xing promised Wu Miao that he would sell her a batch of space backpacks in the near future. The first batch of sales is 100 purple backpacks, 1,000 blue backpacks. All are top quality. As for what price Wu Miao would offer, Han Xing let her decide for herself. Now it seems that she has already had an answer. Han Xing took the list and took a close look at it. It reads, for this transaction, the Wu clan is willing to take out 10,000 Philosopher's Stones, 10,000 Shining Terra Stones, 80,000 Shadow God Stones, 1 Ice Element Affinity Secret Medicine Formula, 1 4 Elephant Power Secret Medicine Formula, 1 Spiritual Absorption Secret Medicine Formula, 1.7 billion Shadow Crystals. Seeing the materials on the list, Han Xing's mouth showed joy again. This time, the Wu clan is really sincere. Tens of thousands of Philosopher's Stones and Terra Stones are enough to reflect their precious value. In addition, there are 3 advanced secret medicine formulas of the Wu clan. These things alone completely exceed the value of these backpacks. Moreover, Wu Miao knew that Han Xing needed something like Shadow Crystal, so she specially asked someone to collect a lot of it. Now, it was also given to Han Xing as a gift. Han Xing can be said to have made a lot of money from this deal. However, considering the importance of these backpacks to these strong men, it was not so unexpected. So, Han Xing said directly, okay, let's trade directly. Wu Miao nodded lightly and said, okay. I have put the things in the boxes behind you. Brother Han Xing can take them yourself. At this time, Han Xing also noticed that there were 2 rows of 12 large boxes in the corner of the room. Then, Han Xing directly clicked to receive. The system prompt appeared. Get Philosopher's Stone * 10,000. Get Shining Terra Stone * 10,000. Get. So many high-level materials almost filled up Han Xing's 2 backpacks. He couldn't help but jump for joy. Great, because in this way, the materials for making that holy object, the Corona Obelisk, have been collected by him. Now, only the last material is missing, the legendary Dragon Soul. Han Xing can start making this powerful item that can be called against the sky. At the same time, Han Xing also handed those space backpacks to Wu Miao. The two looked at each other with great satisfaction. At this time, Han Xing asked, by the way, Wu Miao. Hearing Han Xing calling her, Wu Miao blinked her beautiful eyes and replied, what's wrong, brother Han Xing? Han Xing said, do you have any Philosopher's Stone and Shining Terra Stone in your clan? Wu Miao looked at him strangely, brother Han Xing, do you need more? This time, Wu Miao gave him tens of thousands of Philosopher's Stone and Terra Stone. This is almost half of the foundation of her main city. Even if Wu Miao is a legendary strongman, so many resources are enough for her to consume for 1 or 2 years without a war. However, what Wu Miao didn't know was that Han Xing really lacked these high-level materials. The Philosopher's Stone and Shining Terra Stone that Wumio gave were indeed a lot, but they were just enough to build the Corona Obelisk. In addition to the Corona Obelisk, Han Xing also wanted to build more Death Light Towers, ancient weapons, etc. Han Xing even wanted to give one to Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun, including a divine weapon, like the Oracle Throne. All these things require a large amount of Philosopher's Stone and Terra Stone. Yes, I need a lot of these high-level materials, Han Xing said bluntly. Wumio nodded and said, I understand, brother Han Xing. Give me some time, I talk to other Wu clan priests, and see if I can mobilize some resources from their main city. After hearing this, Han Xing couldn't help but grab Wumio's little hand, and said excitedly, thank you so much. Wumio's hands were held in Han Xing's hands, and she didn't break free, but said in a mosquito-like voice, no. It's okay. They will be happy to hear that they can be used to exchange for space props. The more Wumio spoke, the smaller her voice became. Her face became more blushing. Facing Han Xing, this Wu clan saint, who was extremely strong outside, was about to bury her head at this time. Notice Wumio's abnormality. Han Xing then noticed his movements, and quickly let go of the other person's hand. Then he said, sorry. Wumio quickly said, no, it's okay. Brother Han Xing, you don't have to apologize, it's just... Can you call me Mior in the future? Don't call me by my full name, it seems a bit unfamiliar. Han Xing, He knew why Wumio wanted him to call her that. The 91 points of favorability explained everything. After a moment, he nodded and said, okay. Wumio's face lit up after hearing this, thank you, brother Han Xing. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room became a little strange. At this time, Han Xing coughed twice, by the way, Mior. Han Xing was a little uncomfortable calling her by this name for the first time. But soon, he adjusted himself. You gave me so many Philosopher's Stones at once. Won't it have any impact on you? You also need them to build those war weapons yourself, right? In the last war, Wumio's main city was damaged and many defense towers needed to be rebuilt. Even many magic elephant chariots and Wuan warships were destroyed. And Han Xing also knew that in order to build these defense towers and chariots and warships, Philosopher's Stones were needed. Giving Han Xing so many at once, I wonder if Wumio can still meet her daily needs. Chapter 291. Han Xing was worried that Wumio had given him too many divine stones, and she didn't have enough to consume. However, Wumio shook her head and said, Brother Han Xing, don't think about this. Although trading with you has consumed a lot of material reserves in the main city. But we can earn more through trade soon. Han Xing's eyes lit up. You mean, trading with other big clans? Yeah. Wumio nodded. I told you before that this kind of space prop is a very precious thing for us legendary strongmen. Even those big clans are willing to pay a high price to exchange. Moreover, compared to the scarcity of resources in our Wu clan's territory, the resources controlled by those big clans are countless times that of the Wu clan. When the trade channel is restored, we can offer high prices to those big clans and exchange backpacks for the resources in their hands. Those big clans will definitely accept it. Wumio said frankly. They can earn more resources through these backpacks. Han Xing is not surprised. Of course, Han Xing can also go to those big tribes to trade, and maybe he can get more profits. But the greater the profit, the greater the risk. Dealing with these behemoths, if you are not careful, you will be swallowed up without leaving any bones. Driven by huge interests, not all aborigines are as trustworthy as Wumio. Moreover, the relationship between Wumio and him was also established by Han Xing through one incident after another. Therefore, before figuring out the strength and attitude of those big tribes, Han Xing leaned against Wumio, and the safest way to trade directly with her was. At this time, Han Xing asked again, when you trade, do those big tribes send people over, or do you go there yourself? Hearing this, Wumio smiled bitterly and shook her head. Of course we go there ourselves. Brother Han Xing should know that our Wu tribe has declined. Compared with the size of those big tribes, the Wu tribe is not at the same level at all. Hearing Wumio's somewhat disappointed tone, Han Xing didn't care, but continued to ask, when will you trade again, can you take me with you? He still remembered that he had two things, both related to the dwarves. One was to take the rhythm black iron to the dwarves, to exchange for the blueprints of ancient weapons. The other was to find the production blueprints of the psychic puppet core. In addition to these two, Han Xing also wanted to see what the world tree of the elves was like. After all, he still has a few ancient spiritual woods in his hand, which seem to be able to repair this legendary sacred tree. Therefore, Han Xing is also very much looking forward to contacting these big tribes. Wu Mior smiled and said, of course. However, we have to wait for the High Priest to deal with the Border Shadow Army before we can trade again. Han Xing frowned and asked, how is the battle situation on the border? Wu Mior said, fortunately, the High Priest has joined forces with many legendary strongmen to break up the formation of the Shadow Army. However, in the past few days, the Shadow Army has also been increasing its strength. Now, the 7th border area has become the main battlefield. And there are still many shadow minions that have infiltrated every corner of the Wu clan's territory. A lot of manpower is needed to encircle and suppress them. Hearing this, Han Xing's heart moved immediately. Need manpower? He thought of those leaks in the abandoned land of the gods, no, those survivors. Compared with the Wu clan, the number of those survivors may not be large, but the advantage is that more than 3 billion people are combat capable. Although they can't be resurrected infinitely like real players. But they also have panels. Han Xing has checked it out. After a month, the 3 billion survivors in the world have entered the era of all members' 3rd transformation. Although the level of the Shadow Legion is very high. But there are also many ordinary monsters of the 3rd and 4th transformations. Han Xing even thought about letting these survivors join the Wu clan's army. Even if they can't beat those 4th transformation monsters, it's also great to follow the Wu clan army and pick up some soup. Under the war, the strength of the survivors will usher in a rapid transformation. As long as they are told the benefits, there will be a large number of survivors rushing to the Wu clan territory. Then with some means, they will all sign the Lord contract with themselves. At that time, Han Xing will be equivalent to having billions of leaks and helpers, who can help him collect resources. Thinking of this, Han Xing suddenly asked, by the way, Mior, I have another question for you. Wu Mior smiled and said, it's okay, brother Han Xing, you can ask whatever you want. We don't need to care about these things in our relationship. Han Xing nodded, I want to ask, do you know where I can get something like the Void Soul Stone? Yes, the Void Soul Stone is the main material for building a high-level teleportation array. At present, there is only one known way to leave the land of the gods abandoned, and that is the Dragon Road. But to pass the Dragon Road, you need to use the material of the ancient fire. Although Han Xing has been collecting it for a long time, in fact, the total number of fire collected by Xingyu City is less than 1,000. Compared with the terrifying number of human survivors, this is naturally far from enough. Therefore, if you want to get out of the land of the gods abandoned, the Dragon Road is obviously not a good choice. And Han Xing has also tried the intermediate teleportation array. But similarly, he can't teleport himself back to Xingyu City. Therefore, the current method is to build a high-level teleportation array. Only through the high-level teleportation array can these survivors leave the land of the gods abandoned in large numbers. Then, come to the high-level maps such as the Wu clan territory to create more benefits for yourself. Seeing Han Xing's eager eyes, Wu Mior thought for a moment and replied, Void Soul Stone. It seems that our Wu clan has a little. Hearing this, Han Xing was relieved. He hurriedly asked, then, can you give it to me? Just look at how many space backpacks you need, and these are easy to deal with. Looking at Han Xing's eager eyes, Wu Mior hesitated and said, it's not that precious. However, I only heard the High Priest mention these Void Soul Stones once by chance. I just don't know if he still has them. But I can ask for you. Han Xing was so excited that she almost jumped up. She didn't expect that she solved the problem that troubled her with Wu Mior. If it can be realized, Han Xing will control the only channel that can be transmitted. By then, how much benefit can be brought to oneself, it is simply unimaginable. At this moment, he was so excited that he even subconsciously wanted to reach out and hug the other party. But he immediately realized that his idea was very dangerous. So, Han Xing quickly retracted his hand. Wu Mior seemed to have seen Han Xing's actions. When he retracted his hand, Wu Mior's delicate face showed a clear sense of loss. Han Xing awkwardly changed the subject and said, thank you, Mior. No. It's okay. I will ask the High Priest for you right away, and I can reply to you tomorrow at the latest. Han Xing nodded. Then, they left Wu Mior's room together. With a flash of his figure, Han Xing returned to Wanqing City. He first came to the warehouse area and put all the tens of thousands of high-level divine stones in his backpack into the storage box. Among them, there are 3 secret medicine formulas developed by the Wu clan, and the 1.7 billion shadow crystals. I don't know what the properties of the 3 formulas are, so let's not talk about it for now. The 1.7 billion shadow crystals at the back made Han Xing very excited. Because, according to the exchange requirements in the War Merit Store, he can now exchange all the Haoyue treasure chests and the Sun treasure chests, If Chung Jianyong and others are included, he can even exchange 5 Sun Treasure chests directly. At present, it seems that it is still a long way to collect 10 billion shadow crystals and exchange for that high-level ancient weapon. Before that, you can exchange the Sun Treasure chest first to see if you can open a few artifacts and improve everyone's strength. Thinking of this, Han Xing decided to do it right away. He sent a message in the team channel, "Come to the Lord's Mansion in Wanqing City." Zhang Lianmeng, Su Xiaoyang and the other 4 who received the message put down their work and went to Wanqing City from the main city of the Wu clan. Taking advantage of the time that came, Han Xing clicked to learn the 3 secret medicine formulas. The system prompt appeared. Successfully learn the secret medicine formulas of Ice Element Affinity, for Elephant Power, and Spiritual Absorption. With an ordinary mentality, Han Xing checked the properties and production requirements of the 3 formulas. Then you don't know until you see it, but you will be shocked when you see it. Ice Element Affinity Secret Medicine, Advanced. After taking it, it can increase the survivor's own ice element affinity, increase all ice damage by 25%, and the effect lasts for 180 seconds. Materials required for production: Ice Crystal Leaf *1, Ice Biological Blood *1, 1000 Ethyl State, 1000 Spirit Cores. Note: only 1 bottle of this type of element affinity secret medicine can be taken at a time. For Elephant Power Secret Medicine Formula, Advanced. After taking it, it can increase the strength attribute by 1200 points, and the effect lasts for 180 seconds. Materials required for production: for Elephant Soul Power *1, Holy Aurora *10, E-State *5000, Spirit Core *5000. Spiritual Absorption Secret Medicine Formula, Advanced. After taking it, it can speed up the spiritual absorption speed, increase the experience value obtained during combat by 30%, and the effect lasts for 180 minutes. Materials required for production: Spirit Breath *1, Ruby *10, E-State *10,000, Spirit Core *50,000. At this moment, Han Xing's calm eyes have completely turned into shock. "What? These secret medicines are so powerful?" he exclaimed. Needless to say, the first element affinity secret medicine increased 25% ice damage, which was mediocre. When it came to the second secret medicine, Han Xing was stunned. The 4 Symbols Power Secret Medicine can directly increase 1,200 points of strength. Even for an agile profession like Han Xing, it can at least increase damage by more than 20%. For Chung Jianyong, the increase is even greater. The most important thing is that this thing has no notes. In other words, the 4 Symbols Power Secret Medicine can be taken with other secret medicines, and can produce effects. Han Xing remembered another drawing of his, the Wind Wing Secret Medicine. This secret medicine can increase agility by 25%, and when used with the 4 Symbols Power Secret Medicine, the actual increase in damage is even more than 40%. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that there is a third secret medicine. Spiritual Absorption Secret Medicine, directly increase combat experience by 30%. This thing is more important to Han Xing than the above secret medicines. With this secret medicine formula, Han Xing's upgrade speed will once again usher in a substantial increase. At this time, Han Xing was somewhat grateful to Wu Mior. These 3 secret medicine formulas are likely to have been carefully selected by her, and prepared specifically for Han Xing. At this time, the team members who got the news from Han Xing also came over together. Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang are still holding hands, like sisters. One is plump and hot, and the other is tall and sexy. When the 2 women stand there, they are a beautiful landscape. At this time, Chung Jianyong saw Han Xing and asked with a smile, "Brother Xing, what's the matter?" Han Xing smiled and said, "Can you open the Sun Treasure box?" He said it briefly. Everyone understood what he said. This is Han Xing preparing to exchange the rewards on the War Merit store. Chung Jianyong exclaimed quickly, "Open! I want to open it!" Han Xing laughed. Then he gave everyone 110 million shadow crystals. This amount is enough to exchange all the Haoyue treasure boxes and Sun treasure boxes in the War Merit store. The next moment, dozens of sky-high lights suddenly appeared in Wanqing City. The next moment, 25 crystal-colored Haoyue treasure boxes appeared in front of everyone. And 5 deep red carved Sun treasure boxes. Then, everyone clicked to open with anticipation. Buzz, the sky-high light column appeared, and among the pile of white light columns, 5 deep red light columns appeared. The powerful divine power fluctuations even made Wu Mior in the main city of the Wu clan below feel frightened. However, when she sensed that the place where the divine power fluctuations came from was Wanqing City, where Han Xing was, she was not surprised. After all, in her impression, that man always did things beyond her expectations time and time again. The divine power fluctuations now appeared, which was also expected. When the red light dissipated, everyone first counted the things in the 25 Haoyue treasure chests. Among them, there were 17 orange equipment from level 45 to 50, and the others were some defense tower drawings. The strength was similar to that of the Thunder Tower, but slightly weaker. With everyone's current strength, the things in the Haoyue treasure chest could no longer bring him improvement. Han Xing simply put them all in his backpack without taking a closer look. At this time, everyone turned their eyes to the things in the 2 crimson treasure chests. These were the highlights. Almost a year has passed since entering this world. Everyone's strength has skyrocketed. But in total, they have only opened 1 sun treasure box. In that treasure box, Han Xing opened a level 35 artifact armor. I still wear it today. Everything opened in the sun treasure box can bring them great improvement. Chapter 292. So, with excitement, Han Xing walked forward directly. The next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. Of the 5 treasure chests, he saw that 3 of them contained equipment. A silver-white sword with a golden hilt, and a sapphire-colored long sword in the middle. The sword body, which exuded bursts of cold light, was 1.5 meters long, and with the hilt, it was 1.5 meters long. This sword, just by its appearance, gave people a sense of shock. And a large bow that was dark purple in color, and seemed to be made of an unknown metal. From time to time, there were bursts of blood veins on it, as if one look at it would make people fall deeply into it. Next to it, there was also a crown that revealed a holy glow, and was inlaid with gems on the top. Although there was no equipment in the other 2 treasure chests, there were also 2 blueprints. Han Xing put them all away directly. The system prompt appeared. Successfully opened the sun treasure box, obtained rhythm black iron *56, obtained ancient spirit wood *1, obtained philosopher's stone *7, obtained eternal watch, red. Successfully opened the sun treasure box, obtained rhythm black iron *73, obtained ancient spirit wood *2, obtained philosopher's stone *6, obtained magic bow, red. Obtained elf queen's crown, red. Obtained savage god statue blueprint *1. Obtained dwarf tribe technology blueprint, miracle tower. At this moment, everyone saw the contents of the 5 treasure boxes, and also saw Han Xing put all these things away. Looking at the eager eyes of the crowd, Han Xing understood what they meant. So, he first posted the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment. They are a great sword and a crown respectively. Eternal Watch Great Sword, red, LV50, quality, artifact, attack power 782 to 804, all attributes plus 500, hit rate plus 15%. Attached special effects, advanced armor break, ignore armor 500, guardian, armor increase 500, eternal echo, epic special effect, 30% probability to increase strength by 200% at the moment of launching physical attack, eternal watch, god level special effect. Eternal watch, god level special effect. After turning on this special effect, all team members' attack power, including yourself, will have a 50% armor breaking effect, and the effect lasts for 10 seconds, invalid for creatures above the demigod level. Elven Queen's Crown, red, LV50, quality, artifact, armor 432 to 473, all attributes added 400, hit rate added 20%. Added special effects, advanced hunting eye, critical hit rate added 50%, advanced elven eye, critical hit damage increased 100%, elven bloodline, epic special effect, creatures with elven bloodline, wearing this crown, all attributes of the equipment increased by 50%, elven queen's blessing, god level special effect, after activating this special effect. Increase the critical hit damage of yourself and all team members by 200%, and reduce the skill cooldown time by 50%. Note, the duration of the god level special effect is 5 seconds, and the cooldown time is 24 hours. Seeing the attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment, others looked at Cheng Jianyong and Su Xiaoyong. There is no doubt that the great sword belongs to Cheng Jianyong. Its powerful attributes are the first time even for everyone. Especially a god level special effect, all members can increase armor penetration by 50% within 10 seconds, which is equivalent to at least doubling the damage caused. However, what is even more terrifying is the second elf queen's crown. This equipment is obviously tailor-made for Su Xiaoyong. The special effects above are more abnormal than one. The most important thing is that the elf bloodline special effect is equivalent to directly raising the strength of this equipment to a higher level. Han Xing directly threw the great sword and the elf queen's crown to the 2. Cheng Jianyong took it first, feeling the heavy texture in his hand and the gorgeous appearance of the great sword. At this moment, he said in disbelief, "Artifact great sword. I am old, but I also have an artifact great sword." "Great." The next moment, Cheng Jianyong raised the silver-white great sword in his hand. A burst of terrifying sword energy burst out from his hand. The entire Wanqing city, even including the main city of the Wu clan below. Billions of civilians felt their hair stand on end. That was the sound of a real divine weapon coming out. Even Han Xing and others, who were closest to him, had their hair cut off by the sword energy. Although Cheng Jianyong's current level is not high enough to bring out the true power of this weapon. However, the aura emitted by the artifact sword alone should not be underestimated. At this moment, even Shen Yun looked at him with envy and said, "Damn it, stop showing off. Hurry up and upgrade. Such a good weapon can't be used unless you reach a certain level." Cheng Jianyong laughed, and he also saw the envy in Shen Yun's eyes. Aside, Su Shiyong's reaction was not as intense as Cheng Jianyong's. She held the crown in her hand, which was even more gorgeous, like a gemstone. She nodded to Han Xing and said softly, "Thank you." Han Xing smiled and said, "What are you thanking me for? Anyway, this equipment can only play the best effect in your hands." Everyone agreed. At this time, Cheng Jianyong said excitedly, "Brother Xing, wasn't there another piece of equipment in the treasure chest just now? I see that it looks like a longbow. Let's see what its attributes are." Others also stared at Han Xing curiously. Han Xing did not refuse, but directly pasted the attributes of the last piece of equipment on it. Demon Bow, red, LV50, quality, artifact, attack power, 714 to 745, agility plus 600, strength plus 600, hit rate plus 20%. Additional special effects: destroy demon, ignores armor 500, summon demon, skill damage plus 50%, demon, epic special effect, 50% chance to increase damage by 100% when attacking, devil will descend, god level special effect. Devil will descend. Summon the devil will to descend, with itself as the center. All enemy units are forced to ban airspace, invalid for demigods and above, and all enemies fall into extreme panic. Mental attributes are reduced by 300, units below 3000 will be forced to become devil servant, armor is reduced by 1000, and the effect lasts for 100 seconds. After reading the properties of this longbow, everyone took a breath. There is no doubt that the properties of this artifact longbow are extremely powerful. Even, it is not inferior to Cheng Jianyong's Eternal Watch. Looking at the weapon's special effects that were more terrifying than the last, everyone congratulated Han Xing. After the attributes of the Magic War merit were posted, all the weapons opened in the Sun Treasure Box have been distributed. There are 2 blueprints in the treasure box, but no one is interested except Han Xing. At this time, Cheng Jianyong couldn't wait to ask, "Brother Xing, when will we continue to go to the Abyss Rift?" He is now eager to reach level 50 as soon as possible and then equip this cool big sword. Han Xing glanced at him and said, "Don't worry, wait for me to prepare and gather in half an hour." Without waiting for Cheng Jianyong to continue speaking, Shen Yun directly put his arm around his shoulders and walked away. After everyone left, Han Xing walked alone on the streets of Wanqing City, looking at the Death Light Tower that he had built a few days ago, which cost thousands of philosopher's stones and a large number of other precious materials. Now, it is all completed. Compared with other defense towers in the territory, the Death Light Tower is more than 300 meters tall, and has become the tallest building in the entire Wanqing City. On the black tower body, red and golden lines are all over the body from top to bottom. From a distance, it can be seen that these Death Light Towers contain extremely terrifying lethality. Han Xing looked at the defense tower with satisfaction and nodded, "Not bad. These 100 Death Light Towers alone are enough to seriously injure or even kill legendary beings. My Wanqing City's firepower has skyrocketed again." Thinking of this, Han Xing also remembered that he had built an abyss technology a few days ago. Cemetery? Han Xing thought, "Let's go see what's going on with the cemetery." As he said that, Han Xing came to a plain behind Wanqing City. Originally, the place Han Xing chose to build the cemetery was a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. But now, it has become barren and lifeless. Even the air is filled with the smell of decay. Han Xing frowned, "Damn, I haven't seen it for a week, and this place has become like this?" As he said that, Han Xing walked over. In front of him, there appeared a piece of rotten black land covering an area of more than 100,000 square meters. On the black land, you could also see small mounds of earth. No, that's not a mound of earth, but a mound of graves, From time to time, you can see some eerie white skeletons breaking out of those graves. These white skeletons are ordinary skeleton soldiers. However, among them, Han Xing also saw some elite monsters and leader monsters crawling out of the graves, such as skeleton warriors and skeleton generals. There are also various ghouls, demon eyes, ghosts, and other monsters. The quality of the monsters summoned in the cemetery is uneven. However, occasionally some extremely terrifying creatures will appear. For example, Han Xing now sees 1 or 2 Abyss Knights and Fear Wanderers. They are all level 47 Lord level creatures, the same level as Han Xing. These Abyss monsters gathered together at this time, exuding a monstrous evil aura. Without Han Xing's order, they will not make any unnecessary moves. The cemetery with full cemetery technology covers an area of about 120,000 square meters, which means that I can produce 60,000 graves at the same time. According to the calculation that one grave can hatch an Abyss monster, 22 hours of hatching time means the output of about 60,000 Abyss monsters a day. This efficiency is quite good. At least it is much faster than the summoning speed of Wolf Cavalry and Minotaur. Han Xing nodded with satisfaction. In this way, the types of troops in Wanqing City have become more numerous. At this time, he frowned again. However, these Abyss monsters must be given a special place to stay. Otherwise, the evil aura on them will pollute the ecology of Wanqing City. If there is no restriction, the entire Wanqing City will become the City of Abyss. So, Han Xing gave orders to these Abyss monsters. Don't run around in Wanqing City when you have nothing to do. The range of activities is limited to this plane. The Abyss monsters with terrifying appearances looked at Han Xing blankly. However, they also received Han Xing's instructions. After checking these 2 pieces of Abyss technology, Han Xing seemed to remember something. In the 2 sun treasure boxes just now, he also obtained 2 blueprints. One was a blueprint for a statue of a god. The other was even more amazing. It was a building of the dwarves. Han Xing took it out with a thoughtful look on his face, thinking, the properties of the blueprints from the sun treasure box should not be too bad. So, Han Xing tentatively checked the properties of the 2 blueprints. Blueprint of the statue of the god of the wilderness. You can build a statue of the god of the wilderness in the territory. Note, the god of the wilderness is one of the 4 oldest gods in the age of all gods, and his statue has magical power. It can shorten the summoning or hatching time of all camp-type buildings in the territory by 50%. Seeing the attributes of this blueprint, Han Xing's pupils shrank immediately. He looked at this blueprint, and then looked at the cemetery on the ground. Then he exclaimed directly, "Fuck!" The effect of this blueprint completely exceeded his expectations. Shortening the summoning time of camp-type buildings by 50%, this is no joke. Because in this way, in Han Xing's territory, the number of troops that can be summoned every day can almost double. His troop explosion speed will usher in a qualitative change. Next, unless there is a large-scale war, he will no longer have to worry about the casualties of the troops. Good, good. It is worthy of the blueprint opened in the sun treasure box. It is really awesome. Han Xing directly clicked on the study, and then checked the materials required for construction. Materials required to build the statue of the god of the wilderness. Philosopher's Stone * 2000, Shadow God Stone * 10,000, Refined Iron * 5 million, Mithril * 600, 000, Eternal Gold Ingot * 50, 000. Han Xing couldn't help but feel a toothache when he saw the materials needed above. So many Philosopher's Stones again. This time, if Wumior hadn't replenished him with a wave of resources, Han Xing really couldn't build this thing. Moreover, Han Xing was going to use the resources in Wanqing City to build the holy object Corona Obelisk. If it was used now, it would be a little insufficient. After thinking again and again, Han Xing shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's build it first. Anyway, I haven't found the legendary dragon soul yet, and it will take some time to build the Corona Obelisk. During this time, I can collect more Philosopher's Stones." Han Xing's figure flashed, and returned to the citizen square of Wanqing City. He was about to click to build, but his hand stopped in midair. Han Xing thought, the god of the wilderness, the name of this deity sounds like a rather rough existence. It doesn't fit in with the style of the statues of the goddesses in my civic square. After thinking for a moment, Han Xing decided to build the statue of the god of the wilderness in another place in Wanqing City. A figure flashed. Han Xing randomly found a piece of open space, and clicked to build. The statue of the god of the wilderness is being built. 41 hours and 17 minutes remaining. Han Xing nodded, and then checked to get the last blueprint. It was the dwarf's building, the Tower of Miracles. Chapter 293. Dwarven Technology, Miracle Tower Blueprint. A miracle tower can be built in the territory. Building effect. Every 48 hours, by sacrificing the Philosopher's Stone and Rhythm Black Iron, a random miracle effect of the tower can be obtained. Miracle effects are: construction speed is increased by 50%, the success rate of crafting props is increased by 25%, construction consumption is reduced by 20%, the defense value of all territory buildings is increased by 100%, and the attack power of all territory buildings is increased by 100%. Note: the probability of the 5 miracle effects appearing is the same, and each miracle lasts for 24 hours. This thing. Han Xing couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It is strong, but it is also a bit useless. Among the 5 miracle effects, only 2 or 3 are useful to Han Xing. Moreover, it takes 48 hours for a miracle effect to appear. In other words, there is still a day of CD time in between. However, if the miracle effect of reducing the building consumption by 20% can be opened, Han Xing will make a lot of money. After all, the materials needed for the advanced defense towers and buildings that Han Xing is building now are huge. After reducing the consumption by 20%, the materials saved by Han Xing are enough to build dozens of Death Light towers. But no matter what, building this miracle tower will definitely not be a loss for Han Xing. Han Xing clapped his hands and clicked on learning. Then he checked the materials needed for building. Materials required to build a miracle tower: Rhythm Black Iron *180,000, Philosopher's Stone 1200, Miracle Stone *6000, Purple Gold Stone *30,000, Eternal Gold Ingot *100,000, Spirit Core. Seeing the list of materials above, Han Xing felt a toothache again. These advanced blueprints are all big spenders. Ordinary people, or ordinary forces, can't afford to build like this. However, he still clicked to build. Constructing the miracle tower, 53 hours and 24 minutes remaining. After dealing with these, Han Xing almost digested all the rewards in the 5 sun treasure boxes. The harvest is really rich. 3 artifacts, 2 super powerful blueprints, the value is inestimable. Having tasted the sweetness, Han Xing couldn't help thinking at this time. It seems that there is no need to change the Haoyue treasure box again. The things opened in it don't improve me much. I have to find a way to open a few more sun treasure boxes. Although, in this battle merit store, 1 person is limited to redeem 1 sun treasure box. And the quota for 5 people has been used up. But Han Xing can still find others to help redeem. For example, his partners in Xingyu City, such as Lan Lan and Mu Qing. Let them exchange for the sun treasure box, and they can take away the things they open. However, to complete this idea, there are 2 problems facing Han Xing. The first problem is that they must first get Lan Lan and the others from the abandoned land of the gods to the territory of the witch tribe and participate in the faction war before they can open the war merit store. The second problem is that the sun treasure boxes exchanged by the survivors are bound and must be opened by themselves. The level of the items in the treasure box is based on the level of the opener. The level of Lan Lan and the others is still relatively low, and they have not completed the 4th transformation. In other words, even if the sun treasure box is opened, the level of the items inside will be very low. Han Xing was thinking at this time. Besides, I have to wait until I get the high-level ancient weapon blueprint, and then I can trade the extra shadow crystals to other people to exchange for the sun treasure box. After all, no matter what, the high-level ancient weapon blueprint is the big part of this war merit store. However, these are things to consider later. Now, Han Xing still has to hurry up to upgrade. So, he made many bottles of secret medicine in one breath. Such as spiritual absorption secret medicine, for elephant power secret medicine, wind wing secret medicine, etc. Half an hour passed in a flash. Cheng Jianyong and the others arrived as scheduled. Then, Han Xing took them to continue exploring the Abyss Rift. As soon as they entered the 50th floor of the Abyss Rift, Han Xing distributed several bottles of secret medicine to each person, according to their attributes. Cheng Jianyong weighed the bottles of secret medicine with red luster in his hand, and said in surprise, "Damn, the properties of these secret medicines are so powerful? 1,200 points of strength, almost as good as a blessing from Xiao Yunzi." Xin Yun also said in agreement, "There is also the secret medicine of the swift wind wings, and the elemental affinity secret medicine of Sister Liemeng. The improvement is really terrifying." At this time, he shook his head with some regret. It's a pity. If there is a secret medicine that increases spirit or physique, then the effect of my blessing will be more powerful. Everyone was stunned. Yes. The secret medicine distributed by Han Xing this time is helpful to everyone. But Shen Yun is the only one who doesn't have a secret medicine that can be used. However, Shen Yun is a supporting profession, and his dependence on these secret medicines is not that strong. Han Xing patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, with the Wu clan's background, there should be a secret medicine formula for this. When we trade later, I tell Wu Miao and ask her to help me find this formula." Shen Yun's eyes lit up after hearing this. "That's great, Brother Xing." Han Xing nodded, and then, in their puzzled eyes, he gave each of the four a bottle of green secret medicine. "What is this, another new secret medicine?" Chung Jianyong couldn't help asking. When he saw the attributes above, he exclaimed, "Fuck!" Combat experience increased by 30%. At this moment, everyone's pupils shrank instantly. They all knew what the secret medicine Han Xing distributed represented. Next, everyone began to continue to pass the Abyss Rift quickly. With the help of these secret medicines, their combat effectiveness has skyrocketed, and the speed of passing the level has also increased a lot. Now, in about an hour and a half, we can kill from the 50th floor to the 60th floor and kill the final boss. Everyone kept teleporting in and out. Once again, they entered a high-intensity battle. 10 days passed just like that. During this period, Han Xing and Wu Miao made 2 more transactions. Once again, they harvested a large amount of high-level materials. On this day, Han Xing received a message from Wu Miao, asking him to go to the palace. Han Xing summoned the Oracle Throne, and in a flash, he came to the royal city. Since the last time he solved the invasion of the Shadow Legion, Han Xing has become very casual in entering and leaving the royal city, and will not be stopped by anyone. Moreover, he went straight to Wu Miao's private boudoir, and the Wu soldiers turned a blind eye. Recently, these Wu soldiers often saw Han Xing entering and leaving Wu Miao's boudoir. Before this, Wu Miao set her boudoir as a taboo area. If there was anything, they had to go to the hall to discuss with her. Even the person she trusted most, Commander-in-Chief Cathy, had never been there once or twice. And now, Han Xing almost came out of Wu Miao's room every 2 or 3 days. The expressions of the Wu soldiers were a little strange. However, they did not dare to look at it too much, nor did they dare to think too much. After all, whether it was Wu Miao or Han Xing, who was a human, they were not beings that they could speculate about. At this time, Han Xing did not know what the Wu soldiers were thinking. During this period, he did go in and out of Wu Miao's room more frequently. However, it was mostly because he had something to discuss. Sometimes, it was Han Xing who was looking for her. Sometimes, it was Wu Miao who was looking for him through the communication jade. Today, it was Wu Miao who took the initiative to contact Han Xing. After opening the door, Han Xing saw Wu Miao in a black silk dress with a black veil on her shoulders. She was lying on the edge of the bed, with her black hair like a waterfall, scattered on the bed. In this state, Wu Miao had a kind of hazy beauty. "Meow, what do you want to talk to me about?" Han Xing asked straight to the point. Seeing Han Xing coming over, Wu Miao nodded softly. "Well, there are 2 things. The first thing is that you asked me to ask about the Void Soul Stone yesterday. I have already asked. The High Priest does have it, and someone has sent it over urgently. It should be received tomorrow." Han Xing was delighted when he heard this. "That's great. How many Void Soul Stones did he send?" "About 120. Is that enough?" Wu Miao asked cautiously. She knew that Han Xing needed a lot of things, and was worried that the more than 100 Void Soul Stones would not be enough. However, there was nothing he could do. The High Priest only had more than 100 Void Soul Stones, and they had all been sent over. There were no more. Han Xing was delighted when he heard this and said, "Enough. Enough. 120 Void Soul Stones can build 12 advanced teleportation arrays. Although it is not known how long the teleportation cooling time of the advanced teleportation array is, it must be shorter than that of the intermediate teleportation array. Even if it is divided into 2 main cities, each side can get 6, which should be enough for him to teleport a large number of survivors." Hearing Han Xing's reply, Wu Miao also smiled. At this time, Han Xing seemed to remember something and asked, "By the way, Miao, what are the conditions for the more than 100 Void Soul Stones from the High Priest?" Wu Miao shook her head and said, "There is no condition. I asked him personally, so I owe him a favor." "How can I let you owe me a favor?" Han Xing said quickly. Wu Miao chuckled. "It's okay, brother Han Xing, don't worry about it. Besides, I am also very happy to be able to help you." Han Xing said nothing more, but kept Wu Miao's help in mind. At this time, Wu Miao suddenly said shyly, "Brother Han Xing, can you come and sit with me for a while?" She pointed to the bed and made an invitation gesture. With the contact during this period, Wu Mior also got to know Han Xing more and more. The relationship between the two gradually became close. Looking at the girl in front of her, who looked like a god, she stretched out her right hand to invite herself. Han Xing did not refuse, and sat directly beside Wu Mior's bed. The soft touch of the mattress came, and the fragrance in the girl's boudoir came. For a moment, Han Xing felt that the atmosphere in the room was a little subtle. Wu Mior saw that Han Xing sat at a distance from her. She smiled softly, moved her hips slightly, and then sat close to Han Xing. The two could feel each other's body temperature from each other's thin clothes. They didn't speak. After a while, Wu Mior suddenly said, "Brother Han Xing, I will be away for a while recently." Hearing this, all the thoughts in Han Xing's heart instantly dissipated. He asked hurriedly, "Leaving? Where are you going?" Han Xing just turned his head, and saw Wu Mior's delicate face like a girl. She was looking at him with a complicated look. Han Xing thought for a moment, and seemed to guess where Wu Mior was going. "Are you also going to the border battlefield to participate in the support?" Hearing Han Xing guessed, Wu Mior was not surprised. She nodded gently, "Yes. The 7th line of defense area has become the last major battlefield between the Wu clan and the Shadow Legion. Every day, countless Wu clan soldiers are recruited there. But you also know that the overall strength of our Wu clan is actually not as good as that of the Shadow Legion. Our advantage is that we rely on those high-level defense towers and ancient weapons. But now, the Shadow Legion has the means to deal with such defense towers. Therefore, the key force that determines the direction of the battlefield falls on us legendary strongmen. In times of crisis, every member of the Wu clan has a responsibility." Han Xing frowned after hearing this. "I go with you." Before he could continue, Wu Mior suddenly stretched out her little hand and covered Han Xing's mouth, stopping him from continuing. This somewhat intimate action, Wu Mior would not show it in front of outsiders. Only when she was alone with Han Xing would she appear particularly bold. Then, she looked at Han Xing and moved her little hand away from his lips. There was still a soft touch on his lips. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly saw a beautiful face, which quickly enlarged in front of him. "Wu." Before Han Xing could say anything, he found that his lips were blocked by a soft touch. "Brother Han Xing, you don't have to say anything." At this moment, Han Xing's head buzzed instantly. He forgot what he was thinking. He only felt the sweet taste and the fragrance that kept rushing into his nose. He subconsciously hugged Wu Mior. Through the veil, he felt the other's slender figure and delicate skin. At this moment, Wu Mior's body trembled slightly. As the girl let out a moan. Not only did her movements not stop, but they became more passionate. The two of them were tightly entangled. After a long time, they separated from the entanglement. At this moment, Han Xing's desire had been aroused, and he kept panting and looking at Wu Mior. Wu Mior smiled sweetly, stood up from the edge of the bed, and then came to Han Xing. The next moment, the black veil on Wu Mior's shoulders slipped off. Her graceful figure was completely revealed in front of Han Xing. Han Xing's breathing became heavier. He reached out and held her in his arms. The body temperature of the two rose instantly. However, Wu Mior's previous performance seemed a bit bold. At this juncture, she seemed extremely shy. She only heard her voice as soft as a mosquito, saying, "Brother Han Xing, gently, gently." The two of them kept breathing on the bottom of the bed. 2 hours later, the movement gradually stopped. Han Xing leaned on the bed, looking at the girl lying on his chest, with love in his eyes. He touched Wu Mior's black waterfall-like hair, and felt a strange feeling in his heart. This Wu clan saint who looked untouched by fireworks, and had a cold temperament was so passionate in bed. Although it was the first time for the other party, the action was still very immature. But he has been trying hard to please Han Xing. This aspect is also quite consistent with the character of the Wu people. Brother Han Xing. Chapter 294. Wu Mior suddenly spoke, her voice very soft. After hearing this, Han Xing hugged the girl in his arms again, and then kissed her on the forehead again. Feeling the fragrance between her hair tips, Han Xing said, "Meow, let me go to the border with you. The strength of the Shadow Legion should not be underestimated. I am worried about you." Wu Mior snuggled in Han Xing's arms, her little hand gently pressed on his chest, and shook her head. "Brother Han Xing, you don't have to go with me. I know you are very powerful, and you can even defeat a legendary master. But this is ultimately our Wu clan's own war. There are many legendary masters in the 7th border, and I don't want Brother Han Xing to be in any danger." After Wu Mior finished speaking, she looked at Han Xing sincerely. Listening to Wu Mior's words, Han Xing frowned and asked, "Is the situation over there so bad?" Wu Mir showed a bitter smile on her face, and then tried to pretend that nothing happened and said, "It's okay, we can hold on for now." Seeing her like this, Han Xing knew that Wu Mir was just holding on. Han Xing stretched out his hand, stroked her delicate skin, and then slapped her soft part with a little force. Snap! Wu Mir's body trembled suddenly, and then looked at Han Xing blankly. Han Xing said, "Why don't you tell me the truth?" Wu Mir smiled, "I really didn't lie to you, brother Han Xing. Now, the situation on the 7th border can indeed be supported. Our Wu clan has fought so many battles with the Shadow Legion, and they haven't conquered us for decades. As long as the Lord Saint can resist the Shadow Monarch, we can still barely hold on. So, brother Han Xing can rest assured." Han Xing nodded. At this time, Wu Miao held Han Xing's cheek, looked at him carefully and said, "Brother Han Xing, don't worry about me, Miao is very strong. However, during my absence, I will trouble you to help take care of the Wu clan's main city." Han Xing understood what she meant. Wu Miao went to the border. If there are mist shadow legends or other shadow legions invading the main city at this time, Han Xing needs to resist. After a moment, Han Xing nodded, "Okay." Hearing Han Xing's promise, Wu Miao smiled. "Thank you, brother Han Xing." After saying that, she suddenly lifted the quilt and sat directly on Han Xing's abdomen. The girl was weak and boneless, and Han Xing only felt a little bit of her weight. Han Xing widened his eyes. The next moment, Wu Miao leaned down. After almost an hour, Han Xing put on his clothes again and walked out of Wu Miao's bedroom. The next moment, Han Xing flashed and returned to Wanxing. The other 4 team members had been waiting here for a long time, ready to continue to challenge the Abyss Rift together, although they didn't know where Han Xing had been in the past few hours. But no one asked much. Including Zhang Lianmeng, she didn't notice anything. Only Su Xiaoyang keenly noticed that something was wrong with Han Xing. She looked at Han Xing, then looked at the main city of the Wu clan below, with a thoughtful expression in her eyes. At this time, Han Xing's words interrupted her train of thought. Next, Wu Miao will leave the main city and go to the border to participate in the war. She gave me the main city and asked me to take care of it for a while. After hearing this, no one said anything. After all, Wu Miao is also their friend. It's just a little strange that the battle on the border is so serious that even Wu Miao has to go to the battle. Xin Yun asked at this time, "Brother Xing, should we go to the border as well? There should be a lot of shadow monsters there, right? We could also get shadow crystals faster." Others also looked at Han Xing. Han Xing shook his head and said, "Let's wait for a while. Wu Miao asked us not to go there recently. The current border defense line is not watertight. Every day, a large number of shadow legions invade the Wu clan's territory, so even if we don't go to the border, fighting with the shadow legions is inevitable." Having said this, Han Xing continued to add, "Moreover, our strength still has a period of rapid improvement. First improve our strength to the limit, and then go to the border, and we can also create greater results." Everyone nodded together, and they all felt that what Han Xing said made sense. At this time, Cheng Jianyong hurriedly said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's continue to sprint to the Abyss Rift." Han Xing nodded. Everyone was full of motivation to upgrade again. However, among the crowd, only Su Xiaoyang was still thinking. After listening to Han Xing's words, she seemed to confirm her guess. Looking at Han Xing's back, Su Xiaoyang bit her lower lip lightly, as if she had made some kind of decision. Then, the 5 of them teleported into the Abyss Rift together. Wu Miao moved quickly. After Han Xing and the others entered the Abyss Rift, she convened an emergency meeting. All Wu clan officers, even those who were participating in the war outside, received Wu Miao's order. Next, she was going to the border, and all matters in the Wu clan's main city would be managed by Han Xing. Including all Wu clan officers and soldiers, all had to obey Han Xing's orders. In other words, Han Xing's status had jumped to the same level as the saint. For a moment, all the officers looked at each other. But as it was Wu Miao's order, they didn't dare to say anything more. They all responded. Then, Wu Miao left the Wu clan's Sky Island alone, without any of her men. The next day, Han Xing's figure flashed and suddenly appeared above the main city. The soldiers looked at the figure standing on the throne in the sky, and respect appeared in their eyes. Now, the entire Wu clan main city, billions of people knew that Han Xing would manage the main city on behalf of Wu Miao. In other words, Han Xing has the final say in the main city of the Wu clan now. Even the commander-in-chief Cathy has to obey him. This status is really beyond words. However, even if Wu Miao didn't specifically explain it, Han Xing's friendliness of up to 9,000 would make these soldiers involuntarily respect Han Xing very much. However, Han Xing is not here to enjoy the admiring eyes of the Wu clan soldiers and civilians. He is here to do an important thing. I'm here, where are you? Han Xing opened the communication jade and asked the other party's location. The other party quickly replied, Lord Han Xing, in the palace hall. Han Xing looked at the magnificent palace, and his figure flashed again, and he appeared directly in the palace hall. In front of him, a Wu clan woman wearing a red and black officer uniform and standing straight appeared. Commander-in-Chief, Kathy. She was different from all the Wu clan women Han Xing had met before. After just one contact, Han Xing knew that this woman was quite wild and bold. However, Han Xing didn't care about her personality. He came to Kathy to get something. Has the thing arrived? Han Xing said straight to the point. Hearing Han Xing's words, Kathy's body trembled and turned around gently. She didn't even notice when Han Xing appeared in the hall. Kathy wanted to say something, but thought of Wu Mior's order. As a soldier, she maintained a good quality. Kathy put her right hand on her chest, then gently bent down and performed the Wu clan etiquette. Hello, Master Han Xing. Han Xing nodded gently. Kathy also knew that Han Xing was not the kind of person who would drag his feet, so she replied, The things have been brought. Then, she took out a sandalwood box from behind her and said, These are the things that the high priest had someone send over. The saint asked me to give them to you personally. Han Xing nodded, and then took the box from Kathy's hand. In front of her, he opened it directly. Inside, there were hundreds of thumb-sized black stones that exuded the breath of the void. These were the Void Soul Stones. After counting them, there were exactly 120 of them. Han Xing showed joy at the corner of his mouth. In this way, he could create an advanced teleportation array to transfer the survivors of the land abandoned by the gods. After putting all the stones inside into the backpack, the system prompt appeared, obtained Void Soul Stones *120. After doing all this, Han Xing was ready to leave. But seeing that Kathy seemed to be hesitant to speak, Han Xing asked in confusion, What's wrong? When she heard Han Xing's question, a look of panic flashed across Kathy's face. She waved her hand quickly and said, No. It's okay. Seeing the woman's strange reaction, Han Xing didn't care. Nodding, he left the hall directly. Kathy didn't breathe a sigh of relief until Han Xing's figure disappeared. At the same time, Han Xing returned to Wanqing City. Begin to prepare to build a high-level teleportation array. Do you want to consume materials, mithril *100, 000, refined iron *50, 000, constant gold ingot *1000, ethyl state *700, 000, spirit core *1,000,000, void soul stone *10. To build a high-level teleportation array? Han Xing clicked yes directly. Under construction, remaining time 17:13. 17 hours, it can be built tomorrow. Han Xing clicked 5 times again. The 6 teleportation arrays in Wanqing City have all been selected. At this time, Han Xing thought, if the advanced teleportation arrays want to teleport across space, they must also build advanced teleportation arrays in another territory. That is to say, in addition to Wanqing City, Xingyu City must also build a teleportation array. It seems that I must go back to the land abandoned by the gods. It just so happens that I also want to discuss with Luo Chan and Lan Lan about the development of the Wu clan territory next. However, if you want to return to the land abandoned by the gods, you must also pass through the Dragon Road. Han Xing remembered that when everyone walked out of the Dragon Road, Wu Mior took them to move at a high speed, and it only took a few hours to arrive at the main city of the Wu clan. This means that the location of the Dragon Road is not far from Han Xing. According to his estimate, with the 10 times speed of the Oracle Throne, it would take less than a day to get from the main city to the place where the Dragon Road came out at that time. However, the Oracle Throne can only be used by oneself, and cannot carry team members. That God-level special effect, Oracle Sign, can only be used once a day. Thinking of this, Han Xing decided to go back alone. Anyway, it would not take 2 days to go back and forth. So, Han Xing sent a message in the team channel, explaining his next itinerary. Hearing that Han Xing was going back to the abandoned land of the gods, everyone was a little surprised. But when they heard that it would only take 1 or 2 days, they were relieved. Then, Han Xing stuffed a few core territories into his backpack, then sat on the Oracle Throne and left Wanqing City. The scene in the sky quickly retreated. With the bonus of the Oracle Throne's 10-fold movement speed, he is now completely equivalent to the speed of a legendary strongman. Along the way, Han Xing also saw some black smoke areas appearing from time to time in the Wu clan's territory. Those are where the Shadow Legion is invading. Han Xing frowned. Indeed, as Wu Mior said, the situation in the Wu clan's territory is not optimistic. There are signs of Shadow Legion activities almost everywhere, comparable to the most intense blood tide. A large number of soldiers are busy dealing with these shadow monsters. However, Han Xing is busy on the road now, and has no time to care about these. When he brings people over from the land abandoned by the gods, someone will naturally deal with these shadow monsters. 8 hours later, Han Xing followed the guidance of the ancient fire, and came to a dark area. The sun above his head was gradually blocked by heavy dark clouds. And, as Han Xing went deeper, he saw that the environment nearby became worse and worse. Han Xing knew that he had found the place. At this time, Han Xing hesitated. Wu Mior told me that if I want to return to the abandoned land of the gods from the Wu clan territory, I also need to rely on the protection of the ancient fire, and walk the dragon road again. In this way, it means that I have to contact those dragons again. But these dragons seem to dislike me? Han Xing said angrily. I have no grudges against these dragons. The last time, the red dragon almost attacked me. Even if Wu Mior was next to him, she almost couldn't protect herself. Although, I have become stronger now. But Han Xing didn't dare to say that he was the opponent of the red dragon. However, if you want to cross the dragon road, you will inevitably come into contact with this guy. Unless there is a way to skip it directly. At this time, Han Xing seemed to have thought of something. He thought, at that time, we walked in the depths of the dragon road for almost a day. According to the movement speed at that time, the total length of the dragon road should not exceed 700,000 kilometers. And my Oracle Throne teleportation effect has a teleportation distance of 1 million kilometers. The next moment, Han Xing's eyes lit up. Does this mean that I can directly use the Oracle Throne's teleportation function to skip the dragon road? This method is likely to be feasible. In this way, there is no need to make contact with the group of dragons. Han Xing did it as he said. The next moment, he directly clicked to open it. Speaking of which, this is the first time he has used the Oracle Throne's teleportation effect. A strange feeling appeared. He seemed to be completely integrated into the space. As if in an instant, Han Xing went deep into the dragon road for hundreds of thousands of miles, and passed by the group of dragons. The other party did not notice him at all. In another blink of an eye, Han Xing left the depths of the dragon road. The surrounding scenes flashed by like a slideshow. When Han Xing appeared again, he found himself in the familiar gravel belt. The system prompt appeared. You have come to the abandoned land of the gods. Chapter 295. System prompt. You have come to the land forsaken by the gods. Han Xing's face lit up, and he clenched his fist and said, Ha ha ha, it's done. The Oracle sign of teleportation can really skip the dragon road and teleport me back directly. After saying that, he turned around and looked back at the depths of the dragon road. He said silently in his heart, Okay, I will leave the land forsaken by the gods in the future, and I will never have to look at the faces of these dragons again. Then, Han Xing quickly controlled the Oracle Throne and moved away from the dragon road. An hour later, Han Xing found an empty island anywhere, and then killed the monsters inside and merged them. On this new empty island, Han Xing directly built a primary teleportation array. A few hours later, the primary teleportation array was built. In the same map, no matter how far apart, the primary teleportation array can also teleport you there. Xingyu City is too far away from his current location. Even if Han Xing now has the Oracle Throne, which can travel hundreds of thousands of miles a day, it will take 1 or 2 days to get there. Therefore, building a primary teleportation array will undoubtedly save a lot of time. Because he knows the numbers of all the teleportation arrays in Xingyu City. Han Xing put the Oracle Throne back into his backpack, then randomly selected an intermediate teleportation array and clicked to teleport. A few seconds later, in the prosperous Xingyu City, a teleportation array suddenly appeared with a burst of white light. Passing tourists are not surprised by this teleportation scene. Today, the number of intermediate teleportation arrays in Xingyu City has expanded tenfold. More than 30,000 teleportation arrays can teleport countless survivors every day. Therefore, Han Xing's appearance seemed a bit ordinary. However, when the survivors saw Han Xing's appearance, they always felt that he looked familiar, as if they had seen him somewhere. But after thinking about it, they felt that it was unlikely. It had been several months since Han Xing's last public appearance. As he gradually faded out of the public eye, naturally, many people also forgot Han Xing's appearance. Mixed in the crowd, Han Xing walked casually on the streets of Xingyu City, and was not noticeable. At this time, he He realized that the prosperity of Xingyu City was somewhat beyond his expectations. He was now in a corner of the huge city of Xingyu City. From a distance, he could see the tall buildings and statues in the center of the city. This place was obviously more than 10 kilometers away from the central city. However, even in such a remote corner, it still seemed very lively. All the shops on both sides were open for business, and people were coming and going on the street. Survivors with different equipment and unique shapes went in and out of those shops. Everyone had a relaxed smile on their face. And this is the charm of Xingyu City. Here, you don't need to worry about the invasion of monsters from the Sky Island, and you don't need to worry about the harm of other survivors. In this relaxed atmosphere, Han Xing was also somewhat infected. He chuckled and said, during this period, Luo Chan and Lan Lan have developed Xingyu City well. He knew that Xingyu City could develop to this point. Part of the credit was Lan Lan's continuous urban planning and expansion. Another part of the credit was Luo Chan's overall management of the business. The two of them deserve credit. Han Xing continued to walk around. People were coming and going on the street. There was a constant stream of customers in the shops on both sides. The sound of conversation, shouting, and broadcasting. It was as if the scene on the blue planet was reappearing at this moment. At this moment, Han Xing knew. His decision to build Xingyu City into a human city was really right. Xingyu City has made people all over the world feel at home again. No matter what kind of danger you encounter when exploring outside, as long as you return to Xingyu City, it is like returning to a warm shelter. Therefore, the number of permanent residents in Xingyu City has also increased. Han Xing continued to stroll around. After strolling for half an hour, he still hadn't finished walking around the nearby blocks. Han Xing couldn't help but twitch his mouth. According to this estimate, it will take at least 1 or 2 months to visit every corner of Xingyu City. However, this is also reasonable. After all, the current scale of Xingyu City is comparable to the area of first-tier cities on Blue Star. It takes a long time to walk from here to the central city. Not to mention, every corner of this city has been poured with the efforts of everyone. Although there are many duplicate shops, this is inevitable. Just like the supermarkets on Blue Star, you can almost see one every 1 or 200 meters. But even so, Luo Chan is trying to ensure that each shop has its own characteristics and style. At this time, Han Xing remembered something. He slapped his head. Damn, I was so busy shopping that I forgot that I was here to do business. After that, Han Xing quickly found an empty space with no one, and then built 6 advanced teleportation arrays. According to the rules of Xingyu City, except for Lan Lan and her friends, no one else can build any buildings in Xingyu City. Even Luo Chan and others need to ask Lan Lan for permission if they want to build certain buildings. But Han Xing doesn't need that. The entire Xingyu City belongs to him, and he can build it however he wants. After dealing with these, Han Xing suddenly remembered that he had obtained some new building drawings. It can also help the development of Xingyu City. Then, Han Xing mixed with the crowd and walked towards the central city together. As he walked, he suddenly heard the survivors nearby shouting. Brothers, the rune shop in the central city has put on the shelves a batch of destroyer runes, limited to 500 pieces, go grab them. Hearing this, the survivors on several streets looked up and stared at the central city with burning eyes. Today, most survivors already know the major features of Xingyu City. It can also be said that it is the core competitiveness of Xingyu City. One is the Galaxy Weapon Shop. The weapon shop specializes in selling high-level weapons for various professions, from purple equipment, gold equipment, and even orange equipment. There are even some powerful suits. The second is the Galaxy Equipment Shop. Like the weapon shop, it also has various high-level, powerful armor and jewelry, etc. Every day, countless survivors hang around these two shops. Even if they can't afford it, a look at the powerful attributes and gorgeous appearance of those high-level equipment is enough to make them feel satisfied. And these weapons and props. They are all brushed out by Han Xing in the Abyss Rift or opened in the treasure chest. All of them were thrown to Lan Lan and Luo Chan, and they were asked to put them on consignment in Xingyu City. On the one hand, they can be exchanged for resources. On the other hand, they can also increase the popularity of Xingyu City. In addition to these two features, for survivors, there is another more popular shop. That is the Galaxy Rune Shop. In this shop, there are a large number of high-attribute runes for sale. Not only are the attributes stronger than the runes in the trading channel, but the price also follows the market price. Moreover, survivors who have signed contracts can buy runes at a certain discount. This condition has invisibly increased the number of survivors who have signed contracts in Xingyu City. And the most important thing is, the Galaxy Rune Shop has recently launched a powerful and unique precious rune, Destroyer Rune, gold, its powerful attributes had shocked countless survivors as soon as it appeared in the market. They all know how terrifying the attributes of this rune are. For most survivors who are only in their 30s, enchanting all equipment with a set of destroyer runes can increase damage by at least 30%. It is the appearance of this rune that has completely made the Hui Alliance and Kunlun's territory lose their competitiveness. Looking at the lively scene on the street, Han Xing also smiled. Xingyu City is now really on the right track, thanks to Lanlin's management and construction during this period. Oh no, it's also Luo Chan's credit. After all, these shops are managed and operated by Luo Chan. I find a chance later to see if I can give them some compensation. Thinking of this, Han Xing continued to walk leisurely in this city that belonged entirely to him. It has been almost a year since he entered this world. Time flies. Similarly, Han Xing's goals are also being achieved one by one. Just as he was thinking about these, his footsteps had already involuntarily come to the central area of Xingyu City. Here is his lord's mansion, which is also one of the few places in the entire Xingyu City that is not open to other survivors. Now, the entire lord's mansion is guarded by a group of wolf cavalrymen holding silver swords. On the street next to it, he also saw many thunder and lightning towers and several towering goddess statues. The place where those statues are located is the original Citizen Square. Now it has also attracted many survivors to stop and watch there, and exclaim from time to time. Now, it has also become a distinctive check-in point in Xingyu City. Han Xing shook his head, and then looked at the gate of the Lord's mansion. Slowly walked over. At this time, several tourists who were wandering around were shocked when they saw Han Xing's back and the direction he was going. Look, another fool who tried to challenge the rules set by the Star God. I've told him that the Lord's mansion in the center of Xingyu City is not open to the public, but there are always some guys who don't believe it. You see, he will be driven out by the wolf cavalry soon, a human knight said confidently. Next to him, a female assassin took his wrist and asked, "Are those wolf cavalry strong?" The two of them looked like a couple. After hearing this, the human knight snorted coldly, "More than strong. Those wolf cavalrymen are all above level 4, and their individual combat power is enough to crush most of our survivors. Moreover, they fight in groups, and their strength is far greater than that of ordinary creatures." The female assassin nodded suddenly. She seemed to have thought of something, and asked in confusion, "What if we force our way into the Lord's mansion?" Hearing this, the human knight showed an inexplicable smile on his face. Force our way in? He sneered. Before, there was a group of blind guys who wanted to force their way in, but before they could launch an attack, they were all killed by several wolf cavalrymen with one sword each. After hearing this, the female assassin's pupil shrank. Then she pointed at Han Xing's back, with a worried look in her eyes. If this kid doesn't come back soon, he will definitely be expelled by the wolf cavalry. If he resists, there is only one fate waiting for him. The human knight crossed his arms, looking like he was watching a good show. Including the nearby tourists, they all heard the words of this human knight. They all stopped what they were doing, and looked at the young man who was walking towards the Lord's mansion with a little nervousness and expectation. After all, everyone has a little curiosity. They wanted to see the young man being driven away by the wolf cavalry, or to see him fighting with the wolf cavalry and being hacked to death by the sword. In short, under the gaze of a group of tourists, Han Xing gradually approached the gate of the Lord's mansion. However, the scene that happened next made the tourists who were watching look a little confused. They saw with their own eyes that the young man had walked to the side of the wolf cavalry. According to the previous incident, the wolf cavalry would draw their swords and stop the young man. However, this time, the wolf cavalry did not draw their swords. Instead, they bowed respectfully in front of everyone. All the wolf cavalry performed a standard knight salute, looking at the young man with fanatical eyes. At this moment, the tourists were all stunned. Fuck. What happened? This group of wolf cavalry, who are usually so crazy and almost staring at the sky, actually saluted a human today. Am I seeing it right? The human knight exclaimed. Next to them, other tourists also had unbelievable eyes. I was stunned too. Usually, I didn't see this group of wolf cavalry saluting anyone, even the managers of Xingyu City. Could it be that this person is a higher status than those managers? This sentence seemed to wake up the others. Wait a minute, have you noticed that this human's back looks familiar? I feel like I've seen him somewhere. Hearing this, everyone looked at Han Xing's back and saw the big bow on his back. Big bow, hunter profession? The next moment, everyone's pupil shrank. Could it be him? The legendary figure who disappeared for several months, but has been hot and discussed by many survivors. Xinghe, this guess is likely to be correct. At this time, a human warrior excitedly said, Hunter profession, high status in Xingyu City, it must be him. Other survivors were also surprised. Oh my god, I actually saw a living legend. Brothers, take a picture quickly. I take 2 pictures too. I'm going to take a photo with Xingchen. However, at this time, Han Xing had already entered the Lord's mansion, and did not hear the group of tourists talking about him. When the door of the Lord's mansion was closed again, those tourists who wanted to take a photo with him had a hint of loss in their eyes. Arriving at the Lord's mansion, Han Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. He discovered that the Lord's mansion had undergone earth-shaking changes since he left. Chapter 296. Not only a lot of furniture was added, but the decoration style was also completely new. From the original Western medieval castle style, it was transformed into an Oriental antique style. As the safest place in Xingyu City, Han Xing knew that Lan Lan and the others usually handled various things here. It was normal to change this place to the style they liked, passing through the corridors with ink screens. Soon, Han Xing found where Lan Lan was. In the corner of the Lord's mansion, there was an inconspicuous small room. Pushing open the door, I saw a woman in casual uniform, lying on a huge desk, processing documents. Hearing the door being pushed open, the woman's face was still a little confused. When she saw the face of the person coming, she exclaimed, "Ah! It's the Lord!" Lan Lan suddenly stood up from the chair and ran to Han Xing. "Lord, when did you come back?" She seemed very excited. Han Xing smiled and replied, "Just now, I came back not long ago." After a conversation, Han Xing said at this time, "By the way, where is Luo-chan? Let her come over. And your friends, as well as the current managers of Xingyu City, call them all here, I have something to announce." Hearing this, Lan Lan quickly agreed. 10 minutes later, Han Xing came to the council hall of the Lord's mansion. As the current managers of Xingyu City came in one after another, Han Xing also saw many new faces among them, both men and women. After a while, there were 50 or 60 people sitting in the council hall. Han Xing heard from Lan Lan that these new faces were promoted later. These people may have outstanding abilities, or brought certain benefits to Xingyu City. In short, they have all been screened and can be trusted. At this time, Han Xing suddenly saw a fairy figure walking in from the entrance of the hall. She was dressed in a green shirt, and when she walked, it was as if a fairy descended on Earth. As the most popular person in District 5, Luo-chan was recognized as a goddess-level figure by survivors around the world. Seeing Han Xing at this moment, Luo-chan's eyes were filled with a gentle smile. Han Xing also noticed Luo-chan's eyes and nodded, "Come on, find a seat." Although she said she was looking for a seat, Luo-chan naturally sat on Han Xing's left. On his right sat Lan Lan. These 2 women are the 2 people in charge of Xingyu City, so no one would say anything if they sat in these 2 seats. At this time, Han Xing looked at the people below and said directly, "There are so many new faces, and I don't know many of them. But I believe that you are all trustworthy people, so there is no need to introduce you one by one." Hearing this, the people below smiled happily. Although they sat on the management positions of Xingyu City, they were only promoted by Luo-chan or Lan Lan. They all knew that Xinghe was actually the biggest boss of Xingyu City. But this legendary figure has not come back, and they are also uneasy. Everyone worked diligently and conscientiously to do their own work. They were just worried that Xinghe would be dissatisfied with them after he came back, and they would fire them all. Now it seems that Xinghe seems to be quite satisfied with them. However, Han Xing is actually lazy. He doesn't have the patience to listen to them introduce themselves and their work scope one by one. He is a hands-off boss in Xingyu City. Ahem. Han Xing cleared his throat and continued. "I called you here to introduce you to some things about the new map and the territory of the Wu clan." This sentence immediately attracted everyone's attention. They all looked at Han Xing with surprise. Since Han Xing killed the legend last time and unlocked the milestone of the human race, everyone knows that there is a new map and the territory of the Wu clan has been unlocked. But so far, except for Zhou Huang and Wu Jie, there are not many people in the world who have passed the Dragon Road. They were all blocked by the harsh environment. After paying the price of tens of thousands of deaths and the destruction of several sky islands, everyone realized that it is not an easy task to go to the new map. But they also know that the new map must represent new opportunities. If anyone can go to the new map first, it is equivalent to grasping these opportunities first. On the forum, any piece of news can cause great heat and discussion. Some big teams have even offered high prices to seek ways to pass the Dragon Road. However, as managers of Xingyu City, they naturally got some gossip. The existence that killed the legend is Xinghe. In other words, Xinghe has already walked out of the abandoned land of the gods, and developed in the territory of the witch tribe in the new map for a long time. So, when they heard Han Xing say that he was going to introduce the new map to everyone, they immediately realized that this might be a rare opportunity. Han Xing also noticed those dozens of eager eyes. Although he didn't know why they reacted so strongly, he didn't care. So, Han Xing told them about his experiences in the Wu clan and some forces. After listening to Han Xing's narration, everyone seemed to have witnessed the vast territory of the Wu clan and various cities, with a strong atmosphere of civilization. For a time, these people sighed. So that's how it is. The resources in the Wu clan's territory are so rich. And the population is so large. There are also things like war merit shops. As long as you join the camp, you can get benefits from it. However, it is also very dangerous. The war has been so tragic, and tens of billions of civilians have been killed and injured at once. It's really terrifying. A male swordsman next to him sighed. Yes, there are so many legendary masters. According to the Star God, any legendary master can exterminate all mankind. But even such a powerful race is not the opponent of the Shadow Legion. Luo Chan was thoughtful, and quickly understood what Han Xing meant. Does the Star God mean that this time he will gather a large number of survivors to go to the Wu clan's territory? Han Xing nodded yes. Hearing this, not only Luo Chan, but also other survivors changed their faces. After all, this is not a good job. At the beginning, they thought that the Wu clan's territory was full of opportunities, and whoever went there first would be able to grasp these opportunities. But I didn't expect that we are now in a period of war. The Wu clan's territory is so dangerous, and with their limited strength, they can only become soldiers or cannon fodder. And Han Xing seemed to see everyone's concerns. He smiled and explained, for other survivors, the Wu clan's territory may be a dangerous place. But for us, it's just the opposite. If we can seize the opportunity and take advantage of this war, the strength of those who go out will usher in a big leap. Hearing this, all the management were stunned. They looked at Han Xing in confusion. Han Xing said at this time, "Do you think that I went out so many days in advance without any arrangements?" Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, this person is the Star God. That legendary figure. He even saw the blood tide that was enough to destroy all mankind at that time. The Star God went out so long in advance, which is equivalent to walking ahead of the survivors all over the world. It is impossible that he has no backup. At this time, Han Xing chuckled and said, "Now, there is an entire Wu clan main city that has reached a cooperative relationship with me. As long as they are willing to go to the Wu clan territory, I will arrange for them to join the Wu clan army first. Then follow these Wu clan soldiers to attack those scattered shadow legions. Not only will the risk factor be greatly reduced, but you can also gain a lot of experience from it." After these words fell, the entire Parliament Hall suddenly fell silent. From Han Xing's introduction, they have learned how strong a Wu clan main city is. Among them, there are more than 100 million Wu clan soldiers of the 3rd and 4th turns. Among them, there are even legendary strongmen. Even if it is to destroy all mankind, it is easy. But now, Han Xing said that he has reached a cooperative relationship with this giant. Luo Chan was a little excited and said, "What does Star God mean? You have already established a foothold there, and you can arrange for us to join the army?" Han Xing nodded yes. "But don't get me wrong. Although we are in a cooperative relationship, these Wu clan soldiers must listen to me. With me here, there will be no situation where you are treated as cannon fodder. In addition to these Wu clan soldiers, I will also send out those troops in the territory to assist you in fighting." Hearing Han Xing's additional words, everyone was shocked. They even suspected that they had heard it wrong. It's not cooperation, but these Wu clan soldiers must obey him. Then the meaning is completely different. Han Xing's words can be said to have completely dispelled everyone's concerns. It even turned the battlefield that seemed extremely dangerous into an opportunity to quickly upgrade and obtain various benefits. For a moment, everyone's eyes became more enthusiastic. They were even discussing the quota for going to the Wu clan's territory. Luo Chan took the lead and said, "In this case, the one who can go to the Wu clan's territory must be someone we can trust. After all, the Star God has given so much help. As long as we work a little harder, we can quickly become stronger. These resources naturally cannot fall on the heads of outsiders." This statement was unanimously agreed by everyone. However, Han Xing did not agree immediately. Because up to now, Before the advanced teleportation array is built, he doesn't know how effective it is, how many people can be teleported at a time, or how long the CD is. He doesn't know these yet. Only after the teleportation array is built, the number of people who can go to the Wu Clan territory this time can be determined according to the frequency of the teleportation array. Next, Han Xing said a few more things. The meeting officially ended. Seeing this, the others gradually dispersed. Only he, Lan Lan, and Luo Chan were left in the Parliament Hall. At this time, Han Xing looked at Lan Lan and said, "Are you sure you won't go to the Wu Clan territory with us this time?" Now, Lan Lan's strength has just completed the third transformation, and she is not a very powerful existence among the survivors. He planned to take Lan Lan to the Abyss Rift for a few days to bring her level up first. However, Lan Lan shook his head and said, "Lord, you should know my character. I don't like fighting. Compared to fighting with those monsters in front, I prefer to take care of everything for you in the back. At this time, you don't spend resources or time to take care of us." Han Xing was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and there seemed to be some hesitation in his eyes. After all, Lan Lan did help him a lot. In addition to helping her improve her strength, Han Xing couldn't think of any way to repay her. Lan Lan seemed to see the entanglement in Han Xing's eyes. She smiled softly. "Lord, I know what you think. You don't need to think about how to repay us. You know, my life was saved by you. I am very satisfied to be able to support you behind you." Hearing this, Han Xing didn't know how to answer for a moment. Lan Lan continued to comfort him. "Okay, Lord. Didn't you say that? There are still many strong people outside. Even you are not their opponent, right? What Lord needs to do is to seize the time, improve your strength, and then surpass all these strong people one by one. When Lord reaches the level of being invincible in the world, then you can help me upgrade. Isn't it faster?" Hearing Lan Lan's very naive words, Han Xing laughed. It's not so easy to reach this level. After all, the more he understands now, the more he knows how terrible this world is. It's simply impossible to surpass them. However, Han Xing still replied firmly, "Okay, when I become invincible in the world, I will take you to be invincible together." "Yeah." Lan Lan nodded heavily in agreement. Hearing Han Xing's promise, Lan Lan's eyes were actually a little moist. In order not to be discovered by Han Xing, she stood up quickly. "Lord, please discuss with Sister Luo Chan slowly. I will go to deal with things first." Han Xing nodded, "Go ahead." After Lan Lan left, in the Parliament Hall, only Han Xing and Luo Chan were left. At this time, Luo Chan looked at the direction where Lan Lan left and chuckled. "Xingchen, it is really romantic to have a woman who can wait for you to be invincible in the world." Han Xing nodded, and did not deny it. Luo Chan smiled and said, "However, for a strong man like Xingchen, it is also normal to have such admirers around him. Every successful strongman has a large number of loyal supporters around him. Including me, I am also one of Xingchen's supporters." Hearing this, Han Xing turned his head to look at Luo Chan. Then, he met the beautiful face with extraordinary temperament and delicate features that did not look like a human face. Facing Han Xing's gaze, Luo Chan did not avoid it. And she also showed a gentle smile. If an ordinary person were to come into such close contact with the green shirt goddess, coupled with her ultimate move of smile, he would probably fall for her on the spot. Chapter 297. Facing Luo Chan's eyes, Han Xing didn't react much. He nodded. "During this period, Xingyu City also thanks you for your help. See what you need, or if you have any requests you can tell me." For Luo Chan, Han Xing thinks she is a very smart woman. Everyone knows that the green shirt goddess has a peerless appearance, but they don't know that compared to her appearance, Luo Chan's intelligence is equally good. It can be seen from the fact that she can develop Xingyu City's business to this scale in just a few months. Faced with Han Xing's thanks, Luo Chan seemed neither humble nor arrogant. And when she heard that Han Xing said that she could make requests, her eyes suddenly lit up. But she didn't show it, but changed the subject and said, "Let's discuss the quota first." Han Xing nodded. "At present, we don't know how many people can be transported in the first batch. But no matter what, the first batch of people going to the Wu Clan's territory must be trustworthy people. So, we have to select them from your immortal palace." After listening, Luo Chan nodded again. She showed no excitement about being selected, nor any other emotions, and seemed very calm. Han Xing didn't care, and continued to explain. "However, you still have to make it clear to your subordinates that this time when they go to the Wu Clan's territory, although I have reduced their risks to the lowest, but there is also a risk of death. If they are unwilling to take this risk, there is no need to force them." Luo Chan nodded again. "I know, Star God. Yes, Han Xing responded. Then, Han Xing suddenly didn't know what to say for a moment, because he had already said everything. I thought Luo Chan would make some requests or conditions according to his instructions. As a result, the other party did not express anything at all and obeyed Han Xing's decision 100%. Such obedience made Han Xing a little uncomfortable. After all, Han Xing didn't know Luo Chan, and didn't know what kind of woman she was. As if seeing Han Xing's thoughts, Luo Chan whispered, Xingchen thinks that you don't know me now, and are not sure whether I can be fully trusted? Hearing this, Han Xing shook his head and said, No. Don't doubt people when you employ them, and don't employ them when you doubt them. When I promised you to settle in Xingyu City before, it meant that I already believed in you. But it's true that I don't know you very well. Luo Chan smiled faintly and thought, Is that so? Han Xing nodded. At this time, Luo Chan suddenly said, Excuse me, Star God, do you have time to take a walk with me now? Hearing Luo Chan's request, Han Xing was stunned. Luo Chan asked, What's wrong, Star God? Didn't you say that I can make a request to you? Looking at her beautiful and slightly playful smile, Han Xing felt that he might have fallen into the routine of this woman. However, it didn't affect Han Xing. He looked at the time. Anyway, there were still more than 10 hours before the completion of the advanced teleportation array. During this period, he basically had nothing to do. Taking some time to take a walk with Luo Chan would not affect anything. Han Xing nodded. Luo Chan's smile became even brighter, like a blooming alpine snow lotus. Then, Han Xing walked out of the Lord's mansion with Luo Chan. When the two of them came out, it was already night. Various lights on the street were lit. The entire Xingyu City also came to the most beautiful moment, especially the central city area. With the Lord's mansion as the center, the buildings within a radius of several kilometers began to emit different lights. Various warm red light stone ribbons, as well as flashing stones and aurora aggregators hidden in every corner. The entire central city area was held in the hands, like the stars holding the moon. At this time, many survivors would deliberately climb the nearby mountains or other high-rise buildings to take a photo with the central city. The Lord's mansion is also about to become a famous check-in point. Under the night, a pair of handsome men and beautiful women walk side by side on the streets of Xingyu City, attracting the attention of countless tourists. After all, Luo Chan's temperament is too outstanding. When she stands in the crowd, she stands out completely. But at the same time, her reputation is also very big. Now most of the survivors know that Luo Chan is the management of Xingyu City. She is also the focus of the patrolling wolf cavalry and buildings such as the Thunder Tower. If there are blind people who want to cause trouble, they will be dragged away by the wolf cavalry in the first place. After several previous incidents, Luo Chan occasionally appeared in the public eye, and not many people dared to take the initiative to approach her. Therefore, Han Xing and the others were not stopped by those tourists. Along the way, Luo Chan kept introducing the shops on both sides of the street to Han Xing. Occasionally, he would also insert some of his own understanding and some interesting stories that happened recently. Han Xing also listened silently. Time passed slowly. The two walked side by side. From a distance, some admirers of the green shirt goddess noticed that she had been in close contact with a man for so long. This scene made them feel hopeless. I am afraid that after tonight, I don't know how many admirers of the green shirt goddess will have their dream shattered. As they walked, Han Xing was surprised to find that they were back in front of the Lord's mansion again. At this time, Luo Chan's voice came, Okay, Star God, we have finished shopping. Han Xing was also stunned. Unknowingly, the two had actually visited the central city. He and Luo Chan had been alone for more than 2 hours. Luo Chan asked at this time, So now, does the Star God know me a little better? At this time, Han Xing silently stared at the beautiful woman in front of him. After these 2 hours, Han Xing also had a preliminary understanding of Luo Chan. He found that she was not as cold and taciturn as she looked. She revealed a temperament that could only be admired from a distance and not played with. In fact, Luo Chan was much more talkative than expected. Han Xing nodded. At this time, Luo Chan suddenly turned around briskly, with her legs together. She tilted her head slightly to the side, and smiled sweetly at Han Xing. Thank you, Star God. I am very happy today. Han Xing nodded, You're welcome. If there is nothing else, let's stop here today. After returning, you should discuss it with your teammates. Yeah. Luo Chan replied with a chuckle. Just as they were about to separate, they suddenly saw a group of survivors in the distance, suddenly exclaimed. Brothers, look at the chat channel. Kunlun and Hoi Alliance seem to be making some big moves, and are building momentum in the chat channel. The other survivors were stunned after hearing this. Big move? What big move? The survivors replied, I don't know. It's said to be very important. Zhou Huang will announce it in person in the chat channel later. The other tourists also opened the chat channel after hearing this. Han Xing and Luo Chan looked at each other. Zhou Huang, what is he going to do at this time? Luo Chan murmured. Han Xing spread his hands and said, I don't know, let's go and see. Yeah. Luo Chan responded softly. Then, Han Xing opened the chat channel. What these people said was right. Now, Zhou Huang has turned on the mute function in the chat channel. Except for a few people who can speak, other survivors can only watch. Above, Zhou Huang spoke again. Fellow human beings, I am very sorry to bother you so late at night. It is because Zhou has something important to share with you, or intelligence. At this time, Long Yuan, the survivor who was originally given special authority. That is, the leader of Jiuzhou, said at this time, Captain Zhou, we don't mind your interruption at this time. We just want to know what information you want to share. Several other leaders of the big groups also chimed in. Yes, Captain Zhou, don't keep us in suspense. What kind of information is so important? Yes, yes. Seeing everyone's excitement, Zhou Huang smiled and replied, Everyone, please be patient. Next, I will announce is the information about the new map, the territory of the witch tribe. Hearing this, the survivors fell into silence for a moment. Then, there was an explosive discussion. What the hell? New map? The territory of the witch tribe? My god, it hasn't been long since the last new map was opened. Where did Captain Zhou get the information? What this survivor said was also a question in many people's minds. At this time, another survivor next to him said, could it be that Captain Zhou has walked out of the abandoned land of the gods and reached the new map? This statement also made other survivors feel unbelievable. They said apprehensively, it should be impossible, right? Didn't the system say that only by passing through the Dragon Road can we reach the new map, the Wu Clan territory? But until now, we don't know how to pass through the Dragon Road. Yes, and I also heard that the Dragon Road is full of dangers, and many people died on the way. So far, I haven't heard of anyone successfully passing through the Dragon Road. At this moment, Zhou Huang seemed to see the doubts in everyone's hearts, so he smiled and said, you guessed right, I have indeed passed through the Dragon Road and arrived in the Wu Clan territory. Hearing Zhou Huang's personal admission, the hundreds of millions of survivors in the chat channel at this time showed an unbelievable look in their eyes. Long Yuan was the first to ask impatiently, Captain Zhou, have you really walked out of the abandoned land of the gods? The other survivors stared at the chat channel, waiting for Zhou Huang's answer. Yes, Zhou Huang replied. And I'm not the only one. This time, I entered the Wu Clan territory together with the leader of Kunlun, Brother Wu Jie. After a moment, Wu Jie said lightly, that's right. Hearing the two's speech. At this moment, these survivors are really sure that they have left the abandoned land of the gods. And Zhou Huang is not alone. He also took another top existence of the human race, Wu Jie, with him. Long Yuan asked excitedly again, so, Captain Zhou has mastered the method of passing through the Dragon Road? Before Zhou Huang could answer, several other captains who were given authority asked one after another, Captain Zhou, what kind of place is the Wu Clan territory? Captain Zhou, did you have any adventures in the Wu Clan territory? Captain Zhou. Everyone asked one after another. Faced with these questions, Zhou Huang still smiled and replied, I know you are very curious, and you also have many questions to ask. But please be patient, I will answer these questions one by one. Next, I will start a live broadcast with Wu Jie. I will use this live broadcast to take everyone to witness the magic of the Wu Clan's territory and those precious resources. Hearing this, a fierce wave was set off again among the billions of survivors. Following this, countless people flocked to the forum and found the live broadcast post of Hui Alliance. Click in to take a look. It shows, the live broadcast will start in 30 seconds. For the survivors who were eager to learn about the Wu Clan's territory, 30 seconds seemed like a year. But they could only wait silently. At the same time, as the incident quickly fermented, Zhou Huang was going to broadcast the new map live for everyone, and the news of the Wu Clan's territory was also quickly spread among billions of survivors. In a short period of time, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room had exceeded 1 billion, and it was still increasing by millions of people per second. Seeing that the number of people was almost enough, Zhou Huang directly clicked to start the live broadcast. At the same time, the live broadcast screen appeared. On it, Zhou Huang's face with a gentle smile appeared. Hello, fellow human beings, I am Zhou Huang. The one next to me must be familiar to everyone. It is the leader of Kunlun, Wujie. Next to Zhou Huang, a man with a completely different temperament stood there. Across the screen, you can feel the faint murderous intent on the other party. Wujie nodded faintly. In the live broadcast room, a series of barrages suddenly passed. Captain Zhou is so handsome. Captain Wujie is so cold and cute. Let's see what the Wu clan's territory looks like. At this time, Zhou Huang said straight to the point. Everyone must want to know what the so-called Wu clan's territory is different from our abandoned land of the gods. Zhou will not keep you in suspense. Then, everyone, please take a look. As soon as Zhou Huang finished speaking, the camera began to switch. At this time, the survivors saw an extremely large sky island in the distance. There were many buildings of different styles that towered into the sky. Around and above this sky island, everyone also saw many Wu clan warships and various transport ships. Although the specific strength of these warships is unknown. However, from the terrifying muzzles on the hulls, one can imagine how powerful they are. These are things that have never appeared in the abandoned land of the gods. For a moment, all the survivors were convinced that Zhou Huang had indeed left the land abandoned by the gods. In the live broadcast room, the barrage exploded again. Zhou Huang switched the live broadcast perspective back. He chuckled and said, "Then, everyone must have believed that I have walked out of the land abandoned by the gods." Chapter 298. Next, I will answer the questions you want to know most. First, the first one is what you want to know most. What is in the new map? In other words, is it worth it for everyone to take the risk of walking out of the abandoned land of the gods? Zhou Huang asked himself and answered. What I can tell you is that the territory of the Wu clan is very worthwhile for everyone to come. First of all, the resources of the Sky Island here are far richer than those of the abandoned land of the gods. You can see the Sky Island under my feet. There are various precious metal veins, and some rare resources on it. If they can all be mined, the value of the spiritual core will be at least hundreds of millions. And this is just what I and Captain Wujie have gained in the past week. Everyone looked at the Sky Island under Zhou Huang's feet, and suddenly there was a shock in their eyes. Zhou Huang said, and this is just one of the benefits. The Wu clan territory now has a biggest opportunity, and this opportunity is far more precious than the resources on those empty islands. Hearing Zhou Huang's exaggerated tone, the survivors couldn't help their curiosity and asked frantically, Captain Zhou, what exactly is this opportunity? Captain Zhou, tell us quickly. Yes. Zhou Huang looked at the increasing number of people in the live broadcast room, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He said directly, this opportunity is a war that is breaking out in the Wu clan territory. War. The survivors were puzzled. At this time, Han Xing and the two who were standing together and watching Zhou Huang's live broadcast looked at each other. They all knew what war Zhou Huang was talking about. That's right. Zhou Huang said excitedly, this war is the war between the Wu clan and the Shadow Legion. Perhaps you don't know the Wu clan yet. Let me briefly introduce its strength to you. The total population of the Wu clan is hundreds of billions, of which there are more than 10 billion Wu clan soldiers with the third and fourth turn combat power. In addition to these third and fourth turn ordinary soldiers, there are also many elites, leaders, and lords. Of course, this is not the most powerful part of the Wu clan. The most powerful part of the Wu clan lies in their high-end combat power. The number of their legendary strongmen is. The number is at least more than 20. This is just the number I have learned initially. In fact, there will be more powerful people in the Wu clan. I think everyone has experienced how terrible legends are from the last blood tide disaster. A legendary strongman is enough to destroy the world's human beings. And what's more terrifying is that according to these Wu clan soldiers, in addition to legendary strongmen, the Wu clan has an even more terrifying existence. That existence seems to be the Holy Lord of the Wu clan. Zhou Huang's series of words made the barrage of comments that were in a state of refreshing the screen suddenly stagnate for a moment. Everyone was shocked by the information Zhou Huang revealed. Then, the live broadcast room barrage exploded again. Fuck. What is Captain Zhou talking about? The Wu clan has more than 20 legends. And there is an even more terrifying Holy Lord. How terrible. Compared with the Wu clan, our human strength will be almost destroyed in an instant, right? At the same time, Zhou Huang's words and the information about the Wu clan were also quickly spread among the billions of survivors. Everyone was shocked by this information and the strength of the Wu clan. Before this, they only had a vague understanding of the land abandoned by the gods. They knew that there were natives of this world living outside. However, they had no idea which races they were and how strong they were. But now, they understood. How big is the gap between the human race and the natives of this world, it would be as easy for the other party to destroy you as to kill a bug. At this time, Luo Chan suddenly walked to less than half a meter away from Han Xing and asked softly, "Star God, is what Zhou Huang said true?" Han Xing nodded, "It's true. This guy is still quite capable. It's only been a few days, and he has almost figured out the overall strength of the Wu clan." At this moment, Luo Chan's breathing suddenly stagnated. He just told everyone that he had reached a cooperative relationship with the main city of the Wu clan. But he didn't say that the overall strength of the Wu clan was so terrifying. How terrifying is the enemy of the Wu clan, the more powerful Shadow Legion, as Han Xing mentioned before. In the live broadcast room, Zhou Huang said again, "Speaking of this, I believe you all have a preliminary understanding of the Wu clan's strength. You must think that the Wu clan is already very powerful. But what I want to tell you is that the enemy of the Wu clan, the Shadow Legion, is even more terrifying." Not long ago, a war broke out in the Wu clan's territory. In the war, tens of billions of civilians died, plus hundreds of millions of elite soldiers and various war equipment. The Wu clan can be said to have suffered heavy losses. Even 2 legendary masters have died. Hearing this, the other survivors took a deep breath. So scary. Fuck. Is the Wu clan's territory so chaotic? One death means tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. Why do I feel that the number of our human race is not enough for them to consume in a war? Yes, even legendary masters have died. If we go there, we may not even be cannon fodder. For a while, everyone's morale was a little depressed. At this time, a barrage passed by. But what is the connection between this and the opportunity that Captain Zhou mentioned? This person asked the key question. Over 1 billion survivors were eagerly waiting for Zhou Huang's answer. Zhou Huang said at this time, "Of course there is a connection. You should know that the greater the danger, the greater the opportunity." This time, Zhou and Wujia were accidentally involved in a small war, and then after killing several shadow monsters, they received a system prompt. "I have joined the Wu clan camp and opened a high-level war merit store. As for the items in the war merit store, please take a look." After that, Zhou Huang posted the rewards of the Wu clan's exclusive war merit store. After reading the properties of those props, more than 1 billion survivors caused a violent sensation again. Fuck. Shadow Rune, Sun Treasure Chest. And what is that high-level ancient weapon? It sounds so scary. The survivors were all shocked. The original retreat mentality due to the enemy's strength has now rekindled their fighting spirit. They even can't wait to go to the Wu clan territory, participate in the war, and exchange for the store's rewards. But there is a problem before them, that is, how to go to the Wu clan territory, or how to pass the Dragon Road. The live broadcast room barrage began to swipe the screen frantically again, facing the questions of the crowd. Zhou Huang said, "To pass the Dragon Road, you need a key prop." As for what prop, Zhou is not convenient to disclose for the time being. If there are survivors who want to come to the Wu clan territory, you can go to the territory of Hoi Alliance for detailed discussions. As long as the survivors who pass our screening and meet the conditions, I will give this key prop for free and take you out of the abandoned land of the gods. Hearing this, many survivors were moved. Zhou Huang, this guy, is really not as selfless as he appears. He also has his own selfishness. This time, the momentum is for the current situation. Use the information in your hands to make profits. For a time, the crowd was indignant. The ordinary survivors were very indignant, but the leaders of the big groups expressed understanding. They asked directly, "Captain Zhou, just tell me what the conditions are? Do you want resources or blueprints? Just name the amount, and we see if we can satisfy you." "That's right, Captain Zhou, just name the price." After hearing this, Zhou Huang shook his head and said with a smile, "You all misunderstood. What I want is not resources." The brows of those people knitted together slightly. Zhou Huang explained at this time, "Considering that the territory of the Wu clan is a high-level map, the minimum condition for this screening is that the survivors have completed the 4th transformation. In addition, they need to sign a Lord contract with our Hoi Alliance for at least 1 year." At this moment, Zhou Huang finally revealed his purpose. It turned out that he didn't want those resources. He wanted people. Zhou Huang wanted to use this information and the opportunity to go to the Wu clan's territory to recruit another batch of survivors for the Hoi Alliance. Moreover, because the strength must be above the 4th level. At the current stage, those who can reach the 4th level are the elites among the elites. Even some of the leaders of large groups. Zhou Huang's move can be said to be the ultimate dagger, and he directly put the target on the leaders of those large groups. After saying this, Zhou Huang ignored the crazy barrage and directly closed the live broadcast room. As for how to choose, it depends on the elites themselves. Wu Clan's territory, on a small sky island. Zhou Huang stood on the edge of the sky island and breathed a sigh of relief, looking ahead with a smile on his face. Beside him, Wu Jie asked doubtfully, "Zhou Huang, are you sure this is okay? If there are too many rank 4 experts who signed the contract this time, where can you get so many ancient fire seeds?" Zhou Huang shook his head and smiled. "Don't worry, I've already learned about it. At present, there are less than 100 people in the whole human race who have successfully reached the rank 4 strength, including you and me. Those who have this strength are all leaders of some large groups. If they are willing to sign a contract with us in order to leave the abandoned land of the gods, then I may also pay a price and get a batch of ancient fire seeds." Wu Jie seemed to understand Zhou Huang's plan and looked at the man deeply. Zhou Huang continued, "Besides, we are indeed short of manpower now. It's hard for us to achieve much in this war. We may not even be able to exchange for a Haoyue treasure chest." After hearing this, Wu Jie no longer refuted Zhou Huang's decision. At the same time, the leaders of the big groups also knew that Zhou Huang was targeting them. And he didn't do anything too harsh. He just asked them to sign a 1-year lord contract. This scale was just within their tolerance limit. But if they signed it, it would mean that they would have to obey Zhou Huang for a year. They were also in a state of extreme entanglement. On the one hand, they were entangled in the opportunities in the new map and the rewards of the war merit store. On the other hand, they didn't want to be led by Zhou Huang. But they also knew that this was a rare opportunity. If they could be the first few people to walk out of the abandoned land of the gods. In the new map, they will have various advantages first, and the premise of all this is to agree to Zhou Huang's conditions. At this time, on several large islands, the leaders of the big groups were discussing. A human mage asked, "Everyone, what do you think about going to the new map to open up new land?" Next to him, another muscular berserker replied helplessly, "What else can we think?" Zhou Huang deliberately started a live broadcast to introduce us to the opportunities in the new map, but he didn't tell us how to pass the Dragon Road. This time, he can be said to have grasped our lifeline. Others responded in unison, agreeing with the berserker's statement. Next to him, a female knight said unwillingly, "Do we really have to accept Zhou Huang's condition and obey his orders for a year? Can we discuss and change other conditions?" The berserker next to him said again, "It's useless. Even if we don't want to, there will be other survivors who have completed the 4th transformation who agree. At this time, many people may have already headed to the territory of Hui Alliance. Let's not think about bargaining. Didn't Zhou Huang say that the number of places is limited? If it's too late, even if we agree, there will be no more places." After the berserker finished speaking, the faces of the others changed. Suddenly, there was a sense of urgency in their hearts. At the same time, many sky islands began to rush to the territory of Hui Alliance overnight. Late at night, Xingyu City. Around this huge city, many small sky islands rushed back overnight. A large number of survivors of the former Immortal Mansion team returned. They all received news from Luo Chan, saying that there was something important to announce, and asked the nearby fighters to return to Xingyu City as soon as possible. At first, they didn't know what the important thing Luo Chan was talking about was, until she repeated Han Xing's words. The next moment, there was a strong sensation among hundreds of thousands of survivors in the Immortal Palace. If it was before Zhou Huang started the live broadcast, they didn't know what it meant to go to the Wu clan's territory. But now, they all understood. What a terrifying place it is, with endless opportunities. Didn't you see that in the chat channel now? Billions of survivors are going crazy for those few places. Even those group leaders, who have hundreds of thousands of people under their command, are willing to give up their power for this place. And now, what did they hear? The Star God has a way to transport them out of the abandoned land of the gods in batches. Note that it is in batches. How big a sensation would it cause if the news here spread? It's unimaginable. Chapter 299. At the same time, a post quietly became a hot search late at night. The title was, "Xingyu City is making a big move to transport survivors to the Wu clan territory on a large scale for land reclamation activities." As soon as the post was published, the eye-catching title almost caught the attention of all the survivors who browsed the forum late at night. In 3 minutes, the number of clicks directly exceeded 1 million. They clicked on the post, but did not find any key information. Except for a title, there was no content of the post. Even the publisher was anonymous. But even so, the title alone was enough to cause a stir, because it involved Xingyu City, the largest force in the entire abandoned land of the gods, or in other words, In the world's human beings, everything about Xingyu City can attract widespread attention. At the same time, those four-turn masters, who were about to go to the Hui Alliance territory to sign a contract, suddenly saw their private chat messages explode instantly. Their relatives and friends were chatting with them privately and repeating the posts on the forum. At this moment, the muscular berserker frowned and asked, "Is the source of the news reliable?" The other party quickly replied, "I don't know, but now everyone is discussing it, and we don't know if it is true." "What about the Star God? Has he responded positively?" The man replied again, "No, the Star God has been closed for strangers to chat privately, and we can't contact him." Hearing this, the berserker frowned again. "Then contact other people in Xingyu City. Their management should know some inside information. By the way, I remember that the green shirt goddess brought the entire immortal mansion to Xingyu City? With her status, she should know some inside information, right?" Others also showed thoughtful expressions. For a moment, a large number of fourth-level masters, who were preparing to go to the Hui Alliance territory, stopped at this time. And, as this post continued to ferment, just half an hour later, it directly topped the hot search list. At this time, Zhou Huang, who was originally sure that he could absorb a large number of elite members this time, was dumbfounded. He and Wujia stood there blankly, their eyes full of shock. Wujia looked at Zhou Huang and asked, "Do you think the content of this post is true?" Zhou Huang's face instantly became very ugly. It should not be groundless. Since someone posted it, it means that this is very likely. And no one from Xingyu City stood up to refute it. Hearing this, Wujia frowned even more. This sudden post completely disrupted the plans of the two. Wujia asked, "What do you think is the method of mass transmission?" Zhou Huang was combining various information to make inferences in his mind. After a moment, he slowly said, "If I am not mistaken, it should be the Advanced Teleportation Array blueprint awarded on the last Blood-Tide battle merit list. Xinghe is likely to have built it at this time." The two of them smiled bitterly. Xinghe. Alas, Xinghe. They all sighed helplessly. At this time, Han Xing did not know what happened later. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. The next day, Han Xing just woke up from his dream and heard the system prompt. "Your territory building, the Advanced Teleportation Array, has been successfully built." The moment he heard the prompt, Han Xing's figure flashed and appeared in the place where he built the Advanced Teleportation Array yesterday. Originally, on that open space, 6 large teleportation arrays covering an area of more than 100 square meters appeared. In front of Han Xing, the properties of the teleportation array appeared. Advanced Teleportation Array. Defense value, 10,000. Building effect, 100 people can be teleported across space to the Advanced Teleportation Array area, and the transmission CD is 300 seconds. Note, if you teleport across space, you need to invest 10,000 spirit cores to replenish the teleportation array energy. Seeing the properties of the teleportation array, Han Xing clenched his fists instantly. Very good. Only 5 minutes of cooling time. This is much shorter than I expected. Han Xing couldn't help but get excited. According to the calculation of the 6 advanced teleportation arrays currently built, one teleportation array can transport nearly 30,000 people a day. 6 arrays can transport more than 170,000 people. This far exceeded Han Xing's expectations. At first, he thought that being able to transport 10,000 people a day was already very good. But now, it has exceeded more than 10 times. In this way, Han Xing does not need to be restrained. The survivors of the entire Xingyu City can be directly transferred to the Wu Clan territory. Although, this transmission still requires 10,000 spirit cores to transmit once. But for Han Xing, it is no problem at all. At this time, Han Xing sent a message to Luo Chan. "You can get ready now." However, the plan has changed. The number of people who can be teleported far exceeds the number previously expected. Call all those who want to go to the new map. Hearing this, Luo Chan's face suddenly lit up. Last night, since Luo Chan conveyed Han Xing's intention, the survivors of the Immortal Mansion were ecstatic. And when Luo Chan said that there might not be many places this time, the survivors all became a little nervous. They began to send private messages to Luo Chan constantly, hoping that Luo Chan would select them as the first batch of teleportation lists. And, as the popularity of that post remained high, this time, not only the survivors inside the Immortal Mansion, but also countless survivors outside, were frantically sending private messages to Luo Chan, the publisher. They already knew that the Immortal Mansion had been merged into Xingyu City. And Luo Chan, the former leader of the Immortal Mansion, also had considerable say in Xingyu City. Luo Chan was overwhelmed by these private messages. Finally, she could only reply in unison that the number of places was limited, and she needed to give priority to her own people. Now, hearing Han Xing say that the number of people who could be teleported far exceeded the previous estimate, Luo Chan was also happy. Because in this way, even if the survivors outside could not be taken care of, at least, most of the survivors inside the Immortal Palace could be teleported out. Luo Chan said excitedly, "Okay, Star God, I will notify them to come over immediately." At the same time, a large number of survivors in the Immortal Palace received the news and began to rush to where Han Xing was. Rumble, the entire Xingyu city seemed to feel a slight tremor. Hundreds of thousands of survivors were running wildly on the streets. Seeing their excited expressions, other tourists asked in confusion, "Brother, what happened? Why are you running?" "Yes, where are you going?" The survivor of the Immortal Mansion, who was held by the thief, broke free quickly. "Damn, don't hold me. The Star God is taking us to the Wu clan's territory. It's too late. There are no more places for the first batch. Let go! Let go!" Hearing this, the expressions of these tourists changed. Although the post last night made many people know that Xingyu City has a method of mass transmission. However, because there is no definite evidence, they are only half believing and half doubting. But now, they heard the members of the Immortal Mansion admit it in person. This is equivalent to completely confirming their guess. The Star God who disappeared for several months is back. Moreover, he will take a large number of people to the new map. Many people began to follow the crazy flow of people and gathered in a certain area of Xingyu City. Not only tourists inside Xingyu City. Starting from last night, there were various large sky islands rushing toward Xingyu City. Now, the sky area near Xingyu City was almost filled with various sky islands. Countless survivors rushed forward, fearing to be a step behind. When everyone arrived at the destination, they saw tens of thousands of tall minotaurs, forming a circle and blocking the entire open space. However, the surging flow of people was too crazy. They saw the crowd in front of them blocking their sight, and they couldn't see what was happening in front of them. They pushed and shoved one by one, as if they wanted to break through the Minotaur's defense. However, at this moment, the Minotaurs suddenly spurted out a burst of hot air from their noses, and then snorted coldly. Humph. They all put down the totems on their shoulders, and slammed them heavily on the ground. Boom! A strong tremor spread out like water waves for dozens of miles. Tens of thousands of Minotaurs, at least at the level of 4th turn elite, were enough to easily kill a legion of hundreds of thousands of survivors. The terrifying killing intent suddenly descended. For a moment, all the survivors felt. At this time, one of the Minotaurs, who was 20 meters tall and looked like a muscular giant, snorted coldly, "One more step forward, and I will kill you without mercy." All the survivors froze, and then looked at the tall figure in fear. This was the first time they saw these Minotaurs in Xingyu City take action. Before, they only knew that they were very strong, but they didn't know their specific strength. Now, seeing the Minotaur, who was like a muscular mountain, a hint of breath was revealed. Lord! A Lord monster of level 4 or above. The survivors cried out in surprise. Fuck, there are Lord-level creatures in Xingyu City. It's so King terrifying. How did the Star God do it? With such a level 4 Lord, can he walk sideways in the entire abandoned land of the gods? Look carefully, it's not just one Lord, but many, my God. After this reminder, they also noticed that among this group of Minotaurs, there are more than a dozen creatures that are not weaker than this Lord. At this moment, this group of survivors once again had a vague understanding of the strength of Xingyu City. That is unfathomable. This is the first time that a Lord-level Minotaur has appeared in public. Before Xingyu City encountered troubles, it was the Wolf Cavalry who solved them. But now, it is discovered that Xingyu City has even more terrifying troops. Moreover, who knows if Xingyu City has any other stronger backup besides the Minotaur? The group of survivors swallowed hard, and for a moment, no one dared to move forward. They looked at the backs of the Minotaur, and saw the huge teleportation arrays behind them that were glowing slightly. Several survivors said tentatively, "Look, is that a teleportation array behind the Minotaur?" Following the gaze of the speaker, everyone looked closely, and their pupils shrank suddenly. Oh my God, it's really a teleportation array. These teleportation arrays are very extraordinary at first glance, many times larger than the primary and intermediate teleportation arrays. Do you think these are the legendary advanced teleportation arrays? Hearing this, the others seemed to remember something. It's very likely. I remember that during the last Blood Tide, the reward for the first place in the battle merit list was a high-level teleportation array blueprint. I didn't expect that the Star God had built it so quickly. At the same time, the news that there were 6 high-level teleportation arrays in the corner of Xingyu City spread like wildfire. More than 30,000 teleportation arrays in Xingyu City lit up at the same time. More and more survivors rushed to Xingyu City frantically. The grand occasion even exceeded the first day when Xingyu City was opened. The terrifying flow of people began to gather in the same place. Soon, the area around the open space was surrounded by a crowd. In less than 5 minutes, at least tens of millions of people gathered in the same place. Dozens of streets nearby were crowded with people. Many shops were frightened by the surging flow of people and closed down directly. However, despite this, every moment, there are still a large number of survivors rushing into Xingyu City. But the survivors coming later can't squeeze in at all. In addition, Xingyu City is a no-fly zone. No survivors are allowed to use flying props to fly over the city. So, they can only look at the back of others' heads. The eyes of those survivors are full of curiosity and desire. They can't wait to squeeze to the front to find out. However, no matter how impulsive they are, they dare not attack the defense line of the group of minotaurs and force their way into the teleportation array. In order to maintain order, Han Xing not only transferred a large number of minotaurs. The wolf cavalry guards also began to move out. A group of wolf cavalrymen holding silver swords and 2 meters tall came in an orderly manner and quickly separated the crowd. With so many arms, the chaotic scene finally eased a little. At this moment, on the top floor of a building near this street, Han Xing and Luo Chan stood side by side. Looking at the crowd below, Luo Chan opened her mouth and looked at Han Xing. Xing, Star God, I didn't know this would happen. Yes, I'm sorry. She was like a little girl who had done something wrong, apologizing to Han Xing. Han Xing shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter if they know about it. Anyway, I have the authority to teleport. Without my permission, they can't teleport." Luo Chan was relieved after hearing this. At this time, Han Xing said, "I go out first." Luo Chan nodded. The next moment, Han Xing summoned the Oracle Throne, and his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. At the same time, a group of survivors seemed to sense something, and they all raised their heads. In the air, a gorgeous throne inlaid with gems was suspended in the air. The throne exuded an extremely powerful and majestic aura, making people kneel down at the sight of it. On it sat a young man with a longbow and outstanding temperament. Looking at that familiar figure, below, someone instantly exclaimed, "Star God." Chapter 300. Everyone recognized this man at once. It was the famous Xinghe. At the same time, other survivors exclaimed, "Oh my God, should I say he is worthy of being called the Star God? This way of appearance is so cool. Brothers, what is that throne, equipment or props? This is so cool. If I had such a cool throne, I would be willing to be a slave to the Star God." Don't think about it. Even if you want to be a slave, people may not look down on you. To be honest, if possible, Han Xing didn't want to use such a showy way of appearance. However, there were too many people surrounding below, and it was impossible to walk in. At this time, Han Xing glanced at the crowd below, which immediately caused a cheer from the crowd. "Star God, look at me! I'm your little fanboy. Star God, take me with you to the new map. I'm willing to sign a lord contract with you. And me, our entire group is willing to merge into Xingyu City." Han Xing did not answer immediately, but slowly said, "Everyone, please be patient. I know how you feel. I also know that you are eager to go to the new map to seek various opportunities." Below, a group of survivors raised their heads and looked at Han Xing intently. Han Xing continued, "What I want to tell you is that going to the Wu clan's territory is not to pick up money. I think you should all know that a war is now breaking out in the Wu clan's territory. And if you go to the Wu clan's territory, you have to participate in the war. In this war between big clans, we may not even be cannon fodder. You'd better think it over." Han Xing's serious tone instantly silenced the noisy crowd below. Yes, they were only thinking about the opportunities of the new map. But they never thought about the crisis they might face in the new map. And now, Han Xing's words awakened them. At this time, a survivor asked cautiously, "Star God, do you have to participate in the war as long as you go to the Wu clan's territory?" This question is also what many people want to know. Han Xing shook his head and said, "No, but if you want to borrow my teleportation array and go to the Wu clan's territory, you must participate in the war. Of course, you can also use other methods, such as the Dragon Road. But I can tell you that once the war breaks out, no matter where you hide, you will be affected." These words immediately made the survivors look embarrassed. They didn't expect this point, Zhou Huang didn't tell them. Ignore the entanglement on the faces of these survivors. Han Xing looked at another group of people, the survivors who had signed a Lord contract with Xingyu City. And you, all the survivors who have signed a contract with our Xingyu City. I am taking you to the Wu clan territory, not to relax, but to really join the war. Death is also inevitable. I will give you 10 seconds to think about it. If you don't want to go, turn around and leave now. His words were not aimed at those ordinary survivors, but at the group of people who had signed a contract with Xingyu City. This time, Han Xing will give them a lot of help. Not only will they be allowed to join the Wu clan army, but they will also be given support in various branches of the army. As Luo Chan said before, since they have enjoyed the help of Han Xing's resources, they must contribute to him. If these people can survive the war, it will be a transformation. These people may become the backbone of Xingyu City in the future. And Han Xing will also devote more resources to their cultivation. Of course, these are just his own plans in his mind, and he did not say them directly. Han Xing counted down silently. For a while, a large number of people turned around. Most of them were ordinary survivors, and some were Xingyu City's own people. Although it seems that there are many, it is not worth mentioning compared to the scale of survivors who are still in place. Han Xing took a rough look and found that there were only tens of thousands of people who had just left. And there were less than 1,000 survivors who signed the contract. Han Xing smiled with satisfaction. Very good, the first batch of survivors on the list are out. After the words fell, tens of thousands of survivors came out. They had proud looks on their faces. As the first batch of people who signed the Lord's contract, they had always performed very well when they were in the Immortal Palace. After coming to Xingyu City, they also brought a lot of benefits to Han Xing. And Luo Chan did not forget them. When Han Xing asked Luo Chan to sort out a list, these people were naturally the first to be selected. Looking at the envious eyes of other survivors, these people felt a sense of pride in joining Xingyu City. Looking at the man in the sky, his eyes were full of admiration and respect. Han Xing nodded. Very good, now start lining up for the first batch of teleportation. Every 600 people in a batch, teleport every 5 minutes. Now, the survivors almost obeyed Han Xing's words. They lined up. At this time, other survivors couldn't help asking, Star God, what about us? Others echoed, yes, Star God, we also want to go to the Wu clan territory. We will join the war, we are willing. Yes, yes. Han Xing replied at this time. Still follow the previous rules. If you want to use the advanced teleportation array, you must first sign a Lord contract with me. However, your teleportation order will be at the back. Han Xing finished speaking. The survivors responded, we have no problem, Star God. It's okay to wait a few more days. Yes, I am willing too. Han Xing nodded. Since these people agreed, he didn't say anything. Yes, if you are interested, go to the Lord's mansion now and find the management staff of Xingyu City to sign the Lord's contract. Your names will be recorded here. Your turn will come after the people in front of us are teleported. Before that, everyone please wait in Xingyu City for a while. After saying that, Han Xing did not look at their reactions, and went directly to one of the teleportation arrays. He was going to take this first group of people to Wanqing City. With the investment of 60,000 spirit cores, the 6 teleportation arrays lit up. All the 600 people, including Han Xing and Luo Chan, were covered. System prompts appeared in everyone's ears. Transferring across space is in progress. The survivors showed joy on their faces. Then, everyone's eyes went dark at the same time. In the chaos, they didn't know how long they had been. It seemed like a few seconds, and it seemed like a century. When everyone regained their sight again, they found themselves in a strange city. This seemed to be an empty island as well, with a very large area. But the style was completely different from Xingyu City. If every corner of Xingyu City was full of the breath of life, then this empty island was filled with a solemn atmosphere. There were huge buildings everywhere, as well as defense towers that exuded a dangerous atmosphere. In the sky, huge monsters with lion heads and snake tails flew over their heads from time to time. At the same time, the streets were full of groups of minotaurs carrying totems. In the distance, there were also groups of wolf cavalry teams training with a strangely shaped golden chariot. Not only were the survivors of the Immortal Mansion shocked, even Luo Chan felt a little shocked. She asked with a trembling voice, Xingshan, is this Sky Island also yours? Han Xing nodded, yes, it is a sky island that was redeveloped after coming to the Wu clan's territory. Any questions? Han Xing asked. Luo Chan shook her head, no. I just think that the defense capabilities of Xingyu City were already strong enough. Now I find that compared with Xingshan's new Sky Island, it seems to be completely insignificant. Since Xingchen left the abandoned land of the gods, he has rarely paid attention to Xingyu City. There was some resentment in her tone. Han Xing was stunned. After a moment, he shook his head and said, "It's not that I haven't paid attention to Xingyu City. I just think that Xingyu City's defense capabilities are sufficient at the current stage. And at that time, wouldn't I be unable to go back?" Han Xing didn't know why he had to explain so much to Luo Chan. It was like a husband who had not returned home for a long time was discovered by the hostess. Luo Chan chuckled, "I see." Han Xing nodded, and then looked at the first batch of survivors who were teleported behind. "You wait here for a while. Tomorrow, when the number of people is about the same, I will take you to contact the Wu clan." Then, Han Xing said to Luo Chan, "Come with me." Luo Chan responded softly. Then she followed Han Xing out. At this moment, Han Xing heard a nervous and excited voice from behind. Xingchen. Hearing the call, Han Xing turned around and saw a knight in his 20s, wearing heavy silver armor. "What's the matter?" Han Xing asked. The heavily armored knight said, "Xingchen, I want to ask, what are those wolf cavalrymen controlling?" Following the direction he pointed, everyone saw a group of wolf cavalrymen surrounding a dozen golden chariots, taking turns to control them. Han Xing said, "Magic elephant chariots, a powerful war weapon. If controlled well, it is enough to fight a 4-star lord on equal terms." Hearing this, the pupils of the survivors shrank immediately. It was the first time they heard of such a terrifying thing. As long as they can control these chariots, they can even directly compete with the 4th-level lords. For a moment, they all looked at the group of wolf cavalrymen with fiery eyes. At this time, the heavy armored knight asked tentatively, Xingchen, can I control this weapon?" Hearing this, the survivors nearby looked at this man with a ghostly look. It must be said that he is quite courageous, and he dared to ask Xingchen for this. Including Han Xing, they also looked at him in surprise. The male knight quickly explained, "Star God, don't get me wrong. Before I crossed over to this world, I was in the special flight unit. Although I was in the reserve, I also had flying experience. So I thought, since this thing can fly, it should be similar to a fighter jet in terms of control." Han Xing became interested and asked, "What's your name?" The young knight quickly replied, Shu Jun." Han Xing nodded, "Okay, when you become a 4th-level player, I will allow you to control a magic elephant chariot. If you perform well, I will give you a chariot special forces team in the future." The young knight named Shu Jun was immediately ecstatic. The other survivors looked at this person with envy. "Thank you, Star God," Shu Jun said excitedly. Han Xing nodded, and then took Luo Chan to the Lord's mansion in Wanqing City. Cheng Jianyong and others had been waiting here for a long time. When they saw the fairy-like figure behind Han Xing, the two were stunned for a moment. Although they already knew that Luo Chan had already merged with the entire Immortal Palace into Xingyu City. But they didn't expect that Han Xing would return this time and bring her along. Han Xing introduced everyone to each other and explained his next plan. Next, Luo Chan will manage all the survivors from the abandoned land of the gods in Wanqing City. During this period, we will take some time to help her level up and rush up the level first. After hearing this, everyone smiled at each other. At this time, Cheng Jianyong took the lead and said, "No problem, I guarantee that the level of Fairy Luo Chan will rush up like a rocket." On the side, Zhang Lianmeng also said, "Fairy Luo Chan is so beautiful, let's fight monsters together in the future." Su Xiaong also nodded excitedly. Facing the enthusiastic crowd, Luo Chan showed a gentle smile on her face. "Thank you." However, she shook her head and refused, "Star God, there is no need to be so troublesome. I came to Wanqing City with you, not to let you help me level up." "Huh?" Han Xing looked at her with some doubts. Luo Chan said at this time I came here, I want to take the survivors of Xingyu City and join the war together." This time, it was Han Xing who was stunned. Joining the war means going to the front line. At that time, Han Xing could not take care of her. Han Xing asked in doubt, "Are you sure this is the result you have considered, Mom? You have to know that the battlefield is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you may encounter a life-and-death crisis. By then, even I will not be able to rescue you in the first time." After hearing this, Luo Chan did not show a trace of fear in her eyes. Instead, she said firmly, "I have considered it, Star God. I am not afraid of danger, and I am not a vase in their eyes. Before I met Star God, I also relied on myself to build the power of Xianfu." Han Xing did not continue to speak. Because it is indeed as Luo Chan said, she is not a so-called vase. On the contrary, Luo Chan is also a very strong woman. If she were asked to do nothing, and just follow Han Xing and the others to gain experience, Luo Chan probably wouldn't be able to accept it. Han Xing nodded, okay. Luo Chan smiled comfortably. Then I won't bother you anymore, Star God. After saying that, Luo Chan quietly left the Lord's mansion and came to the group of survivors of Xingyu City. The 5 people looked at each other and didn't say much. Chapter 301. This day, the 6 teleportation arrays in Wanqing City and Xingyu City have been in working order. Every 5 minutes, 600 survivors were transported over. They were also very honest and did not move around at will. As the number of people increased, Han Xing asked them to camp and rest on the spot. Wanqing City is not like Xingyu City, where there are so many houses to live in. However, no one said anything. Soon, the survivors who were teleported over set up camp and started talking together. Han Xing and his 5 companions seized the time and continued to pass through the abyss rift quickly. As the monsters fell under their feet, the experience bar of everyone rose steadily. With the spiritual absorption secret medicine and the bonus of the human milestone, it was originally estimated that it would take 3 or 4 months to reach level 50. Now, it only takes 2 or 3 months. Time soon came to 2 days later. Through these 2 days of teleportation, more than 300,000 survivors have gathered in Wanqing City. And this is nearly half of the combatants in the Immortal Palace. Han Xing looked at the number of people and felt that the time was almost right. So he began to control Wanqing City and slowly descended. When Wanqing City passed through the clouds from the sky, the view suddenly became clear. At this time, the survivors finally saw the Wu clan's main city, which was so huge that it was almost comparable to the land. One by one, they couldn't help but marvel at the buildings of different styles and shapes. As Wanqing City continued to descend, it was like a dark cloud covering the earth. However, even though this huge sky island was about to approach the Wu clan's main city, it did not trigger the mechanism of any defense tower. Han Xing's current authority is equivalent to Wu Mir's personal presence. Even if he bombed the Wu clan's sky island, it would not cause a counterattack from the defense tower above. Although the territory of Wanqing City is huge. Fortunately, the Wu clan's main city is even larger. He quickly found a place to land. A relatively complete plain. A few kilometers away, you can see a black crowd on the plain. Below, led by the main city commander, Kathy. 1 million Wu clan elite soldiers have already lined up here. Next to Kathy, a male Wu clan officer in his early 40s whispered, Captain Kathy. This time Lord Han Xing said that he would send hundreds of thousands of people to my 8th Legion. These hundreds of thousands of people have no battlefield experience. Will this work? Kathy glanced at him and said, Don't think so much. You just need to remember that when you encounter a war, don't care who brought those people, just follow military regulations. After saying that, Kathy added, This is also Lord Han Xing's order. Hearing this, the male officer breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the group of people that Han Xing sent over were all some young and inexperienced people. When the war really happened, he had to distract himself to take care of them, which would be a big trouble. But now, with Kathy's reply, the officer felt a little relieved. Just when he was thinking about this, Han Xing's Wanqing City had landed. Kathy and the Wu clan officer were the first to respond, saying respectfully, Greetings, Master Han Xing. At the same time, seeing their superior salute, the millions of Wu clan soldiers behind them all performed a standard Wu clan military salute. Millions of eyes looked at Han Xing at the same time. Their eyes were filled with gratitude and passion. This scene made the more than 300,000 survivors behind Han Xing look a little confused. Even Luo Chan seemed a little confused about the situation. They thought that Han Xing and the main city of the Wu clan were just in a cooperative relationship. Even, Han Xing was relying on this giant force. Some people said before that Han Xing must have used a lot of resources to squeeze them into the Wu clan's army. But now, it seems that the situation is a bit reversed. These two obviously have a very high status in the Wu clan, but at this time, they saluted Han Xing respectfully. This scene directly subverted everyone's cognition. This group of survivors from Xingyu City once again had a deeper understanding of Han Xing's ability. Han Xing nodded and said, I leave the group of people behind me to you. As I said before, they don't need special care. They are quite strong. Commander Kathy and another Wu clan officer nodded. Then, at Han Xing's signal, more than 300,000 survivors joined the Wu clan army. At this time, Han Xing said to Kathy, By the way, in addition to them, I will give you an air force consisting of 100,000 wolf cavalry and toucans. There are also 5,000 chimeras, 100,000 minotaurs, and 200,000 ground wolf cavalry. Han Xing gave them a total of more than 400,000 troops. These 400,000 troops are not ordinary troops. All of them are 4th level, plus a large number of elites and leaders, and even many lords. If they really fight, they will be able to fight the 8th Legion's 1 million Wu Clan soldiers to a draw. Although Han Xing said that there was no need to give these survivors special care. However, there was no need to put too much pressure on them. Some things, if taken too far, would be counterproductive. At that time, if there were too many casualties, it would go against Han Xing's original intention. After dealing with these, Han Xing no longer asked about the military affairs. He believed that Cathy would handle it. Then, he controlled Wanqing City, and continued to come to the sky above the main city of the Wu Clan. Next, he continued to lead everyone to quickly brush the Abyss Rift. And the survivors who joined the Wu Clan Legion were quickly deployed to the battlefield under various arrangements. However, according to the contract, 30% of their income must be handed over to Han Xing. Among them, shadow crystals were included. These hundreds of thousands of survivors can obtain a lot of shadow crystals after each war. Next, the 6 teleportation arrays on Wanqing City almost never stopped for a moment. It has been running at high speed for 24 hours. Every moment, a large number of survivors are teleported to the new map. Time, a month has passed in a flash. In a month, the number of people who came to the Wu Clan's territory has reached 5 million. This is a terrifying number. Logically speaking, there are not so many combatants in Xingyu City. But now, because the only way to teleport is mastered, I don't know how many survivors come to Xingyu City every day to sign the Lord contract. The quota for teleportation is scheduled for half a year later. Despite this, the enthusiasm of those survivors to go to the Wu Clan's territory has not diminished at all. Because the first batch of survivors who came to the Wu Clan's territory, since adapting to the new life, they have been showing off their brilliant achievements and their level-up speed on the forum every day. These survivors followed the Wu Clan army to fight everywhere. Every day they fought with a large number of shadow monsters, and gained a lot of experience from them. In just 1 month, the number of survivors who reached the 4th level of strength has increased from more than 100 people worldwide to more than 10,000. It has skyrocketed by nearly 100 times. Even the Wu Clan officers were shocked. They could not imagine that the survivors brought by Han Xing would become stronger so quickly and violently. In the Holy Spirit realm, everyone here is a rare genius, and now, so many of them have appeared at once. At this time, several officers came to Cathy together. Officer Cathy, the group of people brought by Lord Han Xing are so weird. After hearing this, Cathy asked in confusion, "Oh? What's weird?" The officer said excitedly, "Since these people have adapted to the rhythm of the battlefield, they are like crazy and rush to the front in every battle. When they encounter those injured and disabled shadow monsters, they don't let us take action. All shadow monsters must be killed by them. Moreover, each one is so energetic. It's as if they are never tired." Cathy's eyes were also a little surprised. Then, Cathy laughed dumbly and said, "Isn't this a good thing? Although their behavior is a bit weird, it has indeed brought great help to our witch clan. I heard that you have recently fought to other main city territories?" Hearing Cathy's question, the Wu Clan officers also smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, yes." Now, as soon as there were signs of the Shadow Legion appearing in the area near our main city, these crazy humans rushed over to wipe it out immediately. And because the speed of the wiping was too fast, many of them couldn't get it, so they kept clamoring to go to other battlefields. After getting the consent of Lord Han Xing, I took them to other areas for support. Cathy also shook her head and said, "It doesn't matter. Since Lord Han Xing agrees, then you should. By the way, don't treat them differently. Since these people have performed so well, you should also give corresponding rewards. Promote those who deserve promotion, and reward those who deserve rewards, understand?" After hearing this, the Wu Clan officers were stunned. Commander, do you mean to give these humans military ranks?" Cathy nodded. "This is not good." The officers hesitated. Cathy asked in confusion, "What's wrong with that?" They are not from our Wu Clan after all." The Wu Clan officers looked embarrassed. "If we let these people take power in our Wu Clan, they might take root in our Wu Clan in the future. In the past, this was a racial invasion." After hearing this, Cathy laughed and said, "Racial invasion? To put it bluntly, the Wu Clan is almost unable to protect itself now, and it is not certain whether it can survive this difficult time. The Holy Lord has not appeared for decades, although we all know that he is confronting the Shadow Monarch. However, the situation of the Wu Clan is becoming more and more difficult, which is also something that everyone can see. At this time, Lord Han Xing is willing to mobilize so many human races to help us, which is almost like sending charcoal in the snow. If we don't survive the current difficulties, the Wu clan will have no future. I hope you can figure out the relationship between them. Kathy's tone was very serious. Compared with other Wu clan members, Kathy saw it very clearly. Since Han Xing mobilized millions of human races to participate in the Wu clan's war, they have already formed an alliance. Kathy continued, in the future, the human race and our Wu clan will unite, which is already a destined thing. Don't you see the relationship between the saint and Lord Han Xing? These Wu clan officers shut up. They didn't dare to respond, although, now everyone with a discerning eye can see that the relationship between the saint and Han Xing is not ordinary. But no one dared to say it to her face. However, Kathy didn't care and said, I think everyone knows the character of the saint. Even if the saint himself comes, he can't change her mind. Besides, our witch tribe doesn't have those pedantic rules that prohibit witches from interacting with other races. If those human races can be integrated into our witch tribe, wouldn't it be a good thing? One of the officers asked doubtfully. That being said, Commander Kathy, those human races are too weak, and each of them is a little mentally abnormal. Now, the only one they can show off is the strongman Lord Han Xing. After that, he added, and the companions around Lord Han Xing. Is it a bit to merge such human races into our witch tribe? Kathy shook her head. You're wrong. You should be able to see it through your observations during this period of time. Although this group of human races are weak now, they are getting stronger at a terrifying speed. It hasn't been long since so many human races broke through from the 3rd level to the 4th level. If it was just a coincidence, it could be explained, but now, an entire race is so terrifying. In addition, there is also a Lord Han Xing who has unlimited potential. Merging with the human race is not because they are taking advantage of our Wu clan. On the contrary, it may be that our Wu clan is too high to marry this group of human races. This alliance may become the hope for our Wu clan to rise again. If Han Xing were here at this time, he would definitely look at Commander Kathy with new eyes. Her vision is indeed much longer term than that of ordinary people, and she can see the unusualness of these survivors at a glance. Other Wu clan officers also looked stern. Yes. Although those human races are weird, their speed of getting stronger is really terrifying. Every day, they can feel that the aura of these human races under their command is constantly increasing. At this pace, it is estimated that in a few months, the millions of human beings brought by Han Xing will all break through the 4th level, and the number of human beings must be far more than this. If it is true as Commander Kathy said, every human being has this ability, it would be terrible. The Wu clan officer said nothing more and left one after another. They must seize the time to reward the human survivors who have made contributions. After all the officers left. At this time, Kathy sat alone in a chair, with a thoughtful look in her eyes. She sighed and said, since the Saint Lord has not been born for decades, the Wu clan's major sky islands have also lacked a certain cohesion. Although the integration of the Wu clan and the human clan was pushed by the Saint Lady behind the scenes. But presumably, other Wu clan priests have no way to object. However, I'd better tell the Saint Lady about the recent events. Chapter 302. Kathy felt that she should tell Wu Mior about some recent events in the 3rd main city. So she quickly communicated with Wu Mior. After listening to Kathy's report, Wu Mior, who was at the border, kept flashing with surprise. At this moment, Kathy said uneasily, Saint Lady, I made a decision without authorization to issue military ranks to these human races. What do you think? Compared with the strong attitude when communicating with those officers, Kathy seemed to have changed into a different person at this time. Wu Mior shook her head and said, It doesn't matter, you did a good job. Even if you don't say it, I will do it. Hearing this, Kathy nodded with relief. The two continued to communicate and reported to Wu Mior all the actions of this group of human races in recent days. When Wu Mior heard that Han Xing brought millions of human races to fight all over the Wu clan and performed very well. In addition to being relieved, she also felt a wave of warmth. Wu Mior's eyes showed an infatuated look, and she murmured, Han Xing, are you helping me silently behind the scenes again? At this time, Wu Mior suddenly murmured softly, I haven't seen him for more than a month. I wonder if he misses me. Do you want to take some time to go back to the main city? I miss Brother Han Xing's chest so much. Thinking of this, Wu Mior's face instantly turned red. Her breathing became a little rapid, and her legs were tightly pressed together. Wu Mior said shyly, what am I thinking about? Just as she was thinking about this, the voice of the high priest suddenly came to her ears. Wu Mior, a large number of shadow legends have appeared on the front line, including 2 high-level legends. Come to support us. Hearing this, Wumir's expression suddenly changed. All the messy thoughts in her mind were emptied. She burst out with momentum, and her figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. At the same time, in the Survivor Forum, a large number of posts about the Wu clan's territory appeared. They were promoting the benefits of joining Xingyu City. Not only can they directly join the Wu clan core, but they will also receive military support from the Star God. It can be called a Nani-level service. Even the Star God gave rewards to those survivors who performed well. For example, some time ago, a survivor who broke through the 4th turn first received an orange weapon as a reward. Another example is that a survivor named Xu Jun was rewarded with a strange chariot by the Star God after completing the 4th turn. That chariot was extremely terrifying, and he alone was enough to kill a team of 10,000 people. Even the 4-star lords were not his opponents. His terrifying combat power attracted the envy of many survivors. At this time, they realized that joining Xingyu City had such benefits. Compared with Zhou Huang, he had not brought many people there until now. There was no way to compare with the Star God. For a while, countless survivors gathered in Xingyu City, queuing up to sign a lifelong lord contract, including those big group leaders who had already completed the 4th transformation. Before this, the strength of those big group leaders was in the first echelon among the global human beings. But now, as more and more survivors get opportunities in the Wu clan territory and break through the 4th transformation, they were almost squeezed out of the first echelon. If they didn't go to the Wu clan territory quickly, they all felt a strong sense of urgency. They immediately made up their minds to go to Xingyu City as soon as possible, sign the lord contract with Han Xing, and then go to the Wu clan territory. For a time, Xingyu City once again ushered in an unprecedented development. At this time, some survivors on the forum were still posting to show off. Brothers, today I officially killed 10,000 shadow monsters. Our team leader thought I performed well and gave me the position of a team leader. Now, I am also a person of status in the Wu clan. Ha ha ha. As soon as this person's post came out, it attracted the envy of a survivor. They asked one after another, what is a squad leader, and what are the benefits? The man replied below, although the squad leader's name has a small word, the power is great. I have 50 Wu clan soldiers under my command, and these Wu clan soldiers are all strong men at level 30 or above. When you enter the main cities of the Wu clan with this identity, the Wu clan people will look at you differently. In the past few days, I have been confessed by at least a dozen Wu clan beauties, which can be said to be thrown into the arms of men. The other survivors were shocked. Fuck, there is such a good thing? I'm so envious. I also want to be confessed by a Wu clan beauty, woo woo woo. The Wu clan has a simple folk customs and respects the strong. From previous experiences, it can be seen that they don't care about the identities of Han Xing and other human races. Especially after receiving Kathy's instructions, these Wu clan officers began to grant military ranks to the survivors. Now, more and more human races have their identities in the Wu clan territory. At this time, the survivors below continued to ask, anything else? Is there anything fun? The man immediately replied, of course there is. Let me tell you, in addition to the girls of the Wu clan being particularly beautiful, they have another major feature. That is all kinds of secret medicines. Secret medicines? The survivors asked in confusion. That's right. The Wu clan has all kinds of secret medicines with powerful properties, not only secret medicines that increase damage, but also many secret medicines that can permanently increase properties. Now, I go to those shops to buy all kinds of secret medicines, and there are discounts. Hearing this, all the survivors were immediately excited. Fuck. Hurry up. I'm going to join Xingyu City. If you go too late, you have to wait until next year. At the same time, Han Xing and his team have been brushing the Abyss Rift for a whole month, and everyone is about to vomit. Now, when they see those Abyss monsters, they will subconsciously raise their hands to attack. At this time, Cheng Jianyong killed an elite demon with one shot, and said with an unpleasant face, this repeated monster spawning really tests our endurance. At this time, Han Xing also gritted his teeth and said, hold on for a while. Up to level 50, we can stay away from here for a long time. Shen Yun also said, that's right, think about how much our strength will be improved after level 50. You can not only equip that level 50 artifact, but also change into a full set of orange suits. By then, you may also have legendary combat power like Brother Xing. Hearing this, Cheng Jianyong's eyes lit up immediately. You mean, I can also cross levels and kill legendary creatures by then? Shen Yun nodded, you can do it. Chung Jianyong said excitedly. Fuck, then by then, will I also become a genius that they see as rare in the Holy Spirit realm? Shen Yun continued to affirm. Yes, you are a genius. What you have to do now is to persist for a while. Level up quietly, and then shock everyone. Chung Jianyong was almost fooled by him, and was full of energy for a while. Compared to the three men, Zhang Lianmeng and Su Xiaoyang didn't feel much. On the contrary, as they became more and more skilled in fighting, their pressure also decreased sharply. The two women would also get together to chat or something during the battle. They didn't look like they were about to vomit. The leveling process is boring. But they also know that this process is something that other survivors can't even ask for. In just 1 month, the levels of the 5 people have all reached level 48. Even Cole Ball was promoted to level 46 by Han Xing. If this speed is told to others, I am afraid that the survivors around the world will be stunned. Even the old monsters in the Holy Spirit realm will be overturned. You know, even the gifted Wumior. It took more than 10 years to go from level 4 to legend. And what about them? A few months. Moreover, in just 1 month, they can all reach level 50. Then, they will be ready to break through the legend. When they thought of this, they were full of motivation. Bang! Bang! After killing the Abyss Knight on the 60th floor, everyone teleported back to Wanqing City. At this time, the teleportation arrays in Wanqing City also gathered quite a lot of survivors. However, now there is no need for Han Xing to take these survivors to report to the army. The Wu clan will send people to pick them up. Even the Legion leaders were fighting for more human beings. After all, where can you find soldiers of this kind who are getting stronger quickly? More and more human beings jumped from Xingyu City to the Wu clan territory. Then through the army, they slowly adapted to life in the new map. Time just kept passing. Half a month later, in the chaotic void, in a broken space somewhere, a man covered with blue secret patterns all over his body, even his eyes were azure blue, stood in the void. Opposite him was a humanoid creature wearing shadow armor, and holding a black broken blade in his hand. The humanoid creature's body was constantly emitting waves of black smoke, and its appearance could not be seen, and even its voice could not be heard. His eyes also had pale green flames, just like those ordinary shadow monsters. However, this man covered with secret patterns did not dare to look down on him at all, because this dark creature that looked ordinary, and had no energy fluctuations on his body. In fact, it was the leader of the Shadow Army. In other words, the Shadow Monarch in their mouths. A person who had been confirmed to have the strength of a demigod. And the identity of the man covered with secret patterns opposite him was naturally self-evident. The contemporary Witch Clan leader, Hellas. At this moment, the Witch Clan leader said in a hoarse voice, Shadow, how long are you going to hold me here? The other party did not answer, and the green ghost fire in his eyes flickered. The next moment, it raised the broken sword in its hand. A sword slashed out. The Witch Clan leader immediately felt a tearing sensation on his body surface. You? The Witch Clan leader was furious, as if he did not expect the other party to attack as soon as he said. Moreover, as the long sword slashed out, the Witch Clan leader saw the space in front of him begin to fall apart. At the critical moment, thousands of secret patterns appeared on the Witch Clan leader's body at the same time. Ha! As he shouted. Suddenly, this chaotic space was filled with endless blue secret patterns. These secret patterns seemed to be the same source of power as Wumir. Each blue secret pattern contained a terrifying aura of destruction. Ordinary legendary strongmen would die if they touched it, however. What shocked the Holy Lord of the Wu clan was that even though he had released so many Wu clan secret patterns, under that man's light sword, it seemed as if everything was easily cut off. He watched the sword fall from the void, cutting off countless secret patterns. Then it landed directly on his head. Puff! A sound of flesh tearing appeared, and dots of blue blood were scattered. The movement in the entire space also subsided. At this time, the Holy Lord of the Wu clan appeared behind the Shadow Monarch without knowing when. He was staring at the motionless black shadow in the distance with an ugly face. At this time, the Holy Lord of the Wu clan found that a black line appeared on his body from his forehead to his abdomen. It was the effect of the sword that Shadow Monarch had just slashed out. It seemed that he was almost cut in half by the opponent. The Holy Lord of the Witch Clan said with difficulty, Shadow, you crazy guy, you actually want to cut off the thread of my destiny directly. Don't you know that if you fail, you will also suffer serious backlash? On the opposite side, a dividing line also appeared on the black armor of Shadow Monarch. It was indeed, as the Holy Lord of the Witch Clan said, he did not succeed in killing the opponent with this sword. He was also seriously injured. However, Shadow Monarch did not care. He continued to draw the sword. Puff puff puff. The sword energy was crisscrossed. Every time he slashed, it caused serious injuries to the Holy Lord of the Witch Clan and himself. Hundreds of swords came down in succession. There was a trace of fear in the blue pupils of the Holy Lord of the Witch Clan. Crazy. You are completely crazy. You want to kill me, impossible. You will be killed by the backlash of your own sword energy first. At this time, the other side finally spoke. A voice as hoarse as chewing glass came. High loss. It's almost time. The destruction of the Witch Clan is a destined ending. After hearing this, the Witch Clan leader was furious. You're talking nonsense. The Witch Clan has been thriving in the Holy Spirit realm for tens of thousands of years, and has survived so many disasters. What makes you say that the Witch Clan will definitely be destroyed? The Shadow Monarch shook his head on the other side. High loss. You don't understand. The Witch Clan blocked the way of some beings. After hearing this, Hellas frowned and said, Block the way? Whose way are you blocking? Shadow, whose instructions are you following? The Shadow Monarch shook his head on the other side. Those beings are very scary. They are about to come out. Hearing this, Hellas frowned. He and the Shadow Monarch have been confronting each other here for more than 10 years, and they are very familiar with each other's fighting methods. He also knew that the Shadow Lord was a very arrogant person, and his own strength was extremely powerful. Even he said that it was a very scary existence. Its strength was probably far beyond the imagination of the Witch Saint Lord. Moreover, from the words of the Shadow Lord, he speculated that there might be more than one of those beings. When he thought of this, the Witch Saint Lord suddenly took a breath. Chapter 303. The Witch Saint couldn't help but feel shocked by the words of the Shadow Lord. Dark. The Witch Saint was about to say something. However, the Shadow Lord seemed to no longer want to talk to him. The Shadow Lord began to slash out black sword energy regardless of everything. The Witch Saint tried his best to avoid it. But the other party didn't seem to care, but mechanically drew and put away the sword. Moreover, the Witch Saint also found that the Shadow Lord's sword energy not only involved fate, but also involved the space element. In this void, the originally chaotic space has been cut into pieces. Crack! Crack! In the broken void, various terrifying phenomena continue to appear. The wind of annihilation. The devouring fog. The rain of ruin. Ordinary legendary strongmen will be annihilated in the moment of contact with these terrifying phenomena. And the Witch Saint can only barely support it by relying on the physique of the semi-god level. But even so, a space turbulence has formed here. In other words, he can't even teleport now. The Witch Saint suddenly felt a little uneasy. He didn't know the purpose of the Shadow Monarch, although they have been confronting each other here for decades. But he knew nothing about this mysterious strongman. The Witch Saint quickly poured several bottles of Holy Tree Spirit secret medicine into his mouth. These bottles of secret medicine are obviously more advanced than the ones Wumir gave to Han Xing. The huge vitality contained in it, a light sniff, can even cure the serious injury of a legendary strongman. After the Witch Saint drank the secret medicine, the injuries on his body recovered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. And at this moment, the Shadow Lord, who was constantly slashing out sword energy, suddenly stopped swinging his sword. It looked up at the sky with its pupils that were emitting dark green flames. Then it said, It's okay. Come out. The expression of the Witch Clan Saint changed, and he hurriedly asked, Shadow, what come out? You also called for help. The next moment, he suddenly heard a burst of laughter in his ear. Hearing this familiar voice, the Witch Clan Saint suddenly felt his scalp tighten. The next moment, he suddenly saw that behind the Shadow Lord, a charming woman in a black robe and a hood appeared. The Witch Clan Saint's pupils suddenly widened. It's you. On the opposite side, the charming woman with a hood stuck to the Shadow Lord and twisted her body. Do you know me? The Witch Clan Saint frowned, and the sense of crisis in his heart kept jumping wildly. He took a deep breath and said in a serious tone, Before, when I was reading the clan's information, I found something strange in the ritual of summoning the evil god from another space. According to the Holy Lord of that generation, he did not believe at first that those voices were the response of the ancestors. But the reason why he held that ritual was because he met a woman, a mysterious woman. He vaguely remembered that it seemed that the woman pushed him to complete the ritual, but afterwards, he could not remember the other person's existence at all. It was as if the woman had never appeared. And the characteristics of the mysterious woman he described are exactly the same as yours. The woman in the hood on the opposite side did not seem to care. Oh! I didn't expect that the naive Witch Clan leader actually noticed my presence. This is my mistake. More than that, the witch clan leader interrupted. Since then, I have been investigating information about the mysterious woman. This investigation really allowed me to find out some shocking secrets. There was a slight tremor in his tone. Through investigation, it was found that there seemed to be a trace of a mysterious woman behind some major events in the Holy Spirit realm for tens of thousands of years, including the current war between the giants and the dwarves, the Dark Elves' defection from the elves, and the demon's constant attack on the seal. All of this was fueled by you, a woman. The witch clan leader pointed at her and said, "Now, even the Shadow Legion has your participation. You terrible woman. Who are you? What do you want to do?" The witch clan leader kept questioning. Although he disclosed one thing after another, the other party was completely unmoved. Across from him, the hooded woman chuckled. "What do I want to do? Didn't Shadow tell you? Hylas, you witches are blocking the way. You are also an obstacle, including yourself. And obstacles must be removed." There was an invisible killing intent in her tone. Then, the Shadow Monarch and the hooded woman approached the witch clan lord from the left and right. At this moment, the witch clan lord seemed to understand something. He looked at the two figures in front of him with a look of realization. "I see. Although I still don't know what your purpose is. However, I have found out a little about your origins. It's really scary. You can actually survive from that era." The witch clan's holy lord regained his original calmness. He stood cross-legged in the void. "Kill him!" the hooded woman shouted. The next moment, she and the Shadow Monarch attacked the witch clan's holy lord at the same time. "It's not that easy to kill me." Secret pattern field open. Buzz, the endless void was instantly covered by the blue secret pattern sea. At the same time, the border defense line of the witch clan. After nearly 2 months of tug-of-war, although the witch clan suffered heavy losses, it was able to barely block the impact of the Shadow Army. Now, the witch clan's high priest, Shao, is in charge of the overall situation. With a head of black hair lazily draped over his shoulders, the young Shao was thinking about the movements of the Shadow Army. At this time, he suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. The next moment, the power in his body seemed to be out of his control. The red secret pattern instantly emerged from his body. Those secret patterns gathered together and faintly turned into a special Wu Clan symbol. This symbol seemed to be a human character. However, the symbol disappeared before it was formed. Shao frowned. He knew that this was a special way for the Holy Lord to contact him. However, it seemed that it was not fully formed and was forced to dissipate. At this moment, Shao wondered, "Sir Holy Lord, what message do you want to convey to me? What does this word human mean?" Shao was confused. And at this moment, he suddenly felt a wave of throbbing in his heart. Shao raised his head instantly. A strong man of his level has a keen sense of danger. He is very familiar with this throbbing feeling. It was the same feeling when the Shadow Army attacked before, and this time is no exception. Zhao's figure disappeared in the room instantly. And when he appeared in the air, he saw a large dark cloud floated over the border defense line in front of him. It was so terrifying that it even covered the sky. At the same time, he also saw that in front of the dark cloud, there were dozens of shadow legends leading the way. Their monstrous aura was like a demon god descending. Zhao's pupils shrank instantly. He turned on the communication equipment and said quickly, "The Shadow Army is invading in full force, and the entire Wu clan is on the highest alert. All legendary powers, come quickly." At this moment, including Wu Mior, all rushed into the air at the first time. They also saw the overwhelming shadow monsters, and the dozens of shadow legends leading them. Full-scale invasion. How could it be? So many shadow legends, oh my god! This day, a terrifying number of shadow monsters broke through the Wu clan's border defenses, and began to invade the Wu clan's territory crazily and comprehensively. The flames of war spread to every city in the Wu clan's territory, and a fierce war broke out again. Including the main city of Wumior where Han Xing was, it was also affected. At this time, Han Xing, who had just been teleported from the Abyss Rift, suddenly received an urgent notice from Kathy. Full-scale war? So many monsters broke through the border defenses. It seems that something has happened to Wumior? He was a little worried. Han Xing was just about to contact Wumior. At this time, the communication jade in the backpack emitted a faint light. After taking it out and looking at it, he found that it was a message from Wumior. She seemed to know that Han Xing would be worried. So she sent a message to Han Xing in advance. "Brother Han Xing, something went wrong at the border, and the Shadow Legion sent out many legends. But don't worry, we can still maintain our high-end combat power, but we may miss a lot of monsters, and invade our Wu clan's territory. During this time, Brother Han Xing has troubled you to help take care of the people in the main city. After the war, Mior will compensate Brother Han Xing. After reading the message sent by Wu Mior, Han Xing breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Cheng Jianyong looked at Han Xing and asked, Brother Xing, what's the situation now? So many monsters are invading the entire Wu clan. Should we join the war? Han Xing thought for a while, then looked at his experience bar. He shook his head and said, not for the time being. Wu Mior just sent me a message. They are fighting against the high-end combat power of the Shadow Legion, so they missed a lot of monsters and rushed to the Wu clan's territory. The ones who are under the greatest pressure now are still Wu Mior and a group of legendary powerhouses. With the addition of a large number of survivors, the Wu clan can still barely hold on. Han Xing continued, if the source is not solved, it will be useless to kill more shadow monsters. Now, what we need to do is to continue to speed up the upgrade and strive to reach level 50 as soon as possible. After listening, everyone nodded. At this time, he looked at his experience bar. Level 49 10%. The last 90%. It's almost there. At most, it only takes 1 week to reach level 50. Even if we bring everyone else to level 50, it will only take 10 days. Once all 5 people reach level 50, with the cooperation of the team, the combat power they exert will definitely be comparable to that of a legend. By then, it will be the combat power of 5 legends. In addition, there is the firepower of Wanqing City, which can also be comparable to that of 2 legends. This is the combat power of 7 legends. 7 legends, no matter which race, are a force that cannot be ignored. Even, it can be the key to the outcome of a battle. When the time comes, when we all have legendary combat power, we will go directly to the border to participate in the war. Then we can defeat the Shadow Legion in one fell swoop. After listening to Han Xing's plan, everyone's expression changed. Then, without saying anything, they all seized the time and began to rush into the Abyss Rift frantically. Before that, they could only hope that Wu Mior and the others could hold on in the Abyss Rift. As soon as the 5 people entered, they immediately poured various secret medicines into their mouths. In the first second, when the monster appeared, a rain of frost fell from the top of their heads with unparalleled force. Crash! One by one, the abyss monsters were pierced through the body by ice cones. Puff puff puff. It took 1 minute and 20 seconds for those ordinary monsters to be cleared. At this time, the ground began to shake. The huge bone dragon was about to be born. However, before it could finish its lines, 5 pairs of cold pupils were seen. People. Boom! A meteorite crashed down overhead. At the same time, Han Xing and Su Shuyang's arrows, as well as Cheng Jianyong's gun energy, all focused their fire. Puff puff puff. In an instant, the bone dragon's head was blown into pieces. The system prompt appeared. Successfully cleared the 50th level of the Abyss Rift. This battle took 2 minutes and 58 seconds, breaking the fastest clearance record. Everyone quickly cleaned up the battlefield and stepped directly into the next level of the passage. The 55th level of the Abyss Rift. A familiar line came from the fog. I am the Abyss Guardian. However, before he could finish his line, Han Xing heard the direction from which the voice came, and immediately said, "There are all the attacks, kill him in seconds." Puff puff puff, the attack fell into the fog. The Abyss Guardian looked blankly at the arrows flying in the fog, and the meteorites crashing overhead. A boom! It was smashed out of the foggy area. The next moment, it was surrounded by the attacks of the crowd. Until death, the Abyss Guardian was full of doubts. What's the matter with these humans? You didn't beat anyone in your previous life? I haven't finished my lines yet, and you just hit me? However, everyone ignored the depressed mood of the Abyss Guardian. As the Abyss Guardian was blown up, the system prompt appeared, successfully cleared the 55th level of the Abyss Rift. This battle took 3 minutes and 14 seconds, and has refreshed the fastest clearance record. 60th level of the Abyss Rift. A wandering demon with exaggerated muscles, Cancilius. He looked at the 5 people with doubtful eyes. It found that these 5 humans actually looked at it as if it were prey. As a noble demon, this is absolutely intolerable. However, before it could swing the sword in its hand, it found that it had been entangled by dense vines. Then, they were met with a violent attack from everyone. Poof! The wandering demon was blown up on the spot. The system prompt appeared. Successfully cleared the 60th level of the rift. This battle took 4 minutes and 41 seconds, breaking the fastest clearance record. After collecting the spoils dropped by the monsters on the 60th level in the shortest time, everyone teleported out without hesitation. Chapter 304. They just teleported out, and didn't stop for a moment. Then, enter again, boom! Boom! One powerful boss after another fell at their feet. As the battle rhythm became faster and faster, their experience bar also began to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. For other survivors, it may take 2 or 3 months, or even 3 or 4 months to level up. And now, Han Xing and his team can level up in a week. Just when Han Xing and his team were frantically brushing the Abyss Rift, the Wu clan territory outside was also caught in a full-scale war. Its scale was no less than the one that broke out 2 months ago. Wars broke out everywhere. But fortunately, after experiencing that incident, all the major cities had experience in dealing with it. In addition, the legendary powerhouses of the Shadow Legion were fighting against the Wu clan priests at the border. So there was no legendary combat power in the Wu clan, which might be the only good news. There is another good news. Nearly 7 million survivors, who have been teleported here, are following the Wu clan army to fight everywhere. And their military exploits are outstanding. For the Wu clan, war may be a misfortune. But for this group of humans from Blue Star, war is their opportunity to rise quickly. After a big battle, they can gain a lot of military exploits and a huge amount of experience points. Those shadow crystals can also be recovered by Luo-chan at a high price. The more monsters there are, the more excited they are. At this time, Kathy was sitting in the Wu clan command room, listening to the war reports from all over the place. Her frown gradually relaxed a little. She murmured, "It seems that my previous speculation was correct. The speed at which this group of human races grows stronger is really terrifying. Moreover, each of them is extremely crazy. Only 7 million human races have exerted a combat power comparable to tens of millions of elite soldiers of the Wu clan. Moreover, Lord Han Xing's teleportation array is still transporting human races here every day. In this way, the pressure on the entire Wu clan will be reduced a lot." Just as she was thinking about this, she suddenly saw her communication jade stone light up. Then, it was a high-frequency flash. At this moment, she received hundreds of messages. When these messages were clicked, they all had the same content. A large amount of shadow fog is approaching the main city. A rough estimate is that the number of shadow minions in the fog is no less than 10 billion. Kathy stood up in an instant. What? A look of horror suddenly appeared on her face. Hundreds of billions of shadow monsters. This number even exceeded the war 2 months ago. That time, she tasted the taste of failure. But now, it is even more terrifying than last time. In addition, in order to support other sky islands within the Wu clan's territory, she also sent out half of her troops. At this moment, the main city's defense is almost the weakest. Thinking of this, Commander Kathy's pretty face turned pale. She quickly sent a message on the Wu clan's internal communication channel. The main city is under attack, and the scale of the monsters is very large, far exceeding the firepower of the main city. All officers outside, lead your soldiers and quickly return to defend. The Wu clan officers received the order, and their faces were stern. Just as they were about to lead the army back to support. But suddenly they heard a man's voice. No need. The voice was very calm. Kathy's pupils shrank slightly. Now the main city has reached the most dangerous time. It can be said that if those officers can return a few seconds earlier, countless casualties can be reduced. But this person told those officers not to come back. Kathy just wanted to see who was so bold. But she found that it was Han Xing who spoke. Only he could enter the communication channel inside the Witch clan as a human. At this time, Kathy's face eased a little. She said with some uncertainty, "Lord Han Xing, are you sure you don't want them to return to defend? The scale of the monsters this time is too large. With the firepower of the defense towers in our main city, we can't stop the impact of so many monsters." At this time, Han Xing had just come out of the Abyss Rift, and he directly summoned the Oracle Throne and appeared above the main city. Similarly, he also saw the black fog approaching from all directions at a high speed. The black fog was so huge that it was enough to completely cover the entire main city. There were a terrifying number of shadow monsters hidden in the black fog. Han Xing replied, "I know. But who said that only your main city has defense towers?" Before Kathy could react. The next moment, she saw a huge sky island slowly descending from the clouds. Kathy was naturally very familiar with this sky island. It was Han Xing's Wanqing City. In the last war with the Shadow Legion, it was the firepower on this sky island that killed many shadow monsters and relieved their pressure. However, Kathy frowned. She knew that the firepower of Wanqing City was not bad. But compared with the main city, it was not at the same level. The main source of the firepower of Wanqing City relied on the terrifying number of defense towers that could emit lightning. However, although these lightning towers were terrifying in number, they could not effectively damage some powerful creatures. The key reason was that there were no sufficiently advanced defense towers. Even with the help of Wanqing City, could they fight against the shadow army of tens of billions? Kathy was puzzled. However, what she didn't know was that Han Xing had already made up for this shortcoming. Now, his territory has a more advanced defense tower than the Witch Soul Tower and the True Spirit Tower. The Death Light Tower. The powerful attack power and columnar attack range are very suitable for this kind of war. At the same time, in the main city of the Witch Clan, the hundreds of Witch Soul Towers and True Spirit Towers burst out with terrifying energy fluctuations at the same time. Han Xing's Wanqing City was also shaking. The next moment, at least thousands of light beams with a destructive aura burst out from the two sky islands at the same time. That's not all. Thousands of pale green flames also rushed into the air at this time. In Kathy's shocked eyes, thousands of light beams from high-level defense towers instantly penetrated into the shadow mist. Hiss. Boom. From a distance, they saw bursts of blue or red light coming out of the shadow mist. The next moment, it seemed as if a black rain was falling in the sky. Countless shadow monsters fell from the mist, and then fell into the endless void below. The monsters that could fall were at least elite level, and their bodies were not destroyed. Ordinary shadow minions, like those, were blasted into black powder the moment they came into contact with the light column of the defense tower. At this time, the group of shadow monsters were still thousands of kilometers away from the main city of the Wu clan. But many of them had been slaughtered. When those monsters got close, they might have been completely defeated. Even if the shadow masters used countermeasures, it would be useless. In the sky, large groups of shadow minions died and fell. Including the shadow crystals on their bodies, they naturally disappeared in midair. Seeing this scene, Han Xing also secretly said it was a pity. But he quickly put this emotion behind him. It is true that if Han Xing waited for these shadow monsters to land on the Wu clan Sky Island and then attack, the benefits would be greater. But there is no need for this. There are still tens of billions of civilians on the main island. Faced with such a huge war, these civilians have no ability to resist. In addition, the Wu clan Sky Island is comparable to the size of a country. Even Han Xing cannot take care of every corner. When Wu Mior left, she handed the Sky Island to Han Xing. Han Xing naturally had to return it to her intact. Anyway, he had millions of survivors helping him collect shadow crystals, so he didn't lack them. After the war, he would also be able to get the shadow crystals in the water of other Wu clan soldiers. Seeing the scale of the shadow mist getting smaller and smaller, this wave of invasion by the Shadow Legion is no longer a big deal. Han Xing opened the communication channel. Okay, there is no problem here anymore. You continue to support other Wu clan islands. It had not been a minute since the Wu clan officers heard Kathy's call for help. Suddenly, they heard Han Xing say that everything was fine. For a moment, none of them seemed to have reacted. Okay, Lord Han Xing. The Wu clan officers replied blankly. Han Xing nodded. At this time, he seemed to have thought of something and continued. By the way, send some people over later, and I will support you with some troops. With the current firepower superposition of the Wu clan's main city and Wanqing City, there is no fear of a large-scale invasion of the Shadow Legion. And Han Xing's Wanqing City also has a terrifying number of arms. These arms have nothing to do when they are idle. If they can be put into the battlefield, they will play a powerful role. Han Xing sent out nearly half of the magic elephant chariots, chimeras, and minotaurs in Wanqing City to support battlefields in other places. With such a vigorous force joining in, it can be said that the so-called Shadow Army in the area under Wu Mir's jurisdiction no longer poses any threat. Almost as many as come, as many as die, seeing that the situation is under control. Han Xing immediately led everyone and entered the abyss again. At the same time, in the territory of the Wu clan, in an unknown area, a small sky island with an area of only thousands of square meters. Several humans are carefully controlling the movement of the sky island. Among them, there are two figures holding long swords with completely different temperaments. It is Zhou Huang and Wu Jie. However, compared to their high spirits, when they just walked out of the abandoned land of the gods, now they look extremely embarrassed. The team members have also been reduced from the original 10 to less than 6. And they all have some injuries on their bodies. At this time, Wu Jie held up a black long sword and prepared for battle. Zhou Huang, are you sure we don't want to join the Wu army with other survivors? Instead, continue to act alone? Zhou Huang nodded yes. Why? Wu Jie was puzzled, although our combat power is very strong. But compared with the Shadow Legion, it is not worth mentioning at all. The Wu territory is so dangerous now, and the war is everywhere. If we act alone, not only will we not be able to gain enough military merits, but we may also be in danger of our lives. Zhou Huang glanced at him and said calmly, "Can't figure it out." Wu Jie nodded, "Well, I can't figure it out. At first, our plan was just to gain a foothold in the Wu clan. Now, Xinghe has opened up a way for us. That is to get promoted in the army and obtain a military rank. With our strength, I believe we will soon be able to stand out in the army. At that time, we can rely on these privileges and gradually develop our own power." Hearing this, Zhou Huang sneered, "Yes, in this way, we can gain a foothold in the Wu clan. If we do well, we can even get a position. But in this way, won't we completely become Xinghe's subordinates?" Wu Jie's eyes were more confused. Zhou Huang continued, "Don't you see it? Xinghe came out too long before us and already has a considerable influence in the Wu clan. Even those Wu clan officers with high status have to obey his orders. No matter how well we perform and how much say we have in the army, in the end, we are just Xinghe's subordinates." Wu Jie was stunned. At first, he didn't think about it. But now, Zhou Huang has awakened him. Xinghe really has a strong influence in the Wu clan territory. At this time, Zhou Huang sighed helplessly. Now, whether in the abandoned land of the gods, or in the Wu clan territory, Xinghe has already mastered considerable power. We don't have any hope of overtaking him. Only by walking ahead of him. Enter the new map in advance. Only by relying on our skills, and making arrangements in advance on the new map can we seize the initiative. Wu Jie looked at him in a daze, seeming to be surprised that Zhou Huang wanted to make this kind of overtaking operation again. "Zhou." Before Wu Jie could say anything, Zhou Huang interrupted, "You can rest assured this time. I have already found out everything. You can go to the Orc Kingdom through the Wu clan border. After passing through the Orc Kingdom, you will reach the Sky Island Forest. After that, you can reach the Elf Kingdom. Our goal is to choose one of these 3 maps to develop." However, Wu Jie said helplessly after hearing this, "Zhou Huang, I don't understand why you have to surpass Xinghe. This guy is a monster. When the first merge was completed, I stayed in the same area with him and never beat him, even once. After so long, I no longer have any hope." Hearing this, Zhou Huang was stunned. He didn't expect Wu Jie to give up so quickly. This is equivalent to him personally admitting that he is not as good as Xinghe. For such a proud man, it is really a self-esteem damaging thing. However, unlike Wu Jie, before the merger, Zhou Huang has always been recognized as the #1 in the first area. Even during the Blood Tide, after the first server merger, he was the first in many people's minds. Zhou Huang himself also thought so. However, he met Han Xing after the merger. Chapter 305. Since meeting Han Xing, Zhou Huang's brilliance was gradually overshadowed by him, and even later, he was about to be forgotten by everyone. Zhou Huang smiled helplessly at this moment. "To be honest, if possible, I don't want to compete with him for the title of the first person. We are all human beings. It is obviously much better to be with him than with us. But there is no way. The thing that the Golden Dragon gave me is related to the human heart." "The human heart?" Wu Jie was puzzled. Zhou Huang nodded. "To be precise, it is the people's heart. Only by gathering the people's heart and being admired by thousands of people can I exert the power of that thing. In fact, at the beginning of entering the Sky Island Paradise, after Zhou Huang activated the SS-level hidden talent, the fate of the Human Emperor, he knew that he was the candidate for the Human Emperor of this generation. But now, he watched Han Xing walk ahead of him step by step, stealing endless limelight. Zhou Huang was unwilling. So, he thought about getting out of the Wu clan territory first. This time, he will be ahead of Han Xing. Han Xing didn't know Zhou Huang's plan. He was still seizing the time and leading everyone to level up crazily. A week passed in a flash. During this period, the full-scale invasion of the Shadow Legion has also reached an increasingly crazy stage. In the past few days, the main city of the Wu clan where Han Xing was located alone encountered 3 waves of monsters with a scale of no less than billions. Combined with the firepower of Wanqing City, they can withstand it. But it does not mean that other main cities of the Wu clan can withstand it. More and more Sky Islands are covered by shadow mist. The war has once again evolved to the most intense stage. Even the fanatical human survivors felt a little tired at this moment. There was no way. The frequency of war was too frequent. They had just followed the main force to deal with the shadow monsters on an empty island. There was no time to rest. They jumped into the witch transport ship without stopping, and went to the next battlefield for support. Unlike the Blood Tide, these human survivors still had a little time to breathe. This time, The number of monsters in the Shadow Army was too large, and they could not be killed. The continuous high-intensity battle made them all nervous. And this also sent a signal. The situation at the border became worse. So much so that they released more shadow monsters to invade the witch territory. But the only good news is, there is no news of the fall of the legend. This shows that at least the legendary level battlefield can still be barely maintained. After solving the 60th level boss, the Wandering Demon, a white light rose from Han Xing's body. The system prompt appeared. Your level has been upgraded, and the current level is LV50. Congratulations, you have officially reached the 4th level. Achievement, the road to power has been unlocked. Since you are the first survivor in the server to reach level 50, the basic attributes will be increased by an additional 300. Hearing the system prompt, Han Xing's eyes showed a strong joy. Finally, I broke through level 50. Instantly, Han Xing felt a huge power surging in his body. Not only the attribute improvement brought by the upgrade, but also the extra reward just now. All attributes plus 300 are equivalent to his current attributes increased by 5 levels. In addition, Han Xing had killed 3 shadow legends before, including 1 high-level legend. Added together, it is equivalent to an additional increase of nearly 1,000 four-dimensional attributes. Han Xing glanced at his panel casually. Name, Han Xing. Race, human. Occupation, Wild Ranger. Level, LV50. Strength, 6117, Agility, 6732, Spirit, 5874, Physical Strength, 6031. Terrible attributes. Compared to other survivors, even if they reach level 50, their attributes are probably only half of Han Xing's. And this is the attribute of Han Xing before he put on the Wandering Demon suit and the Demon Bow. Now, his level has reached the requirement. It's time to equip these powerful equipment, with a full set of orange suits and the blessing of artifact-level weapons. Han Xing dared not imagine how powerful he would be. That's right. After so many days of hard work, they have already brushed out a full set of orange suits. Moreover, it was not one set, but 2 or 3 sets. The other set of Wandering Demon was given to Su Xiaoyang. She was also a hunter, so the Wandering Demon set was also suitable for her. Including Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun, they all changed into orange sets at this time. Because their orange sets were all over level 40, they did not need to upgrade to level 50 before equipping. At this moment, Han Xing could not wait to change the Wandering Demon equipment in his backpack one by one. First, the first piece of equipment, Wandering Demon Boots. This pair of boots contains powerful demonic power. The surface is red and black, as if the blood had dried and solidified on it. There are 2 hideous demon spikes at the ankles. Han Xing put them on directly, and his attributes instantly soared. Then, there are the Wandering Demon Trousers. The blood-stained trousers have dark red veins, just like the lava rivers on the charred ground. From time to time, they emit faint light. Then, there is the Wandering Demon leather jacket. The same red and black top looks very close to the body, showing Han Xing's muscle lines perfectly. Next, there is a pair of wrist guards with demon spikes. As Han Xing equips each Wandering Demon suit, his aura rises a lot. Even the people around him feel a little palpitation. And at this moment, the last piece of equipment appears in Han Xing's hand. The Wandering Demon Cloak. This cloak occupies the helmet position. After equipping the cloak, the helmet can no longer be equipped. The cloak looks very cool, as if it is really made of leather from some special creature, and it exudes a terrifying aura. Han Xing directly shook his hands and equipped the cloak. Wow, a strong aura came to his face. If the scattered Wandering Demon suit only strengthened Han Xing's attributes and improved his momentum. Then now, when the last suit was equipped, Han Xing's overall aura instantly ushered in a weird transformation. It was as if he had changed from a powerful human to a terrifying demon. Even, he had the aura of a high-level demon. Looking at the surprised eyes of the crowd, Han Xing gradually smiled. He could feel the powerful increase brought to him by this orange demon suit. Now, he has the confidence to fight the Shadow Legend head-on, and even win. However, this is not the end. The next moment, he took out the longbow, with a somewhat evil appearance, and full of eyeballs from his backpack. Artifact, Demon Bow. When Han Xing held the bow, his momentum once again ushered in a qualitative change, 10 times stronger than that Wandering Demon. It was like the arrival of a demon monarch who had mastered the kingship. If ordinary low-level demons met him, they might not be able to help but kneel down and surrender. Beside him, Shen Yun couldn't help but exclaimed, "Cool!" Cheng Jianyong also shouted excitedly, "Too cool. I thought my 1,000 ridge suit was already cool enough, But Brother Xing's wandering demon suit looks even more handsome. Xinyun glanced at him and said, "Your 1,000-ridge suit is ugly, okay? A skeleton, if you didn't wear clothes inside, others would think you jumped from somewhere." The skeleton soldiers who came out. Hearing Xinyun say that his suit was ugly, Cheng Jianyong was immediately dissatisfied and said, "Damn, you are the skeleton soldier. I call this skinny beauty." Xinyun said disdainfully, "Skinny beauty is bullshit. Look at my abyss demon suit, this texture, and this sense of security covering the whole body. This is called handsome, okay?" After hearing this, Cheng Jianyong immediately said disdainfully, "It's pitch black, like a lump of iron. You can't even see the face. What's so handsome about it?" The two of them started arguing. Next to them, two girls looked at each other, and both had helpless smiles on their faces. They really couldn't understand the aesthetics of these men. Anyway, the equipment from the Abyss Rift looks a bit weird. She didn't know how these things were related to being cool. Even Zhang Lianmeng had to struggle for a long time before she dared to put on the Horror Wanderer suit. But now, all 5 of them have orange suits. It can be said that all members have made a huge improvement. At this time, Han Xing glanced at his panel. He was immediately excited. Name, Han Xing. Race, human. Profession, Wild Ranger. Level, LV 50. Strength, 80-74. Agility, 93-42. Spirit, 79-61. Stamina, 82-31. Compared to before he changed the equipment, his overall attributes has skyrocketed. In addition, the powerful special effects attached to those suits. The actual improvement is actually more than 100%. Powerful. Incomparably powerful. At this moment, Han Xing even had a feeling. Even without the help of his teammates, or even without using the Oracle Throne, he has the confidence to kill the Shadow Legend. If he uses all his strength, he even dares to fight with the existence of Shadow Demon Lord. As for whether he can win, that is still uncertain. Now, Han Xing has 4 artifact-level equipment. They are the Demon Bow, the Oracle Throne, the Mask of the Goddess of Waking, and the Blood Slaughter Medal. Needless to say, the first 3 pieces of equipment. The more special one is Han Xing's last piece of equipment, the Blood Slaughter Medal. It is upgraded from the Wild King Medal. Blood Slaughter Medal, red, special equipment. After wearing, all attributes increase by 20% and cause an additional 20% damage to Lord level, Overlord, and legendary creatures. Additional special effects. Hunting moment. After turning on this state, all attributes increase by 100%, critical hit rate increases by 100%, and each attack has a 50% blood-sucking effect. This state lasts for 20 seconds, and has a cooldown of 24 hours. Metal upgrade progress. Dominant level creatures, 1372/10,000. Legendary level creatures, 0/100. Demigod level creatures, 0/1. Note, only monsters with a level not lower than your own can be upgraded. The next stage of the medal is the God of Hunting, Holy Object. This medal has been with Han Xing for a long time. By killing those powerful boss creatures, it has been upgraded from purple to red artifact level. I thought this was its limit. What I didn't expect was that it actually had the next stage. It can even be directly upgraded to a Holy Object. Han Xing already knows how terrible the attributes of the Holy Object are. I just don't know what kind of surprise this medal will bring him after it is upgraded to Holy Quality. Han Xing couldn't help but look forward to it. At this time, the second system prompt appeared. Because you have reached level 50, and have reached the current level cap, the advanced task, Legendary Road, has been opened. The advanced task is divided into 3 options, and the difficulty of each option is different. You can choose the appropriate option according to your own strength. Option 1, Brave Trial. Kill a leader-level creature with a level of no less than level 51 alone, obtain the Brave Emblem, absorb a small amount of Divine Power Source Fire, and advance to a 5th turn Strongman, with all attributes increased by 50%. Option 2, Hero Trial. Kill a Lord-level creature with a level of no less than level 51 alone, obtain the Hero Emblem, absorb the Divine Power Source Fire, and advance to a 5th turn Strongman, with all attributes increased by 100%. 3. Legend Trial. Kill a dominant creature of level 51 or above alone to obtain a Legendary Emblem. Absorb a large amount of Divine Power Source Fire, advance to a 5th turn Legendary Strongman, and increase all attributes by 200%. Get additional talent, Divine Power Control. Note, the Legendary Trial is the most difficult trial. When breaking through, there is a certain probability of failure. After seeing the system introduction, Han Xing understood it in his heart. As expected, there are different options for the 5th turn trial tasks. You can choose the appropriate difficulty option according to your own strength. The first task is obviously the lowest difficulty option. You only need to kill a 5th turn leader level creature alone and a small amount of divine power source fire to advance directly. But correspondingly, the attribute improvement is not so exaggerated, only 50%. Also, although it is the lowest difficulty, it is only for all mankind, a small group of people. Most of the survivors currently do not have the strength to fight against the same level leader monsters alone. Otherwise, how could those creatures be called leaders? And this time, it is not to challenge the leaders of the same level, but to kill the leader monsters that are one level higher than the survivors. Although it is only level 1, this means that those monsters have officially completed the 5th transformation. Their strength is not comparable to that of the 50 level leader monsters. It is almost equivalent to challenging the 50 level lord. And it can only be done alone. This condition alone almost stopped 90% of the survivors. It can be imagined that when the survivors reach level 50, most people will be trapped at this level for a long time. The second task is even more difficult, directly challenging a 5-turn Lord monster. As for the third task, it goes without saying, to kill the 5-turn Master. Except for Han Xing and his small group of people, there are not many people in the whole human race who can do it. However, this is reasonable. After all, the 5th turn is already the high-end combat power of the Holy Spirit realm. Even if it is just an ordinary 5th turn, its strength cannot be underestimated. Once it breaks through, it will be a terrible qualitative change. And this is the same as what Wumior told them at the beginning. Chapter 306. There are also strong and weak people among the 5 revolutions. I don't know how many people fell at this step, and finally exhausted their lifespans, and could not break through. In the end, they were lost in the crowd. Those who can become legends are rare. However, Han Xing also knew. The way the natives of this world break through legends must be different from them. As an existence that suddenly descended into this world, they also have their own advantages. The system will clearly list the conditions for advancement for you, so you don't need to work hard to figure it out. Han Xing pondered. Kill the lords above the 5th revolution? If I kill a stronger legend, does it count as I have completed the task conditions? If not, it will be a bit troublesome. After all, during the war, it is easy to find legends of the 5th revolution. But the lord-level creatures of the 5th revolution are rare. At this time, Cheng Jianyong said, Brother Xing, what should we do now? Continue to brush the Abyss Rift? Hearing Cheng Jianyong's question, Han Xing thought for a moment and asked, How much experience have you gained now? How much do you need to reach level 50? After listening, everyone took a look at their experience bars. Then they reported their upgrade progress. As Han Xing expected, most of them were above 60% of level 49. At this rate, it will take another 3 days to bring them all to level 50. Han Xing nodded and said, Now, our strength has improved. I have a feeling that I can challenge higher levels of the Abyss Rift. The higher the level of the area, the more experience the monsters give. Let's try to see if we can rush directly to the 70th floor and get the first pass reward of the Abyss Rift. Everyone's eyes lit up after hearing this. Then, they all agreed with Han Xing's decision. The next moment, they stepped into the passage of the 61st floor of the Abyss Rift together. Just as Han Xing expected. The monsters on the 61st floor have already possessed the strength of the 5th turn. Even the most common resentful spirits and evil eyes are comparable to the elites and leaders of the 4th turn. It is a huge leap from the 4th turn to the 5th turn. However, this is not difficult for Han Xing and his team. The strength of everyone is far from what it was 2 months ago. They began to pass the Abyss Rift frantically. 61st floor. 62nd floor. 63rd floor. It took 4 hours. This time, they came directly to the 70th floor of the Abyss Rift. The system prompt appeared. Abyss Rift, the 70th level challenge is about to start. Please note that this is the depth of the rift, and it is very close to the Abyss realm. Your battle fluctuations may be sensed by those powerful beings in the Abyss realm. Please deal with it with caution. Hearing this reminder, everyone frowned. Cheng Jianyong asked, What does it mean to be sensed? Could it be that some guys will rush out of the Abyss realm to attack us? Han Xing nodded. It is very likely that this is the case. Hearing this, everyone felt a sense of crisis. After all, even if they have never been there, they know how powerful the Abyss realm is. A powerful race that has invaded the Holy Spirit realm several times and almost succeeded. There are so many terrible creatures in it that it is simply unimaginable, Han Xing said at this time. But fortunately, the system gave us a reminder. We just need to kill the boss at the fastest speed. If there is any danger, teleport away without hesitation. After hearing this, everyone felt a little relieved. At the same time, monsters appeared on the 70th floor. Compared with the previous floors, many new types of monsters appeared here. For example, crab-like creatures covered with thick scales and with diagonal horns. There are also creatures that look like stone men with magma flowing on their bodies. And old friends of Han Xing and others. Hellfire. These monsters all have the characteristics of the abyss. The size of the hellfire here is obviously larger than those summoned by Han Xing. However, for Han Xing and others now, there is no difference. After a battle, the monsters turned into rich experience and fell at the feet of everyone. Han Xing's current experience bar has been upgraded to the maximum level, and there will be no increase no matter how many monsters he kills. But Cheng Jianyong and others are different. Although it takes longer to kill from the 60th floor to the 70th floor. But the experience points gained are really a lot. In just 4 hours, they increased their experience points by almost 10%. It is equivalent to the previous gains of 4 or 5 times from the 50th floor to the 60th floor. At this rate, they only need 1 or 2 days to upgrade all members to level 50. Everyone's face showed joy, because this way, the upgrade speed can be greatly accelerated. However, before they can be happy for long, there was a violent tremor on the ground in front of them. In front of them, there was a huge magma pool, and it seemed that something was about to drill out of it. Gulp gulp bubbles kept coming out of the magma pool. The temperature of the entire space was raised again. Boom! The ground trembled and the magma boiled. The next moment, they saw a mountain slowly emerging from the magma. The magma gathered into a river and flowed down from the mountain. As the mountain gradually drilled out of the magma, everyone saw that it was not a mountain at all. It was a huge creature with red scales and flesh and blood that seemed to be made of magma. A dragon. Magma dragon. When the dragon appeared with magma flowing all over its body and emitting terrifying flames. The 70th floor area of the Abyss Rift was instantly completely illuminated. Not only that, the nearby fog was dispelled by this terrifying fire, and more ground appeared. The battle space on the 70th floor suddenly increased tenfold. This was the first time Han Xing encountered a creature that could affect the foggy space. This shows that the power of this dragon is far beyond everyone's imagination. The attributes of this dragon appeared in front of Han Xing. Lava Dragon. Astaroth. Legendary creature. Level. LV 53 attributes. Strength 11327. Agility 10246. Spirit 11045. Constitution 12078. Skills. Magma Eruption. Tearing the Earth. Catastrophic Dragon Roar. Dragon Domain. Burning Sky Wings. Legendary Skill. Special Skill. World-Destroying Dragon Flame. Attention! The lava dragon has pure dragon blood flowing in its body. After being defeated by the Demon Lord thousands of years ago, it has been guarding the entrance to the abyss since then. All creatures that invade the abyss will be subject to the destructive sanctions of the lava dragon. Powerful attributes, different from the shadow dragon phantom they faced before, and the undead bone dragon below. This is a true dragon in its entirety, possessing legendary strength and pure dragon blood. Cheng Jianyong and Shen Yun involuntarily clenched their fists, and were ready for battle. However, Han Xing looked at the giant in the air, and his eyes burst into dazzling brilliance. Fuck! A dragon! It's still a legendary dragon. Han Xing didn't forget. The last material he needed to build the holy object, the Corona Obelisk, was the legendary dragon soul. Half a year had passed since he got the holy object blueprint. Han Xing searched hard, and now he finally saw hope. As long as he killed this dragon, he would most likely be able to gather the last material for the holy object. At this moment, his breathing became a little rapid. The lava dragon glanced at Han Xing with its fireball-like eyes. It seemed angry that he dared to look at him with such eyes. Humph. The lava dragon snorted coldly. The entire lava land erupted instantly. Humble ant, who allowed you to look at me like this? The dragon's voice was deafening, faced with the questioning of this terrifying existence. However, Han Xing did not answer, but shouted directly, Xiaoyang, control it. Others, focus all your fire. Kill it in seconds. Han Xing finished speaking. Su Xiaoyang shot a green arrow. In the void, countless green vines suddenly grew, trying to wrap around the huge body of the lava dragon. However, the vines made a hissing sound the moment they touched the dragon's body. The surface of the lava dragon was terribly hot, and the vines were burned to ashes before they even got close. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The strength of this dragon seemed to be far beyond everyone's imagination. Su Xiaoyang's secret technique seemed to be targeted. Humph. A group of ants, you still want to control me in this way, you are really overestimating yourself. Hearing this, Chung Jianyong cursed immediately. Damn, these dragons are really more arrogant than each other. They have become the devil's watchdogs, and they are still acting like a bunch of idiots. In the air, the lava dragon seemed to understand Chung Jianyong's words. Its fireball-like pupils suddenly widened. These words seemed to hurt its self-esteem. Human race, do you want to die? Chung Jianyong said unconvincingly. What's the matter? Aren't you just a watchdog led here by the Devil Lord? And you are not allowed to speak? The lava dragon was completely furious. Without saying anything, it blew out a scorching dragon breath. Wherever the dragon breath passed, life was annihilated. Critical moment. Shen Yun raised the sledgehammer high, and dazzling holy light burst out. With a flash of his figure, he directly protected everyone behind him. When the dragon breath dissipated, the entire 70-layer magma land was boiling. However, on one of the black lands, 5 figures stood there. The lava dragon's pupils flickered, and it seemed very surprised, because it saw that these people did not seem to be hurt at all after enduring a wave of dragon breath from it. Below, Shen Yun showed a confident smile at the corner of his mouth. You know, during this period of time, it is not only Han Xing who has been improving. Shen Yun's strength has also ushered in a great growth. Especially after putting on the Abyss Knight suit, the defense power has reached a terrifying level. Now, it can withstand the breath of a legendary dragon, although the breath of dragon is just an ordinary attack of a legendary dragon. But it does not prevent Shen Yun from completing the feat of resisting the attack of a legendary creature with the strength of the 4th turn. The lava dragon snorted coldly. You ants are quite capable. But let me show you the real power of a dragon. The next moment, everyone saw that the lava dragon suddenly spread its wings. The body, which was already more than 10,000 meters long, reached the point of covering the sky and the sun at this moment. At the same time, the magma of the entire land began to boil violently. Boom! Countless magma turned into pillars of fire that reached the sky and surged into the sky. This dragon is much stronger than ordinary legends. According to the strength of this world, it has at least the power of a mid-level legend. Moreover, the skill it released is obviously one of its big moves. Even Han Xing didn't dare to say that he could take it head-on. So, Han Xing decided to kill it as quickly as possible. Just because you keep attacking, people who don't know would think we are in a turn-based battle. After saying that, he slowly pulled the bowstring in his hand. A huge bright moon gradually gathered. This full moon will change with the size of the enemy. Even though the size of the lava dragon covered the sky, it was completely covered by the full moon. When the moon was completely formed, the magma dragon was immediately fixed in midair. Su Xianyang's secret technique could not trap this terrifying creature. It doesn't mean that Han Xing's broken moon is not good. After all, that was the famous skill of the 5th generation Wild Ranger. It has always been successful. As the lava dragon was trapped, it was like a huge monster sealed in amber. The next moment, Han Xing directly summoned the Throne of Oracle, and the already terrifying aura on his body surged again. At the same time, Shen Yun also threw various status enhancements on Han Xing in time. At this moment, the divine power on Han Xing was surging. When the bowstring was slowly pulled open, the space in front of Han Xing was slightly distorted. This means that his current attack power is enough to affect the space. Whoosh! The first arrow was shot out, extremely fast. Before the sound was made, a blood hole the size of a head, transparent from front to back, suddenly appeared on the body of the lava dragon. Puff! A string of blood beads was brought out. The legendary dragon suffered a heavy blow. Each of Han Xing's attacks can cause serious damage to the legendary holy objects. In addition, his terrifying attack frequency. Then, it was a machine gun-like attack. Swish! Swish, swish, swish. Each arrow carries enough destructive power to tear apart space. In an instant, the lava dragon was beaten into a sieve. This is Han Xing's current strength. Even a legendary creature like the lava dragon is still suppressed by him. If it were an ordinary shadow legend, it would have been shot by Han Xing at this time. But, should we say that the lava dragon is really a dragon creature? The huge vitality is invincible at the same level. Even with such serious injuries, it is still repairing the terrible wounds on its body at a speed visible to the naked eye. But it seems long. But in fact the time that has passed is quite short. This is only the first second of the Broken Moon skill. And Broken Moon has a full 5 seconds of strong control. It can be said that the moment the lava dragon was controlled, its fate was doomed. At the same time, others' attacks also fell on the dragon's body one by one. Puff! Puff puff puff! The sword energy raged, and the elements vibrated. When the 5 seconds were over, The full moon exploded in an instant. Wow! The terrifying energy raged. Then, everyone saw the huge body of the lava dragon falling in the sky. The system prompt appeared. Successfully killed the legendary creature, Lava Dragon, gained 3.874 billion experience points, automatically absorbed the opponent's divine power, and all attributes increased by 200. Chapter 307. Successfully killed the legendary creature, Lava Dragon, gained 3.874 billion experience points, automatically absorbed the opponent's divine power, and increased all attributes by 200. Hearing the prompt, Han Xing smiled. Very good. Another 200 points of the fourth dimension were added. He suddenly had a strange idea. Since the 70th floor of the Abyss Rift clearly showed legendary creatures, then can he improve his attributes by repeatedly entering and continuously killing these legendary creatures? In this way, he doesn't even need to advance, he just needs to continuously absorb divine power. Their basic attributes are enough to surpass those legends and even demigods. At this time, the second system prompt appeared. Note, the Lava Dragon is a creature in the Abyss Rift. You can only absorb the opponent's divine power when you kill it for the first time. Han Xing's eyes rolled. Yes, the system really won't let him take advantage of loopholes. However, even if he can't use this mechanism to brush attributes, the reward of the 70th floor is also very terrifying. Han Xing saw that where the lava dragon died, there was a huge red flame floating, and there were faint dragon roars. In addition, on the lava, there was a lava battle axe, and several glowing stones quietly placed. Han Xing couldn't wait to walk forward and put the things away. The system prompt appeared. Obtained Lava Crystal Stone *172, obtained the Fall Battle Axe, Orange, *1, obtained the Dragon Soul, Legend, *1. At this moment, Han Xing couldn't help but sigh in his heart. God will not let down those who work hard. It is really a legendary Dragon Soul. This time, he could finally create the holy object, the Corona Obelisk. Han Xing was so excited that he almost cried. He immediately put the Dragon Soul into his backpack. As for the falling axe, Han Xing glanced at it, and paid no more attention to it. Obviously, this is the Berserker's weapon, and it is a set with a falling armor and falling wrist guard. However, the level of this set is 53. Han Xing can't use it now. So far, the rewards for the 70th floor are already quite generous. But this is not the end, because this is Han Xing's first time to clear the 70th floor. In other words, they still have a first pass reward that has not been collected. Sure enough, the system prompt appeared at this time. The battle on the 70th floor of the Abyss Rift has ended. This battle took 9 minutes and 17 seconds. Because you are the first team to pass the 70th floor, you will receive the first pass reward, Void Soul Stone *200, Abyss Technology, Demon Furnace Blueprint *1. Han Xing's eyes revealed a look of surprise. There is actually such a thing as Void Soul Stone in the Abyss Rift. Before, he felt that the transmission frequency of the 12 advanced teleportation arrays was a bit too slow. There are still tens of millions of survivors in Xingyu City who have not been teleported. In this way, he can build a few more advanced teleportation arrays, and the efficiency will be greatly improved. Han Xing's mouth showed joy again. However, he didn't wait for him to be happy for long. Suddenly, he felt that a terrifying breath suddenly erupted in the fog in the far distance. The strength of that breath was many times greater than that of the lava dragon. From a distance, everyone heard a voice of domineering and surprise. A few ants actually broke into this place. Interesting. Let me see which of these daring guys dared to come to our abyss realm and act recklessly. This voice was like a demonic sound. At this moment, the scalps of the 5 people, including Han Xing, tightened instantly. They held their heads and felt dizzy. But fortunately, this seemed to be just a mental attack. The 5 people stared at the depths of the fog with some shock and fear. There seemed to be some terrifying existence approaching at a high speed. However, Han Xing felt a sense of familiarity from this voice. Han Xing seemed to have thought of something. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go!" After he finished speaking, he directly clicked the transmission. The figures of the 5 people disappeared directly from the original place. The next moment, there was a shocking explosion at the place where the 5 people were standing. Boom! The entire 70th floor was like a volcanic eruption, with magma gushing thousands of meters high, and at the center of the explosion, a terrifying figure appeared. The figure was quite large, and the sturdy muscles on his body were full of explosive power. The horn on his head was nearly 100 meters long. Including his overall height, it was nearly 1,000 meters long. This is a demon. A terrifying existence with pure high-level demon blood. At this moment, The demon was carrying a big sword burning with demonic flames on his shoulder, and he casually scanned the surroundings. If Han Xing was here, he would be able to recognize him through the horn. This guy was his old acquaintance Julius. At this moment, Julius casually said, "These ants are running pretty fast." Its nose twitched, as if it was smelling the air. This residual breath is so similar to the last time that stirred the foggy space. But in comparison, this one is much stronger. Could it be a strong man from the same lineage? It would never have thought that both times were actually Han Xing. It was just a few months apart. Julius couldn't believe that someone could reach this level in just a few months. After a moment, the demon shook his head and said, "Forget it, just run away. That woman told me that the plan is about to succeed. At this critical juncture, it's better not to make trouble." After saying that, Julius disappeared from the spot. At the same time, Han Xing and the other 5 appeared in the familiar Wanqing city. At this moment, they all looked pale. At this time, Cheng Jianyong said with some fear, "Damn, what was that thing that just ran over? Why does it feel more terrifying than the shadow demon lord we met last time?" Shen Yun nodded in fear. Han Xing explained, "That guy is probably the demon lord in the Abyss realm." Demon lord? Everyone was stunned when they heard this title. Cheng Jianyong couldn't help asking, "Is this guy strong?" Han Xing nodded. "Very strong, but I don't know its specific strength. Presumably, it is much more terrifying than the Shadow Demon Lord." Hearing this, everyone once again had a clear understanding of the Demon Lord's strength. Han Xing said seriously at this time, "It seems that we can't go to this Abyss Rift in the near future." There was actually a Demon Lord in the Abyss Rift, which was completely beyond Han Xing's expectations. Although Han Xing didn't know what level this guy's strength was at. But it was definitely not something he could contend with at the moment. Therefore, the exploration of the Abyss Rift had to be suspended for the time being. Cheng Jianyong said at this time, "It's okay, Brother Xing, we only need the last 30% of experience, and we can level up by killing monsters outside." Han Xing thought for a moment and nodded. At present, this is the only way. At this time, Han Xing looked at the things in his backpack, and the haze in his heart was swept away, and he became excited again. This time, the harvest from the Abyss Rift was great. In addition to the Abyss Technology Blueprint that was awarded as the first pass, he also collected the legendary Dragon Soul. Now, he can start to build the holy object he has been thinking about, the Corona Obelisk. At this moment, Han Xing decided to build the Corona Obelisk first. As for the Abyss Technology Blueprint, he will check it later. Han Xing explained a few words to the team members. Then he summoned the Oracle Throne, and in a flash, he came to the center of Wanqing City. That is the location of the Lord's Mansion. This is the safest place in Wanqing City. There are all kinds of advanced buildings on it. For example, for goddess statues, the statue of the God of Wilderness, the Miracle Tower, etc. Han Xing found an empty space, and clicked on the construction directly. The system prompt appeared, "Do you want to consume materials? Eternal Gold Ingot *100, 000, Shadow God Stone *50, 000, Shining Terra Stone *10, 000, Philosopher's Stone *10, 000, Dragon Soul, Legendary, *1, to build the Corona Obelisk?" Han Xing, who wanted to click OK directly, suddenly hesitated. There is no doubt that the Corona Obelisk is the building that consumes the most materials he has built so far. He still remembers that a special building he built a few days ago, the Miracle Tower, has several special effects. These include miracle effects such as speeding up construction and reducing building consumption. Although these effects appear randomly. But if the effect of speeding up construction or reducing consumption can appear, Han Xing will make a lot of money. Han Xing looked at the Miracle Tower in front of him. On it, there was a dwarf holding an iron hammer, and a resolute face standing on the top of the tower. His hammer seemed to contain strange divine power. At this time, Han Xing clicked on the Miracle Tower interface, and clicked on the miracle effect again. The system prompt appeared. "Do you want to sacrifice Philosopher's Stone *500, Rhythm Black Iron *5000 to obtain a random miracle effect?" The materials required for the sacrifice were far lower than Han Xing expected. With joy in his heart, Han Xing directly clicked to confirm. The next moment, the dwarf statue on the top of the tower suddenly opened its eyes. It seemed to come alive suddenly, and the hammer in its hand fell lightly at this moment. Clang, after a dull knocking sound. The entire Miracle Tower burst into dazzling 5-color light, and then enveloped the entire Wanqing City. At this time, the system prompt appeared. "Sacrifice is successful, and a random miracle effect has been obtained. Construction is accelerated. Within 24 hours, the time required for all buildings is reduced by 50%. Hearing the system prompt, Han Xing's mouth showed joy. Although, it was not the miracle effect of reducing consumption that he wanted. However, speeding up the construction is also very good. Thinking of this, Han Xing clicked on the Corona Obelisk blueprint again and clicked to build directly. As the vast amount of materials in the warehouse disappeared, including the burning dragon soul in his backpack. If Han Xing hadn't obtained a batch of high-level materials from the Witch Clan through the trading space backpack. Otherwise, it would not be enough for him to build. But now, the material reserves in the warehouse are about to run out. In front of him, a fog covering an area of thousands of square meters appeared. The system prompt appeared. Constructing the holy object. Corona Obelisk 1, the acceleration effect of the Lord's Mansion has taken effect, the acceleration effect of the Miracle Tower has taken effect, and the remaining time is 13 hours and 17 minutes. 13 hours, this time is okay. Han Xing was also waiting silently. However, while waiting, it did not prevent him from doing other things. That is, to improve his own strength and check the properties of another Abyss technology, the Demon Furnace. Han Xing first opened the production interface. Then I scrolled down to the bottom of the rune column and found an orange blueprint. It was the reward I got for killing a legendary monster last time. The Dragonborn Rune Blueprint. Dragonborn Rune, orange, a rune with the power of a dragon that can greatly improve the four-dimensional attributes of survivors, ranging from 47 to 55. Note, only one orange rune can be enchanted per piece of equipment. There is no doubt that compared to the Golden Rune Blueprint rewarded for killing the Overlord for the first time, the Dragonborn Rune is much stronger than the Destroyer Rune. All attributes are improved in 4 dimensions, and it is as high as more than 40 points. After enchanting all 10 pieces of equipment, the attribute is improved by at least 500 points. It is even stronger than the attribute improvement he got when he killed the Shadow Demon Lord. Han Xing checked the materials needed to make the Dragonborn Ancestral Rune. Materials required to make the Dragonborn Ancestral Rune, orange, Rune Crystal * 50,000, Spirit Core * 100000, Ether * 500000. Although the number required is large, they are all basic materials. These are the things that Han Xing lacks the least. So he made 100 in one go. In front of him, bursts of orange light appeared. It takes 3 minutes to make a Dragonborn Ancestral Rune. Han Xing took advantage of this gap to take out the last blueprint from his backpack. Abyss Technology, Demon Furnace. Architectural effect. You can build a demon furnace that can collect souls in the territory. All creatures killed by friendly units, including buildings and territory troops, will have their souls automatically collected by the demon furnace. When the number of collected souls reaches a certain number, the demon furnace can be activated to extract pure soul crystals. Soul crystals can enhance divine power or 4-dimensional attributes. After reading the above introduction, Han Xing couldn't help but frown. Should I say it's really worthy of being called Abyss Technology? The function of this thing sounds so evil. It actually collects the souls of other creatures, and then extracts them into some kind of soul crystal. Although I don't know what the soul crystal mentioned above is for to enhance divine power. But it's obvious that this is not an ordinary thing. But think about it. Han Xing killed those Sky Island monsters and Shadow Legions. Their souls, just extract them. He doesn't have that kind of serious psychological cleanliness. So, Han Xing directly clicked on the construction. Do you want to consume materials? Abyss Magic Stone * 500, 000, Philosopher's Stone * 5, 000, Shadow God Stone * 10, 000, Shining Terra Stone. Han Xing's face was full of pain. The materials consumed by this thing are also extremely terrifying. Once it is built, it means that the materials he recently obtained from the Wu clan have been declared to have bottomed out again. And now it is still during the war. As the offensive of the Shadow Legion is getting more and more fierce, Han Xing has no chance to ask Wu Mior for help in trading recently. However, it hurts. Han Xing still clicked to build immediately. If the materials are gone, you can find a way to collect them later. The most important thing is to improve your own strength first. The system prompt appears. Chapter 308. The Demon Furnace is being built, the acceleration effect has taken effect, and the remaining time is 8 hours and 52 minutes. After dealing with these things, Han Xing slowly exhaled. The recent gains have been almost digested. Just wait for the construction to be completed, and the firepower intensity of Wanqing City will usher in a qualitative change. and I myself will soon be ready to break through the legend. By then, I am afraid that there will be few active beings in this Holy Spirit realm who will be my opponents except for a few. Han Xing said excitedly, and relying on me alone, I have the capital to stand in this world. Then the next step is to repel the Shadow Legion and bring all the human race out of the abandoned land of the gods. Han Xing was looking forward to it. At this time, Han Xing remembered that there was another material in his backpack. That was the 200 Void Soul Stones rewarded by the system for the first time to pass the 70th floor of the Abyss Rift. This thing is the main material for building a high-level teleportation array. 200, enough for him to build 10 teleportation arrays in Wanqing City and Xingyu City. By then, the efficiency of the survivors' teleportation will be greatly accelerated. Han Xing's figure flashed. With the help of the advanced teleportation array, he shuttled between the two main cities. Ignoring the shocked eyes of the survivors, Han Xing directly built 10 teleportation arrays in Xingyu City. Then he teleported back to Wanqing City and built 10 teleportation arrays again. After doing all this, 5 or 6 hours passed. Han Xing returned to Wanqing and slowly exhaled. Finally, 2 months of high-intensity fighting allowed him to complete his goal at the fastest speed. Not only has the level reached 50, but the strength has been reborn. Even the legendary holy objects have begun to be built in full swing. Everything is developing in a good direction. Han Xing believes that when the Corona Obelisk is built, he will truly have the strength to gain a foothold in this world. Not relying on Wumior, nor relying on the Wu clan. Instead, relying on his own strength to have a dignified dialogue with the strong in this world. Thinking of this, Han Xing's mood has improved a little. So, he took out the communication jade, found Wumior's name, and sent a message. Meower, how is the situation at the border? Han Xing just asked tentatively. Now, the war situation in the Wu clan has gradually stabilized. There are already tens of millions of human survivors participating in the war everywhere. Coupled with Han Xing's help, the advantage is gradually snowballing. Now, there is no need to worry too much about the Wu clan. The only thing I'm worried about is the battle situation on the border. It is said that the legendary masters on both sides have fought several large-scale battles. Legendary battles are already very wide-ranging. And now, the total number of legendary masters of the Wu clan and the Shadow Legion has exceeded 80. Among them are top masters such as the High Priest and Wumior. When they start fighting, it's like the end of the world. At this time, Han Xing's communication jade stone glowed slightly, which was emitted by Wumior. Brother Han Xing, we can still barely hold on here. Although the Shadow Legion has more legendary masters than us, they are far weaker than ordinary legends. The offensive they organized has been repelled several times. The High Priest took action and killed 3 Shadow Legends. Now, they no longer dare to continue to attack our Wu clan's defense line. Hearing this, Han Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to the legends of the Wu clan, the legendary powerhouses of the Shadow Legion are obviously weaker. It is common for a Wu clan priest to fight 2 Shadow Legends. A monster like Wumior can fight multiple Shadow Legends alone and win. In addition, there is an unfathomable High Priest. In general, the high-end combat power of the Wu clan is still very strong. Otherwise, they would not have been able to persist for so many years in the invasion of the Shadow Legion without being destroyed. Han Xing said at this time, then will you go back to the main city in the near future? The materials in his warehouse have run out. And the characteristic of the holy object Corona Obelisk, which is about to be completed, is that the more territory defense towers there are, the greater the improvement will be. So Han Xing wanted to build more Death Light towers in batches. Another thing was to ask Wumior to help collect the shadow crystals in the hands of other Wu tribes. In this way, he could also exchange the psychic god-slaying cannon blueprints in the war merit shop as soon as possible. Hearing this question, Wumior seemed to have misunderstood something. She whispered, Han. Brother Han Xing, you. Don't be anxious. Meower misses you too, but the recent border situation is tight. So, Brother Han Xing has to be patient for a while. The more she spoke, the lower Wumior's voice became. Han Xing seemed to know that she had misunderstood something. She quickly explained, No, I want to see if you have time to help me trade another batch of materials. Is that so? Wumir's tone seemed a little disappointed. But she still answered truthfully, I probably won't be able to come back in the short term. In the past month, although the Shadow Legion has lost 7 legendary warriors in our hands, they have quickly replenished them. I don't know what the Shadow Lord wants to do. Han Xing frowned after hearing this. How many more Shadow Legends have been added? Why does it sound like those Shadow Legends are deliberately dragging you? Wumir was stunned for a moment. as if she didn't know why Han Xing had such an idea. Drag us? Wu Mir asked. Han Xing replied, yes, because according to what you said, the number of legendary warriors in the Shadow Army must be more than this. But why didn't they appear at once? If it were me, if I wanted to deal with a person or a force, I would definitely use the most perfect posture, the most powerful means, and sweep with thunder. I will never give the opponent any chance. Since they didn't do that, it means that the other party is afraid of something. Is there anything in your Wu clan that makes the Shadow Army afraid? Hearing this, Wu Mir fell into thought. She couldn't help but murmured, the existence of fear. Could it be the Lord of Saints? Han Xing had also heard that the Lord of the Wu clan existed, but he had never appeared. At this time, he couldn't help asking, where did your Lord of Saints go? Wu Mir replied, the Lord of Saints dragged the Shadow Monarch into the chaotic void in the war decades ago, and has not come out since then. But we can be sure that the Holy Lord is still alive. He will send messages to the High Priest from time to time to inform him of his recent situation. Han Xing asked, when was the last time the Holy Lord sent a message to the High Priest? Wu Mir's eyes showed a thoughtful look, and then she seemed to think of something. It seems that it was half a month ago, when the Shadow Legend entered the country in large numbers. Since then, the Holy Lord has never sent a message to the High Priest, and the High Priest can't contact him. Her tone was a little trembling. The more she spoke, the paler Wu Mir's face became. Brother Han Xing, I'm going to explain this situation to the High Priest, and see if he can contact the Holy Lord. Han Xing nodded and said, go. However, before they hung up the phone, in the sky, suddenly there was a muffled sound. Crack, like a flash of lightning in the clear sky, it suddenly split the sky. The sky above the Wu clan's head actually had cracks. Like a mirror, it suddenly cracked at this moment, at the same time, with a click. The sky is broken. It is really broken. Boom, lightning and thunder, dark clouds. At this moment, the hearts of hundreds of billions of Wu people seemed to have some kind of feeling. It was as if an important existence suddenly left at this moment. The feeling of emptiness made them feel like a piece of their heart was missing. Hua la la. At this time, heavy rain suddenly fell from the sky, accompanied by lightning and thunder. Countless Wu people walked out of the room. They knelt on the ground and cried loudly, looking at the chaos on the Wu clan sky island below. Han Xing frowned and asked, Miaoer, what happened? This time, Wu Miaoer did not answer immediately. After a moment, she replied in a trembling tone, Brother Han Xing, Saint Lord, is dead. Buzz, this sentence, like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, hit Han Xing's head. The Wu clan Saint Lord is dead. The peerless strongman, who was confirmed to have the strength of a demigod, died. He died so suddenly, without any signs at all. And this also confirmed Han Xing's guess. The Shadow Legion has been dragging the Wu clan strongmen in recent days, and they are really concentrating their strength to deal with their Saint Lord. Suddenly, a heavy haze shrouded his heart. A strong sense of crisis permeated his whole body. Han Xing suddenly raised his head and stared at the sky in a daze. At the same time, in the entire Holy Spirit realm, many terrifying beings had a certain feeling in their hearts at this moment. In the distant elf kingdom, a handsome man in a white robe appeared in midair in an instant. He stared at the direction of the witch clan and murmured, Hylas, did you still fall? The dwarf kingdom and the giant kingdom. A man as big as a mountain and another man as big as a dwarf were fighting an amazing battle. The huge battle axe that could split mountains and rocks collided with the dwarf's hammer, making a dull sound. Clang! At the center of the collision, space cracks appeared again. The two retreated at the first touch, and then stopped. The dwarf waved the black iron hammer in his hand and frowned. Big hairy bear, Hylas, seems to be dead. Across from them, the hairy muscular giant nodded, dead. Paloma, let's call a truce first. The dwarf said he had no objection. Then, they all looked at the Wu clan territory where they were standing. At the same time, the Sky Island forest, the Orc kingdom, and even the Dragon Road. All those strongmen felt something in their hearts. The death of a demigod-level strongman has not happened in the entire Holy Spirit realm for many years, even though their relationship with the Wu clan was not very good. But at this moment, these strongmen all felt a sense of grief. However, the Wu clan suffered the greatest blow. At this time, Han Xing heard the trembling and sadness in Wu Mir's tone in the communication jade. Before this, even if the Shadow Legion had forced the Wu clan into a desperate situation several times and suffered heavy losses. But they all knew, as long as the Holy Lord of the Wu clan was still there, the Wu clan would never be destroyed. But now, the existence that supported their faith in their hearts suddenly fell today. This is more difficult to accept than the sky falling. Han Xing was about to speak to comfort Wu Muir. The next moment, he looked up in a daze. In the sky, in those broken spaces, large black clouds suddenly appeared. Looking closely, those were not dark clouds at all, but hundreds of millions of shadow legions. At this moment, Han Xing slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "It's bad. This is the real purpose of the Shadow Legion." Before, they were afraid of the existence of the Holy Lord of the Wu clan, so they never used their full strength. Now, with the death of the Holy Lord, the Shadow Legion finally showed its fangs. At this time, Cheng Jianyong and others below also received the news of the death of the Holy Lord. They found Han Xing immediately. After this happened, everyone looked unhappy. Shen Yun asked, "Brother Xing, what should we do now? The Shadow Army is coming with great force. I'm afraid that only we can stop it in the entire Wu clan." Shen Yun was right. There were too many monsters in the Shadow Army this time. According to the experience of the previous wars, the performance of the Wu clan's main cities would definitely not be able to withstand such an impact. Only Han Xing's Wanqing city, in conjunction with the Wu clan's main city defense tower, could possibly stop such an offensive. This is also the reason why Han Xing has not shown panic so far. He believes in the firepower of Wanqing city. Han Xing's mind flashed quickly as he analyzed the situation in front of him. After a moment, Han Xing replied, "It is indeed troublesome now. The entire Wu clan will face the most serious crisis of genocide in history. The Shadow Legion is more cunning than we thought. They know that to deal with such a huge force as the Wu clan, they must first start to disintegrate their high-end combat power. Now that the Holy Lord is dead, all the monsters of the Shadow Legion, including those legendary powerhouses, will come out in full force. But the more dangerous one is probably Wu Muir. Compared to saving some Wu clan civilians, I prefer to go to the border to participate in the war first." Shen Yun frowned after hearing this. "Brother Xing, what do you mean? We should go to the border area first to rescue Wu Muir and others? Then in the Wu clan?" Shen Yun did not continue. Because Han Xing's decision meant that they had to give up the defense of the main city and let these Wu clan people fend for themselves. Han Xing nodded. "Although it is cruel, we have to admit that our abilities are limited. We cannot turn the tide in a war involving a large clan. Moreover, once all the legendary warriors on Wu Muir's side are killed, the legendary warriors of the Shadow Legion will descend, and even we will not be able to withstand the impact of so many legends. The hope of breaking through now is at the border." Chapter 309. The hope of breaking the deadlock lies at the border. Only if there is a turnaround in the legendary battlefield, the Wu clan will have a chance of victory. Before that, we can only hope that the Wu clan can hold on. Han Xing's words are very clear. Next, he will not help the Wu clan resist the impact of the Shadow Legion. Instead, he will rush to the border battlefield as quickly as possible to rescue Wu Muir. Obviously, many people from the Wu clan will die this time. If it takes too long, it is normal for the entire clan to be destroyed. However, as Han Xing said, if the legendary warriors on Wu Muir's side are completely wiped out, at that time, not only will the Wu clan be exterminated, but even Han Xing and his men will be in danger of their lives. With a little comparison, everyone knows what to choose now. After listening to Han Xing's plan, the other 4 people prepared for battle without saying a word. The long-term cooperation has made them unconditionally trust any decision made by Han Xing. The next moment, Han Xing sent a message directly to Kathy. "I'm going to the border battlefield to help Wu Muir fight. Now, notify the other officers in the main city as soon as possible to retreat to the Wu clan border. It doesn't matter if you give up those resource islands. Try to preserve the living forces. Staying alive is the most important thing. This is your last chance. As for how to choose, it's up to you." Although Han Xing no longer cares about the Wu clan, but he still gave them a plan. That is to gather all the islands in the Wu clan to the border. Abandon other resource islands, concentrate all forces, and make a final fight. If they can hold on, then everything will be fine, and at most they will lose a lot of resources. If they can't hold on, then they will be exterminated. In theory, Han Xing has the right to give them orders directly. However, now is the moment of life and death for the Wu clan. The choice that determines the fate of this tribe must be left to the Wu clan itself. Kathy's expression suddenly froze when she received the news from Han Xing. And when she heard Han Xing's words, her pretty face turned pale with fear. At this time, if Han Xing left, relying on the power of the Wu clan's main city, there is absolutely no possibility of holding on. But she also knew that Han Xing's decision was correct. It is indeed the most correct choice to sacrifice some of the Wu clan members to win the continuation of the entire tribe. Moreover, Han Xing is not a Wu clan member, and being able to do this is really a great deed. Seeing the dark clouds covering the sky getting closer and closer, Kathy only thought for a few seconds and made a decision instantly. I understand, Master Han Xing. Thank you for your contribution to the Wu clan. On behalf of the entire Wu clan, I solemnly thank you. Han Xing did not speak, but hung up the communication. Kathy took a deep breath and directly ordered all non-commissioned officers, listen to the order, abandon all surrounding resource islands, return to the main city, and defend. Let's go together with the Saint Lady. Hearing this order, all Wu clan officers were immediately surprised. The Wu clan's main city has not moved for thousands of years since it was established. But now, it has been forced into this situation. At the same time, Kathy also quickly sent a message to the commander-in-chief of other Wu clan main cities, and explained Han Xing's plan. As for how to choose, it depends on them. At the same time, Han Xing also sent a message in the chat channel. All human compatriots, the Wu clan territory has suddenly changed dramatically. Please return to the third main city quickly. There are some ancient weapons and other arms I left there, and with your help, we can hold on for a long time. Hearing Han Xing's news, the chat channel exploded instantly. At present, there are only more than 10 million survivors in the Wu clan territory. Others don't know what the dramatic changes Han Xing mentioned are. They asked in the chat channel one after another. What happened? The tone of the star god seems to be a little wrong. What is the third main city? What crisis? However, those who signed the Lord contract with Xingyu City, tens of millions of survivors, had no time to answer at this time. They were shocked by the number of shadow legions coming in the sky. Everyone also received Han Xing's instructions. For a time, a large number of survivors prepared for battle. They began to follow the Wu clan army and returned to the main city to fight. After explaining these things, Han Xing directly activated the acceleration device on Wanqing City and began to rush madly to the Wu clan border. At the same time, the overwhelming shadow monsters have already arrived. The war started instantly at this moment. Boom! The main cities began to vent their firepower. Shadow monsters were killed in groups. At the same time, those giant sky islands that were comparable to the area of a country also began to move at this moment. These are the main city sky islands of the Wu clan. They seem huge, but they are extremely fast. In just a few minutes, they moved thousands of kilometers. As they moved, they activated the defense towers to bombard. These giant islands were like ships caught in an 18-level gale, riding the wind and waves on the howling sea. Their current goal was to pick up the nearby combat troops. Gather all the Wu people together. At this moment, Han Xing's Wanqing City was also moving at a high speed. Soon, they encountered the first wave of the Shadow Legion. Han Xing was in a hurry to get on the road, and had no mood to fight with these monsters. The next moment, thousands of light beams burst out from Wanqing City, and they bombarded in the same direction. Buzz, after the dazzling light, a gap was suddenly blasted out of the thick black clouds. Wanqing City rushed through this gap at a high speed. On the way through the dark clouds, dense shadow monsters fell like raindrops. Paw, paw, paw. The bodies of the monsters fell on Wanqing City, but Han Xing didn't even look at them, and continued to move forward. Whoosh, beside his ears, there was a whistling wind. Above his head, there were dense shadow monsters. They came from all directions, trying to flood Wanqing City regardless of everything. But this group of shadow monsters was doomed to fail. With the second wave of firepower from Wanqing City, the shadow monsters that rushed over were killed again. Han Xing looked straight ahead, and Wanqing City rushed all the way. He knew that the Wu clan border was more than 200,000 kilometers away from his current location. If he wanted to get there, it would take at least 4 or 5 hours. However, there were still 7 hours before the Corona obelisk was successfully built. That is to say, even if Han Xing arrived at the border, the Corona obelisk was still not completed. The firepower of Wanqing City could not usher in a qualitative change. The threat to the legendary strongmen would be greatly reduced. Indeed, it was the safest way for Han Xing to wait until the construction of the Holy Relic Corona obelisk was completed before going to the border. However, he was not sure that Wumior could hold on until then. This critical moment, let alone 2 or 3 hours. Even 2 or 3 minutes could determine the final outcome of the battlefield. At this moment, the border area of the Wu clan, the Shadow Legion appeared again on a large scale. The defense of the border has reached a precarious level. However, this is not the most terrifying thing. Now, The most terrifying thing is the more than 100 terrifying figures in the sky. There are a total of 147 shadow legends, including many high-level legends such as Shadow Demon Lord. On the other hand, all the priests of the Wu clan, including Wu Mior, only have a total of 23 people. The huge gap made everyone feel desperate. Now, it seems that it is time for the two sides to cease fire. The Shadow Legion did not take action, as if something was brewing. The Wu clan did not dare to act rashly. At this moment, the high priest Xiao, who was dressed in a black robe, frowned. He glanced at the faces of other Wu clan priests. He saw that everyone was frowning. It can be imagined how much of a blow the death of the Holy Lord caused to them. In addition, the huge gap in numbers made them completely lose their fighting spirit. At this time, a Wu clan priest in a black robe sighed, "Holy Lord, how could you suddenly die? You are our spiritual pillar. What should we do without you?" At this point, the Wu clan priest, whose age could not be seen, choked up. Others did not know how to answer this question. At this moment, Xiao seemed to know. If this continues, this war will definitely fail. The Wu clan will be destroyed today. Xiao seemed to be making a difficult decision. His eyes showed a struggle. At this time, Wu Miao came to Xiao and asked, "High priest, have you contacted other races?" Xiao shook his head without revealing his expression. At present, there has been a response from the Sky Island Forest. They also know the news of the death of the Holy Lord and promised to reinforce several legendary strongmen. And the York Kingdom also promised to reinforce us. But you also know that these two places are still a certain distance from our Wu clan territory. The Holy Spirit realm is too big. Even if they want to rush over, it will take at least a few hours. Hearing the news of reinforcements, Wu Miao did not relax. Although the two big tribes promised to support several legends. For the current war situation, it can't play a big role at all. The Shadow Legion is too powerful, and there are too many legendary strongmen. Wu Miao continued to ask, "What about the elves and dwarves? Have these big tribes responded?" Compared to the support of these small tribes, Wu Miao knew that the real way to save the Wu tribe was to rely on these big tribes. At this time, Xiao sighed. "Also contacted. But you should know the mentality of these big tribes. Like the Shadow Legion, they have coveted our Wu tribe for a long time. Before, when the Holy Lord was still alive, they didn't dare to stretch their hands too far. Now that the Holy Lord has fallen, I'm afraid these guys can't hold back. Even if they agree to rescue, the conditions they put forward will probably be difficult for us to accept." Wu Miao gritted her teeth. "That's better than the Wu clan being exterminated today." Xiao sighed again. "Yes, but the premise is that others are willing to take action. This time, even the Holy Lord died. They must have guessed that the Shadow Monarch definitely has the means to deal with demigod-level strongmen. Do you think those powerful clans will be willing to take huge risks to come to rescue us?" Wu Miao's expression changed drastically. What Xiao said was also true. The strength of the Shadow Legion not only exceeded their expectations, but also exceeded the expectations of those powerful clans. Who would be willing to take the risk of falling and take action for other races? At this moment, Xiao said slowly, "Those big clans have not responded for so long, which means they are also hesitating. Now, we can only rely on ourselves." Wu Miao suddenly noticed that the red secret pattern on Zhao's body flashed. She asked in surprise, "High priest, what are you going to do?" Xiao did not answer, but burst out with momentum and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of the two armies. On the opposite side, hundreds of shadow legends with overwhelming aura looked at Zhao's actions in confusion. It seems that they don't know what he wants to do now. You know, the current situation is obviously in the advantage of the Shadow Legion. Continuing to drag it out is the best choice. At this time, Xiao took the initiative to attack. Did he think he was not dying fast enough? However, the high priest with black hair and red secret patterns on his body ignored their gazes. The next moment, Xiao raised his hands. With a sound of tongue, it was as if a burst of fire burst out from his body. Those red secret patterns that overflowed from his body suddenly burned up at this moment. His momentum was rising rapidly. In a short period of time, he reached the limit of a legendary powerhouse, and it was still rising. There was a commotion in the Shadow Legend on the opposite side. The legend of the Witch Clan couldn't help but say in shock, "What is the High Priest doing? He ignited the witch pattern on his body? What is this method?" Everyone was puzzled. As legendary powerhouses of the Witch Clan, they are also gifted beings. But before this, they had never seen anyone actually ignite their own witch pattern. The witch pattern is equivalent to a carrier of divine power, almost a part of the legendary powerhouse. What is the difference between this and igniting oneself? At this time, Xiao seemed to be suffering from great pain. But he still gritted his teeth and continued to release more secret patterns to burn. At this time, a strong man holding a black crystal sword and with an aura comparable to that of a high-level legend suddenly stood out. Its pupils with dark green flame stared at the Witch Clan high priest and asked in a hoarse voice, "Xiao, what are you doing?" Hearing the other party's question, Xiao glanced at it, but did not answer. The high-level shadow legend seemed to have a little impatience in his heart. Although he didn't know what the Witch Clan high priest was doing, his instinct as a strong man told him that he must interrupt him as soon as possible. At this moment, the high-level legend raised the sword and threatened, "Xiao, stop, otherwise I will order an attack immediately." Xiao's mouth showed a smile. Although, because of the pain, his smile seemed so twisted. "This is a forbidden technique I created myself, and I'm not very proficient in using it yet. It would be very troublesome if I was interrupted in the middle of the process. But fortunately, you guys are very cooperative." Chapter 310. A twisted smile appeared on the face of the high priest Xiao. The shadow legend on the opposite side was confused, and seemed to have no idea what Zhao's self-created forbidden technique meant. However, this does not mean that the Wu Clan legends did not know. At this moment, there was already a look of horror in their eyes. In addition to secret medicines, the Wu Clan also has a feature, that is, various forbidden techniques that are never passed on. Each forbidden technique can bring powerful help to legendary powerhouses. The Forbidden Abyss and Thunder Purgatory shown by Wu Mior before can show how terrible the power of these forbidden techniques is. However, although the power of forbidden techniques is powerful, its learning threshold is also extremely high. Even Wu Mior has only learned 4 Wu Clan forbidden techniques. And self-created forbidden techniques are something that only peerless monsters can do. After thousands of years of development, the Wu Clan has only created 8 forbidden techniques in total, and this is all the credit of those peerless geniuses. And the final achievements of these geniuses have all broken through the limit of legends, that is, demigods. But now, High Priest Xiao said that he has also created a forbidden technique. This kind of talent, as long as it does not die, will definitely have the opportunity to impact the position of demigods in the future. At this moment, the group of shadow legends seemed to finally realize that something was wrong, because they felt that the aura on Zhao's body had accumulated to a terrifying level. Even, it has faintly reached another level. That is demigod. They knew that they could not let Xiao continue to grow. The shadow demon lord holding a long sword instantly ordered, "Interrupt him." Seeing this, the group of shadow legends rushed towards Xiao one by one. However, Xiao smiled, because his forbidden technique has been completed. He only heard a clear incantation from his mouth. Forbidden technique, soul-burning fighting technique. Buzz, the entire Wu Clan border, the 7th battlefield, billions of miles of territory, all felt the oppression deep in their souls. Demigod. Although he used forbidden techniques, Xiao at this moment really reached this level. The next moment, Xiao shouted, "Warriors of the Wu Clan, follow me to charge. Today, kill the shadow legend and avenge the Holy Lord." Hearing this, hatred appeared in the eyes of the Wu Clan's strong men. The death of the Holy Lord still makes them feel grief. Now that Xiao mentioned it, the anger of revenge was ignited in their hearts. Then they rushed towards the Shadow Legion, which was far more numerous than them. Xiao, burning with red flames, took the lead, although I don't know what the Shadow Legion is brewing or waiting for. But Xiao knew that he could not let them continue. His secret pattern field was released instantly, directly covering several high-level legends, a total of more than 70 Shadow Legends. He was going to fight half of the legend-level powerhouses of the Shadow Legion with his own strength. Seeing this scene, the eyes of other Witch Clan powerhouses instantly turned red. Kill! The legendary battle started. At the same time, the entire Witch Clan was shrouded in black clouds. The war broke out. More and more Sky Islands made the decision to abandon their current resource Sky Islands and go to the main city. Then go to the border to meet their legend-level powerhouses. Kathy followed Han Xing's direction closely. This Sky Island, which is as big as an entire country, moves very fast in the air. Although it does not have Han Xing's Lord acceleration device. But its forward speed has reached more than 40,000 kilometers per hour. But soon, they were blocked by the Shadow Legion. Kathy felt a sense of urgency. At the same time, she was also paying close attention to the movements of other Wu Clan main cities. At this moment, Kathy announced, "All Wu Clan civilians, go to the underground shelter and wait until the war is over. Soldiers, be prepared to welcome the war. I have contacted the 7th main city. They are rushing towards us. When the two sides meet, we will concentrate our strength to kill." After listening to Kathy's plan, a group of Wu Clan officers agreed. The next moment, they were submerged by the overwhelming Shadow Legion. At this moment, Han Xing's Sky Island is still rushing all the way. Almost all the Shadow Legions encountered were instantly blasted out by the powerful firepower of his Wanqing City. Before those shadow monsters could react, Wanqing City pushed forward at full speed and rushed through this gap. Therefore, the obstruction of the Shadow Legion had no effect on Han Xing at all. Han Xing also rescued the islands caught in the flames of war along the way. In 2 hours, Han Xing could not remember how many shadow monsters he had killed. Tens of millions, or hundreds of millions. But these were not important. Because Wanqing City had advanced more than 100,000 kilometers continuously, there was still half the distance to the Wu clan border. Han Xing could not help but feel a little impatient. And just at this moment, he suddenly heard a system prompt. Your territory building, Demon Furnace, has been built successfully. Under the acceleration of the Miracle Tower, Han Xing's current construction time has been greatly shortened, including this Abyss technology. Han Xing took the time to check the properties of this building. Abyss technology, Demon Furnace. Defense value, 500,000. Attack power, 0. Current number of souls stored, 0. When the number of souls reaches 100 million, the Demon Furnace can be activated to refine a soul crystal. Current number of soul crystals, 0. Note, the Demon Furnace is a special furnace for some powerful beings in the Abyss. They may target your territory and wait for an opportunity to rob it. Han Xing thought for a while and said, it takes 100 million souls to refine once. This number is really terrifying. I just don't know what the effect of that soul crystal is. Han Xing decided to experiment in a while. Anyway, for him, 100 million monsters are a bit difficult. But now it is a war, so it is not a difficult task. As for the last note of the Demon Furnace, Han Xing ignored it. Anyway, those demons are in the Abyss and cannot get out. Targeting me? They must have the ability to do so. Except for the existence of the level of the Demon Lord, even the legendary dragons are no longer in Han Xing's eyes. Half an hour later, Wanqing City traveled tens of thousands of kilometers again. Along the way, he kept controlling the buildings in the territory and bombarded the Shadow Legion. Moreover, Han Xing also found that those shadow monsters that were bombarded by the defense tower would emit a wisp of green ghost fire. These ghost fires are big and small, and are generated according to the strength of the person being killed. And they will automatically fly towards Wanqing City. Or, they will gather towards the Demon Furnace. In the center of the Lord's mansion, there is a huge skull on the top of the Demon Furnace, which is hundreds of meters high. The skull opened its mouth and swallowed souls one by one. Whenever a ball of green ghost fire was collected by the Demon Furnace, the number of soul reserves at the furnace interface was also constantly increasing. Moreover, Han Xing also found that the number of souls added by those ghost fires was not fixed. The number of souls added by those larger ghost fires, after being absorbed, ranged from 50 to 500 points. And the number of souls added by those ordinary ghost fires was only 10 to 50 points. Among them, Han Xing also saw that after a dominant creature was killed by Han Xing, a huge ghost fire floated on its body, and was absorbed by the Demon Furnace in an instant. Then, the number of souls soared by 10,000 points. Han Xing also looked at the furnace interface, and the number of stored souls soared, and suddenly realized. So that's it. This Demon Furnace collects different numbers of souls according to the strength of the monster. It seems that you don't need to kill 100 million monsters to collect 100 million souls. This is much easier. Han Xing nodded with satisfaction. In just 30 minutes, the number of souls stored in the Demon Furnace has reached 110 million. The current number of souls is enough for him to refine once. So, Han Xing opened the furnace interface and tried to click on Refine. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to start the Demon Furnace to refine soul crystals? This refinement will consume 100 million souls. Yes. Then, Han Xing saw it. In the center of the territory, the oval furnace that was more than 400 meters high and seemed to be made of bone suddenly burst into terrifying flames. At the top of the furnace, the huge skull suddenly closed its mouth, and flames spewed out from its eye sockets and nostrils. The devil furnace refining has begun. It seemed that countless souls were suffering from the terrible burning in the furnace, and they began to jump up and down one by one. The whole devil furnace was shaking constantly. At the same time, Han Xing also heard the wailing of those dead souls in his ears. Even at this time, Han Xing couldn't help but shudder. It has to be said that the refining method of this devil furnace is really evil. If the refined soul crystals are of no use to him, Han Xing doesn't plan to use them again. At this time, the system prompt appears. Refining is successful, Soul Crystal +1. The flames from the Devil Furnace gradually subsided. Han Xing opened the interface, and found that the number of soul crystals had changed. Current number of soul crystals, 1. Do you want to take it out? Han Xing clicked yes directly. Then, a seemingly transparent, but substantial jelly-like object appeared in his backpack. This thing is the soul crystal. It is different from the evil appearance he imagined. On the contrary, it looks very pure. Han Xing checked the properties of this thing. Soul crystal, special item. Item effect. Each time you take it, you can increase the strength of your divine power by 1 point. If you take it below the legendary level, you can increase all attributes by 100 points. Seeing the properties of this item, Han Xing's eyes lit up instantly. This thing is actually an item that can increase all attributes. Although, it is only 100 points. However, it has no limit on the number of times. In other words, as long as Han Xing collects enough souls, he can completely refine this kind of soul crystal in batches. Han Xing was instantly excited. Damn, no wonder those demons like to invade other worlds. With this thing, as long as there are enough creatures, collect all the souls of these creatures into the demon furnace for refining. They can be improved almost infinitely. Evil, powerful, full of temptation, this thing is really worthy of being a creature of the abyss. Han Xing started to kill all the way. The souls of the killed shadow legions were collected by the demon furnace. Then, they were directly refined into soul crystals by Han Xing. As mentioned before, Han Xing had no psychological burden for killing these shadow monsters and those Sky Island monsters. Even if he wanted to refine their souls, he didn't have any extra thoughts. 2 hours later, Han Xing had killed almost 100 million shadow monsters, and he already had 4 more soul crystals in his backpack. Counting the ones he had refined before, it had reached 5. If he could swallow these soul crystals, it would bring Han Xing a full 500 points of attribute improvement. This effect is even comparable to killing a high-level legend. However, killing 100 million shadow minions is much easier than killing a high-level legend at this moment. Han Xing looked at the map that came with the system interface. Now, there are still more than 20,000 kilometers to the border. In half an hour at most, Han Xing will be able to reach Wumior's location. He murmured in his heart. Soon! I hope Wumior can hold on. The next moment, Han Xing swallowed all 5 soul crystals in his hand. This thing looks like jelly on the outside and tastes like jelly. In an instant, Han Xing felt a sense of comfort from the depths of his soul. It was as if his body, which had been dry for decades, was suddenly moisturized at this moment. Han Xing couldn't help but let out a happy sound. An amazing momentum burst out from his body. At the same time, his 4-dimensional attributes also skyrocketed in an instant. At this time, the Wu clan's border. 23 legendary powerhouses of the Wu clan faced more than 140 legendary powerhouses of the Shadow Legion. The nearly 6 or 7 times difference in combat power made people almost despair. If it weren't for the fact that the High Priest Sha took away half of the Shadow Legends by himself. At this time, the legendary warriors of the Wu clan had already been killed. But despite this, the Wu clan was just barely holding on. The battle between the legendary warriors had lasted for 2 hours. The tyrannical energy shattered the space of the surrounding area. Purple lightning, black raindrops, blue blizzards. All kinds of terrifying celestial phenomena swept through their battle area. That area has become a place where life is extinct. If creatures below the legendary level step in, they will be annihilated almost instantly. At this time, the Shadow Legend on the opposite side seemed to have lost patience. The gap in combat power was several times, and after fighting for so long, they still couldn't take down the opponent. Although the legendary warriors of the Wu clan had been injured. But no one died. At this moment, a high-level legend who was fighting with Wumir snorted coldly, Enough! Time is almost up. No need to delay any longer. Go ahead. Kill these Wu clan legends. Hearing the order, the more than 70 shadow legends all burst out with a terrifying aura. Boom! More than 20 legendary Wu clan warriors retreated instantly, including Wumir. She was actually forced back thousands of meters by this powerful aura. Before she could react, she suddenly saw a glowing crystal-long sword in the black fog in front of her. It slashed straight at Wumir's face.